Shepherding Humanity Chapter 428 to Chapter 476. Spore Evolution, Forum. Although Suji's attention was focused on Carolyn and the Cherry Blossom Emperor, time didn't stop for the netizens. They were already busy with many things, but their attention was still focused on a certain balloon player. This player had been beaten up by society too many times. He landed in the Goblin tribe and was instantly locked in the zoo. He thought that he could rise from the disaster, but he was instantly beaten up by the zombies. In the forum, someone was listing the most pitiful player in history. A post titled, "Society Beats Me Again," was already at the top, and the replies had reached the peak. Tragic, tragic. Although it's tragic and I sympathize with him, I can't help but want to laugh, detestable. At the same time, a group of people witnessed the magnificent destruction of an era. They witnessed the prosperity and decline of a civilization. This made them emotional. Some strange discussion started in the forum. Is this the opening CG of this new world? Confused. JPG, I don't know, but I feel that it's the destruction of an era. Let the players participate in it and experience the beating of the waves of the era. Only then will the plot officially start. Don't ask. If you ask, you'll be exaggerating. Being beaten up is the traditional hardcore. The forum was filled with discussions. The player had only been in for less than a day, but the tempo was already soaring. After all, it was too tragic. Countless onlookers were watching the show. Some even expressed that they wanted to see how tragic it would be next. Speaking of which, this guy hasn't appeared for a long time. Yeah, although only 3 to 4 hours have passed, it should have been several decades in that world, right? Just as everyone was discussing, this post appeared. Shocking. A certain earthling transmigrated to another world to become a god king and established my god space. God space construction style. Everyone was shocked. Did we transmigrate, or did you transmigrate again? Why did the style change every time you appeared? Previously, it was a future technological society, but in the blink of an eye, it became an apocalyptic world filled with zombies. Now, in the blink of an eye, it became a god space construction style. It had only been a short day. Emotions, sci-fi, apocalypse, limitless. You have to go through every genre, right? Cough cough cough. You might not know this, but ever since we escaped, Du Shui and I secretly built a shelter and hid for another generation. Now, the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty's era has passed, and the Cherry Blossom God is dead. These words undoubtedly caused a tsunami in the forum. Only 3 or 4 hours had passed. How did he get cold? That was an 8th order god, and a high-level god at that. According to everyone's speculations, people like Medusa, Ermin, and Dao Chongqing had ruled for at least a few thousand years, right? Screenshots. Many screenshots were released, showing the destruction of the Sakura dynasty. Provoking a super ancient god is dead. A high-level god is dead just like that. This world is more mysterious than we thought. The water is too deep. A super ancient god might be a level 9 above level 8. Now that the Joyous Dynasty has risen, the Joyous Emperor is an unbridled monster. He began to briefly narrate some of his deeds, and everyone's minds went blank after listening to him. A single person suppressing the world, even though the Joyous Emperor was defeated, he still cast a shadow on everyone. That terrifying green grassland still lingered in the sky like thick dark clouds, so heavy that all the powerful people in the world couldn't breathe. They were afraid that he would break through and remind them of the dark fear of being dominated by the Joyous Emperor. This is definitely 10,000 times stronger than the fear that the evil god Kasalu will bring to the people when he returns. Shivering, my god, just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Horrifying, the Joyous Sutra must be a peerless divine skill that can sweep through all the worlds. Coach, I want to learn it. Serious face. JPG, someone also spoke. However, this person is awesome. He seems to be a bit like a domineering CEO. He's even more domineering than that. I don't want you to think, I want you to think. Help me raise a woman. The world will all be my sons in the future. Help me raise a woman. The world will all be my sons in the future. 2-inch, everyone, it was very domineering and arrogant. This seemed to be a new kind of internet celebrity quote, the world will all be my sons, someone laughed out loud. It was very arrogant. Giving the emperor a green hat was so terrifying, these words were really coquettish and elegant. As the Dark Emperor who dominated an era, he brought endless shadows. Of course, there were also people who expressed anger. Oh my god, the women of an entire race were forcibly taken into the harem. I'm shocked and angry. How can there be such a person with such a dark heart in this world? When I think of the 12 cities he built to satisfy his selfish desires, I can't help but cry tears of anger from the corner of my mouth. Angry. JPG, this kind of scum is so disgusting. He's practically the public enemy of all men. He has never seen the anger of us men. Brothers, let's discuss this. Let's get him. Let's help the Umbrella Brothers. Xianxia was instantly speechless. What are you talking about? We're talking about the situation, but you're changing the topic. The more we talk, the more excited we get. You guys also said that you wanted to get rid of Ashuttle. Then, the Cherry Blossom Emperor also said that he wanted to get rid of her. In the end, we all died. He couldn't be bothered with these idiots who shouted their slogans first. Regardless of whether they could win or not, they couldn't afford to lose their momentum. He continued to speak and talk about his next move. During the era of the Great Joy Emperor, he started to secretly develop his forces while the humans were in civil strife. Now, he had already broken through and chosen the demonic beasts in the remote areas. Screenshots. Screenshots. Everyone was shocked. Tall and mighty magical beasts were sitting on chairs, like the structure of an internet cafe. At the back of their heads, there was a plug with a black wire attached, and there was even blood seeping out of the socket of the plug. Everyone? They were originally tall and mighty, but now that they were connected to a wire, they looked like dolls. They actually looked a little cute. This brother's operation was too flashy. High-level demonic beasts had strong vitality. Ordinary first or second-rank demonic beasts would die instantly. Of course, since they couldn't transmit their spiritual senses, they could only do this kind of surgery. I used demon cores, which are like their CPUs, as NPCs and created several virtual online games. As the main god, there are currently 3 games in the Q-Zone, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 1, Resident Evil 1, and the 12 Cities of the Great Joy Emperor. They're not bad, and most of the skills in them are from the Ashuttle people. Of course, I created some skills myself. For example, the sword control technique in The Legend of the Sword and Fairy came from Shu Mountain in the desolate ancient world. A group of people have successfully passed the instance after more than 100 times and mastered it. Screenshots. And it was a huge one-armed bird with a heavy sword. Everyone fell silent and gritted their teeth. You're really too flashy. Are you trying to trick people into cutting off their arms? Do you want to turn them into one-armed demonic beasts? The heavy sword has no edge, and I'm not skilled. What air? Pooh. Eagle, is that you? Hello, everyone. I'm Brother Eagle. I cut off my arm and practiced the mystic iron heavy sword. I married an ant, and I have a mount named Xianxia. Doghead. JPG, ignoring them, Xianxia continued to explain, these guys are so hardworking. I made the game so difficult, but they managed to do it. I feel like I can't keep up with the update speed of the world. What if they find out that there are no other worlds in the world? Cry, the zombie transformation skill in Resident Evil 1 is a rampage method to unlock the gene lock, and all zombies know it. Dushua was one of the first to study it, and she modified it to reduce the side effects. She can transform into the forms of Tyrant, Licker, and Nemesis. Everyone was astonished again. Nemesis, Xianxia explained that this was a more difficult transformation. It required perfect control of the gene lock, and one's appearance wouldn't turn into a zombie, and the cells wouldn't ooze, and the genes wouldn't collapse and rot. Xianxia continued to explain. As for the Great Joy Monarch instance dungeon, it's made to fit the actual situation of the natives. Of course, it's not the real Great Joy Monarch. It's just a level 6 god in the skin of a real Great Joy Monarch, and it won't know the Great Joy Sutra. However, if I can kill the Great Joy Monarch in the future and use his brain to create this world, I'll become the real Great Joy Monarch NPC. Of course, this is just my dream for now. It's too wasteful to use a level 8 God's Demon Core. But in the future, my dream is for the Umbrella Corporation to truly create a dungeon of eras, secretly influencing and controlling the tides of eras. Many great emperors and gods will come from here and sign a contract with the Umbrella Corporation. After they die, their brains will be left here, and their brains will be used as NPCs when they were alive. As for the gods who didn't die, they had to turn part of their combat power and part of their incomplete divine techniques into their own combat power NPCs and leave them in the instance dungeon of their own era. After all, the inheritance they left behind could also be used to choose disciples with terrifying talents. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. This old man's goal was really big, however, everyone calmed down again. Which transmigrator doesn't have a big goal? Look at cute sister, the dragon vein ruling the heavens. Look at the great emperor of alchemy, who directly suppressed an era and went to heaven to search for the land of gods. One was more arrogant than the other. Who doesn't know how to dream? But can it come true? Whether it can be realized is a problem. Xianxia spoke again. Back to the main topic. This great Joy Emperor's instance dungeon only put in the primordial world's physical cultivation technique, which is the cultivation form of the sorcerer's true body. After all, I personally feel that the sorcerer's true body with 3 heads and 6 arms is somewhat similar to the Corpse Clan's unlocking of the gene lock and transforming. Everyone was very calm. The sorcerer's true body was the cultivation method of the sorcerer's lineage. It was not a big deal to pass on the profound ones. After all, Xianxia himself would not be so stupid as to give away all the good stuff to others. At this time, Cute Sister jumped out. Then, that great Joy Emperor is going to break through to become a middle god in the future. You guys are probably done for. Do you have a way to punish him? Yes. Xianxia's answer surprised everyone. I've thought of a way to deal with him. It's a special and powerful method to become a god that belongs to the Corpse Clan. It can bring out the strongest advantage of the Corpse Clan and it's very feasible. Everyone was shocked. It can allow an ordinary god to defeat an intermediate god. What did he do this time? Xianxia answered, in fact, do you think that I created the 3 main god spaces in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 1, Resident Evil 1, and the Great Joy Emperor's 12 cities casually? In fact, I combined the 3 skills mentioned in these 3 worlds into a brand new and powerful profession, Corpse Sword Immortal, also known as Head-Lifting Sword. Everyone was silent. Why did this guy have so many tricks up his sleeves? What did he come up with this time? Zombie Sword Immortal, sword with head, that sounded a little special. In fact, at this point, everyone could see that this player was especially good at hiding and had some real skills. Not to mention other cultivation abilities, he had a good eye for trends and historical tides. This was even his strength. To be able to survive the tides of destruction of 3 eras and survive in troubled times was not something an ordinary person could do. After suffering from this combination of punches, there was a high chance that he would die on the spot. In the beginning, he used the balloon fish to enter the 3 realms and snatch a fortuitous opportunity. Although he entered the wrong world, in these eras, he tried his best to find opportunities along with the tides of the times. He took the path of heroes and used the tides of the times to rise up. Combat talent and cultivation talent were only one of the important factors that influenced one to become a strong person, but they could not be decisive factors. Temperament and wisdom were the most important. This person's aptitude was average, but he could really rise up. A few people hid in the dark, silently thinking, some small ideas emerging in their minds. Cough, cough, cough. First of all, let me introduce my cultivation path to encourage everyone. Please listen to me carefully. Just like the cultivation path of the 3 skills I mentioned, it's just like what I said. Sword Immortal, Ancestral Witch True Body, and Zombie Transformation. First of all, Ancestral Witch True Body and Zombie Transformation are both combat techniques of transformation. The specialty of Ancestral Witch True Body is continuous regeneration and tenacious vitality. Zombie Transformation is burning life, collapsing every cell in the body, squeezing them to release energy, causing the cell fluid to break and the body to be covered in pus. So, the question is, can one regenerating cell and one burning cell be a perfect combination? It's like a generator, one responsible for adding fuel, and one responsible for burning fuel. Everyone was stunned when they heard this wave of analysis. 2 words appeared in their minds, hardcore. Mount Akina sped up. Ahem, 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 it is indeed a perfect combination. If a zombie cultivates the path of body cultivator and learns the battle form of the ancestral wizard true body, it can really greatly offset the side effects of zombifying and using determination. It won't be so harmful to the body anymore. Everyone felt that it was right, but how could two transformation techniques be combined with the Sword Immortal? Sword Immortals stepped into the Tao through artifacts, while body cultivators tempered their bodies with hammers. The two seemed to be in conflict. 3000 scaring you into death added, did you notice that the two transformations of Sword Immortal and Sword Immortal have the same characteristic? What characteristics? Someone asked. Explosive power. They're all instantaneous bursts, he answered seriously. Everyone thought about it and realized that it was true. Two transformations were already very draining, and there was no need to mention Sword Immortals. Scare you 3000, therefore, I came up with an idea to combine 3 explosive skills to instantly kill the enemy. One regenerates cells, while the other burns cells to provide energy. Sword Immortals use energy to instantly unleash attacks. It's equivalent to adding fuel, burning fuel, and then releasing a sword skill cannon. Everyone was silent. Was this a procedure? This person was awesome. Everyone had a whole new level of respect for him. Someone once again pondered the truth contained in this game. Indeed, learning makes one stronger. I'm not strong enough because I haven't learned enough, Xianxia continued to speak with assurance. And the explosive power of Sword Immortals goes without saying, right? We also have an advantage that Shushan Sword Immortals don't have. The corpse race has a strong vitality. After unlocking the gene lock, as long as we have the determination, we won't die immediately even if we're beheaded or cut at the waist. Therefore, our swords have more choices. We don't have to cut off our arms? Everyone asked, then where should we forge the swords? This is a new way to not be crippled. Xianxia said, you must know that Sword Immortals are assassins. What's the key to being an assassin? Kill in one hit. The sword must be very hidden. The opponent must not know where your sword is hidden a second before the attack. This was very reasonable. Many people began to seriously discuss where the sword should be hidden. Using one's head as a sword. Could it be that he had refined his head and turned it into a sword? It can't be the head, right? It's good to have a magic core in the head. Using the head as a flying sword, but that's no longer a sword. It's more like a flying head. It's a witchcraft of the taming headmaster. Flying head to kill? That's called the sky-flipping seal, right? No, that's called a chamber pot. The netizens were very excited. Xianxia continued to shake his head, how can I be so easily guessed by you? If you can guess it, then why would I hide a sword? I wonder if everyone has seen the corpse bone vein in Naruto. Everyone expressed that they had seen it before. It was the kind where the skin and flesh could be pulled out from the bones. There were even some who hadn't seen it before. They were chattering and asking questions. The people around them also sent a few screenshots of Kimimaro from the anime to popularize it. Xianxia said, my corpse sword immortal is also called the white bone sword. Using white bones as a sword. I've already managed to let people cultivate it. The following scenes are too strange. Minors are not allowed to watch. Screenshot. A screenshot was released. In the picture, there seemed to be a black bear standing upright like a human. Its gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. It was like a terrifying swordsman staring at a skunk in front of it. Everyone commented. It has the sword intent of a swordsman. He should have succeeded in his cultivation. He has a similar aura to some of the weaker sword immortals in Shushan. Everyone was curious. He had all 4 limbs and didn't carry a sword. Then where was his sword? The next screenshot was released. It was a series of pictures. The black bear slowly reached out and grabbed its neck with both hands. Then, it pulled up, the white bone spine sword was pulled out along with the bear's head, and the bear turned into a headless swordsman. This headless swordsman held the neck of the white bone spine sword, and an incredible aura erupted from his body as he lightly charged forward. Whoosh, the skunk in front of it died instantly. Its blood was sucked dry by the white bone sword. It turned into a withered corpse. The long sword was thrown into the sky. A cold light flashed. The sharp sword fell back into its sheath. The violent bear held its neck with both hands and twisted it like a tap. This black bear was like a passerby. It floated away, leaving behind a carefree backview. It had the aura of a murderous sword immortal. It hid the weapon in its sleeves and immediately escaped after killing someone. It hid the sword again? The world was dead silent. There seemed to be no sound. They were all stunned. They had imagined where the sword would be hidden and what kind of terrifying explosion it would unleash. Who knew that it would be such a bizarre scene that overturned everyone's worldview? They were stunned for a few seconds. F***ck. One with a sword. F***ck. White bone sword immortal. F***ck. The sword comes with its head. The entire forum let out a chorus of voices. Everyone's mouths were in an O shape. This bear was simply invincible. In an instant, he understood the essence of the phrase, "Raise your head, and the sword will come." Everyone felt that their brains had been turned upside down. This turn of events was simply too outstanding. Give Xiao a seat. It's a little scary, but also inexplicably cool. It's a little cool, but this bear is too domineering. As expected, only Big Bear and Bramble can fight with the bald Superman. They're very powerful. This is simply dominating. He's holding the Dragon Vein sword. Conquering the world. JPG, the main thing is that sword. It's too beautiful and too awesome. It turned the spine into a peerless white jade sword, 666. The headless sword immortal rose up and formed a sword seal with both hands, controlling the leading flying sword to fly around and kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. I really suspect that he got the inspiration from the tame headmaster. Discussions erupted like a flood. As expected of scaring you 3,000 lives. This player had originally planned to become a balloon fish and become a professional scaring prankster. The system in front of him was full of personal style. This was AF * King horror movie. Luckily, he didn't put it in the 3 realms. Otherwise, he would really be a freak. They felt that they couldn't face these words anymore. This person's tricks were endless. The internet was abuzz with excitement. Suji, who was in the living room, had just broken through to the 6th step of the Quasi-Emperor realm and entered the 7th step of the Heavenly Emperor realm. He was still silently stabilizing his realm and sensing the energy in his body. At this moment, he was also looking at the image on his phone. He was somewhat dumbfounded and helpless. This person was a little flirtatious. He had thought that he was going to cause trouble, but he didn't expect his imagination to be so terrifying. He was a creative swordsman. He also didn't expect that while he was busy with Carolyn and the Cherry Blossom Emperor, he hadn't been idling in the dark. However, it might bring a new storm to that new world. A faint smile appeared on Suji's face. After all, the old civilization had ended. The departure of the Ashutl people and the Cherry Blossom Emperor had caused the era to fall into a difficult situation. At this time, some new systems and the germination of hope would bring about a different scenery to the entire world. At this moment, the other big shots were also shocked. They all expressed their goodwill, feeling that this brother had a bright future. Akina-san sped up. Little brother, the way you drive is a bit like me. The cute girl evolved into a dragon. Little brother, your posture is a bit like mine. The system distributor was not very good with words. Your posture is very similar to mine. The atmosphere instantly turned joyous and harmonious. The onlookers instantly felt a toothache. Were these big shots praising someone? Still, they did share their own style and strengths. Let's not talk about the first 2. I'll give them a toothache. Only the one who just entered was a decent girl. She was hardworking, hot-blooded, and hardworking. It was just that her sense of beauty was a little twisted. She thought that a girl should be self-reliant. She actually brought a bunch of cute girls to train their muscles. It was simply insane. Xia Niming, on the other hand, was amused. The atmosphere among these big shots is very harmonious. After all, although they all have their own talents, the same bald head and hardcore personality makes us speak the same language. Xia and I Ming continued speaking and began his performance. Do you think it's just to scare people? This was the most logical design. As mentioned before, these were 3 explosive skills. They were respectively providing fuel, burning fuel, and using the sword to deal explosive damage in one go. Instant assassination. Bringing out the extreme characteristics of Xianxia to the extreme. Secondly, this is the highest method of becoming one with the sword, using the person as the sword. Screenshot. He posted a picture. It was a pencil sketch that was casually drawn. On it was a drawing of a long sword with a scabbard. The strange thing was that the scabbard had hands and feet, as if the sword had become a cartoon personification of a person. In short, it was like a scabbard that could walk, had hands and feet, and the long sword was stored in this scabbard. Xianxia said, "Look, this bear, doesn't it look like this structure? This is the true becoming one with the sword. Separating the person, one part becomes a sword, and the scabbard is the skin and limbs." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was very reasonable, but it was so serious that it felt like he was spouting nonsense in a serious manner. This person was poisonous. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Thirdly, look at this screenshot. The white bone spine sword has been forged into a sharp snow-white sword. The method is similar to the previous Xianxia sword immortals, except that one put the arm into the forging furnace, and the other put the spine into the forging furnace. It is equivalent to transforming the body into a real humanoid weapon, of course, pulling out the spine and turning it into a headless blacksmith, swinging the hammer outside the furnace to forge. Only zombies who have unlocked the gene lock and determination can do that. Ordinary people would have died long ago. This is a system that only they can cultivate." Everyone was a little surprised. When they heard it, it seemed to be really perfect. Screenshot. Xianxia continued to post another screenshot. It was the structure of the bear's skeleton. Look, the spine has become a sword, and the ribs around it have been recast into a ring. It can be perfectly sheathed and protected. Doesn't it look like a sword frame? Needless to say, it really looked like it. The netizens were completely dumbfounded. This person was so coquettish. This was not a coquettish tone in his words, but a serious explanation, and an invisible coquettish tone in his coquettish thoughts. Many people held their cheeks and muttered, "This is an unimaginably coquettish temperament." Xianxia continued, "There is another great advantage to hiding the sword in the body. It is able to use the aura of one's flesh and blood to conceal the aura of the sword. Moreover, this white bone sword can also absorb the opponent's flesh and energy. It can be said to be killing to nurture the sword. It is equivalent to turning oneself into a sword. The body is no longer the vital point, but the sword part is the vital point. In terms of position, the demon core is also embedded on the sword hilt." Everyone instantly understood and felt a toothache. This person who could scare you to death didn't just want to scare you, but he also wanted to seriously explain to you why he wanted to scare you. Amazing. Boss, your analysis is impeccable and you have developed an absolutely powerful system. Forging oneself and turning into a walking sword. Just like Shaoli's flying dagger, no one knows where his sword is hidden. Because those who have seen his sword are all dead. Scary, Xianxia instantly smiled. He publicized the cultivation system of the corpse bone sword in order to gather ideas and let everyone help to perfect it. After all, to complete a system quickly, one person couldn't do it alone. It needed countless wisdom. Moreover, he still had a big problem that he wanted to ask for everyone's opinion. Xianxia said, "This system has 10,000 advantages, but the only disadvantage is that I can't practice it." Everyone was speechless. They realized that the balloon fish didn't have a demon core, and as a boneless mollusk, it didn't have a spine. Xianxia continued, "It is worth mentioning that Du Shui is already a celestial emperor and is in seclusion. Perhaps she will step into the threshold of a god soon. We are already collecting energy. I am hesitating whether to let my wife become so terrifying and practice the path I have opened up. What do you think?" He said that he was his wife. Everyone was speechless. However, Du Shui was originally extremely talented. A long time ago, she was already at the peak of the 6th rank. Now that the era of the Great Joy Emperor had passed, it was normal for her to be at the 7th rank. After all, a certain salted fish was already a 6th rank quasi-emperor. Even for Du Shui, it was a bit slow. Look at the first echelon, there were already many who had become gods. After all, in this world, there was no lack of energy to become a god. As long as one's realm was reached, there would be a lot of third and fourth rank magical beasts. This was probably also because of Xianxia's spirit of delaying development, which implicated Du Shui. He was afraid that something would happen to her, so he didn't let her take risks. Otherwise, with her talent, if she went out and experienced several deaths, she would probably belong to the group of experts at the peak of this era, or even become a god. I understand. No matter what, you don't want your wife to become so terrifying. Brother. You are even more terrifying, okay? Balloon fish with a human head sword, perfect. Dog head. JPG, of course, someone seriously suggested, every time the head is pulled out, it's a bit scary. This is turning your wife into a Sadako. Why not just use the spine to forge? Just a section of the spine, use the sword art, fly on the sword, turn into a stream of light, and kill everywhere, without the head. This was a good suggestion, and it didn't have the disadvantage of incomplete limbs. It could return to the center of the body to be nourished at any time. But someone asked, then where does the white bone sword come from? From another direction, could it be the buttocks? Everyone was dumbfounded. Pulling out a sword to attack from there was somewhat disgraceful. Imagining the scene, it was simply too beautiful to look at. I think this is also fine, but I am afraid that when squatting down to shit, the sword will accidentally fall into the pit. Manual dog head. JPG, Xianxia looked through the comments one by one, tears streaming down his face. I am very touched by your serious thinking and help me find a solution, but can you not be so creative? However, one of the comments woke him up. Without the sword hilt above the neck, using only the white bone sword is feasible. Raise the head, and it will fly out from the neck. After flying out, cover the head again, just like a thermos that can be unscrewed at any time with a fried dough stick in it. What kind of godly analogy was this? Xianxia suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this did wake him up. This way, without the magic nucleus, his combat power would decrease a bit, but his heart felt better. He believed that Du Shui could reluctantly accept it. Moreover, the advantage of not carrying the magic nucleus was that although the combat power was lower, it was not so extreme. It was not to the extent of death when the sword was destroyed. Du Shui had been quietly cultivating in seclusion and was close to becoming a god. To become a god, one had to have their own cultivation system and techniques. That was why Xianxia had racked his brains to come up with the zombie sword immortal bloodline. He had no way of cultivating it himself. He had created it mainly for Du Shui. After all, the two of them had survived through many eras and died countless times. They were already dependent on each other. No matter how one looked at it, this was very suitable for zombies. Only zombies could cultivate. Reaching this stage was already the limit of his current knowledge. Many years ago, before the Umbrella Corporation was established, Du Shui and the remaining 10 or so Isidal people had secretly completed their zombification and used special methods to retain their consciousness. They had no intention of changing the C++ language of the firewall to resist the invasion of the virus. After escaping, in order to avoid being forcibly infected sooner or later, they directly accepted the virus and became zombies. Sigh, the Isidal people are completely extinct. Xianxia sighed. He still had lingering fears. Even now, he still felt horrified. After all, this virus is too terrifying. No one can stop it. Even if we develop a new language, it will be broken sooner or later, just like the dragons and hydras. Even now, it is still mutating in a terrifying and unknown way. Although the merfolk had made preparations in advance and everyone had their own firewall, even if they had not been exterminated by the Cherry Blossom Emperor, there was a high chance that they would not have been able to stop it. The more brains that were infected, the stronger the mutated calculation ability. It was only a matter of time before the merfolk fell. This was unprecedented in this era. After all, billions of computers were calculating the mutated AI virus program. How many generations of the virus would there be in the future? Everyone knew this. In other words, the world was still in the evolutionary stage of the Big Bang. It was still unknown when the ecology would stabilize. The whole world is becoming more terrifying. It is changing silently in the dark. After some ordinary plants are infected, they will forcefully give birth to tumors, magic cores, and then forcefully infect you. This was too domineering. Originally, the biochemical virus could only infect the icidal people. Later, it evolved to infect all creatures with magic cores, including the merfolk, dragons, hydras. Now, it could force creatures without magic cores to grow magic cores and then infect you. It was being updated at a crazy pace. When a virus could infect and even turn a race without intelligence into millions of zombies, it was possible for the original zombie race to give birth to intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation. What kind of terrifying scene would that be? He could see it now. This high-level great world far surpassed all the worlds before it. It was too horrifying. Disaster infection, involved in opening the God-forbidden zone's life code, the unknown world-destroying God-level virus. Many times, Xianxia even felt that he had started cultivating too early. If he was still a Class 1 or Class 0 creature, he was afraid that he would have been infected by now and forcefully obtained a monster core. This was because some of his ordinary balloon fish species were already showing extremely horrifying scenes. Sarcomas were gradually growing in their brains, and they seemed to be turning into magic cores. Perhaps after a period of time, the virus will become even more terrifying. Even a quasi-emperor like me, who doesn't have a magic core, will be infected and forcefully produce a magic core. In that case, I'll be able to do a lot of things, he thought to himself. However, having a magic core, becoming a zombie balloon fish, and being infected to become a zombie clan, was it really a blessing? Or was it some kind of terrifying hidden danger? Whether it was right or wrong, no one knew at the moment. This virus gave you great power and assimilated you into a magic core system creature, but the side effects were unknown. At this time, Xianxia said to the forum, I will try to improve it. It will not be as horrifying as pulling out the head. After all, Du Shui has always resisted it and thought it was very scary. Now she may be able to accept it. The players in the forum nodded silently. It would be strange if the girls were willing to accept this kind of bad taste. Someone said, but, this is equivalent to a flip-top lighter? Your wife turns her head over with a bang and flames come out. After a long sword, she closes her head with a bang. Xianxia, he felt that there was no way to communicate with these show heirs. He ignored them silently and continued to talk about the next thing. Help me to improve this cultivation system. There is another point, which is the creation of God space. New world, everyone think of a way for me, farming, creating a virtual world or something. Try to have as few NPCs as possible, but very special and powerful, and can cheat points for me. After all, there aren't that many NPC magic cores. Everyone suddenly became interested. The Sovereign Region. The Limitless Style Squad. They passed through one movie world after another. This umbrella corporation was using this method to recruit talents. Just thinking about it was exciting. Sovereign spatial farming style, someone said, it's not that there aren't any of them. You can do something that's more comfortable than fighting. The members will also pay for it. For example, in the low-cost world that we're very familiar with, there's usually only one room. 2 or 3 people can put on a good show, and then they can earn a few $100 million in one go. Happy beans, the kind of small room that plays landlord, sudden change of style. Some people were also very serious, saying that they would help find interesting worlds and think of ways to reduce the cost of AI. Xianxia talked about the construction of God space and said the next thing. I don't know when the Great Joy Emperor will return, and I don't know when we can defeat him. A middle god is still very scary. Maybe when Du Shui becomes a god of assassination, she can cooperate with several ordinary gods and launch a surprise attack. Maybe she can succeed. At that time I will broadcast it live. This period of time shouldn't be too long for you, about half a day, which is 20 to 30 years. And this is the hidden danger of the human race. Other aspects are also becoming strange. Do you think that the zombie era, with the whole world infected and assimilated, has ended? No. No, the virus is still mutating, full of unknowns. Screenshots. Screenshots. They were plants and flowers that forcibly grew magic cores. The entire ancient lava land had already become magnificent. Every piece of land was filled with flowers and colorful trees. It was like a fairyland from a fairy tale, but it was so beautiful that it made one's hair stand on end. This world was too beautiful, it was so beautiful that it was somewhat unnatural. Xia Niming looked at the comments on the internet, sifted through them again, and after selecting the essence, he quietly left the forum, letting these bastards continue to discuss. Xia Niming left, but no one stopped. Awesome. This corpse sword immortal is too creative. Everyone, what do you think the future of this high-level world will be like after being infected by the virus? Everyone shook their heads, finding it hard to imagine. I guess if this virus infects the three realms and the ancient wood world, it will also destroy the world? Impossible. This virus can only infect creatures with magic cores. Creatures without magic cores can't be infected, right? Young. Now that it has evolved to the point where you don't have a magic core, it forcibly grows one, and then carries on the infection. Very domineering. Now this balloon fish quasi-emperor has a high level of life and strong resistance, but after a few more generations of the virus, it will probably forcibly grow a magic core and turn him into a zombie balloon fish. This is too scary. If it was in the primordial world, those witches would probably be infected by the virus after being bitten and forcibly turn into magic core-type creatures, turning them into mindless walking corpses. Zombie witches? Everyone imagined the shamans turning into zombies and roaming the streets. It was too terrifying. Zombie mountain sword fairy? Zombie great Confucian? Zombie dragon vein? Zombie sorcerer? Zombie Medusa? Zombie immortal? Zombie ermine? The above is exaggerating. It should be impossible to infect gods, but Celestial Emperor, it's hard to say. Everyone was shocked. The sorcerer world and the primordial world were too small, considered barren small worlds, and it was difficult for them to even give birth to a god. This lava world was 100 times larger than them, and the birth of gods was very easy. This was the difference. This high-level world had been destroyed. If this virus spread to other worlds, they were afraid. However, we have already obtained some mechanical magic energy technology, which is still very valuable for reference. Everyone, don't panic. Anyway, after 5 or 6 hours, it should be enough. Sit in front of the computer and watch a movie, everyone chat, and he will probably tell us about the situation inside. Everyone was a little impatient, directly chatting and bragging, planning to wait for this player for half a day. After all, today was the weekend, many people did not have to work, and the time was not long. Suji was also silently watching all this, constantly familiarizing himself with the realm of Celestial Emperor that he had just broken through. I will also accompany these netizens to wait for 6 or 7 hours, after all, it's not long. He sat down, also very curious about whether Du Shui could become a god, and if she became a god, what kind of sword lifting the head would it be, and what kind of world situation would it be after the return of Emperor Greatjoy? That virus is indeed too terrifying. It's not even under my control. It's an unprecedented virus that's a mix of silicon-based computer viruses and carbon-based biological cell viruses. It can forcefully transform any living creature into a half-silicon-based, half-carbon-based life form. In other words, it's a life of flesh and blood with magic core chips. I want to see what it will become in the future. If it can be controlled by me, it will be too significant, equivalent to holding a god-level virus. And even if it is not controlled by me, it can't do anything. After all, everything about it is based on the virus on the Zerg. Of course, waiting did not mean that he would be idle. I have already broken through to the 7th grade, just in time to start making my own vacuum mecha. Suji stretched out his hand, and a little Rubik's Cube pet from the orchard came in, shattering with a bang, turning into small black parts. Soon, in the room before his eyes, a custom-made blueprint for Carolyn's mechanical armor appeared. Intelligent subbrain, bring up the genetic characteristics of this creature, Suji said after some thought. Originally, he was quite indifferent, but at this moment, he was actually a little excited. After all, this was a mechanical armor that belonged to him. A mechanical armor Gundam was a man's romance. This feeling was like a car enthusiast getting his hands on a limited edition sports car worth 8 million. Moreover, from this moment onwards, Suji had his own personal weapon that accompanied him, an armor in the form of the evil god Cthulhu. If there were no accidents, this weapon would accompany him for the rest of his life. After all, the evil god Cthulhu could be dismantled and turned into a mechanical armor form, a long sword, a meteor hammer, and all kinds of weapons. Its future combat power would not be weaker than Medusa's, a voice came from the mechanical subbrain, brought up. A light blue virtual screen appeared in front of him. The attributes were as follows: Land of the Gods, Achilles. Genetic characteristics: spiky shell, shape change, blood rebirth, immortal level, level 7 Heavenly Emperor, unlimited growth, potential unknown, not bad, but the name Land of the Gods, Achilles, might have to be changed. After all, plans can't keep up with changes. There's no longer a need for the Land of the Gods. They've already filled in the gaps in their worldview. Suji said lightly. The Rubik's Cube creatures were the hard work of the 3 million tool players in the wizard community. They were helping him build his personal weapon. He had already built an elite Zerg Queen Mother Guard. This was his personal force. When these cells came together, he now had the combat power of a Heavenly Emperor, although it was only the combat power of an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. About 18,000 or so grade 4 Rubik's Cubes. Suji lowered his head and looked at the disassembled small black Rubik's Cubes on the ground. They looked like a pile of exquisite children's toys put together. After passing the 4th level, they gain simple intelligence and can meditate and cultivate mechanically. The earliest batch of Rubik's Cubes have already turned into the 5th level Rubik's Cubes after I activated the 100 years per day flow rate. However, their aptitude is still too low. If they were a normal practitioner, they would probably be at the 6th level by now. However, it's normal that they aren't strong individually. They are a part of the Cthulhu evil god's body, so they are the strongest after fusing with it. He began to count the Rubik's Cube parts that he had obtained over the past 2 months, as well as the gains and losses from the battle of wits and courage with the players. If he piled the Rubik's Cube on the table, it would be enough to fill 2 wash basins. At most, he would be able to make a mechanical Gundam that could fit an infant, which was a toy mechanical armor that could fit half a person. A total of nearly 20,000 completed Rubik's Cubes. It seems that this is far from enough. I still have to reproduce. He was somewhat speechless. He went out for a while, and about a minute later, he shook out 30 bags of rice from his spatial ring. He had bought them in batches from the rice shops in the nearby towns. They were scattered on the roof, and the white grains covered the roof. It was an extremely spectacular scene. Intelligent subbrain, pull out the gene bank and multiply the Rubik's Cube race. Suji's mind moved. A mechanical voice sounded. Pulling out the gene bank, multiply, spores were thrown down one by one, growing at a visible and frantic speed under the terrifying splitting of the roof. After eating the energy and water provided by the rice, they grew rapidly and turned into Rubik's Cube particles. As Suji was multiply, he stood on the roof and looked down at the vast Sorcerer World sand table in the distant orchard. The gloomy atmosphere seemed to envelop the sky. It's getting gloomier. It's like a land of ghosts and graves. He felt somewhat helpless. More than 500 years have passed. The ancient lava land has already given birth and destroyed an icidal civilization. Their monstrosity is still intensifying, breeding, and becoming a part of the world. But of course, the development of the 3 realms has always been relatively peaceful. The more a world matures and becomes more stable, the longer the time needed for change. Even in the later stages, we have to occasionally look at it on a weekly basis. But now, it's probably intensifying to the limit. It should be about to give birth to a monstrous god? In another day or 2, the world is about to undergo a huge change. Suji looked at the 100 acres of the Sorcerer World surface. There was indeed no drastic change at the moment, but a shadow had already gathered. The world's monstrous vortex had already pressed down on the sky, and even the gods were beginning to have difficulty breathing. He glanced outside the orchard and then lowered his head to look at the changes on the roof. 10,000, 20,000. 30,000 Rubik's Cubes, whoosh. Like worms corroding the white rice, the entire roof was like a plate of bacterial culture. A large number of rice grains were quickly emptied, and the strange metal larvae that were smaller than ants were tossing and turning. Soon, no less than 500,000 Rubik's Cubes began to scatter on the ground, piling up into a 3-meter-tall black hill, emitting a strange aura. These Rubik's Cubes should be enough. Suji silently stopped multiplication and looked at everything curiously. Then let's start assembling. Whoosh. He stretched his hand high, and these piled up exquisite Rubik's cubes made a crisp sound of metal colliding. They turned into a black storm, floating in the air, and began to quickly assemble according to the grooves like Lego bricks. "Let me think, this should be done." He seemed to be standing in a black mechanical storm, and the surrounding scenery was blurred. In the center of the whirlpool, exquisite parts floated around. "Let's first assemble the head." Some of the floating parts suddenly shrank and began to assemble. Even though he had already asked Hermes to help him study the mechanical blueprints, and had almost completely understood the blueprints, there were still many practical problems. The vacuum mechanical armor was a weapon that had been conceived a week ago. Suji accompanied Carolyn on a trip to the vacuum, and after 3 to 4 years of space exploration, they had also come up with a complete and mature product. Of course, they did not ask the Ashutl people of the high-tech magic civilization to help build it. After all, the difference in size was too big, and they only made the mechanical blueprints. The entire mechanical armor was made up of 17 large body parts, and the precision of each part was terrifying, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Every part had a corresponding precise structure and design. This was the masterpiece of the Ashutl people. After all, after that, they encountered a disaster as soon as they returned, and began to walk towards destruction. This armor could even absorb heat and radiation in the vacuum, and convert it into energy, and the conversion efficiency was relatively high. After all, the Ashutl people had started with the heat of the lava generator, and this was a walk in the park for them. 100 years for a day. Suji silently activated time acceleration, and the clouds in the sky, the sun, the light, and the movement of the grass in the wind seemed to stop in an instant. He had the gift of immortality, and was not afraid of exhausting his lifespan. He began to sleep and wake up continuously. After a full 7 days, the mechanical armor was finally completely assembled. Then, using the accelerated evolution method, some parts of the Rubik's cubes were microfused, and the shape was adjusted, completely fused into a detachable part. After 7 days, it's finally done. My personal weapon, my personal guard. After farming for more than 2 months, I finally have some decent results. Suji looked up. It was more than 4 meters tall, with a black mirror-like streamlined metal mechanical body. It was handsome and slender, and it carried 2 black overlapping long swords that could change shape at will. Just by standing there, a domineering and murderous aura assaulted one's face. The chaotic and indescribable black pressure made one tremble and kneel, and it also gave off a magical futuristic feeling. This mechanical armor Gundam has the pressure of a powerhouse, like a divine weapon used by gods. After all, it is a very terrifying Cthulhu evil god, and the key parts are the 4th and 5th grade Rubik's cubes. Suji looked up, silently weighing. There is even a space storage function inside. After all, there is a spatial Rubik's cube inside. This was a special mechanical armor, and it did not even have a traditional engine, because it was a living thing, a life amalgamation, made up of more than 500,000 cells, providing the energy for movement. Therefore, the blueprint of this vacuum battle armor had to be custom-made anyway. It is another form of Medusa, another Cthulhu evil god. Suji opened the hatch and entered the driver's seat. There was no steering wheel or operating interface, but his consciousness communicated with the mechanical armor, and he entered control mode. Wind protection. A wave of energy lingered around the magic mechanical armor, enveloping it. Very stable. Suji slightly rose into the air, away from the ground, and entered the clouds. Whoosh, around him, the wind was fast, and the hazy clouds lingered. Below them were stretches of mountains and paddy fields. Occasionally, some farmhouses could be seen, and further away were some towns. It gave people a feeling of looking at the vast mountains. It was like driving a super sports car, giving people a feeling of racing cross-country to their heart's content. He sat in the driver's seat, and suddenly understood a little, the Ashutl people's mechanical romance, the biker culture. This is too cool. After flying in the sky for a full half an hour, Suji silently drove the mechanical armor down, and strode through the human streets, shuttling back and forth with an extremely dexterous posture. Working people, couples, the surrounding clothing stores, the people in the snack shops, no one saw this mechanical battle armor, a beautiful and smooth Gundam body. If it was seen by others, it would inevitably cause the entire media to exclaim, and even cause a storm in countless countries. The Isidal people have arrived on Earth. Earth is going to be destroyed again. This is the second extraterrestrial civilization to arrive on Earth after the Tao Lord. Suji was helpless, already thinking of their exclamations and excitement. Other advanced civilizations did not know, but Suji would not be idle enough to care about them. After walking around the modern city and racing with those cars on the highway, he did not have the idea of stirring up trouble like Dickie, and directly returned to the orchard. He did not go to the vacuum because he could not go there at the moment. This mechanical armor was just a facade. Most of the Rubik's cubes were not even grade 1 wizards, ordinary life forms, and if they were placed together, they would be crushed to death by the vacuum. At present, the mechanical armor mainly relied on the 20,000 grade 4 and 5 Rubik's cubes. It's great to have a personal armor. In the future, I will have a vehicle when I go out of the orchard. And in the future, it will definitely be a monster, with the talent of a spiky shell to reflect damage, and it can be reborn from a drop of blood, constantly regenerating. It can simply turn the opponent to death. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. Suji thought silently, very satisfied, and raised a smile. This exclusive weapon, stacking the thickest armor, taking the most vicious hit. It was indeed difficult for it to be reborn from a drop of blood in battle. But in the future, it could be done. The formed Cthulhu evil god was very terrifying, and it could really be reborn from a drop of blood. Look at Medusa. At this time, she was already in her complete form, almost 4,000 years old. With the crazy help of generations of experts from the demon realm, she rose, died, and the fused evil god's organs returned to Medusa's body. She currently had more than 129,000 organizations. Among them, 110,000 organizations had reached grade 6 wizards. Among them, more than 10,000 organizations had reached grade 7 heavenly emperor. 2 of them had reached grade 8 mythical. What would happen if, in the battle, she died in 100 cells? Ordinary cells would be reproduced from her skin. With the help of 110,000 grade 6 wizards, 10,000 heavenly emperors, and 2 gods, in less than a few minutes, they helped her meditate and raise her realm. From grade 1, she cultivated to grade 4, grade 5, and it would not affect the situation too much. This is the horror of Cthulhu evil god. Every cell in its body is a particle of life and consciousness, and it can cultivate and use all kinds of witchcraft. No matter how many heaven-defying techniques appear in the future, it is still one of the strongest. He turned his head to look at the wizard's sand table, at the 1.5-meter-tall exquisite short girl curled up in the pond, the Medusa. Cthulhu evil god, when developed to the peak level, it is already like the body of a normal person, and there are no abnormalities. A part of its skin and flesh is damaged, and it can quickly recover. It is a true rebirth from a drop of blood. Of course, it is also like a normal person. The more it loses, the more serious the injury, and the slower the recovery. This was a very simple calculation. After all, if you lost 120,000 organizations, and you lost half, the remaining 60,000 heavenly emperors would naturally be very slow to help her meditate and cultivate again. If you lost a small amount, naturally, it could recover extremely quickly. Right now, Medusa is simply a monster. The snowball effect is too crazy. With the help of 110,000 grade 6 wizards, 10,000 heavenly emperors, and 2 gods, almost every day, there is a grade 6 wizard who breaks through to become a grade 7 heavenly emperor. The energy of 1 heavenly emperor a day was simply 2F** king exaggerated. This kind of energy production speed was already comparable to the energy production speed of mid-level god Ermin in a day of cultivation, a creature that was not even a god. The energy produced by meditation was comparable to a terrifying mid-level god. It was simply heaven-defying. She had 360 heavenly emperors in a year. At this rate, in less than a few hundred years, the entire person would go from all grade 6 to 129,000 grade 7 heavenly emperors. This snowball effect of hers. It makes me want to kill Medusa regularly and fleece him. Suji sighed, looking at the short and delicate girl curled up in the pond sleeping, and murmured, perhaps, when she has 120,000 heavenly emperor cells, together with 2 god cells, she will have a complete qualitative change, and she will be able to hang and beat all ordinary gods in the world. When her little finger becomes a god, formed from hundreds of god cells, this finger of this evil god will be enough to crush all mid-level gods. At the same realm, evil god Cthulhu indeed had pure invincible battle power that surpassed all others at the same realm. Dickey's De Luo Tian scripture, Dao Chongqing's Panga real body, Carolyn's death god's eternal life, Ah Chow's 3 slashes. If these extremely powerful and heaven-defying cultivation methods fought her head-on, they would have to call her daddy. Of course, this was purely head-on battle power. Evil god Cthulhu's battle power in the same realm could be infinitely high, no one could beat it, but it also had a very huge flaw, and its cultivation speed was unbelievably slow. It should be known that Ermin, who was 2 generations younger than Medusa, was now already a mid-level god, and almost a high-level god. What about Medusa? At this time almost 3,000 years had passed. She still had the battle power at the end of the Sorcerer era, invincible at the 7th level Heavenly Emperor, and embarrassing to the point of being killed by an 8th level god with one slap. She was the oldest person in Suji's sand table, the others were all very fast, but she was still the lowest realm. If not for Ermin's protection, such a big fat sheep that could produce such terrifying energy, but did not even have the battle power of an ordinary god, would have been killed and eaten. How could she wait for her to grow up? Moreover, if not for her getting the talent of immortality, she would have died long ago at 4,000 years old. There would have been time for her to dawdle. Don't bite off more than you can chew, Medusa. The evil god Cthulhu system that is exaggerated to the extreme is definitely the strongest later stage in history. Possessing the evil god armor of Cthulhu, for me, also has unlimited potential. Suji took a deep breath. After all, Medusa was helping the demon world as a tool, and he also had the sorcerer community as a tool. His eyes flashed. Now, since there are nearly 600,000 cell tissues, it's time to open up the sorcerer community again, and let another wave of people into the sorcerer community to help with meditation. Although he had quit his job in reality and had been farming in the orchard for only 2 months, the development was still orderly. He was already a level 7 celestial emperor, but this was just the beginning. In the future, level 7 mid-stage, level 7 peak, demigod. The energy required for each realm was countless times more than before. The 3 realms world sand table and the lava world sand table had to be developed continuously. During this period, he had to create his own personal guard team, a core direct force. There's still a long way to go. Suji silently sat on a chair in front of the courtyard door and ate an apple. He parked his mount in a small warehouse next to him and looked at the strange life on the small evolution sand table. Without a doubt, a Cthulhu, the strongest late stage is the best choice. Although it's a bottomless pit, with a group of people with liver cirrhosis, there's nothing to be afraid of. Suji lowered his head and sorted out the announcement. After taking another bite of the apple, he quickly sent it out. Ding! Spore Evolution announcement, Independent Instance Dungeon updated Wizard Community, thank you all for your support to Spore Evolution Game Production Company. This update is as follows. 1. The number of game characters has been expanded from 1,500 to 3,000. VIP system will be opened soon. Each character can hold 1,000 slots. You can apply freely after an hour. 2. The Gourmet World has been expanded 31 times. In every PvP fighting competition, the top 30 will be qualified to enter the Gourmet World. Different benefits will be provided according to the ranking. Note, death in the Gourmet World will directly leave the world. 3. The Wizard community has been expanded to 3 times its original size. To accommodate new players. The expansion direction is underground. Players are welcome to dig their own and build their own urban community to enjoy the fun of personal DIY. 4. Use meditation coins to exchange for material expansion. Can exchange for low-end materials from the discovered worlds, 3 realms, Ancient Wood World, Lava World, Gourmet World, and other worlds. You can use it to make alchemy, open your mind, and write to your heart's content. After the 4 update announcements were released, it immediately caused a commotion. The internet had already begun to discuss it. This was definitely the strongest welfare update in history. In fact, the Wizard community was the largest game in the Spore Evolution game. Everyone could log in. The original maximum daily player capacity was 3 million. Now it had been expanded 3 times to 9 million. What kind of concept was this? This number was too terrifying. It was comparable to the most popular online games at the moment. Suddenly expanding to 3,000 characters? The game team's conscience, we've blown it up. Also, the gourmet world has expanded by 31 times, and the Magus community has expanded by 3 times. It's simply indescribable. This was the common opinion of many people. They felt that it was unimaginable. He had suddenly become generous, and he was incredibly generous. King knew it. Last time, the world of gourmet food suddenly expanded for no reason. We haven't even explored the borders yet, but it's already expanded 31 times. I knew there was a conspiracy. Sure enough, he's here. Countless people cried out loudly, all of them extremely excited, planning to seize a quota. Originally, they were chatting for a few hours on the weekend. They planned to wait for 5 or 6 hours to see what the balloon fish would say when it came out. Now, damn. In an instant, he had something to do. The game production team just won't let us rest. Countless people from the gaming media and online gaming companies reported about it, and the amount of information was overwhelming. Some of the foreign netizens were also very excited. Why did they suddenly release an update announcement? They didn't warn us in advance, and we didn't have time to organize people to fight for the quota. Why did they only release it in China? What about the European server? What about the American server? What about the Austrian server? What about the Japanese server? Someone protested frantically. You don't want these markets. That's too cold. Tears streamed down their faces, and they were about to cry out loud. There were 100,000 whys in their hearts. They were also a country with paywalls. Look at other online games. Which one of them didn't want to expand into the overseas market, but this game didn't care about it. Even until now, there wasn't even a promotional advertisement. Many famous foreign companies secretly sent private messages, wanting to talk about being the agent, but all of them sank into the ocean. The foreigners immediately organized, and someone took the lead. Hardcore isn't just a talk. It's so cold that we can't afford to climb up to it. Quick! Now they can even organize people to climb over the wall to snatch it. We can't let the Chinese players monopolize it. Grab as much as you can. The Chinese online players were also extremely excited. Out of the previous 1,000 servers, a few of them had been snatched by foreigners. Now they also began to act quickly, and began to organize people to start fighting for the quota. Competing in numbers? Who's faster? Who's afraid of who? Anyway, we're in our own country, a Chinese netizen said. The European and American players immediately said bitterly, brothers, don't be like this. Let us live. Everyone can play the game together, and it'll be fun to communicate globally. Handshake emoji, another foreign player jumped out. We netizens all over the world are a family. In terms of silliness, we can also learn from each other and have fun together. Winking emoji. JPG, everyone, they were shocked, their eyes widened. These foreign netizens even wanted to sneak into their netizen camp? Get lost. We're very serious. We're not as silliness as you. Someone said with a serious face. That's right. We're not as daring as you. There's a saying, every time we produce an animated map, we'll lose a foreigner who's courting death. There's no harm if there's no trade. The foreign netizens? What the hell was this? They were dumbfounded. All of a sudden, a battle to snatch the quota was about to begin. That's quite crazy. Suji continued to eat his apple. He just needed to find a time to open the sand table. It was none of his business how they messed around. As long as he could stay up late and work hard, he did not care if they were baldies from China or Europe. Although the time was so short, there were probably not many who could climb over the wall and snatch the quota in a short time. When the domestic quota was saturated, perhaps he could really wait until the European or American servers were opened in the future to squeeze them. He glanced at the sorcerer community and was instantly speechless. They're digging so soon. The people outside were still preparing to snatch the quota, but the players in the sorcerer community had already begun to dig the floor. They were very fanatical. Brothers, let's work hard. Dig through the ground. Today, you and I are all digging chickens. Only 3 times? Are they looking down on us? If we expand 10,000 times, we can dig to the 10,000 layers of the Earth's core in a matter of minutes. I'm willing to buy a piece of land here for 300,000 yuan per square meter. I'll buy as much land as I can get for 60 years. Suji suddenly realized that the price of his orchard had increased. 1 square meter of their land, which was at most equivalent to a fingernail, actually cost 300,000. At this moment, the entire sorcerer community had become extremely exquisite and gorgeous. The streets were arranged in picturesque disorder and had a very modern style. They exchanged for materials, including some metals and materials, and built modern facilities, creating the feeling of a modern city. There were also some floating hydrogen balloon spaceships in the sky with exquisite billboards hanging on them. It was as if every inch of land was used to the limit. On the streets, bicycles and even alchemy cars appeared, and there was even a Mount Akina road for the players to race and race. It was simply a variety of things. This is fine. You can play in the sorcerer community however you want. Just remember to let me meditate. Suji glanced at it and did not care anymore. The sorcerer community was the kind that was not cared for and not loved. It was almost ignored from the beginning to the end. It was already very impressive to be able to produce 20,000 fourth-grade Rubik's Cubes. But in the first place, he believed that the player's willingness to work hard would not let him down. After a few glances, he set his eyes on the ancient lava land. During this period of time, when the mysterious virus was still evolving crazily, the Emperor of Great Joy had already appeared. The shadow that once lingered over the heads of all living beings in the world had descended once again. The 17th year of the Great Joy dynasty. The Great Joy Emperor had been missing for 4 years. Back then, the Great Joy Emperor had been ambushed by 3 gods, but he had not been killed instantly. Even though he was heavily injured, he had still revealed his heaven-defying battle prowess, forcing the 3 gods to retreat and escaping with heavy injuries. The Great Joy dynasty had collapsed, and the ruler had gone missing. According to common sense, it should have been like the fall of the sacred cherry blossom dynasty, where the gods had established a new dynasty to rule again. However, the 3 gods did not establish a new dynasty, but instead built several new cities and 3 large clans to recuperate and rearrange human marriages to restore social order. After all, the cherry blossom god had used all kinds of methods to indirectly confirm his death before establishing a new dynasty. The Great Joy Emperor was heavily injured and was hiding in the dark. The fear that he brought to the humans lingered in everyone's hearts. If he was not killed, this would forever be the era of the Great Joy dynasty. This was his era of darkness ruling, a terrifying and powerful existence looking down on all living things. Moreover, the great emperor of a dynasty was obviously seriously injured and missing, but his Great Joy dynasty had not been overthrown. It was still continuing, tacitly calculating the time according to his dynasty calendar. It was equivalent to people being almost certain that he would definitely return and rule the world again. This was something that had never happened before in history. A single person had shocked the world, something that had never happened before. It could be seen that this dark god had descended upon the world and built 12 cities, bringing a heavy shadow to the humans of today. Even in the future, it would be very difficult for such a strange and bloody era to appear. In this dynasty, the Great Joy Emperor's cruelty and evil would be the first in history. He was destined to be recorded in the annals of history, becoming the turning point of history. At this time, the humans were able to remarry, build clans, and give birth to new babies. The zombie virus was still spreading, imperceptibly changing their physiques and consciousness. In a short few decades, their newly born babies had undergone unimaginable changes. This is too terrifying. The babies were born the size of a 2-year-old child. The women were in too much pain when such a huge body was born. If they were not at the 3rd or 4th level, I'm afraid they would have already. Countless people trembled with fear. That kind of body was simply too terrifying. It was as if they were already breaking away from the human race. The children they gave birth to were like another species of human beings. They were born with intelligence and were tall and strong. They jumped around in the tribe, rolling and playing in the mud. Perhaps the tyranny of the Great Joy Emperor, who established 12 cities to detain our women and prevent us from reproducing, just happened to obstruct our evolution. Otherwise, this situation would have started a long time ago. No one knew what the future would bring. Even the high and mighty gods of the clans had a serious look on their faces. What would later be known as the primordial Aeon had begun. This was a short period of 7 years, but it was called the most important stroke by later generations of humans. It had an extremely terrifying and far-reaching influence. It was the first transition of human life. It was the first stage of the great ancient evolution period. The later gods called it the early stage of the ancient ape period. The 24th year of the joyous dynasty. Several years passed, and the horrifying signs appeared again. As the number of newborns continued to increase, people were horrified to find that their bodies were gradually changing to that of newborn babies. Our body size? Impossible. Our faces, hair color, pupils, and bones are all changing and growing. We are growing taller. The people of our tribe have grown more than 20 centimeters in just a week. Growth is clearly a change that can only appear in the infant stage, but we are already adults. Even we are beginning to be infected. Under the exclamations of countless people, their bodies grew taller and gradually turned into tall humans more than 3 meters tall. Their bodies were handsome and slender, and their muscles were strong. The houses they had built previously could no longer accommodate them, but they still had the handsome faces of the Ashuttal people. Gradually, the evolutionary characteristics of their bodies changed again. The humans of the East and the West had always been interbreeding. Mixed bloods accounted for 40% of the total population, but the faces of the two races were still very distinct. But now, their genes seemed to have merged together and changed in some way. The human race seemed to have disappeared. They became unified new humans. At first, the humans above the 6th level were lucky enough to survive. They still maintained their body size, and their high level of life caused their resistance to be extremely strong. After another 3 years, the 6th level humans also began to be unable to survive. They were quickly assimilated into their body size and became tall and mighty. They were a full 3 meters tall, and the original 7 meters old humans only reached their waist. Only the 7th level celestial emperors and gods could survive. They were still the original normal human body size. Where will our era go? In the tribe, there was a white-haired old man crawling on the ground. He had already ushered in the second spring of his life in old age. He grew rapidly and turned into a 3-4-meter giant, praying to the heavens. This second period of 9 years was the second transition of life. It was strange and mysterious. The gods who came later changed their expressions when they talked about it. They couldn't even figure out the reason, so they called it the late period of the ancient ape era. The 37th year of the Great Joy Dynasty. 10 years had passed since the drastic changes in the human body size, and it was gradually becoming stable. There were no more changes during this period of time, as if the evolution had stopped. Different from the Ashuttal people, that advanced civilization modified their genes and instilled their cultivation instincts. They reached the 3rd or 4th level in adulthood. They appeared to be more pure and natural, no longer having any traces of artificial mixing. After all, they were crazily evolving naturally. The new humans also reached the 4th level of cultivation when they reached adulthood, and they perfectly activated their magic cores. They no longer needed to go through the Ashuttal people's human selection plan. By reducing the number of newborns, they ensured that every baby could activate their magic cores. Their appetite was extremely large, and they absorbed a lot of energy. Even an 8-year-old child could lift a stone weight of 300 kilograms in the tribe. We are the perfect new humans. Someone said loudly, originally, we were the corpse race. We were born with intelligence from corpses, but now that the world is filled with the corpse race, the concept of the corpse race will also disappear. We are the new human race. But at this time, after 10 years, an even more terrifying second mutation broke out, the 38th year of the Great Joy Dynasty. The original corpse race born from corpses, although humans occupied the majority due to their numerical advantage, the sea race, dragon race, and other intelligent corpse nagas and corpse dragons were also not low in numbers. But at this time, their bodies were undergoing a terrifying mutation. Our bodies? This. They were horrified to discover that their bodies were also changing in the direction of new humans. Their scales were shrinking and falling, revealing white skin. Even their claws were changing, growing human palms and feet. Even we are being forcibly turned into new humans that are more than 3 meters tall? They were horrified. Such days passed for more than 4 years. The former dragons, nagas, and hydras had been forcefully infected and turned into humans. Even though they still had dragon horns and some scales on their bodies, they were no different from new humans. In fact, these dragon horns and scales added a sense of mystery and handsomeness to them. In this world, there are no more dragon race. Naga. Powerful demon beast races like the Hydra. There are only as Homo evolutus. They are frantically assimilating. The humans of countless tribes and clans cheered. This short period of 6 years was strange and mysterious. It was called the early period of the Homo sapiens era by the gods of later generations. The 45th year of the Great Joy Dynasty. The humans did not cheer for long. They discovered that their bodies also began to undergo a mutation. Dragon horns, sparse scales of the Naga race, and some characteristics of various demon beasts grew. At this moment, they finally understood that it wasn't them, the new humans, that had assimilated the various high-level magical beasts. Instead, the genes of the humans and the magical beasts had been completely mixed together, undergoing some sort of mysterious optimization and becoming the same species. They had the genes of demon beasts also had the genes of humans, they finally became the same species. This was the truth of the world. During this period, humans integrated all the genes of the outstanding species and carried out the elimination of the fittest in the gene chain. This was called the late period of the Homo sapiens era. The 48th year of the Great Joy Dynasty. At first, humans were happy. They were happy about evolution and becoming stronger. But after the joy, there was an unknown fear of this virus. At this moment, the fear grew stronger. The new humans lived together in groups. The dragon race, Naga, Chimera. They had the same form as humans, and it was no longer possible to distinguish their original races. Everyone looked the same, a pair of handsome dragon horns, white skin, and Naga scales. They were about 3.5 meters tall, with Hydra vertical pupils. They were handsome and mysterious new humans. In the tribes and clans, countless people were wailing. This is too terrifying. Plants, animals, life. It has assimilated everything in the world, integrating the genes of all the creatures in the world, into one species. All the life in the world has been infected, and in the future, there will only be one species left. Then, could it be that those demon beasts are also turning back into humans? Won't our hard work be in vain? Under the horrified gazes of countless people, things really happened. Following the dragon race and Naga, the demon beasts that had been implanted with the genes of fur also began to have their fur degenerate. They seemed to stand up again and become the same kind of creature as the humans. We're doomed. It is integrating the genes of all the creatures in the world and turning all the creatures in the world into one species. This was extremely horrifying. Yes, in the current world, strictly speaking, there was only one species left, the zombies. Although it was the same now, their body size was different, so they did not think of themselves as the same race. But at this moment, they were all evolving into the same species. This is too domineering. This is the grand unification virus. Even the gods were horrified. They felt very powerless. Perhaps an apocalyptic disaster had descended. Although it could not infect them, the entire world under the gods would not be spared. These gods were worried about the people in the tribes and their own race. They continued to roam the land and discovered an even more horrifying situation. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. It's not just the demon beasts. Now, even the plants that have forcibly grown magic cores are gradually integrating with us, gradually turning into humans, becoming the same kind of creature, plants, demon beasts, all turning into humans. Under the infection, this world will only be left with the same kind of humanoid creature in the future? As countless people trembled in fear, an even more unimaginable scene occurred. At this moment, the demon beasts that were being forcibly degenerated and gradually turned into humans had their fur regrown. They turned back into demon beasts again and continued to crawl leisurely on the mountains and rivers. The plants were also forcibly turning back into plants. The land was overflowing with greenery, blooming with colorful flowers. It was as if something was fighting against the grand unification virus, rejecting its unification. It actually appeared to be on par with it, under the careful observation of the humans, it seemed that there was not only one virus fighting against the Grand Unification virus, but two. They were the demon beasts virus, the plants virus, and the humans virus. It formed a terrifying tripartite state, competing with each other and infecting each other. It was only after observing this that the people completely realized something. Some gods roamed the mountains, rivers, and the land, constantly studying, and only then did they realize some of the truth of the world. Long ago, under the circumstances that we did not know, the virus had already developed a terrifying virus division. They are no longer the same virus. Now, there are three viruses competing with each other. The first virus, the human infection virus, should have appeared first, erupting on the bodies of the Ashital people. Later, as it continued to evolve, a branch mutation appeared. This is the second virus, which specifically infects plants, forcing them to grow magic cores. It can be called a plant virus. At first, they thought that the zombie virus that infected the plants and turned them into magic cores was the same virus that infected them. Now, they realized that this was not the case. It was a mutation that had already separated from its original body, and only infected plants. The third demon beast virus should be the dominant gene virus that we made and implanted in the demon beasts. This virus has actually already fused with the human infection virus, resulting in a new mutation. The third virus was indirectly produced because of us. The people continued to analyze, feeling that this was very terrifying, but also very fortunate, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. After all, the Grand Unification virus was too terrifying, if not for the other two demon beast viruses and plant viruses refusing to be assimilated by it and joining forces to resist the strongest and most widespread Grand Unification virus, the world would probably be finished. At this point, the virus evolution was suppressed, and it entered a period of complete stability. The three mysterious viruses of the human, beast, and plant forms were called by the people of the entire land, the three primordial gods. They controlled the origin of life and the shackles of evolution. They were formless and incomparably mysterious, and it was unknown if they even had their own intelligence. According to historical records, the ancient humans of this era erupted with a terrifying anomaly. In the long history of evolution, there was a period of time where evolution seemed to happen in an instant. This was a gap in the history of human evolution. No one knew that the 1-meter-tall ape-like monkey Homo sapiens had transformed into a 3-meter-tall Homo sapiens in just a short 40 years. Some said that the ancient human ancestors had encountered some unknown virus. Some said that the theory of species evolution was not slow, but instantaneous. The ape's evolution into Homo sapiens was completed in a very short period of time. But the specific truth had yet to be investigated. And because of this, the civilization of the Ashital people was buried even deeper in the dust of history. In later generations, the average height of the previous Ashital people was 1.75 meters, and they were called the prehistoric dwarfs of the pre-Archean period. They did not believe that such a short, thin, and ugly ancient ape could have once produced such a terrifying super-ancient civilization. Just like modern humans on Earth, they would not believe that a skinny monkey that was only 0.5 meters could develop an advanced civilization. Time was always cruel, burying the glory of time. The once hot-blooded, passionate, and brave Ashital people were completely forgotten by later generations. 50 years of the Great Joy Dynasty. Just as humans had just adapted to the terrifying three major viruses and were still in shock, a terrifying low roar resounded through the entire Blue Cloud Mountain. The 50th anniversary of the founding of the nation, I am back again. Thank the world for helping me raise women. In this world, both men and women are more than 3 meters tall. My height actually only reaches a woman's waist. Novel. Truly novel. In the future, the world will be my son. After 36 years, the Great Joy Emperor had returned, and the world was shocked. Spore Evolution Forum. Ding, a screenshot was sent. It was the Great Joy Emperor appearing out of nowhere. The situation was tense. All the players were dumbfounded. F***ck, he's still so arrogant? There are already 7 or 8 gods in this land now. If it were me, I would definitely sneak attack and kill 1 or 2 ordinary gods, waiting for them to react before making a move. This way, the possibility of ruling the world is higher. Everyone was also discussing it. According to common sense, this was the best choice. Who knew that this guy would be so arrogant, exposing his identity as soon as he appeared? No one sneak attacked, so that people would be prepared in advance. Old Wang doesn't brag, TSK. I'm the green hat god. I only care about happiness. I'll do whatever I want. I'll do whatever I want. The three of you sneak attacked me. Do you think I'll sneak attack you? I don't do such a despicable thing. If I were him, I would only use another method. This is the true nature of a man. I'll go to your house first to find your wife and make you a green hat. I'll happily wait for you at your house. Pooh, everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. This method of sneak attack? Everyone was instantly shocked. This netizen looked so familiar and experienced. He seemed to be someone with a story. They had to be wary of him. Screenshots. Screenshots. Screenshots were sent out one after another. Scaring you out of 3,000. Hello everyone, the situation has erupted. The Great Joy Emperor did not appear in the Green Cloud mountain range without a target. The god of the Green Cloud family was one of the three who had sneak attacked the Great Joy Emperor back then. When heavenly god Xianxia rushed home, he discovered that he had been cuckolded. The Great Joy Emperor was hugging his wife and waiting for him at home with a smile on his face. The two of them instantly fought fiercely. Heavenly god Xianxia escaped with serious injuries. After all, although he was a middle-level god, it was difficult for the Great Joy Emperor to kill him head-on. You all know the awakened form of the corpse race. They unlock their gene lock, burn their cells, and turn into zombies. As long as they are determined, they won't die. He still escaped. Everyone fell silent. That person was simply a prophecy emperor. It was normal for Xianxia god to be able to escape. If it was an ordinary god's cultivation system, the gap of a small realm was indeed too big. If it wasn't for Dao Changxing and Medusa, who were fighting monsters who could defeat the strong as the weak, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape. But they were different. This zombie system could unlock the gene chain in their cells and self-immolate. They had the Sky Demon disintegration technique and could directly escape. A god's power was terrifying and vast, and it was very difficult to stop them. But after hearing this news, some male netizens felt a chill down their spine, as if they had drunk Sprite in winter. Why? Because as a mid-level god, it was indeed difficult to kill the Great Joy Emperor head-on. But if he launched a sneak attack, a low-level god might be killed before he could react. He clearly had the ability to kill you with a sneak attack, but he refused. Instead, he cuckolded you first, waited for you at your house with a smile, drank the strongest alcohol, hugged the most beautiful woman, and waited to fight the strongest enemy. Although, the woman he was hugging was your wife. He was hugging your wife. Everyone suddenly vomited blood. What a talent, but who could bear this? No one could bear this. Old Wang didn't brag, and he seemed to understand psychology in this area. Maybe the Great Joy Emperor thought that if he killed you first, he wouldn't be able to cuckold you. 2333. Everyone came to a sudden realization. They were even more convinced that this person was indeed knowledgeable. Someone else said, a Great Joy Emperor floated out of the river with a hat stand behind him. He smiled and said, young god, is this the big green hat you threw? And a little green hat? A few drama queens came out, and the whole forum was silent for a few seconds. They were still seriously discussing this guy. A girl said, by the way, I have goosebumps all over my body. Great Joy Emperor, this person is too scary, he must die. Cute angry face. JPG, a man gritted his teeth. We must kill him. Dripping blood. JPG, yes. Although the Great Joy Emperor was the tyrant who killed the least people in history, and he didn't kill many people, not even a woman, he was terrifying. Even the ancestors of Daluo Heaven who slaughtered all living beings and treated human life as grass were not so hateful. Kill him. Let him have a taste of our masculinity. Some male netizens were completely enraged. Let him have a taste of our female. The power of our mother. Mommy, hit me again. JPG, the female netizens expressed that they were very angry, but recently, female boxing was often ridiculed by some bad netizens, and they also hated this term. Obviously, the whole internet was in an uproar at this time. Even they, who were originally preparing to fight for new spots this weekend, could not help but come over to express their opinions. Not only were the men angry, but the girls were also gritting their teeth in anger. He was simply the public enemy of mankind. It immediately aroused public anger. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill down his spine for the people inside. What does it feel like to have everyone green? It was hard to imagine. At this time, times were changing. Many players had a deep passion for this game. Although they did not know the inside information, everything that they were doing could be considered as second virtual life. The second social media platform. A long time ago, there were people who said that the virtual reality helmet game would turn the Earth into a global village and change the structure of the entire world. Humans would enter the virtual reality online game and start a second life. At first, they thought that they would have to wait for their sons or grandsons, but they didn't expect it to happen to them. For many people, this was the best time. It had already arrived in the virtual game world, and it was incomparably real. Most netizens were still discussing how to deal with this boss. Although they did not know what would happen if they found out that it was the real world, that was a matter for the future. Of course, there was never a unanimous opinion on a matter on the internet. There were 1,000 hamlets, but some people expressed their opinions very seriously. They felt that these people were too impulsive and there was no need to be so agitated. It was the Great Joy Emperor's matter, and it was good to be calm. I personally think it's nothing. As long as life is passable, even if it's a little green. I worked so hard to become a god, and I didn't ambush and kill myself. Being able to survive is simply the greatest happiness in life. The life of a god, and having a little bit of a cheat on my head, is that what anyone would choose? I personally think that the Great Joy Emperor is, in a sense, a good person. Good person card. JPG, male netizen? Female netizen? Old Wong doesn't brag? Even Old Wong was stunned. I'm definitely going to be friends with him. He could not help but secretly send a private message and request to be his friend. But when everyone thought about it according to his train of thought, there seemed to be some philosophical reasoning in life. After all, a god had gone through many trials and tribulations to reach the peak of the entire world. At that moment, power, beauties, and wealth were all easily obtainable. He even had a long lifespan of 8,000 years, but he had only lived for slightly more than 100 years. However, after thinking about it, they felt that something was not right. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was not right. Damn. Is there a cuckold here trying to lead us astray so that we can bear the beating of a cuckold society? It was obvious that this was a person with a story. Xianxia looked at the group of excited netizens. Although he had once been one of them, he was still somewhat speechless. The internet is really a magical place. It has blown up so many old Wongs next door, and then it has blown up so many disabled but determined cuckolds. He continued speaking. The Great Joy Emperor severely injured Celestial God Yunqing, but he could not catch up to him. Thus, he took Celestial God Yunqing's wife and directly raided the next god tribe. Then, he waited for him at the home of another god who had sneaked up on him. When that god returned home and realized that he had been cuckolded, he gritted his teeth in anger. After a fierce battle, that god also escaped. The Great Joy Emperor brought the wives of 2 gods to the next stop, which was the concubine of that god from back then. However, he had raided the homes of the first 2 people. Many gods realized that this god had already gone back to wait for him. The Great Joy Emperor did not make a move on her. Then, he looked at a young man beside him and instantly beamed with joy. My son has the aptitude to become a great emperor. Raise him well and then leave. Everyone listened silently, their minds in a trance. The whole world is my son has the aptitude to become a great emperor. Then, wouldn't all the gods born in the future be his sons? The Great Joy Emperor was simply an ambitious hero with dreams and ambitions. Instantly, everyone felt a little numb in their hearts. Xianxia continued, now, the situation is already very tense. There are a total of 7 gods, but they may not be able to defeat the Great Joy Emperor and kill him. Because 2 of them are already mostly crippled and can no longer be considered to have combat power. Although Du Shui has also just become a god and her instantaneous explosive power is indeed exaggerated, she has not yet exposed her identity, and there is a high chance of success in a sneak attack, but we still have to plan. After all, the pressure on Du Shui and me is too great. After all, if we fail, Du Shui will not die because the great Joy Emperor does not kill women, but I'm afraid, everyone's heart trembled, as long as they could get by, even if they were a little cuckolded, big brother, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, you must hold on, but naturally, they would not say that. They could not help but change the topic to comfort him. Someone said, please take a picture of her sword, let us appreciate the heroism of sister-in-law. Open your skull. Let me see how beautiful you are. Get lost. Xia Niming replied directly. He continued, I have just barely broken through to the 7th stage of the Heavenly Emperor, and I can only be a bystander. That is a battle between gods, and I can only secretly expand the umbrella of protection. If anyone has any suggestions or ideas, you can bring them up to me. After all, the big shots of the various worlds have more experience than me. Meng Mei and the others also expressed that they would continue to pay attention. In reality, this world was indeed too high-end. In other worlds, the 7th stage of the Heavenly Emperor was already at this level, and was considered the top. But in this world, they could not interfere at all. Of course, there was also some envy and jealousy. After all, he had worked so hard to climb to the position of the Heavenly Emperor, and it was relatively easier for him. After all, it was a great world, and there were too many opportunities and energy to increase one's realm. Even becoming a god was extremely easy. At this time, the netizens were still busy with the new version registration, as well as looking at the replies of Scaring You to Death 3000. There was a lot of discussion about the ancient lava land, and there was no end to it. Suji had also just completed the mechanical armor, put down the work at hand, and looked at this scene. The war has already started, there will definitely be gods falling, and there will be a lot of feedback of a major extinction. The fall of a god was equivalent to the energy of a major extinction. Of course, Suji did not intend to interfere with them, but his eyes flashed with a curious light. New humans, the evolution of the zombies has stabilized. I have to go and check their bodies again. This world really gives people unprecedented surprises, and they are continuous. With a thought, he had already entered the ancient lava land. The gods of this world, like the previous sorcerer's world, used a small space to accumulate energy to become a god, and then walked in the human world with a mortal body. When necessary, they would personally descend to the mortal world and fight. But in this way, they can't stay in the mortal world for long. Suji turned his head and vaguely felt that the space in the distance was torn, and the terrible air waves were shaking. That was the direction where the great Joy Emperor and the gods were fighting. Rumble. That confrontation was just the eve. They were testing each other for the real battle that was coming. The mortal bodies they controlled were fighting. The realm of each of them was the celestial emperor. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. From time to time, the space was torn, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Occasionally, a god's arm would reach out and attack the other side, but not in person. They were testing each other because the first to descend to the mortal world and completely expose their true body was bound to be at a disadvantage, and other gods would take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Just like the previous battle between Medusa and Ermin, both of them were hiding in the void. Whoever descended to the mortal world first would be at a disadvantage when their true body completely entered the mortal world. This seemed to have become a rule among gods, and no one dared to be the first to descend to the mortal world. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the earth was shaking. The wind was whistling, violently impacting the entire forest and towns. The terrible shock waves were like rings of trees, visible to the naked eye in the sky. Oh, we have to win. The whole land was in chaos. In the tribes and towns, there were constant cries, and tall humans were constantly begging and looking at the sky. The great Joy Emperor had returned. He was about to rule the whole land again, build 12 cities, and collect the women of the world. At this moment, the last hope of mankind, the gods rose up to resist, and this battle would determine the future of mankind. Don't worry. We have the advantage. On the ground, the entire tribe was incomparably terrified. A celestial emperor was standing in front of the thatched cottage with his tribesmen. His face was solemn. Emperor Greatjoy's mortal body is strong, but he's just a celestial emperor after all. He won't be able to withstand the siege of several celestial emperors around him. He'll definitely be the first to descend. Once he descends, he'll face the 5 gods who are already prepared to attack. They'll directly attack his divine body together. Even if he's a mid-god, it'll be very difficult for him to bear. Yes. We have a chance of winning. Countless men and women hugged each other and looked at the sky worriedly. According to common sense, although Emperor Greatjoy was strong, the gods besieging him were also incomparably strong, and the probability of winning was not low. However, they were too afraid. Once they were defeated, the mental pressure they would feel would be too great. Living in a small space seems to be the most common method to break through to the 8th rank. Suji was walking in a forest. Occasionally, he would turn around and look at the sky. He was surrounded by flowers and lush greenery. It was like a fairyland. He was wearing a wizard's robe, and he looked like a traveler on a long journey. The fate of the world solidified at this moment. All living beings on the ground held their breaths, but he turned a blind eye. As for the other methods of becoming a god, they are just extensions of this aspect. For example, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art is also an inner space. Even the Eternal Reaper is also in the space of a demon core. The difference between the density of a world space and that of an 8th-tier god is still too great. A world with a low density can't withstand such an existence. He calmly turned his head and observed his surroundings. Even the plants, vines, and wildflowers were generally at the 3rd to 4th rank. Although most of them did not have spiritual intelligence, they were still an extremely terrifying threat to ordinary 3rd and 4th rank humans, and even a desperate situation, humans were no longer at the top of the food chain, or even the weakest creatures. When a world, even plants, animals, and humans have reached the terrifying level of 3rd and 4th rank, Suji took a deep breath. This is a real high-level extraordinary world. Moreover, because these creatures are generally powerful, the difference in density of this land is now not so great. It is not considered barren, which means that on this land, gods can stay in the mortal world for a longer time than other worlds. Perhaps in another 1,000 years, this land will be completely dense, and perhaps even gods will be able to live in the mortal world. This will become a real high-level extraordinary world. No, the sorcerer world, accompanied by the strange existence that constantly permeates the air, the establishment of the Earth's dragon vein has already become as dense as the lava world here. No, it is countless times denser. However, the method of densification is different. It is not scattered in the air, but centralized management. It is mainly concentrated in the mortal world's endless Earth's dragon vein, the immortal world's heavenly Tao's longevity, blue sky and red sun, the demon world's demon god Medusa's true body. Take Medusa for example, 110,000 rank 6 and 10,000 celestial emperors, just standing there is already terrifying. The density of the aura is even more terrifying than here. You might think that the 3 realms had been surpassed, but it was not. Just the foundation of Medusa alone was enough to beat the entire lava world's powerhouses at the bottom. This was a real high-level world, free from barrenness. If those ordinary transmigrators in web novels were to come to such a terrifying world with extraordinary powers, before they could rise, even a Class 3 or Class 4 plant that could be found everywhere could beat them to death. This was normal. This was the true gap between the higher transcendent realms. The 3 realms sandbox, the ancient lava sandbox. The energy in these 2 worlds is rapidly densifying. This is the beginning of a qualitative change. The birth of gods is also easier, and in the future, gods can even live in the mortal world for a long time. Such an extraordinary world is finally formed, or else it was like playing house in the past. Perhaps the conditions for the birth of a rank 9 existence have already been met. He kept thinking, looking at the battle energy transmitted from the sky. Moreover, because the structure of the world has improved, the disturbances caused by the battles of these gods are not as terrifying as before. Not only is the lava world 100 times larger, giving them more space to squander, but also because the general level of this world has increased. It was no longer as simple as before for them to destroy a mountain. This was because the entire mountain was filled with rank 3 and 4 plants rooted in the ground. Moreover, there seemed to be a kind of aura between the plants, gathering into a mountain range and mountain power that worked together to resist. They also had survival instincts, forming a spiritual aura that could withstand the aftermath of the battle. As for the gods, they would not deliberately waste energy to destroy a passing mountain in the midst of battle. At their level, descending into the mortal world, they had to restrain their energy, not overflow during battle, and try their best not to release the aftermath. Their battle, although terrifying, is no longer able to shake the surrounding plants and living beings to death. The battle between gods is like a battle between two celestial emperors, only destroying a few stretches of mountain range at the core. Is this the world's dimensional ascension? Suji silently weighed. After all, this was a world sandbox that he had created, and this information was very precious to him. After the death of the Ashutl people, there was too much energy, and the world even began to be filled with spiritual energy. The rank 3 and 4 plants on a mountain gathered together to form a spiritual mountain, a treasured land rich in spiritual energy. One could occupy a land and establish a sect. And some of the spiritual stones on the mountain might even be infected and obtain a fortuitous encounter, gaining spiritual intelligence, turning into demons, and embarking on the path of cultivation. He could already see a bright future in this vast and endless land that was 100 times larger than the desolate world. Sure enough, the restrictions on the surface of the earth were too great. The world sandbox in the earth's core could do whatever it wanted and build a very large world extraordinary sandbox, and no one would care about it. He came here not to observe the battle between the great Joy Emperor and the gods. The alternation of eras and iterations were naturally produced, and even in the future battles of the gods, the fall of gods, the birth of gods, and the confrontation would last for a very long time in each era. The gods would become his true sustainable energy source. They were as common as celestial emperors, born and fell. At this time, the creatures of this era wanted to overthrow the great Joy Emperor, but it was just a small wave in the long river. And this time, he came to observe the future of this long river of history, and to plan the future of this extraordinary world. Powerhouses, celestial emperors, gods, dynasties, they were all things that he could sleep about. It has been developing for more than 2 months, more than 6,000 years. It is time to start deducing and guiding the birth of rank 9 gods. He organized his thoughts, and to investigate that mysterious virus. What was rank 9? He had asked the subbrain of wisdom, but it gave him a very vague description. In its concept, rank 8 was an invincible creature on a planet, able to cross the void universe, and rank 9 could destroy a planet, a terrifying existence that could destroy stars. After all, ruling an invincible planet and being able to destroy a planet were two completely different concepts. The difference between rank 8 and rank 9 was like the difference between a rank 7 celestial emperor and a rank 8 god. If rank 8 is just the basic threshold, the beginning of stepping into the world of the true strong, allowing you to break away from the shackles of the planet's atmosphere and travel in the vacuum, then rank 9 is the beginning of the true strong. He was already a rank 7 celestial emperor, and deducing the rank 9 realm was imperative. I have to find a creature of this era and study its body. Suji thought about it. A 3-meter-tall giant did indeed need to be studied. He slowly walked out of the forest and looked at a town in the distance. Piled up with stone walls and woven clothes made of animal skin, it had the grandeur of an ancient tribe. Obviously, they had just started, and humans were still at a disadvantage. Many of the towns, in order to resist the terrifying rank 3 and rank 4 trees, flowers, and various demonic beasts in the ancient forest outside, it was very difficult. You have to win. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the gods were fighting. The whole town was depressed, and many people were terrified and praying. It feels a bit like an ancient desolate tribe of humans. Suji said faintly, leaving the forest with small steps, and walked into the town, planning to use this period of time to start his research. An ancient desolate tribe of humans, is it the ancient era of the ancient gods? A low and hoarse voice came from the mysterious forest behind him, speaking the ancient Ashutl language. A green shadow that had merged with nature slowly walked out from the depths of the forest. Tree spirit? Suji turned his head to look. What should I call you? Xinglin. It was a slender tree girl with hair made of colorful flowers and willow twigs. She wore a gray dress weaved with vines, and she wore straw sandals. Her clothes were simple and primitive, and her legs were round and slender, but her skin was dark green, giving her a strange sense of beauty. This was the body of a god walking in the mortal world. Suji clearly knew that her real body was hidden in a different space, and she did not seem to be an ordinary god. This was a middle god, a god of the same realm as the Great Joy Emperor. Suji had long sensed that the structure of this world was not like what the netizens outside knew. Even if they thought deeply, they still looked down on this world too much. In other words, the balloon fish realm was low, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not reach the most profound vision. His vision was only on the human race, and he could not consider the structure of the whole world. They thought that with 7 or 8 gods ready to besiege the Great Joy Emperor, and with Du Shui, who could assassinate him secretly, the outcome was uncertain, but in fact, he had only counted the gods of the human race, but what about the beast race and the plant race? There were as many as 12 to 13 gods hiding in the dark and secretly becoming gods. There were a total of more than 20 gods, and there were also middle gods. In addition to corpse-sort immortal Du Shui, with her terrifying heaven-defying battle prowess that combined several world techniques, it seemed like she could definitely kill the Great Joy Emperor, but was it really that simple? This world was mysterious and unknown, and the appearance of the virus made this world too huge and complicated. How did you know I was here? Suji asked curiously. It's fate. I sensed that fate had led me here. She squatted down slightly and bowed. She was elegant and graceful, like a plant, and had a static beauty. But when she saw this existence, she could not help but feel nervous. The sacred cherry blossom Great Emperor was a terrifying 8th stage god, yet he had fallen so easily without any shockwaves from the battle. This ancient god who had transcended 2 eras was most likely a 9th stage existence. She had come here, not someone else or a man. It should be fate that felt that her personality would gain the favor of this super ancient god. You're here to witness a new era, aren't you? Xinglin smiled and looked at the city in the distance. A great battle is about to begin. The entire human race is praying, and the atmosphere is filled with anxiety. The final battle is about to arrive, and it will affect the future evolution of all living beings in this world. Suji looked at her. The future evolution? What do you think? Xinglin's daughter smiled faintly. Suji did not reply. This was the internal strife of the human race gods, the stealthy arrival of the plant race gods, and even the hidden beast race gods. This itself meant many things. Xinglin's daughter was respectful and sighed bitterly. Perhaps even with us, it will be very difficult to defeat the Great Joy Emperor. Because he is the strongest, he is invincible, and he possesses the most terrifying ultimate power in the world. The strongest power in the world, Suji was curious, but he smiled and said, in the world, what is the strongest ultimate power? Xinglin's daughter whispered, you said that the strongest power in the world is an invincible cultivation talent that can be learned in one go? Diqi flashed in Suji's mind. Undoubtedly, his terror could be said to be the strongest. Not really. He was born holy, and his cultivation talent is erudite and knowledgeable. Although he is terrifying, he still cannot be called the strongest. Xinglin's daughter said to herself, then, is it an innate powerful bloodline? Phoenix flashed in Suji's mind. Undoubtedly, its rebirth from the fire was the most invincible talent among all the current genetic talents. Not really. A powerful bloodline is just an extremely high starting point. It has an advantage that surpasses everyone, but it is still not the strongest. Xinglin's daughter said again, then, is it an extraordinary tenacity and determination? Medusa flashed in Suji's mind. Her aptitude was not considered outstanding, but she could reach this day with tenacity. Still not. Ordinary people go through hardships and climb to the peak. Although it is rare and commendable, they are still lacking something. Xinglin's daughter looked at the sky, at the terrifying battle, and her face was filled with fear. The few gods up there, to be able to take this step among hundreds of millions of living beings, they are undoubtedly the strongest in this era. Among them, some have the talent to learn in one go, some have a powerful bloodline, some have tenacity and will, and they are all characters that look down on this era. However, they are still far from being comparable to the Great Joy Emperor. What she said was indeed the truth. Xinglin's daughter said in a hoarse voice, because he grasps a truly invincible ultimate power. The name of this power is fate. Ah. Xinglin's daughter found it hard to suppress the fear in her heart. In an era, there were too many people who could rise. In life, there were too many uncontrollable factors. An individual's hard work might only account for 40%. It was not that one's talent was good, strength was strong, background was frightening, wisdom was outstanding, and sinister and cunning that one could stand at the top. These kinds of people were like the fish in the river, countless. What made you think that other than you, other people did not work hard, others had poor talent, and you would definitely rise? Life itself was full of accidents, all kinds of uncertain factors, enemies, hatred, fortuitous encounters. These kinds of accidents might account for 60% of one's entire path to become a strong person. Such accidents that affect success or failure could be called fate. Those who were more talented than oneself, smarter than oneself, and more hardworking than oneself, would definitely be more successful than oneself. In the entire history, there were often many who were the strongest who reached the top, but they were definitely the luckiest. Do your best and leave it to fate. This was how it was. Fate was the strongest talent in the world. And the person who controlled fate itself, the person who was favored by fate, the person who was pushed to the top by the waves of the era, his luck was like a torrent, unstoppable. Even being born with outstanding talent, invincible bloodline, amazing wisdom. These in themselves are a part of fate. Xinglin's daughter sighed. So, he is invincible. Anyone who stops him will meet with misfortune, and anyone who goes against him will face misfortune. That's because he's driven by fate. His personality has been chosen by fate, just like how you chose Carolyn back then. Behind him stands a great existence on the same level as you, known as despair and grand unification. It's omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent, the ultimate existence among humans. Xinglin's daughter knelt down slightly, extremely pious. In the world, no living creature can stop him, except you, the great ancient taboo existence of the same realm as him. The fate behind me is unwilling to die. It drove me to find you, please defeat it, and save the future of this era. Suji was speechless. He looked at the mid-level god who knelt on the ground. I came to watch the battle in the dark, and then, I planned to study the new human body. You want me to be the savior of the world and fight against the one behind Emperor Greatjoy. I have just advanced to the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor. Suji fell silent on the spot. He had come to study this new virus and the structure of the new humans, but he did not expect to be found at his doorstep. The surrounding plants might be the eyes and ears of the plant race. After all, they were all computers with magic cores, so information transmission was very normal. He had come here this time to investigate the evolution of the virus. He had not started the investigation yet, but listening to this person's words, the human grand unification virus of the 3 major viruses, although not at the 9th stage, was probably infinitely close to it. Fate? Suji could not help but be curious. He directly sat on a large rock and invited her to sit. Can you tell me about the 3 of them? Xinglin's daughter was startled. She carefully sat beside the large rock, and only dared to sit at a corner of the rock. This terrifying existence was asking her to do as she pleased. She did not dare to be presumptuous. In the beginning, I did not realize the existence of it at all. Since I was 8 years old, there was a voice in my mind guiding me. I tried to talk to it, but it seemed to have no intelligence at all. Under its guidance, I had endless fortuitous encounters, as if I was the favored child of the heavens. Countless miracles occurred, and I met with the help of countless noble people. Do you know how long it took me to get to where I am today? Suji looked at her. I only spent 47 years. She revealed a shocking number, and sighed. When a race is faced with a disaster, this race's fate will guide a hero to save the race at all costs, to struggle and resist. She looked at the human town in the distance, and suddenly felt a little lost. When I became completely strong, I realized what the voice in my mind was. It is the root of our plant race, the mother of our lives, constantly helping us to achieve our species' evolution, making us stronger, and living together with us. It is formless, and it is not a dead thing. It just has the instincts of a wild beast, expanding the race's territory in the dark, ensuring the continuation of our race, allowing us to continuously become stronger and flourish. After all, we are it. Suji silently digested. He came here to explore the evolutionary roots of the 3 viruses, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. The mother of the origin of the 3 major races, the pillar gods of creation, and the primordial beginning were all very abstract concepts. But it could be explained in another way. It was equivalent to the 3 viruses each owning 100 computers. The computers were their own territory, helping them calculate and constantly evolving their own virus versions. Between these 3 viruses, they wanted to snatch the number of computers owned by the other party. After all, the more computers one had, the stronger its computing power would be, and the faster its virus would mutate. Therefore, they instinctively started a war. When they snatched all the computers of the other party, not only would their computing power become stronger, but their opponents would also become extinct. This was what the humanoid grand unification virus had done before. It had wanted to infect the plant race and the beast race, forcefully turning them into a humanoid virus and turning them into its own computers. However, it had been swiftly resisted. So this is the truth at that time. Suji immediately reacted. He glanced at the forest in the distance. That confrontation was soundless. However, it was clear that the grand unification virus had a huge advantage due to the overwhelming number of humans. After all, it was the original source of the virus, possessing the computer cluster of the Ashutl people. The remaining 2 viruses could only barely work together to resist it. Xinglin's daughter sighed. It was only at that moment that I clearly understood that the existence of the 3 pillar gods is equivalent to the fate of their race. They have no intelligence, and are like beasts that instinctively help their race rise, expand their territory, and help their race evolve. At the same time, they would subtly choose the protagonist of their own era to help their own race develop into the future. Suji was stunned. And so, the humanoid pillar god chose the Great Joy Emperor. The plant pillar god chose the Xinglin's daughter. Still, why would they choose such a person from the vast sea of people? How could they be sure that this person's aptitude, talent, and ability would most likely help their race rise? This is fate. Xinglin's daughter said, "Take me for example, I am not the most talented, the smartest, or the most talented in my race. There are people who are stronger than me in every aspect, more terrifying than me. My overall aptitude can only be above average. But, our pillar god chose me. That's because the pillar god can see my future. It can see a corner of my future. Choosing a mediocre person like me is the best way to help our race rise. It's not that the strongest is the best, only the most suitable is the best." And just as it hoped, the most suitable person, the most suitable fate, had incredible future achievements, and under all kinds of miracles, successfully became an incredible mid-level god in his 40s. Suji was stunned. Just as she had just said, those who were able to obtain great accomplishments and walk to the peak of their generation often weren't the ones with the best innate talent. Instead, they had to consider their luck. But, how could a pillar god be able to determine that a seemingly ordinary clansman was a pillar god? Suji's expression froze. Is it calculation? Yes. Xinglin's daughter nodded, her expression darkening. Suji instantly understood. Every living being in this world was a computer. If the multi-core calculation power of the brain of all living beings was integrated, using the behavior, logic and personality of these computers to carry out a virtual overall social calculation, it was very possible to calculate their future, what they would do in the next second, and tomorrow's choice. Then, in the countless branches of future possibilities, countless world lines, and parallel worlds, to find the most beneficial future for the expansion of one's own race. This was also the chosen one, the protagonist of this era, to guide fate and world lines to the direction one wanted. Great foresight technique, foresight? Suji could not help but clap his hands and laugh. He was amazed at the unimaginable. It was simply too terrifying. As expected of the high-level extraordinary world that he had been looking forward to. This kind of earth-shattering power was really shocking. However, the pillar god can only predict the future trend of his own race. It can't predict the future trend of other races, right? Because it can only see the brain of the race that it manages. Yes. Xinglin's daughter sighed. It can see the general trend of the race. What was this? This high-level extraordinary world had already begun to have those powerful beings who could foresee the future and predict the fate of a race, but thinking about it, the comprehensive calculation of a level 4 extraordinary computer with 100 million cores on average was indeed impressive, after all, everyone in this world had a magic core, and everything was within the scope of calculation. There were no variables except for a certain fish that had transcended the predetermined fate, world line, and timeline. Moreover, in the magma underground, there were no external disturbances such as storms or natural disasters. In this extremely peaceful and still world environment, only the magic core life forms were active, and it was indeed possible to roughly predict the future. Hearing this, Suji already understood. Viruses were ultimately viruses. Because the three of them were too large, they had rooted themselves in the brains of all living beings. They still did not develop intelligence, just like how the more powerful and earth-shattering a demon, the harder it was to develop intelligence. Even if this demon was a computer virus. At this time, the three pillar gods still did not develop intelligence or emotions. They were still the program of a supercomputer, mechanically and instinctively expanding their race. Xinglin's daughter said bitterly, "Through the revelation of the pillar gods, I have already seen the future of our race." As soon as she reached out, the surrounding scene changed. Suji seemed to have seen the future, a corner of fate. He held his breath and saw a terrifying mirror image. In the future, the great Joy Emperor won and defeated all the opponents of the gods in this war. Even if all the gods of the orcs and plants were mobilized, they could not resist. The great Joy Emperor rebuilt the 12 cities again and launched a war against the orcs and plants, taking all the women of their race into his harem. In terms of simple virus infection, the plant-type and beast-type pillar gods could still resist, but the great Joy Emperor, through actual contact, reproducing, and carrying out the great unification of the species, could not resist at all. He saw furry magical beasts and emerald green plants, all of which were rapidly transforming into human forms, growing sauls, palms, running on the earth. And as the plant-type and beast-type pillar gods reduced the number of computers they controlled, their computing power was greatly reduced, and they could no longer resist the invasion of the humanoid pillar gods. Their source code was directly broken through, and then they perished, realizing the great unification of the species, and the world was filled with humans. And the humanoid pillar god, who had obtained terrifying computing power and unified the world, swallowed the other two pillar gods and completely broke through to the 9th level. From the beast-type instinct of expansion and invasion, it completely developed intelligence and ruled this world. Was this the future? In the future, the 9th level creatures were about to be born. Suji saw a real scene of the future and felt very surprised. This world was too interesting, Xinglin's daughter said. The great Joy Emperor was originally the protagonist of the era chosen by the pillar gods in the vast sea of people. He was not the most talented, not the smartest, but he had the highest probability of success in the future predicted by the pillar gods, and he was the successful person with the greatest harvest. Suji was stunned. To be able to choose such a ruthless person in the vast sea of people, it was also amazing. Perhaps the development of this era to such a terrifying situation seemed very sudden, but on second thought, this was also reasonable, even inevitable. This was because the zombie biochemical infection virus, compared to the Ashutl people, had a higher degree of unification of the brains of all people. The virus unified the brain, and it would inevitably develop, using terrifying computing power to predict future trends, to compare whose computing power was higher, to deduce the future, to plot against each other. This was the inevitability of the development of computers. Perhaps this was the true chessboard of heaven and earth, with the heaven and earth as the board, with all living beings as the pieces, attacking and killing each other, like a chess game, calculating the next step the other party would take in the future. "Why do you always look so sad?" Suji suddenly asked. "Because I have already realized that my future is predestined." Xinglin's daughter sighed. "I like flowers very much. Previously, when I was at a fork in the road, one side was flowers, the other was weeds. Normally, I would definitely choose the path of flowers, but at that time, I had a sudden inspiration, thinking about my future. With my personality, I would definitely walk the path of flowers, so I chose the path of weeds, to experience the novelty of life. But do you know what happened next?" Suji indifferently said, "In the future calculated by the pillar gods, you should have walked the path of weeds, because it had already calculated that when you are at the fork in the road, you would suddenly have such a strange thought. It thought of you, it was calculating you." Xinglin's daughter's eyes darkened, as expected of an ancient god. She continued, "Many times, I suddenly thought, will I do this in the next second? And if I do this, is it predestined, then I will choose the other side? But I will also think, perhaps fate has determined this moment, I will inevitably think in the opposite direction? Suji was stunned for a moment. Fate, it is indeed a surprising power. She was right. Perhaps grasping fate was the same as grasping the ultimate power. The three-pillar gods are indeed frightening, Suji said. The future is not predestined, you are still you, it is just that it has been predicted. Xinglin's daughter was silent for a moment. She knew this was the truth, but she still couldn't let go of the knot in her heart. She continued, indeed, this is not absolute, outside of the calculation, there will be variables. According to the calculated future, the great Joy Emperor will not be attacked, he will rule the 12 cities, marry all the women in the world, eliminate all the inferior genes of the old human males, and directly give birth to a new human 3 meters tall human in advance. And after the great Joy Emperor unifies the human countries, he will rule the entire beast race and plant race, also unify them, bring them into his harem, and produce descendants in human form. Suji's face darkened. This humanoid pillar god, this calculation, this is indeed the best way to do it, to push the future to the fastest and most time-saving world line, but it is so special. Xinglin's daughter took a deep breath. However, the pillar god calculated wrongly. He didn't expect that soon after the great Joy Emperor ascended to the throne and established the 12 cities, he would be attacked by 3 gods who had just become gods. Originally in the calculated future, the great Joy Emperor must have destroyed the other space-making technology. No one can become a god, but in the end, someone still became a god. Xinglin's daughter looked at the ancient god. This is a variable outside of the calculation. Suji was helpless. At that time, it was indeed him who secretly spread the space-making technology. After all, it was impossible to monopolize it. He didn't think so much. He didn't know that the future of the entire race was predicted. He was indeed a huge variable outside of the calculation. Suji said, this is probably called the 50 heavenly ways, 49 heavenly ways, and man escapes one. Man escapes one. Xinglin's daughter was shocked, her heart slightly trembling, and her eyes widened. Escape the shackles of the heavenly ways? Suji didn't pay attention to her surprise, but touched his chin. Therefore, luck was not on his side. Once a large number of celestial emperors became gods, there was a huge variable in an instant. The great Joy Emperor escaped with serious injuries. After that, the pillar god could only forcibly evolve itself, and then a new 3-meter human appeared, and it forcibly attacked the 2 races. Although it was very strong, it still failed and was resisted. All the logic was connected. Indeed, after the great Joy Emperor escaped, there was a terrifying change. Suji was very surprised. Future deduction, great prophecy, this high transcendent world was really getting more and more interesting. Perhaps, although the magic core system was powerful, but the drawbacks had also begun to show, it was limited by the framework. Only creatures without the magic core could jump out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, become the only variable in the world, and not be calculated by the heavenly ways. According to the future image transmitted by the pillar god, we will die without a doubt. This is also the calculation of the humanoid pillar god. Everything has been calculated, the future world line has already been guided to the great unification era. Xinglin's daughter begged, and in the calculation of our great pillar god, the only variable can only be you, we are already at our wits' end. Suji had originally wanted to enter this new and huge sand table world to investigate and experiment, just like how he had examined the newly erupted zombies back then. He would use the alchemy table, take out reagents, and examine their life characteristics and potential, as well as explore to what extent these unknown zombie viruses had evolved. But he did not expect that as soon as he entered, before he could even start his research, the viruses would take the initiative to find him. All of this was too bizarre. After all, this land was too big, but this world was already shrouded in an unseen general trend, monitoring the entire land. Suji sat on a large rock, with Xinglin's daughter beside him. He felt a little emotional. I didn't expect that the biochemical virus that destroyed the Ashutl people back then had already developed into 3 major viruses, turning into 3 pillar gods. Moreover, it has begun to completely realize the linkage of hundreds of millions of cores and CPUs, deducing future fates, expanding races, and even using an optimal solution to the future, to change and guide the world line to move in the direction of the future I want. The magic core system had developed to this extent, gathering the computing power of all living beings, and it was almost inevitable. The future, the world line, perhaps it has already begun to involve the laws, no longer based on pure physical power and energy explosion, but the mysterious ability, perhaps, this is level 9? Suji pondered silently for a while. The laws were too metaphysical and mysterious. Even gods can't escape the calculations of their fate. Unless, this individual creature has already become strong enough to fight against the entire population of living beings alone, only then can it resist the general trend, escape the calculations, and jump out of the 5 elements. But could the power of a single person fight against all living beings? If it was the barren ancient world and the sorcerer world that had yet to develop, it was indeed possible for a god to be able to fight against the power of all living beings and mortals. But now, the average person was level 3 or 4, which was almost impossible. One could defeat them one by one, but against the power of all living beings, there was no chance of victory. Sitting in the forest, Suji looked at Xinglin's daughter, and instantly understood her confusion. At this moment, Suji could not help but feel his heart churning. Now, he could see the future of this world, waiting for the great unification, and the appearance of level 9, perhaps he did not need to interfere, just waiting for it to appear. This was because it wasn't just the 3 pillar gods who were trying to pull the world line in the direction they wanted it to go in order to obtain victory in this war. Suji was also thinking about how this world could develop better in the future, and also wanted to pull the world line in the direction he wanted. But in the blink of an eye, he rejected the idea. The fate of a race was the gathering of a certain form of consciousness to become a rank 9. This kind of rank 9 parasitic on the bodies of all living beings was too restrictive. It was not an ordinary method. He always felt that it was not perfect. It would be best to wait for a normal rank 9 organism to appear. The world was truly magical. Fate, a predestined life path, but what exactly is fate? We still have to see how they develop. Suji looked up. He felt a long-lost interest and anticipation towards this battle that would determine the future of the world. That was interesting. Fate, was this the so-called ultimate power they were talking about? The predestined world line orbit had already entered a future where the Emperor of Great Joy was certain to win. Rumble. The sky was incomparably gloomy. The battle and slaughter in the distance brought about terrifying waves of air. Flesh and blood mixed together, exploding into a thin mist of blood that floated in the air. One by one, the celestial emperors of the mortal world fell, exploding in midair. They still had not descended to the mortal world. The Emperor of Great Joy fought against 7 enemies alone. He seemed to be extremely powerful and had even killed the mortal bodies of several celestial emperors, but at this time, he was already riddled with scars. The situation was extremely unfavorable. His mortal body was about to die. Once it died, only his true body could descend. What awaited him would definitely be painful attacks from all directions. Emperor of Great Joy, you will definitely die today, the surrounding gods said coldly. Tyrannical tyrants must be punished by all living beings. Someone's face was cold. The Emperor of Great Joy stood in the air and turned his head expressionlessly. He looked at the surrounding group of gods and grinned cruelly. How do you know that I am tyrannical? How do you know that I am tyrannical? Perhaps, it is precisely because I conform to the general trend of heaven and earth and coincide with the destiny of the unseen world that I can reach this day. After all, the heavenly Tao is heartless and sees all living beings as ants. The sacrifices of this pitiful era are for a brand new future. It nurtures us, it creates us, it can also destroy us. He took a big step forward. His body was covered in blood as he spoke loudly. When I was born, I was the joy of the world. The world sang for me, and fate sang for me. My will is the will of the era. My Tao is that if it dies, it cannot live. My Tao is that tomorrow must be sunny, and there must be no darkness. He still said the words of the past. If you resist me, you are resisting fate. If you resist me, you are rebelling against the future. He opened his arms and laughed loudly. He was roaring in a low voice, full of the pride of a victor in life. His face was so excited that it was distorted, but there was a trace of silence and despair on his excited face that even he himself did not notice. You are rebelling against the tide of history. You will definitely lose. The great Joy Emperor laughed loudly and looked at the gods around him. His body was covered in blood and was in pieces. He said coldly, "On this world line, I am invincible. I have already stepped onto the path of fate and entered the palace of fate. It is destined that I will obtain victory, and all living beings will be blessed by me. The world will be unified." Drip, drip, drip. He could not stop laughing in a low voice, and his laughter gradually became louder. Ha 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 ha, the expressions of the people around him instantly tightened. Hearing his extreme words, they were aghast and berated him loudly. "Tyrannical tyrant, you are twisting words and forcing logic. This person's temperament has already become distorted to a certain extent. He thinks that he is the tide of history, that he is the center of the world, and that those who go against him will die. Kill him." The surrounding human gods were shocked and angry. They thought that the great Joy Emperor had completely become tyrannical and crazy. He was simply unreasonable. Hee hee. The great Joy Emperor opened his arms and made a defenseless posture. "From the moment I was born, I knew that I was invincible. Although there are countless people who are more talented than me, with terrifying intelligence, powerful strength, and shocking talent, I still knew that I was invincible. Come. Try to kill me. Come. Try to defeat me." Boom, an unprecedented pressure descended from the void, and it was as though something was shattering. The true bodies of the gods nearby all felt an unprecedented tremble, as though something terrifying had descended. It was as though they were being frozen to the bone, as though they were the most ancient gods and devils. Attack. The moment it descends, you will die without a doubt. Boom, the void was suddenly torn apart. Many killing moves that had been accumulated for a long time were blasted out and landed on the body of that god. More than 20 gods from the Beast clan and the Plant clan, who were hiding in the dark, attacked at the same time. Their power was so terrifying that it was unprecedented. Even a small part of the sky above the ancient lava land shone with a terrifying white light. After the white light passed, a faint voice came. "Are you guys done fighting?" This majestic god revealed a ferocious look. He looked at the surrounding Plant clan and Beast clan gods. These gods had faces full of disbelief. They revealed twisted and proud smiles. "I didn't expect that you guys would come to me before I even went to look for you. Hee hee hee. I won't kill the women here. The rest of you, die, die, die. In this world, all the women will be my concubines in the future. Be it the Plant clan or the Beast clan." Great Joy Emperor laughed crazily in the air. His face was filled with excitement, but he didn't notice that his face was already full of tears. In the Spore Evolution Forum. Screenshots. 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 The situation changed rapidly. There was no time to speak. He could only take screenshots silently. In the distance, Xianxia looked extremely solemn, but he was instantly overjoyed. He clenched his fists. "We can win. We can win. I didn't expect that even the gods of the Plant clan and Beast clan would help to deal with Great Joy Emperor because of the internal strife of the human clan." He didn't know what this meant. He just thought that it was the internal strife of the human clan. A tyrant made the entire human clan have no way to live. It was the Dark Age. The other two clans couldn't stand it and came to help. Screenshots. Screenshots. The netizens outside were also very surprised. They didn't need words. They had long developed the habit of talking by looking at pictures. *CK, there are so many hidden gods. No wonder it's a high-level great world. Plans can't keep up with changes. Great Joy Emperor is the enemy of all living beings. Even a middle-level god will definitely die. Everyone was very happy. They felt that the Green Hat god was tyrannical and went against the will of the people. He must die now. However, the following screenshots were too unbelievable. Great Joy Emperor didn't move at all while being besieged. It was as if he was standing quietly in the void, quietly watching the energy attack him. All the netizens quivered. This scene was unbelievable. This boss is actually unharmed? In the fearful eyes of countless netizens, the figure of the Great Joy Emperor was like a piece of transparent glass embedded in space, with a sense of estrangement and incongruity. The attacks of the gods from all directions seemed to have no reaction. The scene was dead silent. What is this? Oh my god. Hiding in the void, a Taoist technique involving the law of space? What's going on? This generation of netizens is really hard. None of the bosses are easy. No wonder they're hardcore. Is one person going to beat the 3 clans? Everyone was shocked when they saw a large number of screenshots. This was simply too exaggerated. There was no such strange battle scene in any previous world. Excuse me, it's time for a change. Let's go online to the wizard community. Think Tank is here. At this time, a group of self-proclaimed think tank organizations went online to the wizard community and asked other people to go offline. This was a voluntary organization. They were the most outstanding people picked from each of the 3,000 servers to serve as advisors. Now, there were countless organizations and societies in the wizard community. There were Heavens and Realms Beauty Research Society, Heavens and Realms Garbage Classification Environmental Protection Organization, Heavens and Realms Single Dog Native Research Institute. These societies appeared to be very high-class organizations, but many of them were just for show, with very few of them doing proper business. Just like the societies in universities, they were basically just chatting and chatting, eating melon seeds, and blowing water. The Think Tank Society was one of the most coarse societies. After all, the flow of time was too fast. They even had to enter the wizard community to keep up. After all, the flow of time in the wizard community was not too different. 1:100 in other words, 1 second here was only 100 seconds there, a minute and a half. Just by giving advice behind the back, they could keep up perfectly and even just keep up. Seeing this situation, the think tank began to move. At this time, many people were seriously guessing. It seems that the Great Joy Emperor has a very special unique skill that can make him immune to the attacks of gods with lower realms than him. In other words, a group fight is useless? This person is cheating. Brother above, how did you sneak into our high IQ crowd? Hurry up and go outside. The flow of time outside is just enough for you to watch. Picking nose, doesn't that mean that the corpse sort of mortal is doomed to die before he can make a sneak attack? Bullshit. I felt that Du Shui would definitely be able to pierce through his defensive space with her instantaneous explosive power. However, I was 100% certain that she wouldn't be able to kill him. This was because there weren't any other gods to help restrain him with their attacks. They wouldn't be able to cause any harm or threat to him. If I attacked directly, it wouldn't be considered a sneak attack. Everyone's scalp went numb. This was the same as dying before achieving victory. It's a rare club activity. If our think tank group doesn't help at all, wouldn't it be embarrassing for us? But in the next second, a sharp-eyed girl suddenly saw a tiny shadow in a certain corner of the picture. She directly used her usual Meitu app to continuously enlarge it. It was an exquisite high-resolution wallpaper, and after enlarging it several times, she suddenly screamed. Holy shit, that's a super ancient deity, and there's also a plant woman. They're the strongest NPCs, hurry up and hug their legs. I want to become your disciple. Screenshots. Xianxia kept taking screenshots and hid in the dark, watching the terrifying situation. After all, now that the version had been updated, there was no longer a need to log out of the world and post pictures outside. One could just take a screenshot, and it would be uploaded to a specific post according to one's preset settings. Screenshots, the situation is too terrifying, Emperor Greatjoy has hidden himself too deeply, we are done for. Ding, he received a message notification from the outside. This was a function of the earlier versions. After all, if there was an emergency in the real world, they would need to immediately contact him. The people outside are looking for me. It should be the think tank group and those big shots. After all, I blocked other private messages from the outside world. As a famous person, he naturally blocked friend requests from the outside world. As for the think tank group and those idiotic netizens who were so enthusiastic to help and set up their own think tank group, Xianxia was speechless. He felt that they were another group of idiotic netizens who wanted to participate in the cloud online game. At the moment, there was no help. The ones who could help were those big shots on Mount Xiaoming. However, those big shots were usually very busy and didn't have much time to come out. The one who had more time was Meng Mei. Right now, he was watching the battle anxiously. Could it be that they had thought of some way? Eh? Xia Niming didn't need to go offline, he could directly open the private message. He was instantly shocked, and his eyes lit up. This time, they had done a great job, he called out to Du Shui, who was hiding beside him. He was ecstatic. Super ancient god, those are the most ancient existences from ancient times, the strongest NPCs, Levis, Carolyn, Cherry Blossom Emperor. They are all related to him. Perhaps, we can ask him for help. Under the gloomy black fog in the sky, there was a sudden burst of brilliance. Boom, the combined strength of 20 gods exploded. Terrifying energy instantly gathered into a huge white light, like a nuclear explosion, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The scene was shocking, but it was silent. After the light dissipated, the surrounding endless land, mountains, green trees, rivers, all turned into empty, bright red wastelands. It was as if the world had been plowed. The area was so large that even the naked eye of mortals couldn't see the end. Such terrifying power, he actually dodged it so cleverly? In the distance, Suji's eyes narrowed slightly. His vision was extremely far. Like the other celestial emperors who were watching, he didn't go near the center of the terrifying battle. After all, if he was affected by the battle of gods, he wouldn't even know how he died. Right now, he was only at the celestial emperor realm. He was also here to watch the show. A large-scale battle of gods appeared for the first time in the Sandtable world. He suddenly felt that there was a unique power on Emperor Greatjoy's body. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Could it be, you guessed correctly?" The voice of Xinglin's daughter came from the side. Suji looked at Xinglin's daughter. "I haven't even guessed, and you already said that I guessed correctly." Xinglin's daughter looked at the terrifying battle in the distance and murmured, "Emperor Greatjoy is a person of destiny. He gathered endless destiny. He is clearly only a middle god, but he has already begun to peek into the laws of a rank 9 world." A rank 9 world? Suji asked. Yes, the realm of the 3 pillar gods is, world. I don't know what the super ancient civilization called this realm. Xinglin's daughter looked at the super ancient god with great admiration. How could the super ancient god not know? He had probably seen through it long ago. After all, such a terrifying person was a terrifying forbidden existence in the rank 9 realm. Just by standing at the side, he didn't give off any aura. He was as amiable as the legend said, like a spring breeze. Yet, it was enough to make her heart tremble. Her palms were covered with sweat, and her body felt extremely unnatural. The psychological pressure he brought was too great. After all, the extremely terrifying sacred cherry blossom emperor had suppressed the 3 pillar gods to the point that they couldn't rise. Yet, he had silently died at the hands of this ancient existence. Xinglin's daughter looked into the distance and said softly, "He has already started to use Destiny's enormous calculation ability to turn himself into a world. He has perfect control over the 100 trillion cells in his body. Every cell has a quantum level of control." Suji listened silently, and his eyes slightly narrowed. The 3 pillar gods had already deduced the possibility of reaching rank 9, and they called it, a world? The level 9 world did not refer to the creation of a world. It referred to a complete life as a world. Suji clearly knew that deducing the next level 9 realm was not difficult for existences at their level. Because the 3 pillar gods, in a sense, were already high-level gods. They were just one step away. In fact, Ermin, the Phoenix, Dicky, and the others had long since guessed the direction of the next energy concentration. After all, they had long since deduced the realm of the 8th rank gods. The difficulty they had encountered was not how to become a god, but how to collect that enormous amount of energy. After all, the essence of the realm of life was the continuous concentration of energy. It was like this from level 7 to level 8 gods, and it would definitely be the same at level 9. A person's bone cells, hair cells, blood cells, an average of 100 trillion cells, perfect control, each cell as a basic unit, turned into a storage room to store energy. This was level 9, changing the way energy was stored, storing all the energy in each cell. This was level 9, it seemed simple. This realm was perfect control of one's body, using each cell as a storage room. But 100 trillion cells, it was equivalent to countless cells in a nuclear power plant, carrying a time bomb. A little carelessness and they would self-destruct. This might be the true rebirth from a single drop of blood. A single cell contained a huge amount of energy and bloodline. A drop of divine blood made up of hundreds of millions of cells was enough to kill a celestial emperor. Over time, the blood might even give birth to intelligence, giving birth to a race with its own bloodline. Life at this level was no longer a traditional form of reproduction. They had entered the realm of asexual reproduction. A drop of their blood could give birth to children. They could even invade a low-level world. With just a drop of blood, a descendant with its own bloodline would be born. They would continue to reproduce, become an army, and rule the entire world. This was level 9, a single person was a world. Perhaps every rank 9 transcendent existence could traverse a region of the universe and establish a sect. Their descendants could be in the billions, and they could become the sect's disciples. They could then choose those with outstanding talent, those with the aptitude to become deities, and give them heavy responsibilities. At this time, the mysterious level 9 realm was slowly unveiling its mysterious veil. Suji took a deep breath. This is ridiculous. The previous level 8 gods were at most an enlarged version of the celestial emperor. They were countless times more powerful, but they were still existences that relied on explosive power. As for the level 9 life level, they have already begun to touch upon the laws. Perhaps, the previous Medusa and Ermin had already deduced the possibility of rank 9. Otherwise, in the letter back then, they wouldn't have guessed that wandering know-it-all was a creature born from the bloodline of the rank 9 Hermes after his death. Suji finally realized that the conversation between Ermin and Medusa at that time was no wonder they were so imaginative. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more terrifying it would be. The difference was like heaven and earth, and the more impossible it would be to surpass one's cultivation level to fight. A level 8 civilization with a level 8 god could be a common mainstay in the universe, while a level 9 was already an extremely rare peak expert. In fact, in the vast universe, a level 9 civilization that could produce a level 9 god was considered extremely high-end. Suji looked at the Great Joy Emperor in the distance. Even with the help of luck, he doesn't have a huge amount of energy in his cells, so he doesn't have to worry about going berserk, but it's still impossible for him to control all the 100 trillion cells in his body. Even so, using Taoist techniques already involves the phenomenon of the laws, down to every energy particle. The Great Joy Emperor should have studied the Isidal people's spatial creation technology and researched it into spatial spells, using the quantum level of manipulation to hide in a special void. To put it simply, level 9 was the domain of perfect and subtle control of one's own body. Xunlin's daughter was startled. As expected of a super-ancient god, it is indeed so. In fact, this is not a realm that a middle god can reach. He has such a terrifying computing power because all the luck is gathered on him, helping him calculate. Suji nodded. Level 9 seemed to be somewhat clear now. To compress an even larger amount of energy, it required a terrifying computing power, perfect control, to suppress this energy and prevent it from going berserk. In other words, if one's math isn't good, their brains can't surpass that of a supercomputer, and they can't perfectly control 100 trillion cells, they won't be able to break through level 9, or else they'll self-destruct. Suji's expression became strange. It's the same for the previous realms. Every expert must be knowledgeable and knowledgeable. At this time, terrifying computing power is needed even more. Rumble, the battle was still going on in the distance. The 20 gods couldn't cause any harm to the Great Joy Emperor, and could only bitterly resist the attacks of the Great Joy Emperor. They were in an extremely sorry state, and defeat and death was only a matter of time. Suddenly, a woman holding a white balloon walked over slowly. Greetings to the two lords. Du Shui's expression was respectful, and even a little shocked. It was fine if it was a super-ancient god, as the difference in realms was too great, and she couldn't sense their auras. However, she could clearly sense that this plant clan woman's true body, hidden in the void, was actually a middle god. Apart from the Great Joy Emperor, there were actually living beings in this world who had reached the middle god level. This was a terrifying piece of information. Du Shui lowered her head slightly, and she was wild with joy. Even with a dozen hidden gods, they still couldn't do anything to the Great Joy Emperor. The Great Joy Emperor had an unexpected trump card, and with the help of a god of the same realm, wouldn't they definitely win? Her eyes were bright, and she said respectfully, "Can we invite the super ancient god and this powerful existence to help us defeat the Great Joy Emperor?" The balloon fish was pretending to be a balloon, and it was pretending to be honest. Suji glanced at the balloon fish with a faint smile. Xia and I Ming's scalp instantly went numb. This ancient existence, could it be that she had seen through his true colors? The daughter of Xinglin looked at Du Shui, and her expression was calm. There was still a hidden god in the human race, and her own pillar god didn't sense it because it wasn't a god of the plant clan. However, it must have been sensed by the humanoid pillar god, and this god wasn't a variable. In this world, living beings with magic cores wouldn't be excluded from the calculation of variables. Suji just smiled and ignored them. Instead, he turned his head to look at the daughter of Xinglin. Those 20 gods are about to die. After all, they can't attack the Great Joy Emperor, and the Great Joy Emperor can attack them. Aren't you going to attack? The daughter of the god took a deep breath. This is fate. According to the future calculated by the pillar god, we have completely stepped into this world line, and the Great Joy Emperor will definitely win. No matter how crazy our two races are, we will definitely be defeated, and the Great Joy Emperor will realize the great unification. Pillar God, World Line. This world line already led to the future where the Great Joy Emperor was destined to win. Before the fight even started, they were already destined to lose. Xia and I Ming hid at the side, and his face was trembling. These terrifying words and concepts attacked his mind, and it was simply so horrifying that it was shocking. This was what a true high-level transcendent world was like. It was too terrifying. In your eyes, is it the same whether you go or not? Looking at the daughter of Xinglin, Suji asked indifferently, then you will watch them die, and then the Great Joy Emperor will kill you, and you won't resist? Is there any use in resisting? The daughter of Xinglin said calmly, it is already destined. No matter what we do, it will be a dead end, and the other party will have countermeasures. Before the fight even started, the ending is already determined. Whether I choose to participate in the fight or not, the final ending will not change. The process might be a little different, but the world line will converge to the final node. Even if the momentum of the world can be changed, the big picture will not change. Converge to the world line. When Suji heard this term, he felt that it was very interesting. Actually, it was understandable. The Grand Unification human virus had already calculated everything, and completely killed the two races, not giving them a chance to turn the tables. The Great Joy Emperor was already strong enough to suppress all of them, and no matter how they jumped and struggled, and calculated countless possibilities, it was useless. That was why she wanted to seek help from the only variable, the super ancient deities. Xia and I Ming was trembling, and the more he listened, the more terrifying it became. Oh my god, converge to the world line, the momentum of the world, the small details can be changed, the big picture will not change. He hurriedly and quietly wrote some words on the balloon, and wrote the current situation on it. Screenshot. Screenshot. He silently took a screenshot of this piece of writing and sent it out. He also secretly took a screenshot of the super ancient deity and the daughter of Xinglin. The network outside was instantly boiling. In the conversation between the super ancient deities, the truth of a terrifying world was slowly revealed. Writing down what they wanted to communicate, taking screenshots, and sending them out was a way to bypass logging into the forum, saving a lot of time. This was a brilliant plan that the players had come up with these days. However, looking at the screenshots and the communication between the ancient gods with subtitles, the scene changed too quickly, and many netizens were caught off guard. World line? Future? Fated? These terms were still too illusory to the crowd, even inconceivable, because it involved the legendary and mysterious laws of causality. This was no longer an extraordinary world, but rather a high-level multiverse. What the F***CK? Are you serious? The world line is beginning to close. Many netizens, who were eating melons and drinking tea in front of their computers, stopped what they were doing. They were all stunned. It was not that our ability to accept it was too low, but the scene changed too suddenly. Previously, it was science fiction, and the apocalyptic wasteland. Now, it had become a parallel universe, and the terrifying multiverse had closed. Marvel multiverses, parallel universes, exploding stars, and destroying worlds with a snap of their fingers were not as exaggerated as this one. Others are fictitious, but you seem to be a real existence, incomparably real and complete, detailed to the extreme. High-level transcendent multiverse world. Awesome game planning team, I'm kneeling. What the F asterisk CK? Brothers over there, haven't you finished fighting for the slots? Come out and look at God. All of a sudden, the players who had just finished fighting for the slots were called over by their friends, and the crowd quickly became extremely lively. Some of the sharp-witted gaming news media also began to quickly broadcast, declaring that this was the beginning of a major storyline in the game world. Soon, a keen game host started a live broadcast, explaining and analyzing the plot. A man and a woman sat upright in front of the screen and talked. As a slightly famous player in the Spore Evolution forum and a plot analyst, what do you think? Asked a female host in black silk. There's no doubt that this is a major highlight of the game Spore Evolution in the past few days. The man spoke with assurance. He was indeed a little famous among the ordinary players. At first, I thought it was the cute girl and the Thunder Emperor who broke out first. I didn't expect it to be so sudden. According to the conversation between the ancient gods and the plant race gods, Emperor Joy isn't just a simple tyrant of the human race. Behind him, there's a big hand pushing him. Emperor Joy seems to be just a puppet. Many great beings are manipulating the world lines of this universe, pushing the future toward the parallel universe they want. The likes of the great Joy Emperor are but pawns of fate, he said. The female host appeared extremely shocked. Isn't this the multiverse? Parallel worlds? This is unbelievable. A superior extraordinary multiverse is inevitable. Following that, the two of them had a tacit understanding with each other, and finally left behind a sentence. Then, is the great Joy Emperor sure to win? Balloon fish, du shui, let us wait and see how the many gods would push the world line in the multiverse of extraordinary. Without a doubt, this is an unimaginable, terrifying high-level universe that we can't even touch. Instantly, the entire internet became anxious and extremely nervous. Did this mean that the great Joy Emperor was destined to win on the world line? What was he supposed to do? He had to win. They began to feel nervous, worried for Du Shui and the balloon fish inside, and even worried for the natives inside. Under the gloomy sky, Suji sat calmly on a big rock, and beside him was the daughter of Xinglin. Further away, Du Shui, who was pulling a balloon, stood respectfully at the side. She pursed her lips with difficulty. Du Shui didn't know what the world line, convergence, and destiny were. The impact was too great, but she didn't understand why they had to give up. This middle-level god felt that their side would definitely lose before the fight started. Du Shui couldn't help but say, why don't you give it a try? Xinglin's daughter had a calm expression on her face. I'm already trying. We will definitely lose this battle, and searching for an ancient deity is our only hope. So, I'm here. I'm begging this ancient existence to reject the unification. Du Shui pursed her lips and was about to say something. In the sky, a terrifying light suddenly burst out. It was the aura of a terrifying middle-level god, with a monstrous battle intent. That's another middle-level god? Du Shui suddenly turned her head. It's Subaru. The daughter of Xinglin turned her head to look. The plant race and the human race all had their own protagonists. The beastmen were no exception. They also had one. In theory, they were all invincible existences in their respective races. They grew up miraculously and mastered the ultimate power, destiny. But, that's useless. The daughter of Xinglin pursed her pale lips. I am invincible. The daughter of Xinglin knew from birth that she was invincible because she was lucky enough. Because every choice she made was inevitably correct. Every action she took would coincidentally trigger a miracle. She was the daughter of destiny, the sum of countless miracles in the world line. However, when three invincible beings met on the same world line, who would be truly invincible? I am invincible. From the age of 17, Subaru understood this because he was tough enough. Even though he was only a rank 1 when he was born, his luck was extremely bad. He was a deformed child abandoned by his parents. His aptitude, talent, appearance, and talent could be said to be the lowest among the beast men. He was only a rank 2 at the age of 17. But he clearly knew that he was invincible. Because when he died at the age of 17, he discovered that he was a transmigrator with the ability to turn back time and the demonic eye of destiny. That day, he accompanied the girl he had a crush on, Emily Mockace, in the slums. They encountered a rank 5 intestine hunter, and after being brutally tortured and killed, he discovered that he had been resurrected in front of the fruit stall from the day before. As long as he died, he could travel back to the day before. So in the slums, he wanted to change the tragedy. He struggled to escape the fate of being killed by the intestine hunter with his lover tomorrow. But he couldn't change it at all. No matter how he escaped, the monster's maniacal smile would still dismember him. He died in different ways. He experienced pain, despair, loneliness, and collapse. He was killed a total of 71 times. Countless times he loaded and restarted, but he was still determined. Once. Twice. 3 times. 1,000 times, 1,011 times. That was a terrifying number. In the end, he used a method that could almost predict the future to kill the intestine hunter. He changed the fate of himself and Emily being killed by the intestine hunter. He would never forget that rank 5 intestine hunter, watching in disbelief as a rank 3 weakling killed him. So, he, who could travel and load, was invincible. Perhaps other people would collapse, but Subaru had a terrifying tenacity and determination that no one could imagine. He grew up in humbleness and suffering, and he had something he wanted to protect. This was a unique talent that only he had. Since the age of 17, he had experienced countless deaths. No one could feel the change in the world line. Only he had the demonic eye of destiny and could remember the memories of those failures before he transmigrated. Living in the cycle of being killed and reborn, a normal person would have long collapsed. But he still had something he wanted to protect. The ridicule around him, the loneliness of the world line, and the strength of his enemies couldn't make him surrender. He loaded and restarted countless times, creating miracles in the cracks of fate and protecting the woman he loved, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 717,000 times. In just 47 years, a middle-level god reached the top, and the legend began. The number 1 of the beast race, the ultimate miracle, the observer of the cycle of time, Subaru walked to the top of the world, rumble, a terrifying light shone, and a terrifying figure descended. That terrifying aura suppressed the whole world, making the surrounding low-level gods feel like they were being blown by a strong wind. The terrifying aura made the whole world sway, and many gods felt an uncontrollable fear. Lord Subaru. The beast race god muttered. The surrounding human race gods' expressions froze. From him, they felt the same terrifying and oppressive aura as the great Joy Emperor. You're not bad. Finally, an interesting life has appeared, one that can really fight. The great Joy Emperor said with a smile. Subaru stared at the great Joy Emperor. It was as if he could feel fate telling him that this was the only time. He would not have the chance to start all over again in this battle. However, he had died a total of 717,000 times. He was already convinced that, I am invincible, Subaru said softly. Even if he didn't have the chance to start again. Pung, terrifying auras converged together as the great Joy Emperor and Subaru fought crazily. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding ordinary gods to be swept away quickly. It's no use. The great Joy Emperor hid in the void mirror and didn't seem to be injured at all. As expected, I can't hurt you. Subaru looked at him and said in a hoarse voice, possessing terrifying computing power, casting a spell close to level 9, hiding in space. At this level, no one can break through. But do you think you're the only one with the computing power of fate? I also have. Roar, Subaru's roar shook the entire sky and earth. His whole body started to burn as he transformed into a terrifying zombie. His whole body ignited with golden flames. Every cell was burning, and his life was rapidly flowing away. Life acceleration, a more profound awakening. Truly burning life as the price to accelerate the aging of cells. Time seemed to pass quickly on his body. In just a few seconds, this middle-level god had burned 1,000 years of life. One had to know that a god only had a lifespan of 8,000 years. 1,000 years of life is fine. Even 3,000 years of life is fine. Even 8,000 years of life is fine. His whole body was cracking. Every inch of his cells was rapidly burning under the perfect control of computing power. His cells were constantly aging, and his whole body turned into the purest and most dazzling golden light. My life doesn't matter. I, Subaru, will strike you down. Fall. Rumble, Subaru turned into a golden light, and with 1,000 years of life, he rushed towards the great Joy Emperor. 3 times. Rumble. 5 times. 10 times. In an instant, Subaru smashed down tens of thousands of fists, turning into a heavy snow-white meteor. He almost went crazy, exploding the entire space and colliding with the great Joy Emperor. That terrifying energy almost tore the entire space apart, and the great Joy Emperor's large mirror surface instantly shattered. We're going to win. The mirror surface instantly shattered, and we can hit him. Lord Subaru, victory! Countless gods were roaring, but in the next second, after the shattered mirror surface, there was actually another layer of mirror void. Everyone's expression instantly changed. Pung pung pung. The next layer of the mirror instantly shattered. It was filled with dense cracks, and there was actually another layer, a third layer, a fourth layer. Space cracked, but it still didn't reach the great Joy Emperor. He actually brought along a space as a means of battle. This method is too. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying computing power was needed to perfectly stack such a terrifying number of spatial layers. Moreover, how many small spatial layers did the great Joy Emperor bring with him as a means of battle? However, Emperor Great Joy is only SOSO. His defense is terrifying, but if we keep fighting, we can kill him. It's effective. Countless people were shouting, crying, and roaring. Balloonfish also took screenshots and kept explaining. The atmosphere of the netizens outside was also extremely tense. Fate is already on my side. When I enter this future, I will be invincible. Emperor Great Joy stretched out his hand and a terrifying snow-white light poured out. Mirror reflection. A terrifying attack poured out from the space. This was the combined attack of the previous 20 gods, and he actually collected a small part of it. Also, a part of the energy of Subaru's explosive fist was also collected by him. At this moment, all of it poured out in an instant. The energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was too terrifying. In an instant, the whole of Subaru was submerged. His whole body seemed to be washing in a steel brush, and he became a pile of bones. He didn't have such a terrifying defense like the great Joy Emperor. You're going to die. Emperor Great Joy said. I won't die. A snow-white skeleton was steaming all over, emitting a terrifying white mist. He had died more than 710,000 times. It could be said that he was the person with the most determination in this world since ancient times. As long as he didn't want to die and his will was still there, it was difficult for him to die. As expected of the people chosen by fate. You and I are both like this. Emperor Great Joy raised his eyebrows and looked at the extremely tenacious Subaru in front of him. You're obviously the worst, but you're extremely difficult to deal with. In the distance, Suji looked at everything quietly. Controlling space is indeed a terrifying and strange path. With this kind of power, it was indeed impossible to defeat him. Xinglin's daughter was silent for a moment. Her mind shook as she saw the future from the pillar god. It was a hazy scene. Subaru will die, I'll go help. Dushua took a deep breath. The reason why Emperor Great Joy is so terrifying is because he hides in space, avoids attacks, and uses space to store part of the opponent's attack energy. However, if I can restrain him, I can sneak attack. It's useless. Xinglin's daughter said bitterly, since you're a human, you can't escape. No matter what you do, Emperor Great Joy is already prepared. He saw the future. Xinglin's daughter's face was bitter. Super ancient god, can you give us an answer? We're willing to pay any price, any price. Any price? Suji shook his head and looked at her curiously. He was speechless. You don't have any price that you can afford. If I want it, I'll take it myself. There's no such thing as giving or asking. Dushua was silent. It was hard to move the super ancient god at any price. Because they weren't existences on the same level. Xinglin's daughter didn't speak anymore. She just looked at the sky calmly. Along with this sentence from the super-ancient god, she saw a new future. Emperor Greatjoy had completely defeated them. It was already a dead end. I see another new future. We will definitely be defeated. Xinglin's daughter didn't speak. She slowly sat down and looked at the distant scenery. She ignored the terrifying battle. She didn't struggle or have any thoughts. She knew that her life was reaching its end bit by bit. She thought back to her childhood. A glorious life. It was as if everything was destined. There was never the unknown. She encountered a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. She wasn't surprised. She encountered a desperate situation, but she wasn't afraid. Because she knew that she would be safe. She was even a little envious of Subaru, who was fighting in the sky. Everyone's fate was different. Although Subaru's fate was predetermined, it was another unknown to him, and he had to fight for it. Even if it was to simulate the tragedy that would happen in the future, to keep loading and restarting, to train him. Even if it was destined, Subaru didn't know. He had surprises and accidents. That was an illusion, but it was enough to be called happiness. Do you think that sometimes, being omniscient and omnipotent is happiness, or is the unknown happiness? Xinglin's daughter asked. Who knows? Omniscient and omnipotent was what everyone dreamed of. But wouldn't they lose a lot? Suji suddenly laughed. He looked at the calm Xinglin's daughter. You're different from Subaru. You've been very calm from start to finish. He couldn't see it and thought that he was loading and transmigrating back. But you saw the future. You also believe in fate. What if I temporarily turn off fate? Xinglin's daughter was stunned. Her face was full of disbelief. Temporarily turn off fate? How could fate be turned off? It was equivalent to shielding the pillar gods. Temporarily turning the pillar gods into individual beings. Do you want to experience the feeling of the unknown? Suji looked at the sky quietly. Since you said that fate is invincible, then I will turn it off. You guys can choose the future yourselves. We can't see. Xinglin's daughter trembled. She stood up abruptly. She was at a loss. This is impossible. It's impossible. This was unimaginable. It was something impossible. Even the ancient gods couldn't do it. Nothing is impossible. Suji looked at her. He suddenly felt sorrow for her life. There were no unknowns. It was all known. Right now, it is a hopeless situation for you guys. Even if you turn off fate, it will still be a hopeless situation. The battle situation cannot be easily changed. But it is starting to be filled with unknowns. There might be variables. Because you guys won't be able to see the future that the pillar gods have predicted for you. You guys might make mistakes. Xinglin's daughter was silent. How about letting this battle of fate be filled with unknowns? Suji said, I won't help you guys. But I am very curious. If I turn it off, will you try to resist the unknown future? I will. Xinglin's daughter hesitated for a moment. Her eyes were filled with excitement and expectation. She had lived in fate since she was young. She had never experienced the feeling of the unknown for a single second. It was a feeling that she could call happiness. Du Shui was startled. Turn off the world line? Suji raised his arm high and pointed at the sky. Rumble, it was as if a terrifying existence had descended. It was an indescribable aura. The earth was shaking. A terrifying black giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall stepped on the mountains and forests. It was like an ancient demon god that was at the top of the food chain. It slowly walked over. On the land surrounded by rivers of lava. The entire sky was suddenly covered by a dense white mist of energy. The space suddenly opened up, and a terrifying and vast existence of tens of thousands of feet stepped on the ground with its head in the sky. With every step it took, the entire land shook. What is that? Du Shui suddenly sensed something, and her heart was in her throat. She was shocked. Such a terrifying and huge creature with its head in the sky and its feet on the ground? It's tens of thousands of times bigger than the mountains. Could it be that the true body of a super ancient god has descended? Every god could not stay in the mortal world for a long time. The super ancient god in front of them naturally had a mortal body. The space in front of them opened up, and such a huge existence, was it the true body of this god? This kind of huge size was naturally unimaginable to the natives of the world who did not have such a concept, and to the players, it was also terrifying. What the hell is this? This kind of size, is it a god of creation? No, it's not a god of creation. Xianxia's throat was dry as he looked at the huge creature in the mist. Just by its size alone, it was actually 3 times bigger than the god of creation that descended from other worlds. What kind of concept was this? He felt that any ordinary statement was simply magnificent to an indescribable degree. Screenshot. Screenshot. A picture was sent out. Xianxia took a deep breath. This is the strongest hidden NPC, the strongest god of the multiple extraordinary universes? The future of this land is exaggerated, I don't know if I can in the future. He had already imagined the craziness of the players in the forum outside at this time. At this time, the thin mist gradually dispersed, and the vast and huge terrifying existence revealed a black streamlined exquisite body. What is this existence? Seeing that the terrifying creature walked out of the ground and revealed its true silhouette, all the celestial kings and gods on the entire land turned their heads. Even the great Joy King and other gods who were fighting could not help but look from afar. They saw the true face of the existence that was a few big regions away, an exquisite black metal creation, with the vast sky above its head and its feet on the ground. Its body was streamlined like a black mirror, and its body was slender. It carried 2 long black swords on its back, like a metal swordsman hidden in the black mist. This is the armor style of the Ashutl people. How can it be so huge? Like thousands of mountains stacked on top of each other, holding up the entire sky? No, this is a living creature. It's not a machine, but a living creature. It's made up of countless cells, and every cell has its own cultivation. A living creature? This is obviously a man-made, unknown, and terrifying divine artifact, but it's alive? Many terrifying divine wills were transmitted, and the gods were all dumbfounded. They were experienced and knowledgeable, but at this moment, it was as if they were natives entering a city. After all, it was excessively huge and magnificent. It was as if they had seen a magnificent miracle of life. That kind of majesty and grandeur was enough to intimidate all rank 8 gods. The others were shocked at this moment. They were naturally shocked at the unknown and magnificent creation. However, the Emperor of Joy, Subaru, and Xinglin's daughter were dumbstruck. That's a rank 9 existence. With the help of the power bestowed by the Pillar God, they had managed to reach the 9th level. Naturally, they could sense that the special structure of this 300,000-meter-tall giant's body was vaguely close to the 9th level world. The Great Joy Emperor silently turned his head and looked over with a frown. This is the original body of a super ancient god? Although it was a variable, he was not worried that the super ancient god would act against him. According to his calculations and analysis, the super ancient god was like a bystander, and would not directly intervene in the feuds of the era. At this moment, his expression was solemn as he continued to observe. No, this seems to be a rank 9 existence. It doesn't seem to have its own consciousness. It's like a corpse. His pupils suddenly shrank, and an inconceivable and terrifying thought appeared in his mind. This is the corpse of a world expert? Although it's already incomplete, and most of the cells have lost their energy, I can still see the horror of the future. It's a broken rank 9 world-class body. If it was the true body of a super ancient god that had descended, although it would make people tremble, it was still within an acceptable range. However, a seemingly broken rank 9 god corpse was made into a living weapon. This meant that it was truly terrifying. One had to know that an ancient rank 9 world-class existence could live for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even the Ashutl people and the ancient civilization of the lava land could only wake up with a snap of his fingers. And such an existence, it was actually made into a living weapon? One had to know that even gods of the same realm would find it extremely difficult to kill each other. That was a supreme existence that could not be killed, and for a super ancient god to be able to kill it, it meant that the super ancient god, even among the type 9, was a monstrous existence that defied the heavens, possessing the power to kill others of the same level. Even though it's as big as a magma land, I can still make out its silhouette. It's an Ishidal mechanical armor. How sad. An ultimate existence that transcended countless worlds has fallen to such a state. Emperor Greatjoy's eyes showed silence. According to ancient legends, in the previous civilization, the ancient god once invited the great sage of the Ishidal people, Carolyn, to go deep into the unspeakable vacuum world to build a customized mechanical armor. As long as there was a blueprint, and the requirements were extremely strange. The reason is now clear. All the truth seemed to be pulling open the curtain of decay. Back then, the ancient deity must have killed a rank 9 existence, which was why he asked the great sage of the Ishidal tribe to create this terrifying mech armor for him, and now, it had barely been completed. Interesting, Emperor Greatjoy took a deep breath, a trace of surprise in his eyes, mixed with the fear of the unknown and self-mockery. Perhaps, in the eyes of this ancient god, the entire ancient lava land at this time was like a child's play. Crash, that vast and terrifying giant seemed to be so close yet so far, crossing thousands of miles with a single step. Passing through the ancient lava land, all the tribesmen in the towns and cities saw a towering existence that covered the sky. That indescribable pressure and fear instantly made the rank 3 and rank 4 mortals faint. For a large celestial emperor mechanical armor, 10,000 mu of land was not too big, but it was not too small either, but it could be finished in the end. Xinglin's daughter looked at that terrifying scene, her voice a little hoarse. She also saw something like Emperor Greatjoy. Although its power was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end, it should be the remains of an ancient rank 9 existence. I just finished building this mechanical armor, and wanted to test its strength. Suji said lightly. The size of the mechanical armor was not something he wanted to hide, and there was no way to hide it, one look was enough to tell what it was. After all, it was not the orthodox Cthulhu evil god, and could only help reduce the workload. As for those that did not faint, Suji let the intelligent subbrain temporarily shut down that life form, and shut down a large number of their computer groups. They could only go into hibernation. Now, it was not the time for these special life forms to take the shortcut to reach rank 9. The 3 pillar gods lived in the network dimension. They lived in the brain of all living beings. Although they did not give birth to true intelligence and emotions, they still had the rationality of a mechanical AI, and even the human pillar gods already had the low-level intelligence and emotions of beasts. It could clearly feel the terrifying scene. The computing units that he had scattered all over the land were like Go pieces that were scattered all over the land. They were like lights in the dark night that were being extinguished one by one. Computing power is weakening, about to go into hibernation, world line cannot be calculated. Variables outside of the calculation. The human pillar god's intelligence had not truly been awakened, but it could instinctively feel a great terror for the first time in its life, causing it to be shocked and furious. Under that irresistible power, it could only go into hibernation. The celestial emperors and gods were in a daze, looking at this unimaginable scene. They suddenly felt that the fate shrouding them was no longer there, and they fell into an unprecedented relaxed state, revealing joy. This was an abnormality that had never happened to the entire land. The plants, animals, and humans all fell to the ground, falling into a true state of suspended animation. The 3 races went into hibernation, leaving only their powerhouses awake, waiting to fight. It has begun. This is a war between races. Fate is only in your hands. Suji looked towards the distant region, not turning back to look at Xinglin's daughter. Go, do what you want to do, change fate, stop the Greatjoy Emperor. Yes. Xinglin's daughter took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and quickly rushed towards the sky. Fate has begun to be unknown. Now, it's up to us to decide. Deciding our future only depends on our individual ability. The 3 of us have never been free from fate in our lives, asserting ourselves. At this moment, we are equal. Greatjoy Emperor, I hope you don't lose your pillar god, and become a puppet that can't decide anything. Boom, the sky shook, the wind blew, and the clouds surged. Suddenly, a layer of mist appeared. Dushui also disappeared without a sound, starting the assassination. This person is a monster. He's definitely at the level of Hermes back then. Or even stronger. Who knows, this corpse might be Hermes. A balloon beside him had goosebumps all over his body. Not to mention, when he calculated the time, it was actually just right. The corpse of a rank 9 god was made into a mech, and easily closed the world line, causing all living beings to go into hibernation. A living rank 9 existence was so terrifying. Master, can you accept me as your disciple? The balloon fish fell to the ground with a thud. Suji looked at him speechlessly, and just stood at the side indifferently. Deep underground, the existence in the coffin opened her wine-red eyes, as if she sensed something. An ethereal voice sounded, "This world, no matter what era it is linked to fate. The fate of the Isidal people is like this, and so are they, a living mech? It's the blueprint of the past, so that's how it is?" A rank 9 existence was killed, and made into a mech. The 3 pillar gods, in the end, missed some things. They didn't know that the ancient gods, like me, were manipulated by fate, and now that they are being controlled by fate, naturally, they will break fate, and let them decide their own future. The voice hesitated for a moment, thinking about the fate of the Isidal people. She still felt an inexplicable sadness, and smiled with admiration. As expected of him. A breeze swept past. There was no longer a figure in the coffin. An ancient existence surrounded by bright red divine light, walked on the ground, slowly walking over. An ancient being silently walked on the mountains and rivers. He was shrouded in a faint dark red color. Because of the special cultivation method he practiced, his mind was passively overflowing with divine thoughts, turning into a sky full of stars, like flower petals, shining brightly, dyeing half of the sky a faint red color. Voila, her divine sense spread out, and she saw many cities and towns fall into a deep sleep. The elderly, young, and children all fell to the ground, and the streets and houses seemed to lose consciousness in just a short moment. She continued to walk forward and saw demon beasts lying on the ground, as if they had fallen asleep. Even the trees and flowers had fallen into a deep sleep, and the entire lava world seemed to have fallen silent. Everything seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. This sort of power was simply unbelievable. She wore a bright red dress and held a red umbrella. Her face was full of heroic spirit and strength, and her eyes were full of surprise. In the blink of an eye, she made an enormous world fall into a deep slumber. Is this the true power of the mysterious and terrifying god? Boom, a boundless mechanical metal giant walked on the ground. The Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor slowly turned to look. It seems to be a stage 9, her eyes widened and were filled with curiosity. As a traditional Isidal person, she did not feel any fear after seeing a fragment of a stage 9 world-class being. Instead, she was excited. Moreover, she was someone who liked to go to extremes. Even she and the entire Isidal civilization might not be able to reach such a supreme and mysterious level in their entire lives. And yet, such an ancient being that had lived for tens of thousands of years had been killed and made into a weapon. This showed just how terrifying it was. Logically, the best choice for her was to observe the stage 9 mechanical armor. This was the Isidal people's passion for machines, as well as their greatest opportunity. However, she rejected it. Her heart was filled with even more confusion and confusion. She wanted to find the ancient gods to verify some answers. Fate? This era is simply too mysterious and unimaginable. The concept of multiverses was born because of this. Observing other parallel universes and choosing the best future among the countless observed worlds. These terrifying new words crazily attacked her. She walked through the dark green mountains and rivers, crossing half of the vast land with a single step. The brain of a flesh and blood creature is naturally hard to calculate. Invading the brain of flesh and blood is a very profound level, but creatures with magic cores are comparatively easier to deal with. Because of this, living beings of the demon core system will have their own destiny. An ethereal female voice sighed. Shrouded in the hazy divine light, she constantly observed the system of this civilization. She exclaimed in admiration, "The world is balanced. Everything has its own laws. Everything grows and dies according to the laws of nature. Once you understand them, you will understand fate. The growth of trees on a mountain follows a regular pattern. Temperature, the direction of the mountain range, the angle of inclination, the direction of the lava due to the hot wind, and understanding their brains and structure, calculating the future trend, and understanding the future growth of the plants on a mountain. The life and death of a city's people also had a pattern. A person's personality, family background, talent, and aptitude could be read and calculated. Then, he could calculate the logic of the actions of the townspeople around him. After a comprehensive interaction, he could understand the future of a group of people. A small hill rises to the mountain range. A small city could rise to the level of a country. Countless living beings would constantly stretch upwards, expand, gather, and fuse, turning into fate in the unseen world. The so-called fate of an era was originally the path of the great unification of all living beings. What a wonderful fate! Carolyn walked on the land in a daze. She knew how inconceivable the future of this world was. It was as if she was listening to a piano tune of fate. Countless high and low notes were mixed together to form the world's worst fate. The future of the multiverse. What will this civilization be like? I'm looking forward to it. In my mind, there's already a parallel universe of the ancient lava land. A parallel universe where the Ashidolans were not destroyed. She suddenly realized that the ancient gods of the past must have thought the same when they saw her as the Ashidolans. After all, she was now another ancient god. Looking at a civilization, she had unwittingly become part of it. Recalling the history of the past, the ancient gods were hiding something, but it wasn't that they were hiding something. It's just that my level was too low, and my vision was too low. Now that I barely touched the threshold of the 9th level and seen the multiverse theory of this civilization, I've finally filled in the gaps. Because the concept of the multiverse of this civilization could perfectly explain the cycle of reincarnation and destruction of the Ashidolans. The scene from the beginning flashed through her mind. It was when she was in a milk tea shop with the ancient god. The media had gathered outside, and Mr. Levis had requested to speak to the ancient god. It was then that she understood the identity of the youth she was talking to. At that time, the ancient god had given Mr. Levis a choice in the path of civilization, but Mr. Levis had rejected it. That conversation was the point of all fate, and if I'm not wrong, the retraction of the world lines had already begun then. The ancient deity had seen the future of the Ashidal people's destruction, and so he gave them a choice, but was rejected. The future at that time would only point to an ending of destruction, and that civilization would repeat the same mistakes, entering the cycle of the previous civilization. The 3 pillar gods had seen the future. And the sea language of the Ashidolans was originally a language written by the ancient god, so how could they not see it? The fate of the Ashidolans' destruction had already been decided by this ancient god. It was a cycle of reincarnation. Just like today, there's a reason for the ancient god's appearance. Her eyes burned as her thoughts flowed. How could there not be a reason for the ancient god's sudden appearance? This is also the note of fate. Just like Mr. Levis, he gave Xinglin's daughter a choice, a chance to change the future and escape fate. He has never interfered with the future of a civilization, and has always left the choice of fate to them. Carolyn took a deep breath, her heart filled with respect and shock. It was unbelievable. It was only when she removed the layers of mysterious veils of that ancient being that she saw the true face of the entire world. Fate, world lines, reincarnation, multiverse. It turned out that the people of Azudal had long fallen into it. And she had never noticed it before. Every time I appear, there's a deeper meaning behind it. Isha Darwin only paid attention to 2 people. His conversation with Mr. Levis confirmed the timeline of the world. As for me, it wasn't a coincidence that he met me. It was a chance encounter of fate. I'm also the main character of the future generation. She, the other emperor of great joy, Xinglin's daughter, Subaru. My aptitude isn't the best, my intelligence isn't the best, my temperament isn't the best, none of them can be said to be outstanding, but they chose me. And I, coincidentally, have reached the peak. Her body began to tremble, and a chill ran down her spine. The chill was not from her body, but from the depths of her soul. For a high-level god, this was an inconceivable thing. My future has long been seen. Just like the other 3, I'm also creating miracles and futures, walking to the peak of civilization that I envisioned. Her voice was bitter. With her pride, once she understood the truth, her Taoist heart inevitably collapsed again. The world is a circle. I thought the Ashidolans were one circle, but I didn't expect the ancient civilization to be another. And now, I didn't expect there to be a 3rd circle. She continued to speculate. All the suspicious points of Ashidolan Darwin, and all the clues pointed in the same direction. This was the true truth of the Ashudalan's destruction. The main text of history was all laid out before her. Perhaps fate was indeed a cycle of fate and reincarnation. Then, I thought that my future was unknown. Who knew that it was already known? Carolyn's heart was bitter. A deep sense of loneliness and helplessness surrounded her heart. She walked in a daze, and unknowingly, she had already reached her destination. She looked at the young man who had already appeared before her. Time still did not leave any traces on his body. "Why are you looking for me?" Suji looked at the young god holding the umbrella. She seemed to be a little lost, and he could not help but ask. "Am I also a slave of fate?" She took a deep breath, and her voice suddenly trembled. With confusion and bitterness, she said softly, "Am I your slave?" Boom, the clouds in the sky stirred. At this time, 3 large regions had been torn apart, and the energy storm swept across. Before this, Suji was watching the battle in the distant sky. The battle between the 3 middle gods. Although they did not have the terrifying power of calculation behind them, their combat power was still frightening. It was still difficult for ordinary gods to interfere. This was a battle between 3 middle gods. For the entire Sandtable world, it was the first time, so Suji naturally wanted to take the opportunity to observe. But at this time, he was stunned and looked at Carolyn, who was a little confused. "My slave, what does that mean? What kind of riddle is this?" His mind worked frantically, thinking, integrating, and in the blink of an eye, he understood what she was thinking. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. The people of Isidal in the past had the same traces of fate as now. The 3 pillar gods were the fate of this era. And the super ancient gods were the fate of the people of Isidal. So, she was the slave of fate from the beginning, the slave of the super ancient gods. Suji was a little surprised at this coincidence. Then he began to think about how to comfort Carolyn, who was a little broken. There was a circle outside the circle, and now the world was a lie. His hard work from childhood to adulthood was a lie. The Chu clan's world, fate, for anyone, was a big shock. But in reality, he could not explain the truth. Tell her that he did not lie to her before, did not hide the truth from her, and that she was blindly imagining things. For this, Suji really had to take the blame. After all, as the super ancient god who created the sea language, if he denied that he could calculate, there would be a fatal flaw in his worldview, just like in the land of the gods. This is a little tricky. Suji began to think about the words to give Carolyn the answer she wanted. What happened? And next to him, Balloon Fish was scared. He could not see the true face under the divine light, but he could clearly feel that another ancient existence with a terrifying aura had arrived. Damn. Another super ancient god? If not, it is at least a terrifying existence close to the 9th rank. Why are there so many? He suddenly became nervous for a moment, and then began to calm down. After all, he had received too many shocks today, and he was starting to get used to it. Humans were like this. They would calm down after being scared. After all, he was also scared to death. He watched horror movies all year round and had long raised the upper limit of his fear threshold. At this moment, he clearly felt that this newly arrived ancient existence was far more powerful than the likes of Joyful Emperor. Even the 3 pillar gods could be easily slaughtered. After all, the 3 pillar gods were not real living beings, and it was difficult for them to resist. The waters of this world were very deep. What was even more terrifying, another female, who was suspected to be an ancient deity, said, "Am I your slave?" Xianxia could not help but swallow his saliva. He had a liberal arts background, so his reading comprehension ability was naturally not low. After calming down and carefully thinking about the context, it turned out to be something like, "Am I your friend?" or "Am I your Yolong?" It was as if he wanted to become the other party's slave in order to gain recognition. This initiative? This unknown ancient god was a bootlicker? She doesn't even want the status of the empress? You will only be a slave, but even so, the other party does not want you? Xianxia was stunned. It looked so exciting. Super strong. The fire of gossip erupted in his mind, and he felt his body trembling with excitement. He even wanted to take a screenshot and publish super gossip about the 2 mysterious ancient existences on the internet, but he still suppressed it. He wanted to look normal and not attract the attention of the 2. The situation is urgent, retreat. He suddenly began to retreat quietly. He was not stupid. He was very smart. The words of these two mysterious ancient gods were a bit ambiguous. This gossip must be very sweet and very explosive. But he would die. He, a floating balloon, was like a flickering light bulb here. The more he knew, the faster he would die. He did not want his life to end here. Suji glanced at balloon fish next to him. He felt that there was something wrong with his gaze, but he did not pay much attention to it. After all, these online players were used to all kinds of strange things. He still had to deal with the abnormalities in the sand table world. Suji pondered for a moment and stared into Carolyn's eyes. In response to her blank question, he faintly admitted, "In the end, I was still discovered by you. I used to think that you would find out a little slower." Carolyn's eyes were startled for a moment, and then calmed down, revealing an expression of "as expected." Suji said indifferently, "In a sense, you are indeed my slave. I single-handedly created your fate. I once observed the lines and lines of this world and calculated the future of civilization. Only then did I have a destined encounter with you in the milk tea shop. I saw your future, you will inevitably reach the top, and I also saw your destruction, your inevitable defeat." Carolyn's body trembled, but she did not panic. She suddenly sighed and said bitterly, "Is that so? My life has been in the palm of your hand since I was born, fiddled with like a toy." Hiss. Xianxia directly sucked in a breath of cold air, hurriedly turned his back, and stealthily escaped. This world was too terrifying. Screenshots. Xianxia could only instinctively take screenshots. As he stealthily escaped, he constantly sorted out his thoughts. Not only did the ancient god kill a suspected ninth-rank existence and use his body as a weapon, but he also used a suspected ninth-rank ancient existence's body as a toy. He also said that he did not force him, and that he was the one who wanted to be his slave. Now, he did not even let him be his slave. After playing with him enough, he abandoned him. Is this the world of the strong? But I won't eat this melon. This exquisite white balloon floated in the air, constantly trembling, and constantly retreating. However, it was precisely because of this movement that it attracted the attention of Suji and Carolyn, who were in the middle of a conversation. Suji looked at him with a face full of confusion. Why did he suddenly run away, and why was he trembling non-stop? Didn't he say that he was excited to become his disciple? Xianxia was stealthily moving towards the dense forest at the side. He also felt the gazes of the two gods, and directly shivered. He was still discovered, his chest rose and fell fiercely. After all, a man and a woman were alone in the wilderness. A light bulb like him was too obvious. He did not even have a shred of value to them. He was afraid that he would be killed by them. Yes, value to be used. As long as I am useful, then I will not be killed. If it was not a light bulb but a man and a woman alone, after all, family planning matters could not be careless, he still had to remind them. He was originally tiptoeing, but for some reason, he stopped and awkwardly turned his head to ask the two gods, and softly said, "Do you want to set me up?" Suji was dumbfounded on the spot. The tranquil, emerald-green forest was as elegant as a celestial realm, while the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Just as he was about to console Carolyn, who knew that a certain fellow would suddenly spoil her plans. Hiding in the shadows, he shouted, "Do you guys want a trap?" The air instantly turned cold, and the atmosphere was completely gone. He was simply crazy. How dare you be so indecent? You insult the ancient gods. Carolyn instantly understood what he meant, and a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. Boom, a dark red divine light surrounded it. The balloon fish was instantly slapped away, and it had a dumbfounded look on its face. It had clearly tried its best to show that it was very useful to them, but it was still killed because they discovered its adultery. This was indeed a different world, where human lives were treated as worthless. I'm trying my best to survive, I'm even prepared to be humiliated. Bang 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 bang. The balloon fish smashed away countless trees, plowing a huge ravine in the ground. This guy, I always thought that he was quite honest and good at hiding. Why did he suddenly say that he was courting death? Suji looked over with an inexplicable gaze. He didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he was speechless. Letting these players enter the sand table world would always cause trouble, and even interfere with his own actions. It was originally quite comfortable to talk about the historical process and watch the battle of the gods in the distance. I'm sorry. Carolyn took a deep breath. Her face was obviously a little red. She didn't expect that she would suddenly say this. This is the ancestor of a certain special material in our Ashuttal people. It's probably a misunderstanding, but I don't think it has any bad intentions. Suji shook his head, indicating that it was fine. He just thought to himself that the balloon fish was lucky to not die. If it weren't for Du Shui, Carolyn, who had seen this special balloon fish before, would have died many times over for offending them. She had a special feeling for Du Shui and the others, and she could see the uniqueness of this balloon fish. It wasn't part of the trajectory of fate, and it was the only variable in this world. Therefore, she didn't kill it. Puff, in the distance, the balloon fish that had been slapped into the air was rolling wildly on the ground, vomiting blood. It was dazed and dizzy. When it realized that it had not been beaten to death, it could not help but feel lucky to have survived the disaster. Sure enough, I'm still too direct. I'm not the real umbrella company. However, his expression changed slightly, and he heard the sound of him being slapped away. Our Ashuttal people's special materials. What does that mean? This god knows about my dark history. Is this the god of the Ashuttal people? Was there a hidden truth? However, when he saw that he was not dead, he continued to sneak back. He had only been severely injured and taught a lesson. He was not killed, which meant that the two beings did not intend to kill him. After all, if it was really related to the Ashuttal people, they would not kill her out of respect for Du Shui and might even beg her for help. It's fine if I don't eat the gossip just now, but I have to eat this even if I have to risk my life. That was because he might be able to obtain the help of a heaven-shaking expert. Xianxia raised his head and looked into the distance. The battle is extremely difficult. Du Shui is still hiding and waiting for a fatal blow. However, Du Shui's existence has probably already been discovered by the Great Joy Emperor. Because no matter how much she hides, she can't resist the foresight of the future. Boom, the sky changed color, and the energy storm was collapsing. And he was only a celestial emperor. There was nothing he could do. He could only keep sending screenshots to the outside world and let the netizens outside continue to discuss and think of ways to come up with a result. Now, it should be crazy outside, right? The multiverse said, a mechanical armor 3 times the size of the god of creation, another ancient god that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He looked into the distance. Now, he could only come here to try his luck and think of a way to win. After all, we can't lose. The fate of Du Shui, the 3 major tribes, and the entire world is at stake. He quietly approached. Whoosh, 2 ancient gods from a distant era were discussing Tao, sitting on a large white rock and conversing. They were holding 2 white porcelain cups filled with white liquid, and they were drinking. It was elegant and classical, giving people an extremely mysterious feeling. The cool breeze blew, and the fallen leaves fluttered leisurely, covering the mountains and the green trees. In the distance, the gods were fighting each other. The 3 major races besieged the Great Joy Emperor. It was like a magnificent fireworks dream, cheering for the reunion of the 2 ancient gods. At this moment, they were communicating with each other, and there was a kind of peaceful tacit understanding that people couldn't bear to break. Screenshots. Screenshots. What kind of heavenly treasure are these 2 existences drinking? 10,000-year stalactite? 1,000-year spirit spring? Wine of immortality? Xianxia saw the scene and couldn't help but secretly try to figure it out. I have never controlled anyone's fate, and your fate is the same. The voice of the ancient god was very calm and clear. What is fate? The ethereal voice asked. This question troubled her. She had always been very straightforward, and it was the same now. You're asking what is fate? Suji picked up a small white stone, raised his hand, and threw it on the ground in the distance. The small stone rolled a few times on the muddy ground, and finally stopped. Look, this stone is fate. Suji smiled and said, now, can you see its trajectory? Carolyn looked at the stone. With her calculation ability, she could clearly calculate its trajectory, landing point, force, rolling, and finally stopping position from the moment the stone was thrown. In her eyes, the stone's future fate was already decided. The stone was life. It was born from being thrown, and it died from being still. The process of life and death was fate. Rolling, hitting, polishing, or becoming sharper were all thousands of changes in life, but these changes could be calculated. Carolyn looked at the stone and sighed. She controlled the stone's fate, and the stone was also a slave of fate. The stone was also like her. Suji smiled faintly and said, "Yes, you have calculated the stone's fate, but the fate that you have calculated now, is it the future choice that you, as fate, will force on its behalf, or the future choice that the stone will make on its own? But it was only observed by you?" This question. Carolyn was startled at first. The stone's fate, she could only see it, observe it. She began to think seriously, and her expression gradually changed. Her eyes slowly brightened, as if she had been struck by lightning. The discomfort in her heart dissipated a lot. It was indeed her own choice to reach where she was today. Just like this stone of fate, it had never gone against her will, nor was it forcibly controlled by others. It was only a key that allowed her to pry open the door of the stone of fate. Even if she took 10,000 steps back, she was led by fate to where she was today. At this time, she had also transcended fate and stood side by side with the ancient gods. She had also become another existence. She would not be calculated to jump out of the 3 realms or the 5 elements. Suji continued to speak as he looked at her. You should be able to tell the difference between cause and effect. No one is manipulating you. It is your choice, your decision, and only then will there be a fate that fits your personality. If I am truly fate, then you are no longer my slave. You are already free. You are another fate, a fate from a parallel universe. I have also become the fate of a civilization. Carolyn was completely moved. These words were not loud, but they were like thunder, exploding in her heart. A trace of warmth rose in her heart. She respectfully stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you for caring about my feelings and explaining it to me. Suji also stood up and smiled. We are alone, because we can only rely on each other. We are the tomb keepers of 2 civilizations, walking side by side. Suji still knew what she needed, just like Medusa and Dicky in the past. Perhaps this was the case of the person directly involved being unable to see the situation clearly. It was also because he was standing on a high enough level. To him, they were people in a bottle. From outside the bottle, he could see their entire life journey, step by step until today. And Carolyn couldn't see it clearly. With her wisdom, she should be able to see it clearly. Then why was she at a loss? Was she at a loss? Because humans are not absolute rational. Being able to see it clearly doesn't mean that one can accept it. Not to mention the extremely emotional and hot-blooded Isidal people. At this time, she still needed someone to accompany her, someone to guide her, just like in the past. Thank you. She took a deep breath. Her expression gradually became firm. In front of the ancient gods, she was as weak as an ant that could be easily crushed to death. Yet, they gave her the highest treatment. The ancient gods were her guides, leading her to this day. She had also become independent, becoming the fate of a parallel universe. In fact, the 2 of them were already unique existences in this world. There were no others of the same kind. Lonely, as the gravekeeper of civilization, they could only support each other and move forward side by side. In truth, using the remains of a rank 9 god to make a mecha was indeed shocking. Who knew how terrifying a realm that surpassed ancient gods' realm was? But in the future, she also wanted to work hard to break through to rank 9, and even become a terrifying existence like the ancient gods. She wanted to kill an ancient life form that had lived for tens of thousands of years and directly make it into a weapon. She had always been ambitious. And now, after seeing such a terrifying scene, her ambition grew even bigger. Whoosh! Carolyn stretched out her hand, and the stone disappeared into thin air. Suji laughed as he looked at Carolyn's small movements. This girl had the habits of a groundhog since a long time ago. She used to collect milk teacups, and now she collects stones. Keep it as a souvenir. Carolyn also noticed his gaze and felt a little embarrassed. But she was still thick-skinned and suddenly smiled. Do you still remember that cup from back then? Now in my universe, it has been perfectly replicated at the molecular level. That ancient land of lava is called the Holy Grail, and a terrifying war was even started because of it. Holy Grail? You gave it energy? Suji was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously, then this stone. It has a very deep meaning. Carolyn thought for a while and said with a serious expression, yes, let's call it the Fate Stone. It is the name you gave it. It can be considered as a souvenir because it also opened the door of my fate. It has the ability to interfere with fate and the world. Those who have it can control fate like the three pillar gods and open the door of the Fate Stone. What do you think of this idea? You can really do whatever you want in your world. Suji's interest was instantly piqued. This was very interesting. It seemed that during the period when Carolyn was asleep, many things had happened in her own universe. If there is time, I can take you to see it. Carolyn smiled and continued chatting as usual. Suddenly, she asked. By the way, what do you think this era will be like? She looked at the killing and battle in the distant sky as if she was a bystander. After all, today's battle of fate would also decide the direction of this era's civilization. It would have an incomparably far-reaching impact. This time, Xia and I Ming really felt his scalp go numb. My parallel universe, another similar land of lava. I can take you to see it when there is time. This world is indeed a multiverse, with several parallel universes. And these two existences seem to be the rulers of their own parallel universe. They have descended to this parallel universe to observe the development of the ancient lava land of this parallel universe. Many thoughts emerged in his mind. Suji looked at the sky, where the terrifying flames were spreading. The Great Joy Emperor still has a crushing advantage and odds of victory. After all, his strength has already crushed all living beings. No matter how they resist, they cannot win, which is why it is difficult to change fate. However, even if I close off fate is their own choice, and we cannot interfere. Don't interfere? Carolyn pondered for a moment, looked at the balloon fish hiding next to her, and ignored it. She nodded seriously and said, I see, we only need to observe this era. Suji could not deny it. Carolyn could not help but ask again, this war will kill many people. Some talented people have already died. Can they be pulled into my universe? That is a parallel universe, an ancient lava land. Suji was stunned for a few seconds, looked at her and said, of course. After all, they have already died. However, how are you going to integrate into your world? Carolyn pondered for a moment before replying seriously, reincarnating into our Azudal universe with our memories. Perhaps we would become a child in the city, going to school, or perhaps we would be reincarnated into various powerful magical beasts, such as dragons and hydras. After all, they are existences with powerful aptitudes, which is equivalent to being integrated into our universe to strengthen it. However, to be reincarnated into another parallel universe with our memories, what should we call such existences? As a god of creation, naming was also a difficult problem, and Carolyn had naming difficulties. Transmigrator. Suji smiled. Transmigrator? Good name. Carolyn's eyes suddenly lit up, and she could not help but organize her thoughts, as if she was talking to a close friend about the future. After all, it is a parallel universe, the distribution of land is the same, and it will not be too unfamiliar. In fact, in the future, our parallel universe will continue to increase, and the current universe of the ancient lava land can only be called the main universe. Her eyes flashed with raging ambition, even to create a multiverse. Not bad, isn't it? She asked with a smile. It's a very good idea. Suji also smiled, a little surprised. He did not expect her ambition to be so crazy. This mad scientist, previously researching human genetic technology, involving forbidden areas, and now this, but seeing that Carolyn had calmed down, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, each of the top existences of each world had jumped out of their own era, and each of them was their own treasure. As the vanguard, exploring and opening up new unknown realms and cultivation systems, naturally there could not be any mistakes. Moreover, he suddenly felt that it was a little difficult for him. Wasn't this too imaginative? Although this also perfected the worldview of the ancient lava land, and it would happen sooner or later, it was tiring. Hopefully, such things would not happen again. Transmigrator from a parallel universe, multiverse. Hiding in the dark, Xia and I Ming fell into a long silence as he listened. He was not one of those idiots. He was smart and good at hiding. Otherwise, the other big shots would not have thought so highly of him. Boom, the battle in the sky continued. The wind and clouds changed as the storm swept across. He heard the most important information and realized that the rest were talking about the matters of another world. After listening for a while and confirming that there was no new information, he directly left the lush green forest and went to a grassy area far away. He closed his eyes slightly and began to organize his thoughts. He ignored the battle of the gods in the distance because no matter what, he would not be able to interfere. He could only look for an opportunity from the two ancient gods. After all, a complete worldview and the top secrets revealed by the two ancient gods were the only way to turn the tables. After pondering for 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. As expected of a multiverse. After living for an era, after countless years, the world is now clear. This world can really deduce the future. It's a parallel universe. He began to summarize all his guesses, wrote them down, and sent a screenshot. On the other side, Suji was chatting with Carolyn. He turned his head slightly as if he sensed something. What happened? Carolyn asked curiously. Nothing. Suji continued to chat with her about the universe in her body. He even entered her body to take a look. He now knew that Balloon Fish was also imagining that this was a multiverse universe. After all, as long as someone took the lead and continued imagining, the rest of the people would gradually be influenced. Not to mention that the first one was a mysterious ancient god. From the conversation, someone was already shocked. When the lie starts to spread, repeated 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. Suji sighed. On the other side, in the Spore Evolution forum. Ding, many screenshots were sent out. At first, it was just Emperor Greatjoy fighting, and everyone was very nervous. But gradually, the scene changed, and a primeval god appeared, together with Xinglin's daughter. It was only now that they realized that it wasn't just the internal strife of the human race, it was even more terrifying. This was the fate of the three pillar gods. As they fought in the shadows, the future was already decided, the netizens were instantly shocked. This was F*King illogical. Previously, it was just a pure strength system. It was still reasonable to compare who had stronger muscles and who could fight better. But now, it had reached the height of the law system and the law of causality? Fatalism? It's already predestined? 50 heavenly ways, 49 heavenly evolutions, and one of them is human? Hongjun ancestor, is that you? With a pinch of my fingers, I can tell the past and the future. This is too superstitious. F*CK. I used to believe in science, then, something even more terrifying happened. The super ancient god began to interfere. Faced with the Divine Spirit's daughter's prayer, he forcefully closed off the entire universe's timeline, causing the fate of all living beings in this world to head towards an unknown future. Everyone exploded on the spot. This is so cool. Too domineering. It's simply unprecedented and domineering. Aha. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. So cool. This is really cool. There's no arguing about it. With just a wave of his hand, he closed the world line. Xinglin's daughter, since you want fate, then I'll let you decide your own fate. Many netizens were extremely excited. Who cared if it was scientific or not, as long as it was cool and handsome enough. Many people instantly became fans of the super ancient god, praising him, the first god in history, the domineering CEO. Many of Taba's bosses smiled knowingly. They felt that they had business to do again. Those silly fanboys who were obsessed with ancient gods were usually very expensive. As long as the fans' pillows and figurines were exquisitely made, they would pay for them. Furthermore, there were no copyright disputes. It just so happened that many unscrupulous merchants had just finished a wave of popularity and earned a wave of money from male fans. They produced a batch of protective umbrellas that were made of special materials. The sales on the first day were off the charts. This was the fan effect, they instantly laughed and calculated in their hearts. After earning money from the male fans, it was time to take advantage of the female fans. It had to be said that the Spore's evolution had led to a large number of industries. Doujinshi novels and manga were all appearing, and they were abnormally popular. However, the shocking situation didn't end there. An even more terrifying scene appeared. The corpse of a level 9 god that was 3 times the size of the god of creation descended, and it was made into a mechanical armor that walked on the ground. I thought it was the god of creation. Super ancient god is actually this powerful? Everyone was stunned again. Previously, there had never been such a world-level existence in any of the worlds. A level 8 god had a lifespan of 8,000 years, and an unknown level 9 god would probably have a lifespan of several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. It could even be called a true life form. Such a terrifying eternal existence had actually appeared in front of everyone, and it was dead, killed alive. Who could remain calm? No one could remain calm. At this moment, everyone understood that the super ancient god's closing of the world line and forbidding anyone from coveting the future of this period of time wasn't to show off, nor was it unscientific, but it was really ridiculously powerful. It could be said that the series of shocks was too terrifying, as if waves were crashing against the upper limits of one's understanding. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was definitely the most terrifying day in the history of the Spore Evolution game. More importantly, the strongest NPC in the game right now, a super ancient god, a true and mysterious tier 9 god, had been born. At this moment, all the big bosses were blown up, including the Alchemy Emperor who had always been silent. The mixed origin Thunderclap hand was about to evolve into a Kuan. Speaking of which, could this corpse be the god of wisdom, Hermes? Dumbfounded, Shue said, "That's impossible, right?" Picking nose, Akina Mountain sped up. "Why not?" Thinking about the time, in the land of the gods, Hermes died in the battle with an unknown enemy, and the super ancient god obtained a level 9 body at about the same time. Level 9 was probably a very strong existence in the universe, and it was estimated that there wouldn't be a single one of such existence dying in thousands of years, and the time of death matched perfectly? Could it be that 2 level 9 gods died at the same time? The probability of this is even lower. There's only one truth. JPG, the netizens fell silent, but their hearts were in turmoil, guessing the possibilities. In the original world, the land of the gods in the sorcerer world, the god of wisdom Hermes died. Perhaps the enemy who killed him had already appeared, and the main storyline was finally starting to appear. The format might be like this: Sorcerer World vs Lava World, Hermes vs Ancient Deity. Both sides were not from a single world, the Sorcerer World was one of them. After all, it was a level 9 existence, and there were definitely countless level 8 gods under its command. It was 2 organizations that spanned across multiple worlds, fighting each other. The ending was tragic. Most of the gods in the land of the gods died, and the ancient civilization that the super ancient god lived in was also destroyed. Later, the civilization of the Ashutl people gradually began to be born. The time of destruction matched perfectly. Cute girl evolved into a dragon. The balloon fish didn't have time to care about us. It's good enough that he took a screenshot. We'll ask when he comes out. But let me guess, the land of the gods did not only rule one world, but the ancient lava world they fought against might only be one world. The scene was very scary. It was a transcendent world facing off against several small worlds. After all, this was a large world, and a multiverse world, with several ancient lava lands in parallel universes. Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. The ancient lava lands were definitely a large, high-level world. The murderer who killed the god of wisdom might have already appeared. Was this revenge? Medusa, Ermin, and the others probably wanted revenge. What about the players? Did they need help? No idea. Look at how scary he was, using his head to fight a boss. Moreover, he was so handsome. With just that one action, he let them choose their own future. Countless people turned into fans, and there was no right or wrong in this kind of planar war. The super ancient god civilization was also destroyed, wasn't it? Mount Akina sped up. Everyone, don't panic. Although the land of the gods, which had many subordinate worlds, has already fallen, the death of the land of the gods has given us a chance to rise again. In a sense, we are now a new organization, and our tentacles have begun to touch the various worlds. I personally believe that our future prospects will not be inferior to theirs, and we should also have a resounding name. Since we used to be called the land of the gods, we will be called the Proud Heaven Alliance. Happy, everyone. Why was this person's brain so strange? Why was the name of this alliance so awkward? Someone said, I think the All Heaven Sand Eagle alliance is quite suitable for you guys. Picking nose, everyone was chatting. This day had been too exciting. Shocking information kept popping up one after another. They felt that their worldview had been completely perfected and unfolded. The foreshadowing of Hermes from back then had also come to an end. It was so shocking that they couldn't remain calm anymore. But what about next? At this moment, something even more shocking and perfect appeared. Because the balloon fish inside had started to write a summary, organizing everything he knew, and posted it all at once with thousands of words. Screenshots. Screenshots. The situation inside is very urgent. You guys have seen the pictures from before, so you should have some guesses. I won't go into details here, I will explain it to you when I have time. Right now, I will only talk about all the deductions and conclusions I have obtained. First of all, my previous guess is correct. This universe is countless times more terrifying than the ones we have seen before. This is a multidimensional transcendent universe. What kind of concept is that? Many of the flunkies don't understand, because this is a more advanced physics theory, so I will explain it to you. To put it simply, it is not a single world like before, but multiple parallel worlds superimposed together. It is like a big tree, a tree-shaped diagram. Because of various choices, it constantly forks and stretches out its branches and leaves. For example, take the destruction of the Ashuttal people. That was a world node, and the Ashuttal people who were destroyed and not destroyed split into two parallel worlds. And in a single world, there is a world line. Some terrifying supreme existences, to them, the future is a visible line and path, and when the world line advances to a certain extent, a fate node will appear and split into a new parallel universe. As for the super ancient deity and this mysterious female deity, they are fate from two other parallel universes. They are existences like the three pillar gods. They have personally descended into this parallel universe to observe the development of this universe node. The three pillar gods are about to merge, and this parallel universe will give birth to a supreme existence of the same level as them. So we came to watch the ceremony. Everyone was shocked. They thought that the Marvel Universe and Primeval Universe were already fierce enough, but who would have thought that there was such an exaggeration? Mixed origin thunderclap Han Ching Kuan. According to Scare You 3000's theory, the ancient god should be the strongest in the Lava Land's parallel universe view. After all, this ancient female god is the ruler of a parallel universe, an existence like Marvel Universe's Thanatos, who controls a parallel universe's lava world, but who would have thought that she would still want to become his slave? Everyone's expression changed drastically. This ancient deity was way too ridiculous, but in the next second, Kill You 3000 once again posted his deduction and screenshot below. I have already guessed who the real body of that female god is. Everyone's breathing quickened. There was even more shocking news. They looked down. This mysterious existence is a female Ashuttal person, and it can only be Carolyn. The surrounding instantly exploded, feeling that someone was teasing them, making fun of them. Impossible, didn't Carolyn die a long time ago? She died in the research institute. And when she died, she was only a rank 5 scientist without the strength to even truss a chicken. There were still explanations and deductions written below. In this universe, Carolyn is dead, and the Ashuttal civilization is destroyed, but what about in other parallel universes? In other multiverses, fate is on the other side, and the Ashuttal people are not destroyed. Will they still dominate the world? Will Carolyn completely ascend to the top and become a god? A terrifying thought gradually formed in everyone's mind. This Carolyn from another parallel universe had descended. In that time and space, she did not die, but became a rank 9 god, able to cross parallel universes and descend into this dimension. Is this possible? According to this theory, it really is. On the spot, the entire game forum was boiling like boiling water. This is 2F** King terrifying. It's so novel, it's beyond human imagination. The extraordinary multiverse deserves its reputation. Not only the players, but the major research institutes were also directly silent. Perhaps on this day on Earth, because of an incredible game, the hypothesis of parallel universes that had been debated for a long time in physics was finally established. At this moment, screenshots were still being sent, filled with a bunch of dense words. There was still a great battle going on inside. Time was tight, and he was scared to death. He summarized all the information he had obtained and explained his understanding of this lava world, revealing everything. There were a lot of numbers, but after everyone sorted them out, there were three main pieces of information. In another parallel universe, the Ashuttal people were not destroyed. In that space-time, Carolyn became the sole ruler of her own universe and ascended into our universe. The ancient lava world that we have been staying in is just one of the inconspicuous parallel universes. This kind of impact was too huge, and the worldview was too novel. In an instant, the people on the forums exploded with excitement and started discussing it. Right now, the total number of people online in the gaming forums had reached an all-time high. They were all discussing today's storyline. It was too explosive. Everyone was waiting to catch up on the show and watch the world storyline. Their efforts were not wasted. In front of the computer table, melon seeds, cola, and beer were all prepared. It was as lively as watching the World Cup, and everyone was also discussing this incredible ancient god. Too fierce, too domineering, an ancient Hongjun-level existence that controls a parallel universe, directly closing the world line, allowing you to choose your own future and fight for your own destiny. Such a domineering CEO type of plot, can't you just blow it up? Too handsome, I really want to marry him. Excited, no wonder that Carolyn from the parallel universe is so strong. Such an ancient existence should rather die than submit, and it's hard to convince her. I didn't expect that she would become a bootlicker for him. I'm also a bootlicker now, embarrassed. Bootlicker +1 turned to bootlicker +2, ancient god is awesome. In fact, there were other reasons for this huge commotion. The impact of this multiverse was too great. The strongest people from other parallel universes arrived to witness the drastic change in the world line of this parallel universe. The reason was that there was a huge change in the world line of this universe. Once the three-pillar gods fuse, they might very well give birth to ultimate existences of their level. The plot was too cool. Not only was the origin of the ancient god discovered, but the way he did it was also too cool. Such a multiverse setting was simply too cool. However, it was obvious that the ones who had the biggest impact at this time were not the netizens. They were all chatting and discussing the plot as if they were watching a real TV series. They gave the players balloon fish ideas on how to choose in the future. Instead, it was the faces of the secret research institutes that were visibly flushed with excitement. Because they know more. Yes, this may seem like an exaggeration, but what is more exaggerated? This could very well be true. That was a real world, not a game. This was the greatest terror of the world. F***CK? F***CK? In the research institute, perhaps affected by the excitement of the netizens, all the big shots started to mutter to themselves when they saw this. Some of them even started to curse. All in all, it could be summed up in one sentence: the surprise was too sudden, no one could remain calm. They were all top big shots in the research world, and many of them were big names in the field of physics who had won various scientific awards. Only they knew the horror of the parallel universe theory. Ever since the development of the physics world, the theory of parallel universes and multiverses was still the biggest hypothesis on Earth. Parallel universes were a mainstream hypothesis that was proposed based on the uncertainty of modern quantum mechanics. This viewpoint could also explain the grandfather paradox and a series of time travel paradoxes. It was as popular and controversial as the Big Bang and other theories about the origin of the universe. Even ordinary people outside of the scientific community were extremely familiar with it. However, this current situation was as if someone had suddenly said to you with absolute certainty, the universe really is infinite, multiverse, and parallel. What the F***CK? They immediately slapped that person in the face. That was how hot-tempered, stubborn, and determined they were. There was a saying that went, make bold assumptions and verify them carefully. In the scientific community, anyone who dared to make such a conclusive conclusion was a F***king idiot. The hypothesis of physics had always been an important part of the driving force of history, but how were they going to verify the existence of parallel universes? Could they find a traveler from a parallel universe to take a look? In history, there were travelers and people who claimed to be from a parallel universe. The universe was so big, there should be more possibilities, but at this time, there was no way to verify it. At least with the current technology of humans on Earth, there was no way to verify it. But now, as they looked at the worldview information that was constantly exploding on the internet, they suddenly felt like they were really going to pee their pants. They were really going to pee their pants. Multiverse, time and space? The future of the advanced universe is so terrifying? This worldview was enough to shatter their skulls over and over again. A group of scientists in white coats faced the computer screen and began to discuss excitedly. This time, the plot exploded. Not only did the internet explode, but their major research institutes were also exploding. The atmosphere was different from the funny and pleasant surprises on the internet. This place was unusually tense and depressing. Impossible. The multiverse theory is impossible. A firm opponent stood up and spoke. This is illogical. An old man also spoke, his brows furrowed and wrinkled. Anyone could see that his heart was tense and depressed. Of course, there were scientists who supported the theory of parallel universes. They were extremely excited. The person in front of them was a loyal supporter of the folded bubble universe theory. The hypothesis of parallel universes, my previous guesses and research papers have repeatedly proposed that quantum itself is uncertain. According to observations, there will be collapse, and it is indeed true. The world is a multiverse. At this time, there was also a supporter of the parallel universe theory, Hawking, who suddenly stood up from the crowd. This game is too terrifying. It allows us to discover the truth of science. As expected of a game that can make people stronger by learning. In the paper published by Mr. Hawking in the Journal of High Energy Physics, Leaving the Eternal Explosion, A Smooth Path to the Universe, he proposed a hypothesis that the multiverse is not the true multiverse, and that parallel universes are limited. This is also in line with the worldview of this ancient lava land. The arrival of two supreme beings from parallel universes instead of an infinite number of supreme beings is enough to prove that there are not many true parallel universes. Another scientist also nodded and looked at the researcher with admiration. He also stood up and said in a powerful voice, "This point of view is indeed very likely." Professor Hertog, the co-author of this paper, once said in a public event after Mr. Hawking's death that this is the result of a large number of complex mathematical calculations based on string theory, and the so-called multiverse is limited. This. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat, and they felt their voices trembling, unable to control their emotions. If it was a coincidence, then this was too much of a coincidence, right? All coincidences, if they all pointed in one direction, then it was not a coincidence, but the truth. Previously, the balloon fish player also said that a huge change in the world line would be possible to split into a new parallel universe. Just like a tree, there would be branches and forks, but not infinite. This theory happened to be somewhat similar to the structure of the multiverse proposed by Mr. Hawking. Oh. My God. God bless. This game may prove the hypothesis of the world structure. It will be awarded the Nobel Prize. The theory of parallel universes is very likely a big step for Earth. But we know this game is real. What about the others? We can't put forward this hypothesis and use the events of this game as a scientific basis, right? Using a game? That will be a laughingstock. But we all know this game is real. All the scientists. All the researchers, using a game to discuss the science of the origin of the universe, they couldn't help but wonder, are we crazy? Or is the world crazy? That's a parallel universe. A multiverse. That's not a random street product. Simply put, there are countless of them on Earth. There won't be exactly the same leaves in the world, but there will be countless similar leaves, and there will be countless leaves similar to Earth, a parallel Earth where Germany won in World War II, or an Earth where the Qing dynasty didn't fall, or an Earth where the dinosaurs didn't die. The universe we live in is just one of the inconspicuous ones. They even began to want to see how Earth developed. This is so interesting, it shows us a brand new future and possibility. It can indeed become a certain argument. Some people were too lazy to argue. Everyone present was a wily old fox. Which one of them wasn't a professional debater who could argue with their own theories until their faces turned red? He had already begun to collect data. These screenshots and words would become valuable research materials, researched and verified by countless people. After all, in the future history of Earth, it might be recorded that modern humans were the first to truly observe a parallel universe and a transmigrator. It would have far-reaching significance. Some people's expressions also became calm. But if it's true, this ancient god is probably even more terrifying than the likes of Taoists, and she really exists in this world, it is very likely that she will come to our Earth. Compared to the myriad realms, our Earth is still too weak. Yes. Too domineering, with just a wave of her hand, she closed the world line, letting the living beings inside decide their fate. Ridiculous, I'd rather believe that it's not true. In some research institutes, some top experts began to argue. On the internet, everyone was in an uproar. Some big shots from various worlds were also discussing, including red-named players, who were treasures that had lived for thousands of years, also expressed their opinions. One Sword Turtle Breath, does this mean that the Lava Earth parallel universe where the balloon fish lives in is still too backward, and only after the fusion of the three pillar gods will there be an ultimate level 9 existence? This is a historical juncture, and the other lava world parallel universe giants, ancient gods, and parallel Carolines are only here to observe the ceremony? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? This person expressed his disbelief. Wooming Dragon also began to speak, expressing that he only believed half of it. I think it's because the worlds are different. Every universe has its own rules. The lava world has a multivariate view of the universe, while the Magus world and ancient wood world have a single view of the universe. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Take the sorcerer world for example. If there really was a parallel universe, there should be a parallel universe in which Gilgamesh did not die, and the three witches did not die. These big shots might already be level 9, and it was very possible that they could directly descend into this universe. But at this time, there was still no such thing, and the possibility of a single universe view was very high. However, some people also noticed that these red-named players did not quite believe it. Could it have turned into a lemon spirit? They were envious, jealous, and hateful. There were so many worlds in the universe, but the balloon fish just had to come to such a powerful multiverse world. It had great potential, and there were great opportunities in this world. In the future, when it became stronger, it could descend and travel through parallel universes? Become the only existence in the multiverse? Traverse the highest latitude of the world line? Wonderful. There might be more than one Du Shui. Balloon fish, he, in the countless parallel universes, the pure and gentle Du Shui, the hot and sexy Du Shui. I have so many wives. Balloon fish, cheating in a parallel universe is not cheating. Everyone, they suddenly vomited blood. What the hell were they talking about? Using someone else's umbrella again? Why were some people's brain circuits so strange? The people outside were still chatting, but the people inside were still crazily sending screenshots. The next second, another picture summary appeared, and everyone hurriedly looked at it. Balloonfish was still concluding, the above world theory is too terrifying, but the next conversation between the two deities completely confirmed the parallel universe view. First of all, that female deity claimed to be from Aesop Darwin, and she even let me go. She even knew that I was some sort of special material, so she definitely knew me and Du Shui. This proves that she was most likely Carolyn. Not only that, she even brought up the inconceivable concept of a parallel universe transmigrator. Transmigrators? What transmigrators? Everyone was surprised and looked down again. They discussed the turmoil that is happening in this universe, saying that if some talented powerhouses die, they can be transmigrated to their parallel universe to be reborn, so as to absorb talents. They mentioned certain words like we Ishidaren, may be reborn to go to school in the city, may also be reborn as giant dragons. At this moment, I was completely sure. Phew, everyone let out a long sigh. This time everyone was excited. There was no explanation. If it was vague, it might really be imagination, but it was so clear that the truth had been exposed to the world. Sure enough, it was the setting of the multiverse. Even transmigrators appeared. In the simplest and broadest terms, most of the city transmigrators in online novels had transmigrated to a similar parallel universe. Whether ancient or modern, they all lacked some culture and embarked on the road of copying songs, copying treasures, copying poems, and embarking on the road to wealth. This was the concept of parallel universe. Although many people did not know about it, it had already existed in everyone's hearts. Hiss, at this moment, the hearts of the people in the major research institutes were completely broken. Previously, how could they prove parallel universes? Find a transmigrator to take a look? But now, a transmigrator from a parallel universe had really appeared. What a slap in the face. And their faces were swollen. What was even more terrifying was that these universe masters manipulated people to transmigrate to parallel universes. This was a huge conspiracy to strengthen the strength of the universe they were in. Their brains began to completely crash at this moment. Well, the big step for Earth had already begun. No matter how crazy the research institute was, at this time, the whole situation on the internet had been explained clearly. At the end of countless summaries and words, Kill Me 3000 wrote, "Brothers. The situation has been fully explained. The ancient gods have given a chance to reverse the predestined future, and there is the possibility of creating a miracle. But now, fate is closed, but it is still predestined because no variables have joined in. I am the only variable who can change the entire trajectory of fate. I, who have you all, have the greatest infinite possibilities. Now, please lend me the fate, talent, experience, and protagonist aura of your world. Let me gather the torrent of fate to reverse and create a miracle." Everyone, this paragraph had a strong sense of Chunibu, but the general meaning was to let other players help him, but how? There was no way to help. He, a celestial emperor, couldn't help the battle at all. So what if he was the only variable? Mount Akina sped up. Don't panic, everyone. Speaking of this, we have completely understood why there is a predestined future. At this time, he indeed wants to gather the children of providence of other worlds to lend his own providence, and he can kill Emperor Great Joy. Everyone was stunned. Why was this person also so Chunibu? Mount Akina sped up. Well, time is tight, so I won't brag. It is very simple to help, and he has already thought of it himself. Players, use all the tricks you have hidden before. Help Du Shui, and you can probably become stronger in a short time. I know how wretched you all were before. Everyone hadn't reacted yet. Ding, player, cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, sent a document, Shu Mountain Sword Forging, complete version. Cute girl, take it. This is the power of this child of providence. It took me a long time to trick Big Sister Celestial Emperor into giving it to me. How overbearing. The mortals of Mount Shu cultivate to become immortals. One of the most important things about cultivation is speed. Although time is tight right now, if I can bluff the 3 tribes and hand over all the rare treasures, this sword will probably be able to increase its power by 40%. Moreover, there are the latest secret techniques in it. With the lives of several gods voluntarily sacrificing themselves to the sword, this sword might be able to break through to the realm of a middle god within a short period of time. Everyone was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. These bastard players were too wretched and crafty. What they posted on the public forums were all castrated and incomplete versions? As for Balloon Fish, he had obtained the incomplete manuals from these forums. He had probably deleted some of them for the Umbrella Corporation's main god space and given them to others to learn. Layer by layer, it was estimated that the remaining half of its power would be considered good. F***CK. Take the opportunity to pick up salted fish. They instantly became excited and hurriedly tried to download it. After all, the information on the forum was too incomplete. They might need it when they entered the real world in the future, so they could prepare for a rainy day. In the end, a notification appeared. Ding, only designated players can receive files, slut. They immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding, player, top of the food chain Bell, sent a document which tribes Golden Body Cultivation enhanced version. Bale said, it's the complete and enhanced version. Take it. This is the latest version I've made over the years. The one you're using is still the one I gave to the 12 ancestors of sorcery 1,000 years ago. If you use this one, although it's not the 9 revolutions mysterious art, it's the foundation of all sorcery techniques. I estimate that your strength will increase by about 8 levels. This was even more ruthless. They actually castrated more than half of it, everyone vomited blood. These animals were too good at hiding things. Bale said, cough, cough, cough. But now time is too tight, so Du Shui can only temporarily modify the path of the technique. I estimate that she can only increase her combat power by 1 level, and the power will not be too great. Everyone instantly understood that this was a variable. It was also thanks to these bastards who liked to hide their skills and do things in a wretched manner. They liked to keep some tricks up their sleeves so that others could learn all of them and beat the old masters to death. As a result, although Du Shui was completely seen through by the humanoid pillar god and could not affect the situation, it was also because of this new variable that she could instantly improve her realm and transcend beyond the calculation. Even the Mount Shu sword immortal lineage itself had an incredible speed of improvement. As long as there were enough materials, they could quickly increase the level of their swords. If those ordinary gods were willing to sacrifice their swords, and the 3 clans took out all the stored energy to become gods, Du Shui would be able to increase to the level of a middle god in a short time. This was the unique advantage of the Mount Shu sword immortal lineage. A middle god, especially one whose combat power was exaggerated to the extreme of the corpse sword immortal system, was enough to change the situation of the battle. Rumble, the Great Joy Emperor and Xinglin's daughter, Subaru, fought crazily, and the battle was earth-shattering. In midair, Xinglin's daughter looked at the Great Joy Emperor, and her face froze. I once saw you laughing and announcing to rule the world. I saw sorrow in your eyes. You are also a person controlled by fate. Turn back. Now that there are no 3 pillar gods behind us, we are all free, and we will decide our own fate. Decide our own fate? The Great Joy Emperor's body shook, as if he was moved. His face was hidden in the darkness, and he was struggling. No one is willing to be the puppet of fate. Xinglin's daughter spoke again, and persuaded, the humanoid pillar god can no longer control you. From today onwards, we belong to ourselves, and face the choice in our hearts. Face the choice in our hearts? The Great Joy Emperor was stunned, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed out loud. He cried and laughed at the same time, and tears actually flashed in the corner of his eyes. Yes, yes, I am finally free now. I am free. My life, my future, it is all up to me. Xinglin's daughter suddenly showed hope. Bang! In the next second, the Great Joy Emperor hit Xinglin's daughter with a bang. I have tolerated you for a long time. I can finally decide my own fate. Get lost. He roared angrily, and his neck turned red. Yes. I don't hit women, but you are not a human. You're just a tree statue made of hard green vines, and you want to be my wife? You. Men. Really? Dang. I am. Change. Pervert. Really? The Great Joy Emperor was completely irritated, and with a pause between every word, he crazily pointed at some of the women among the 20 attacking gods. Look at you. Grotesquely shaped, lush plants, a furry black lioness, a winged female lizard, and a wild female dog. I want to take you into my harem. You haven't even transformed into humans. How can a living person? He whimpered nervously, and his mental state was sick. If not for the pillar gods, you. Xinglin's daughter looked aghast. She spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up, looking at the excited Great Joy Emperor in horror, as if she had seen a madman, a complete lunatic. The Great Joy Emperor laughed wildly, and his face was gloomy. Yes. I want to build 12 palaces, and take all the women in the world as my concubines, not some pervert who is interested in everything. I've said it before, as long as I'm alive, I want to enjoy all the joys of the world. I want to climb to the highest peak, fight the strongest enemies, drink the strongest alcohol, sleep with the most beautiful women, not the wildest dogs. Bang! In a flash, he rushed toward the 8th-rank wolf-shaped god, and sent him flying. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. Also, thank you for helping me get rid of the pillar god behind me. Now, I can decide my own life freely. He raised his arm high. Come on. All of you come together, you are the strongest enemies in the world. Xianxia looked at the sky. Soon, you will receive the most vicious beatings, sit in the most flashy wheelchair, sleep in the most expensive coffin, and enjoy the coolest disco dancing at the grave. This is a perfect and magnificent life. The others did not understand the sadness in the Great Joy Emperor's eyes, and thought he was forced. But Xianxia listened to the conversation between the 2 gods, and the explanation of the stone's fate, and naturally understood the Great Joy Emperor's actions. It was the Great Joy Emperor's nature. He was such a dark and twisted person. It was because he made his own choice that fate found him. At this time, the only thing he was forced to do was to unify the other 2 races, find beast type, plant type, and achieve the great unification. Ding, Xia Niming looked down at his personal information in the website, and took a deep breath. I got it, I owe them a huge favor. The reason why he had analyzed so many things on the internet wasn't just because he wanted to turn this situation around and defeat the strong, which often required a huge amount of information to understand the entire situation. It was also because he wanted to display the might of this world to them. They were willing to invest in him, and believe in his future. That was the real goal. It proved that the connection between the ancient lava land and the wizard world might be opened in the future, so the other party was willing to pay a high price to help him. After all, the complete cultivation methods they got were really heaven-defying. In any world, it was enough to have terrifying combat power among the 8th grade gods, and it could be said to be a god-level cultivation method in the heavens and the myriad world. In the forum, it was already very good to announce the incomplete version, which was already a good combat power among the same level. As for the complete version, it was top secret. I got it, it should be possible. He looked at the sky in the distance. The Great Joy Emperor's combat power is very terrifying. It is very difficult to hit him, but he can easily hurt others, and he can even reflect part of your attack. This is the most terrifying thing about him. Due to the special nature of the power system, he was not afraid of group fights at all. Those with a lower level than him could basically not hurt him. 20 ordinary gods could only stare at him from the side, and even attack him. Not only could they not break his defense, but they would also give him the opportunity to absorb energy, causing him to use this energy to attack the 2 middle gods, Xinglin's daughter and Subaru, which was more helpful than helpful. And with the powerful defense of the Great Joy Emperor, he could also fight 1 against 2, so it was almost a dead end. But more than 20 ordinary gods didn't come up, plus the hidden Du Shui didn't come up either. They all have time, just right to forge the sword, forming the 3rd combat power. He took a deep breath and called Du Shui in the distance, and then asked Du Shui to call all the ordinary gods. Why did a mere celestial emperor call us over? The surrounding ordinary gods descended, observed for a while, and spoke one after another. Xia Niming said lightly, do you want to defeat the Great Joy Emperor? I have a way to change your fate of being ruled. They were shocked at first, and couldn't help but say, you are a mere celestial emperor? Xia Niming said, do you feel my body? I am not in the path of fate, and I am the only variable in this world. Even if fate is closed, fate is still there, because no one can change it, and break the original path. And I can. The surrounding gods sensed silently, and their expressions changed slightly. He was indeed the only variable, the only one among all the lives in the whole world that could change the situation of the battle. The only variable? Say what you think. A god was hidden in the divine light, and his pressure was shocking. Xia Niming said, the variable is on this god, Du Shui. I can help her become stronger. Hand over all your heavenly treasures, and all kinds of materials, and help forge the sword. You can even sacrifice your life to let this sword reach the intermediate level. Swoosh, in an instant, Du Shui's head flipped open, and a white light shot out. This was a white bone jade sword with a white jade blade. The 2 blades emitted a cold light, floating in the air, and appeared in front of everyone. Whoosh! Forging the sword with the spine? The surrounding gods were stunned, and they naturally felt the horror and extraordinariness of this system. Someone frowned and said, of course we can give you the materials. We, the gods of the 3 races, collect the best materials in the world, but to forge the sword with the lives of gods, isn't that asking us to die? Based on my estimation, the lives of about 10 gods will be needed. Xia Niming said faintly and said a terrifying number, half of the middle-level gods here have to die. This is the last choice. After all, if the Great Joy Emperor rules the world, you know what the consequences are. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Gods, please die for the sake of the world. He bowed deeply and pleaded earnestly. The surrounding gods' expressions changed, and they showed signs of hesitation. After a moment of silence, the air was filled with deathly stillness. A god pursed his lips and stepped forward. Count me in. I'll do it too. A plant-type god stood up. He looked at the side, and a plant god was about to stand up as well. Honey Sprout, go back. Our tribe must have a god stay to maintain prosperity. That god pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but he stopped and retreated. After a moment of silence, another human tribe powerhouse also walked out. My Changyan tribe will do it too. Thank you for the help of the other tribes. If no one from our tribe stood up, it would be too laughable. Time couldn't be delayed at all. Every second delayed could mean a lower chance of success. One by one, the gods quickly stood up. For the sake of their tribe and the whole world, they were extremely courageous. Then, let's begin. Xianxia took a deep breath. 2 mid-level deities can delay them for a long time. First, 20 deities will work together to forge the peerless treasures with their respective materials. Then, 10 deities will throw them into the furnace, and the other 10 deities will forge them. This was a very cruel method, but the surrounding people moved quickly. On the other side, while they were forging Du Shue's sword, Du Shue herself didn't stop either. She began to organize and take the opportunity to improve her body cultivation technique. In a short time, she could improve some of the circulation routes so that her battle power could be increased. Rumble, the flame furnace was forging, and flames shot up to the sky. In the distance, Great Joy Emperor's expression changed slightly. What are they doing? I've seen the trajectory of any of the world lines in this battle from the Pillar Gods, but they didn't do anything like this. His gaze shifted. Variable, there's no way to deal with it in the past. That balloon creature is a variable outside of fate. Great Joy Emperor rushed down quickly, with a shocking killing intent. Hold on for half an hour. Xianxia roared. Ha 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 ha. Subaru laughed loudly and blocked in front of him. You finally know fear. Great Joy Emperor, you must die today. 10 times. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted again. Subaru, Xinglin's daughter, you. Great Joy Emperor's shocked and angry voice sounded. At this moment, more than 20 gods worked together and started forging the sword. Their movements were extremely fast, and there was an earth-shattering power. Divine light bloomed, and all kinds of colorful glass phenomena appeared. Among them, 10 gods were very silent because they would be walking into the furnace in a moment. Oh right, do you know about the umbrella? Xianxia asked. Umbrella? The gods shook their heads. The Umbrella is a mysterious ancient organization that spans countless parallel universes. It has the special structure of the god space. We have 2 ancient gods behind us, a super-organization that spans countless parallel universes. The umbrella that protects the heavens. Xianxia said, you gods present, if you join my umbrella company, you can obtain endless opportunities, all kinds of heaven-defying skills and techniques. Even now, those who are about to die can be reborn in another parallel universe and start a new life. They were instantly shocked. Do the 10 of you want to join my umbrella? Xianxia asked again. The 10 gods were shocked and nodded silently. This celestial emperor, who didn't have a magic core and wasn't in fate, indeed had a big secret. Du Shue's cultivation system was made up of countless extraordinary techniques, and now that they were about to die, they had no choice. We'll join. They looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Xianxia laughed. You guys continue. The gods were still hammering Du Shue's sword and were about to throw it into the furnace. On the other side, Du Shue was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Both sides were advancing side by side. Xianxia returned to the forest from before and saw the 2 ancient gods, who were still sitting on the big boulder and discussing. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said to Carolyn. Lord God, Du Shue and I are willing to be your agents in this world. We will help you build a force that spans parallel universes, build a god space, and manage the transmigrators. Manage transmigrators? Carolyn looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, knowing what he just did. Now, I have brought the lives of 10 gods for you. Xianxia trembled and prostrated on the ground. This was his greatest opportunity. Although he probably wouldn't be able to get close to a transcendent deity, there was another deity, such as Carolyn. Perhaps she would take them in on account of Du Shue and give them a great opportunity. This is the proposal. Xianxia said respectfully, as if he was applying for a job, I hope you can give me hope for the interview. Those transmigrators will rely on their powerful wisdom when they were alive to affect the structure of the world and create inequality. This is a way to limit them, to let the transmigrators have a god space and not expose their identity. Carolyn took the proposal and was obviously shocked by the settings of the master god space. She smiled and said, "Very interesting. I'll accept those 10 gods and bring them to the universe I'm in. If you want to establish your so-called organization, there's no harm in that. I can give you the temporary qualification to enter my world. However, between worlds, you can't interfere, and you can't reveal it to others." "Thank you, Lord God." Xianxia was ecstatic and quickly prostrated on the ground again. His heart was full of tears. "My advantage as a transmigrator has finally been activated. I have found a super thigh to hug." Suji also smiled and looked at Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground. This person was very smart and knew when to yield. He was indeed a talent. How he wanted to develop was his business, and he was too lazy to interfere. Boom, not far away, suddenly a fire rose to the sky. Sounds of forging rang out, and thunderous explosions rang out. An ancient divine furnace was faintly discernible, as though it was an eternal divine weapon. It brought with it a vast pressure, and after patches of blood-red light soared into the sky, a crisp clanging sound rang out. The divine weapon had completely appeared, and the vast aura of a mid-level god spread out. But the aura disappeared in a flash. "Great Joy Emperor, I will kill you." A soft and resonant voice rang out, and a woman holding a long sword appeared out of thin air. In the 51st year of Great Joy Emperor, the tyrant Great Joy Emperor wanted to unify all things in the world. The corpse immortal appeared, reversed fate, and saved all things in the world from water and fire. In an instant, a silent snow-white divine light shot into the sky. Du Shui was an assassin, but she had already been exposed. Naturally, she couldn't care less about hiding her identity. Her aura surged and exploded. Which ancestor's true body? Bang, her figure grew taller and more solid. The terrifying aura continued to spread, as if a primordial indestructible golden body had descended. Her life force continued to expand. The witch ancestor's combat power wasn't earth-shattering, but her recovery and strong life force were extremely terrifying. Awaken! Her whole body was burning fiercely. She began to enter the second state, zombification. Every inch of that terrifying body's cells was collapsing, rotting, and gel-like viscous cell fluid flowed out. She was like a flesh-colored wax torch that was burning and melting. Drops of sticky fluid fell and continued to collapse. As every inch of her cells was burning, the terrifying power was like a suppressed volcano that was about to break through the sky. The void exploded, and the space shook. This was the terrifying power of a middle-level god. This power. Great Joy Emperor suddenly turned his head, revealing a horrified aura, but he couldn't react in time. The third state began to erupt, clang. The sharp sword was unsheathed. It was a straight long sword with the aura of a middle-level god. The body of the sword was snow-white, translucent, and smooth. It was as precise as a mirror, reflecting clear light as if it was alive. It reflected the scenery of the mountains and rivers below, gorgeous and gorgeous. Sword open. Shu. Dao. The next moment, heaven and earth shook, and the clouds rolled. A soundless snow-white sword light condensed and instantly turned into a snow-white light screen that fell down. There was no sound at all, but it was so hot that it almost melted the earth. All the celestial emperors and ordinary gods were pressed to the ground. The little girl from back then has finally grown up. She has a trace of Lu Wenjian's elegance. Suji looked at the sky. Hua, the snow-white sword light fell on Great Joy Emperor's body like a waterfall. What is this? Great Joy Emperor's eyes were dull as he stared at the terrifying divine sword light in front of him. The next second, he was ignited with a violent madness. I won't die. I won't. I have determination too. He raised his arm high, and his whole body went crazy. He entered the zombification state of determination and kept rotting. Pieces of mirrors blocked in front of him. Bang 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 bang, the smooth surface of the mirror violently exploded. It was as if the entire world had been transformed into a mirror. The plants, the trees, the mountains, the land, all cracked and shattered. Terrifying explosions rang out as Emperor Great Joy staggered backward, coughing up huge mouthfuls of blood. He was pushed back more than half of the ancient lava land, and the space he had spread out was more than 200, but it was still being destroyed, unable to hold on for even a moment. Bang! Space completely exploded. He no longer had any space to defend himself, and could only stare blankly at the sword light pouncing towards him. Madness and despair appeared on his face, and a terrifying determination erupted from his body. His entire body melted, turning into strands of scarlet blood. I still have determination. I believe that I won't die, but if I turn into ashes in an instant, there's no way to save me. Bang! A dazed voice rang out, and a snow-white radiance enveloped him. Is this the unknown fate? I might be defeated, or I might be killed. Compared to knowing everything before, it's quite interesting. His entire person instantly shattered into pieces. In the eyes of the crowd, the joyous emperor, who had been tyrannical and domineering for a generation, actually walked towards death in an extremely shocking manner in just a short instant. This sword can cut through everything in the world. Cut through our established fate. Subaru and Xinglin's daughter looked at this scene in horror. This was too terrifying. They could practically feel a chill running down their spines. Even a high-level god might not be able to easily erupt this kind of instantaneous combat power. If the two of them had been enveloped in it just now, they were afraid that they would also end up in the fate of death. This is simply unimaginable. Carolyn stared blankly at the sky that had been slashed apart. Even she felt that if she was struck by that sword, her life would be in intense danger. She might even be killed by that sneak attack. The terror she felt had reached the limits of its limits. Pucci, in the sky, light flashed, and Du Shui withdrew her sword into her body. Her entire person rapidly fell down, smashing a huge gray dust on the ground. Her entire person was fragmented, and pus flowed out of her body. She spat out mouthfuls of blood, and there was almost no part of her that was intact. Xianxia hurriedly ran over with a distressed look on his face. Sure enough, it's like what I guessed. You raised your head with a sword. If I can't kill you this time, it's my loss. She had beaten herself to the brink of death. Everyone fell into a state of shock. The explosive power of this sword was too horrifying. Emperor Greatjoy died in an instant, and Du Shui, who had used this sword, could not withstand it at all. Just one sword, and she had seriously injured herself. Suji also looked at this scene. This player Xianxia was really creative. The three axes merged together and instantly turned into one, bringing about a terrifying explosion. Du Shui had only swung her sword once, and she had already been seriously injured. This kind of injury was almost on the verge of death, and it could not be recovered without recuperating for a few years. However, this kind of terrifying lethality was far beyond other heaven-defying skills. It could be considered the strongest single explosive power except for Cthulhu, 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, Daluo Heaven Scripture, Eternal Death, 3 Cuts, and other skills. In the same realm, the instant explosive power was far less than 1/10 of this. But although it looks terrifying, it is far from being comparable to these skills. There are too many limitations. Suji thought for a moment, shook his head, and commented, just the explosive power of a single strike is instantly at the mercy of others. If she can't kill the enemy, she will be killed in an instant. Although Du Shui has not fully mastered it and is making a last-minute effort, when she truly masters this power in the future, I guess she can still only use one strike. Her current body, which had cultivated the castrated version of the witch ancestor's true form, could not withstand this explosive power. But even if the flaws were fixed, and the strength and toughness of her body were doubled, after using the sword, there would not be such terrible side effects. She might still be able to move freely, but she would definitely not be able to use the second strike, one-strike woman. Just one strike might be more appropriate. She was on the brink of death after using one strike, and she had to recuperate for 10 years, just for a moment. Being a real woman for a second was to make the best use of an instant strike. Suji was speechless, and he began to weigh the pros and cons. This was a very good observation. But to kill heaven-defying beings like Di Qi and Dao Chongqing in an instant? It is possible, but not likely. After all, these two skills are heaven-defying because they have no shortcomings. They are very balanced, and their defense is also very strong. If I can't kill them in an instant, I will be at the mercy of others. Di Qi and Dao Chongqing might succeed in a sneak attack. As for the evil god Cthulhu, he was invincible in the same realm. She had not yet entered the complete form of the Celestial Emperor, which was the combination of 110,000 Celestial Emperors. Du Shui would die inexplicably when she came up, and there was no need for her to do anything. No matter how many Di Qi and Dao Chongqing of the same realm came up, they would be nothing to her. As for killing a phoenix, that was also impossible. Apart from the unconventional beings like the evil god Cthulhu, the phoenix was the most fleshy in history. Okay, did she think that the people in the wizard world who hunted her down and used her as a target were fake? If she didn't put on the most fleshy act, how could she take the most vicious beating? The perfect combination of the rising from the ashes and the 9 revolutions' mysterious art made her almost unkillable. Moreover, every time she was seriously injured, she would become stronger. She was like a cockroach of the seance, which was the perfect counter to such explosive assassinations. But in the future, I can still look forward to this martial art. Walking the extreme path, if someone cooperates with me, it is completely possible for me to fight across realms. This is an extremely terrifying thing. Suji raised his head and looked at the sky, revealing a smile. This is terrifying. Carolyn looked at the sky and the horrible land that had been turned into a mess by a single sword strike. She also felt a lingering fear. When one reached the realm of gods, they had to stop as much as possible. A world couldn't withstand their torment. Moreover, when gods descended to the mortal world, the consumption was too great, so they couldn't waste their physical strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed in the void for so long and not easily descended to the mortal world. Although the sword strike was restrained and didn't attack other places, the aftermath still shattered many big regions. She stretched out her hand and seemed to grab something out of thin air. She said in surprise, "Great Joy Emperor is indeed a tough monster with terrifying determination. He hasn't really died yet. I've caught his remnant soul." Suji looked at her palm. "Great Joy Emperor, this guy is really tenacious. Did he secretly survive? This trip was very satisfying. I got 10 geniuses of gods to come to our world as transmigrators, and I also got Great Joy Emperor. Since he's dead in everyone's eyes, he belongs to me. Anyway, his remnant soul will dissipate sooner or later, so it doesn't affect the tide of history." Carolyn smiled and squeezed gently, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Bang! This lump of soul body instantly dissipated along with a blood-curdling screech as it was sucked into his brain. He commented, "The cultivation technique he created is also very interesting. It just so happens that I can obtain some of his memories and obtain some things from them to complete the inheritance of my internal universe." Suji nodded and smiled. "You want Hai Landong to cultivate this cultivation method?" "Yes." A serious expression appeared on Carolyn's face as she continued, "Hai Landong is an extremely powerful talent. Although she's a pervert who snatched her husband's body, she's addicted to love, and doesn't have any lofty ambitions, unlike us who pursue ideals and dreams. But she was able to compete with me and secretly help her husband. She led the sea race to rise against us icidal people. She's still the most amazing person in the world. She's a person with perfect wisdom, talent, ability, judgment, and all aspects. She's also the best at fighting, much better than me. You know, fighting is not my forte." Suji thought about it and said, "Hai Landong is indeed your strongest fighter. He should have become a god. If he cultivates this Emperor Great Joy's technique, his battle prowess will be terrifying. When will I be able to get my hands on Du Shui's technique? It looks terrifying, but it can also be cultivated by others. That way, I'll have more terrifying battle prowess. Right now, I'm just an empty target. I'll have to summon a bunch of powerful godly fighters." Carolyn rubbed her temples in distress. "But my universe lacks a talent, someone who can perfectly cultivate this corpse sword immortal cultivation technique. A person who can open up a new era is the most precious treasure." Suji was speechless. Carolyn was already standing on the creation god's point of view and thinking from her own point of view. The god of creation needed talented people to develop this era. He felt that it was very interesting. This was a link to another link. If she finds out, I'm afraid she'll break down again. Suji covered his forehead. The world was a circle, and there were circles outside the circle. No one knew if the world they lived in was real or fake. "What are you thinking about?" Carolyn suddenly asked. I'm thinking about some other things. It's more interesting and accidental. Suji answered. If I have time, I'll go to your world and see how the parallel universe where the Isidal people are still alive is developing. We, the Isidal people, are still researching science and space online game technology to open up the world and rules. After all, it's not easy to be a creation god and perfect a real universe. Carolyn could not help but laugh as she said, our world has already become a game within the mainframe of the brain. The two continued to drink milk tea and watched the drastic changes of this era from afar. Carolyn herself was still a scientist. She was a special high-level god without combat power, but there was a world in her body that could summon the gods living in her body. She guessed that some of the gods in her body would inherit this technique and increase their combat power. Stealing the essence of different eras was indeed the innate instinct of these top big shots. The path to becoming a god, death god's eternal life, seems to be summoning farming. The potential combat power is also very terrifying. Raise some to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art? God geniuses with all kinds of heaven-defying techniques? Come out and fight, it's also very promising. In fact, through the conversation just now, Suji understood more about the ancient lava land in her body and the structure and rules of this technique. Computers lived in memories. It might be difficult to understand, but it could be used as an explanation for a soul world. This was a soul world, and the data living in it were all souls. After all, souls were energy flows, and the flowers and trees in it were also made of huge amounts of energy. They could become spirits and cultivate. Built with special and perfect rules, it was like a real world. Naturally, she could summon gods with soul bodies to help her fight. Even the life of the data flow, due to the authenticity of the energy particles, could even get married and have children in it, just like the birth of a new artificial intelligence. It was similar to the ghost children on Earth. Ghost babies were born from the reproduction of souls, and they had no physical bodies. The realm of level 9 is already clear. Sujio sighed and sipped his milk tea. 100 trillion cells is simply a fantasy. I'm afraid there aren't many gods who can reach the top. The 9th level is a more terrifying threshold than the 8th level. The 3-pillar gods have an innate advantage in computing power in this aspect, but reaching that realm with the help of the computing power of all living beings is ultimately not the true 9th level. An individual 9th level is the strongest. They used the brains of all living beings, which was a trick. And the reason why level 9 is strong is not only because of the qualitative change of energy compression, but also because the Taoist techniques they use are so detailed that every energy particle can be called rule phenomenon, or in other words, quantum-level Taoist techniques. For example, the Great Joy Emperor Space Mirror, Subaru's enhanced zombification explosion, could be said to be detailed to the basic structure of the universe. Only then could they have such power. In this realm, you need to research your own Taoist techniques. Suji smiled. Carolyn had just said that she had prepared the path of level 9 Taoist techniques and was currently practicing it. It was a Taoist technique tailor-made for herself, Death God's eternal life. She could summon the already dead, the living beings in her mind. They were no longer souls, but using the quantum structure to accelerate the creation of flesh and blood as a template, allowing them to descend into this world with real bodies and become living beings. This could only be achieved with terrifying and huge calculation power and a fine degree of precision. This was the true Death God's eternal life. She could live again, return to the main universe, and then return to the tomb world where she was buried at any time. Death was not true death, but another kind of true eternal life. If this is the case, then it really is a parallel universe. That online game world in my mind, the treasures of heaven and earth, the living and the strong, can all materialize and appear in reality. Suji sighed, feeling that it was very scary. It was no wonder that Carolyn set the world according to the rules of reality. She did not let herself go and randomly create fantasy creatures that did not conform to the physical plane. It was to connect the two worlds, to truly create a parallel universe. Ancient lava land, a very interesting day and the changes of the times. It's time to leave. Suji sighed softly. Seeing that the matter was over, he had no reason to stay. He opened a spatial portal and disappeared. Carolyn stared at the place where he disappeared, bowed slightly, and then turned to look at the wasteland. those crying gods, the rise and fall of this era, had also disappeared. I don't need to care about the main universe. I'll go back and develop my parallel universe. In the living room, Suji opened his eyes. Ancient lava land, multiverse, world lines, future, have indeed been completely perfected and are on the right track. Carolyn, the multiverse god of the ancient lava land. He pondered for a long time. In every world, there would be people who converged, and it became the world's rule. Ermin of the sorcerer world established the underworld, and Medusa became a demon god, which became part of the world's rule. Dao Chongxing of the barren world established the heavenly court, and Meng Mei became the dragon vein, which was also the world's basic rule. Dicky of the ancient wood world transformed into a planet. Carolyn had also converged, and she became the god of this world's parallel universe. With the Ashutl people's super technology and terrifying computing power, she created parallel universes. Suji suddenly felt a little helpless. He said that he would find some time to visit the parallel universe within Carolyn's body, the other ancient land of lava. He wanted to see how it had developed. However, Carolyn also expressed that she was looking forward to visiting the parallel universe within her body. After all, she was the tombkeeper of two civilizations. But what universe was there in Suji's body? Nope. There was a gourmet world in his stomach, and a bunch of players were cooking and causing trouble. Although he did not agree to Carolyn's request, he felt that he would be exposed one day. After all, his mind was empty. Suji's brows furrowed slightly, and then he calmed down. But no matter what, the ancient lava land system is almost complete. It's time to integrate a brand new gene and start cultivating this world's system. It's time to integrate the system gene. The system's genes were constantly being updated. From a square-shaped chip in the hands of a player, it gradually transformed into an octagonal structure. After many generations of development, it had finally matured. The various hidden dangers, advantages, and disadvantages were already clear. This era is over. It's time to start cultivating. Sitting in the living room, Suji started to organize his thoughts. No matter how the era changed, his original intention had not changed. These little people in the sand table were deducing the cultivation system for him, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. To pave the way for himself. Every world has its own system. One needs the corresponding talent and bloodline to be able to cultivate, and these extraordinary bloodlines can be called genetic talents. Suji thought about it and said, "Subbrain of wisdom, fuse with the demon core gene." A mechanical voice sounded. "Fusing. Please wait a moment. This fusion will greatly modify the body, transfer the brain structure, and produce intense pain." A numbing feeling started to grow. It was getting more and more painful, his forehead started to sweat, and an incomparable pain came from his brain, as if it was about to be torn apart. If he had to make an analogy, it would be like someone was stirring his brain with a straw and sucking his brain. Pain, wave after wave of unending pain assaulted him. Although Suji knew that the genetic modification this time was different from the previous ones, it involved the human brain, and his brain originally stored spiritual power that had been cultivated to level 6, it was equivalent to digging out his brain and transferring all his thoughts and spiritual power into the demon core. But he still did not expect it to be so painful. Intense pain, continuous intense pain. The violent impact of the intense pain almost made him faint. After who knew how long, Suji struggled to get up with blood and sweat all over his body. He looked at the time blankly. Only 10 minutes have passed, but it feels like half a century. He felt lucky to have survived a disaster. Luckily, he was a level 7 heavenly emperor, and the spiritual power in his brain was only level 6, so it was relatively easier to transfer. Otherwise, if he was a level 7 heavenly emperor wizard with huge spiritual power, he did not know what would happen to him. Not breaking through to level 7 is a blessing in disguise. While the spiritual power in my brain is still weak, I should move as soon as possible. He took a deep breath and silently sensed his body. The world seemed to be different. His thoughts became faster, and his memory became clearer. He had become a different kind of life, no longer a flesh brain, but a demon core system life. "Summon the gene chain," Suji said calmly. Soon, a light blue virtual screen appeared in front of him. 1. Human genes, immortality, 12 hours of sleep per day. 2. Evil Eye Gene Rubik's Cube Gene 4. Magic Core Gene 5 Empty. I'm a quad gene life form now. I'm already at the same level as Phoenix and Modus, a pseudo-Zerg hero life form. He lowered his eyes and looked at the screen in silence. It's developing so fast. Now, before I knew it, I'm only one gene away from being full. Genes were the foundation of life and had nothing to do with one's life realm. To put it simply, it was equivalent to having 4 types of transcendent bloodlines. Their battle prowess was extremely strong in the same realm, and many of the powerful transcendent systems that had been developed could not be cultivated without the corresponding transcendent bloodline. He took a shower and wiped off the blood and sweat. He picked up the shower head and rinsed it off. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt dizzy. He shook his head. It felt like he was shaking a tank of water. It was heavy and bouncy. The brain is starting to soften. It no longer carries memories, but has turned into a buffer of white liquid to protect the demon core, to prevent concussions, and to slow down the impact in battle. Although the demon core system still has brain matter, its function has completely changed. It's like an airbag. What a strange demon core life form. At this moment, Suji truly felt the novelty of a demon core system life form. The brain was no longer a weakness. He could even use his fingers to stir his temples. Such an extreme action would be safe and sound. In a sense, Suji had already become a zombie and possessed the terrifying life force of a zombie. Other than his brain, he had no other weak points. He could even transfer his brain and carry out possession. He could also use determination. As long as the will of the demon core in his brain was strong enough, he could explode and squeeze the cells in his body, exploding the potential of gene destruction. How special. Suji returned to the window in the living room and sat down. The bright sunlight shone on the exquisite yellow rosewood table. He picked up a pen and began to write and draw in his notebook. He began to organize his thoughts for the past few days. 2.5 months have passed. I've changed myself to be less and less like a human. Moreover, my life force is becoming more and more tenacious. The demon core will be my only fatal weakness. It stores consciousness, soul, and spiritual force. In addition to the life force of the body brought by the 9 revolutions true body. With this kind of life force, no one in the Celestial Emperor realm can kill me except the evil god Cthulhu. Suji put down his pen and read this paragraph again. No matter how he looked at it, it felt a little like the diary of a mad scientist or an evil villain. The 3 major gene systems are cultivated at the same time. The Evil Eye Gene Sorcerer has fused with the Demon Core gene. The spiritual force of the Brain Sorcerer has entered the Demon Core, forming the brain's spiritual world within the Demon Core. And in my lower abdomen, there is another material world of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. A virtual world is in my brain. I live in fantasy. There are countless living beings inside that provide spiritual force for my consciousness. A material world is in my lower abdomen. I live in reality. There are countless living beings inside that provide the dantian of my physical body. One is virtual and one is real. One is up and one is down. One is one. 2 worlds. They respectively control the body's spiritual and material parts. They control the body perfectly. The genes and systems in my body seem to have formed a perfect complementary system. Is this fate? Or is it a coincidence? He thought for a moment, then picked up the brush and started writing again. This kind of system should be more complete than Carolyn's single system. Perhaps feeding the living beings in the material plane and the spiritual plane separately, providing them with physical strength and spiritual force respectively. With this, I can transform into an indescribably powerful eternal existence. This is the true ultimate cultivation method of the universe. These 3 genes, in addition to the immortal genes slumber and longevity, are simply perfect. Suji held his pen and sat upright on the chair. He constantly tidied up everything on his body. After all, he had reached this step in more than 2 months. He was quite satisfied. Now, if I don't switch to the previous genes, there will be one last blank gene left. It will be full. What gene will I choose for the last gene? He took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before slowly closing the book and putting it into the drawer. Since I have the magic core, I can start to make up the system and program in my brain. He closed his eyes and began to program. Now that the fourth gene had been integrated, it was undoubtedly a big step for him. An important improvement, although there was already a material world in his lower abdomen, using the path of death, God's eternal life, to create a spiritual world in his brain was not something he could do at the moment. After all, his spiritual force was only at the 6th level. Only when he broke through to the 7th level of Tao cultivation could he barely start to create a small virtual online game world. The harvest is already very big. There is still a long way to go. Wait until I break through to the Tao cultivation, Heavenly Emperor. Half a day later, Suji's expression calmed down. However, when it came to Tao cultivation, his opportunity to comprehend the Tao heart lay with Hermes. Suji stood up and looked out of the window. Now, the 3 realms were in complete turmoil. The first strange god was born. Time flew by, and time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, the 3 realms had erupted into war. 600 years had passed since then. The original ruins of the Blood Realm were covered in bright red. The color was difficult to change after being immersed in the soil. There were even some fine and bright red spider lilies growing everywhere. This was a special plant that only existed in the netherworld, the flower of life and death. It only appeared when there was a strong aura of death. This place had become a historical attraction. A Blood Realm town had been established here, and some taverns and hotels were full of business. At this time, a white-haired elder of the Shu Mountain sect with a long sword on his back led a group of young people behind him. They walked on the Scarlet Land and looked at the blood-colored wall. Back then, the demon realm began to invade the heavenly realm and the mortal world because of its barren land and endless disasters. That battle was earth-shattering. Countless celestial emperors died and the earth was covered in scars. In the end, the Mother Earth Vine couldn't bear the suffering of the common people and walked into the demon realm alone. This most ancient saint ran across the land, shouting angrily. Finally, she established the Earth Dragon Vein and miraculously stopped the war between the 2 realms. The surrounding Shu Mountain disciples listened carefully. The Mother Earth Vine already had the title of Mother Earth in this land, nourishing and warming all things. It was said that from ancient times until now, she had never killed a single intelligent being. She had compassion for the common people. Since the Western era, she had been the Khanate tree to protect the common people. Later, she took in the heavenly Tao as her disciple and resisted the witch ancestors' great tribulation, establishing the ancient heavenly court and resisting the invasion of the demon realm. She could be said to be the most sacred ancient existence in the entire world. Some of the disciples discussed, full of respect and admiration. Legend has it that back then, Bai Shaoxing took in 2 disciples, Lu Wenjian and Hu Renong. They each created 2 major factions to guard the mortal world. At this time, the mortal world is led by the Shu Mountain Sword sect, which has a transcendent status, and the Great Zhou dynasty, which leads all living beings in the mortal world. Everyone was silent. 600 years had passed. Perhaps some ancient existences still existed in the ancient heavenly court and experienced that tragic battle, but for the common people, who knew how long had passed. Especially for Shu Mountain, there were mortals who lived, grew old, got sick, and died. At this time, there were already 13 sect leaders of Shu Mountain, and they had reached the Wan generation. After a long period of time, the first sect master of Shu Mountain, Lu Wenjian, who had suppressed all the heavenly emperors in the heaven realm with his mortal body, had already aged and disappeared in time. She was a stubborn person, unwilling to enter the heavenly river to accept the worship of faith and become the goddess in the eyes of all living beings. The former prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, Hu Renong, had long retired. This was a brand new 3 realms, and all the ancient existences of the past had already gone into hiding behind the scenes. The geniuses of the younger generation were emerging endlessly. The devil realm, the mortal realm, the heaven realm, and the rotten era were surging like a storm, suppressing the strangeness of the entire land. However, the strangeness of the past few years was becoming more and more intense. The Dragon's Vein has indeed resolved the war between the 2 worlds 800 years ago. Becoming a god and entering sainthood means that there's no need to slaughter all living beings. However, the side effects are getting more and more severe. A terrifying shadow seemed to cover the hearts of all the Shu Mountain elders. A storm was brewing. Suddenly, the sound of wind came from afar. A white fog covered the area, and the hazy figures of ancient existences gradually stood in it, emitting a terrifying aura as they slowly approached. It's the martyr. He has appeared again. This is the goal of our trip. The Shu Mountain elder spoke, collecting his drifting thoughts. Attention, new disciples. These are the monsters formed by the convergence of the wishes of all living beings. They are immortal. As long as all living beings still remember and fear them, they will not be destroyed. This is the examination for new disciples. We will come here every 3 years to eliminate the martyr. This is to prevent the martyr from continuously gathering more of the wishes of all living beings and becoming more powerful monsters. Find your own opponents. This is a one-on-one examination. In the blink of an eye, a group of disciples quickly faced the phantoms one after another. Their swords were unsheathed, and sword shadows flashed. Shu Mountain had developed to this day and had a deep foundation. It had become one of the largest forces in the 3 realms. Not only had it built the demon-subduing tower to suppress some monsters that could be suppressed, but it had also established the Shu Mountain Sword Tomb, where the swords of the predecessors of Shu Mountain were placed. They no longer needed to cut off their arms. They could hold the swords after being recognized by the predecessors' swords. Moreover, the successive generations of sword masters had also made the immortal swords more powerful. At this time, there were thousands of ordinary swords in Shu Mountain, all left behind by the disciples who had died of old age. There were also 300 famous immortal swords, each with a name. There were 13 top immortal swords: Purple Firmament, Sorrowful Cloud, Blue Afterglow, Fairy Slayer. Each had its own master, and they were all amazing people who were the pillars of Shu Mountain. Shu Mountain was already one of the top forces. Of course, there were also ambitious people who disdained the swords left behind by their predecessors. After all, they were not forged by themselves and did not fit their bodies. They directly cut off their arms and cast their own long swords, waiting to leave them to their descendants after they died of old age. Clang! 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 The immortal swords shuttled like arrows of light. At this time, there were 17 Shu Mountain swordsmen and only 15 martyrs. The remaining 2 had no opponents to watch. After a series of colorful sword shadows, 3 of the 15 people who accepted the challenge were defeated and did not pass the assessment. The Shu Mountain elder said lightly, "Those who can't defeat their opponents, 3, and those who have no opponents, 2. There are a total of 5 people who did not pass the assessment this time. Return to Shu Mountain tomorrow, pack your bags, and return to your hometown." The 5 people instantly became anxious. The 2 Shu Mountain disciples who had no opponents immediately became excited. "Elder Chung, we have no opponents. The assessment hasn't even started yet, how can we be judged to have lost? Send us back to our hometown." Elder Chung said calmly, "Do you know how many demons and monsters there are in the 3 realms? How can such monsters be called martyrs?" The surrounding disciples' expressions froze. Elder Chung looked at the bright red land. The battle back then was extremely terrifying. Countless experts left their homes and rushed to the front lines. For the sake of their families and the land they lived in, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. The bloodshed was too tragic, and the Mother Earthvine could not bear it, so she rushed to the demon realm alone to build the dragon vein and change the rules of the Great Tao, so that the experts would fight and kill each other in the future. But even after the battle was over, there were still too many heroic sacrifices. The Blood Realm Great World was dyed the color of blood. Many of the family members who died came to this land, their corpses nowhere to be found. They clutched the blood and soil in their hands and wailed, their tears mixed with the blood and soil. The family members were filled with grief, and hated that they had become heroes. The Shu Mountain elder's voice was calm. His voice seemed to travel through time and space, carrying with it the vicissitudes of life, mixed with the whimpering wind, on the entire desolate blood-red land. Everyone seemed to see the ancient battle of the 3 realms. That faint loneliness and desolation pressed down on everyone's hearts. Elder Chung said, "From then on, the families of those who lost their loved ones refused to let their children and family walk this path." Do the Shu Mountain disciples present have similar ancestral teachings? Yes. A disciple spoke up, lowering his head and saying, "Army Village's ancestral temple has a stone tablet with ancestral teachings. Don't go to Shu Mountain, don't enter the dynasty, don't enter the pugilistic world, be immortal, marry a wife, and have children, but that disciple looked ashamed. 600 years had passed, and it was enough for people to forget a lot. The Shu Mountain elder did not look at him, continuing, at that time, the tens of millions of family members felt bitter in their hearts. The reason why they did not let you walk the pugilistic world and the path of cultivation was because a pessimistic thought broke out in their hearts. Any hero would become a martyr. Heroes would inevitably die, and there would not be a good end. This belief uncontrollably caused the strange martyrs to appear on this land. Elder Chung looked at the Shu Mountain disciples. Martyrs, they will kill anyone with a heroic heart and become a martyr, because this is the final destination of heroes. Martyrs will lead heroes to the end of their destiny. The surrounding Shu Mountain disciples' hearts trembled. The strange word martyr would only attack chivalrous swordsmen who walked the pugilistic world with a sword. They did not expect that this was the origin of martyrs. It was actually related to their ancestors, and there was a tragic past in it. The so-called martyrs must be heroes in their lifetime. Everyone looked at the two Shu Mountain disciples who had no opponents, and they instantly understood. The reason why these two people were not targeted by the martyrs was because they were not heroes. They were probably ambitious and wanted to enjoy glory, wealth, power, and wealth. This test was not only a test of combat strength, but also a test of questioning one's heart. It could be seen that over the years, although the freaks had become more and more terrifying, they had gradually integrated into life. No. I came to Shu Mountain because I have the heart of a chivalrous swordsman. That disciple roared angrily. Elder Chung said lightly, Shu Mountain is a pure place. It transcends the mortal world and travels the world. With a chivalrous spirit. You have ambitions and came to the mountain with impure hearts. If you want fame, fortune, and wealth, you can enter the great Zhou dynasty and take the imperial examination. Shu Mountain is not where you belong. You have come to the wrong place. Every generation of Shu Mountain disciples would come to take the test after a month of training. It was not only to let them know the pain of the martyrs and the sacrifices they had made for this land. It was not easy to get what they had today. It was also because of the unstable temperament of Shu Mountain's disciples. The seventh generation of Shu Mountain's eldest disciple was bewitched by the freaks and unlocked the demon subduing pagoda. Shu Mountain suffered a great calamity. That was a very tragic and dark past. As for the three of you, although you have the heart of a chivalrous swordsman, you cannot defeat the martyrs. Please return to your hometown, Elder Chung said. Plop, the three of them knelt down at once. Elder, please give us another chance. This is our dream. This is not only a test of one's heart, but also the initial test of combat strength. The martyrs accompany us on a regular basis and are very weak. You can't even defeat the martyrs. Keeping you here is just sending you to your deaths. Elder Chung sighed. I know you have the heart of a child, but Shu Mountain can't do such a cruel thing as sending you to your deaths to pursue your dreams. Please return. There was silence around them. Shu Mountain did not look at one's cultivation aptitude. Mortals could also join, but comprehension and wisdom were extremely important. After all, it was the ultimate sword Dao. If one's aptitude and combat talent were not good, they would not be able to. Whoosh, suddenly, a cloud surged, and another illusory figure floated. Who is it? Another martyr? No. The Shu Mountain elder's expression froze, and he hurriedly unleashed the aura of a celestial emperor. He held the famous sword, green and red, and stood in front of the Shu Mountain disciples. Who's there? A Shu Mountain disciple tried to shout. The figure in the fog did not respond. The figure was still approaching silently, and it was somewhat eerie. Whoosh. The fog surrounded them. Who is it? Hurry up and reply. Otherwise, we'll attack. Some of the disciples were completely nervous, and their hearts skipped a beat. As they gradually approached, the figure in the white fog gradually became clearer. It was a handsome scholar in white, holding a wordless heavenly book in his hand. He read as he walked, like a bookworm, expressionless, with the sky as his blanket and the ground as his seat. Oh, it's a living person, not a freak. I was almost scared to death. Anything can happen in the wilderness. A Shu Mountain disciple could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he saw that the elder was so vigilant. That really scared me. You new disciples can't do it. Shameless. Didn't you retreat in fear just now? The new disciple, whose heart was pounding wildly, relaxed his nervous expression. One had to know that freaks would not happen if one was not powerful. The Shu Mountain elder had already reached the combat power of a celestial emperor, but if he really encountered a supernatural horror, he would die here silently. In the past few years, too many celestial emperors had fallen silently in the wilderness of the three realms. It was creepy, hidden in the dark. No one knew how terrifying and unknown it was. In the face of some terrifying freaks, mortals were as weak as celestial emperors. They did not know their rules and behavior, and if they forcefully attacked, they would also be killed. It's a living person. The Shu Mountain elder heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the nervous new disciples next to him and could not help but sigh. They were too young and inexperienced, and they still had to train hard. This attire, is it by Xianxia? A Shu Mountain disciple exclaimed. They had just talked about this ancient and mysterious existence. 600 years ago, he accepted 2 disciples, which led to the emergence of the great Zhou dynasty and the Shu Mountain sect leader. It could be said that he was the ancestor of Shu Mountain. No wonder he didn't know how to speak and answer. If it's the legendary mysterious existence, Bai Shaoxing is normal. Suddenly, countless Shu Mountain disciples were excited. The scholar continued to read and walked, passing by a group of people. Can we try to communicate? Someone seemed to recall an ancient legend. Bai Shaoxing exchanged knowledge and equivalent exchange. The Shu Mountain sect leader and the system of the great Zhou dynasty all came from Bai Shaoxing. It was a great opportunity. A Shu Mountain disciple boldly stepped forward and carefully took out a book of sword forging experience that he had written. It had some unique creativity. After Bai Shaoxing took it, he studied it as if there was no one else around and suddenly said, "Well, I can exchange it for something." The Shu Mountain disciple instantly blushed and was wild with joy. I want to know the smelting knowledge of white snow steel. I have always, equivalent exchange, very good. Bai Shaoxing explained carefully and then prepared to leave. Immediately, the surrounding Shu Mountain disciples were excited. Even one of the elders was extremely excited, and went up to talk to the others. The group of people began to follow Bai Shaoxing, who walked shakily all the way. After walking for a long time, they were finally satisfied. At the same time, they exclaimed and knelt down, full of admiration. Don't tell me that we have met and communicated before, Bai Shaoxing said calmly. Yes. They hurriedly replied respectfully. Bai Shaoxing thought for a while and asked again, do you know when the Saturn Peach Feast in the Heavenly Court will be held? The Southern Heavenly Gate will welcome guests in 10 days, Elder Qing said quickly. The Saturn Peach Feast was a grand event that happened once in hundreds of years. The Earth Dragon Vein was the largest spirit root in the world. It gathered the power of faith and wish of all living beings to form the Saturn Peach, which could help people enter the deity realm. In the last Saturn Peach Feast, the Heavenly Tao and Tao Chongqing entered the deity realm. The world congratulated them. This Saturn Peach Feast was said to be the Mother Green Vine who was about to enter the deity realm. It was a grand event in the 3 realms. At that time, the ancient existences of the 3 realms, such as the Demon God, the Underworld Emperor, the God of Wisdom and Light Mercury, the Heavenly Tao, the sect leader of Shu Mountain, and the Emperor of Great Zhou, would all gather. It would be a grand event. Saturn Peach Feast. I understand. Bai Shaoxing smiled and continued to pick up his book. He walked and stopped, obsessed with the book, and disappeared from the crowd's sight. We are so lucky. The dozen or so disciples of Shu Mountain respectfully watched the existence leave. They couldn't help but sigh in shock. Even this ancient and mysterious existence that has been wandering in history might also go. After all, it's the Mother Green Vine. But according to the legend, Bai Shaoxing doesn't take the initiative to talk? It's a little strange. I just asked about the Saturn Peach Feast. Tisk, 600 years have passed. Many things have changed. Wait, why didn't he respond to us when he took the initiative to talk just now? Why did he walk slowly and scare us? They couldn't figure it out. They finished the trial and returned to Shu Mountain. After everyone had disappeared, the red soil on the ground suddenly trembled. The soil was slowly peeled off, and a mysterious black coffin with exquisite carvings appeared. The coffin slowly opened, and a fit young man opened his eyes. I didn't expect that when I left Messiah's body to Shira, she would bury us here. He rubbed his head and felt a red-haired woman sleeping in a sea of consciousness. It was Shira. By Xiaosheng? The other, me? He looked in the direction where the group of people had disappeared and the strange scene. This world is getting more and more terrifying, more and more unimaginable. In the wilderness, anything can happen. It was normal that the Shushan disciples did not know. Only a small portion of the top existences knew that in the plan back then, Bai Xiaosheng had already become Hermes. Now, he lived in the demon world and became the god of light and wisdom. Bai Xiaosheng was long gone. I didn't expect to encounter this thing the moment I came in. Suji stood up and looked at Bai Xiaosheng's back. He felt that it was strange. That Bai Xiaosheng was formed by the convergence of the wishes of all living beings. After all, everyone has been teaching and praising the Bai Xiaosheng of the two major systems in the mortal world. This caused its appearance to be mysterious and unpredictable. Although this Bai Xiaosheng acted the same as him on the surface, traveling the world and exchanging knowledge, in reality, he was definitely evil, because none of the freaks were good. This was the nature of nature. The burning incense celestial emperor absorbed the good thoughts and faith of all living beings to become a god. But the freaks absorbed the negative emotions and fear of all living beings to become stronger. They absorbed good thoughts and evil thoughts at the same time. For example, Xiao Wei was one of the rare freaks that did not harm others and even allowed others to harm her, turning her into a murderer, dismembering her, and absorbing the fanaticism and evil emotions of her to become stronger and multiply. He should be harming people. Moreover, he represents the convergence of the thoughts of all living beings. I'm afraid he is a freak with the highest, or even the strongest, intelligence. Suji knew what this meant. This was a dark Bai Xiaosheng. Suji pondered for a while and began to get down to business. As he walked in the wilderness, a book appeared in front of him. This was the official information that Hermes had brought over. There were even some freaks that he had seen before in it. Freak number 105, False Neighbor. Other names, Shi, Sui, Nian. Number, not a single one, but exists in the form of multiple populations. Due to the fear of all living beings in the Earth-level continents, they have gathered here and there. Their numbers are estimated to be 800 to 1,000. Area of activity, first appeared in Qingshui County. A few years later, it spread to the entire Yuzhou. Today, it is spread to the entire mortal world. Characteristics, there will be a knock on the door at 12 a.m. Neighbors will greet them warmly. After opening the door, they will ask for help from the victim and find fault with them before killing them. Response, at 12 a.m., if there is any sound outside, do not open the door. False neighbors cannot barge in. Disaster level, low, has become a folk custom. Absurdity realm, level 5 Dao Palace note, because it is one of the most widespread monsters. To prevent accidents, the local authorities regularly hunt it on the last night of every year. With its regular activity cycle, it would lure and kill. When the time came, all the neighbors and relatives would knock on each other's doors at midnight. The false neighbor would definitely be mixed in. If the false neighbor appeared, the family would ask the false neighbor to help set off firecrackers to alert the local government to destroy them. On this day, people regularly removed the barriers between people, the fake neighbors, the interaction between neighbors and relatives, sending gifts, visiting, and luring the fake neighbors to appear. There were different names in the local folklore, such as New Year's Eve and New Year's Eve. They are indeed used to it. Suji couldn't help but laugh. Over the past few hundred years, he had indeed become more in harmony with nature. At this moment, with the perfection of the three realms and the convergence of the wishes of all living beings, it had almost formed a unique law phenomenon similar to the ancient lava world. All sorts of demons and monsters and folk customs had already become a high-level extraordinary world. However, this is like the Pixie Illustrated Handbook of Pet Fairies. Suji kept searching, but in the end, he couldn't find any information about the Dark Know-It-All. It was probably not recorded and had been discovered by humans. It's probably similar to the legendary fairies that aren't recorded in the Pixie Illustrated Handbook. Suji couldn't help but ask the subbrain of wisdom, what's the name of the weird god that became a god? Like the all-knowing know-it-all, it isn't recorded in the book of life and death of the demons, and monsters. It belongs to the three realms and has yet to be discovered by the people of the world. The mechanical voice sounded, and the recorded images were pulled out. Suji watched for a while and instantly understood why this weird god could become a god. It was because it had never been discovered or hunted. It had been accumulating energy from the first level, constantly improving its realm, and the way it obtained energy was extremely simple. Even now, it hadn't been discovered by the powerhouses. Perhaps, I should call this weird god Spring Dream, the god of sweet dreams. Suji's expression became strange, and he kept sensing. It isn't a physical entity, but like a nightmare, it walks in the dreams of all living beings. Usually, it only appears on two types of people. The first type is the down-and-out, unsuccessful people. They are given dreams of success, which hold power, wealth, and beauties. The second type is the hot-blooded young people in puberty. This type is more simplistic. They give men and women the best spring dream, which is incomparably real, and then take the opportunity to empty your spirit. When you wake up, you will be empty and exhausted. This was extremely secretive. Normally, the person involved wouldn't say it, because it was difficult to talk about it. The person involved wouldn't suspect it either. They thought that the restless youth would dream about what they think about during the day, and it wouldn't completely suck your young energy dry. It would leave when it was extremely harmful and tired. No wonder it can become a god and walk in the dreams of all living beings. It's very secretive. Suji sighed. Selling movies and dreams, it's just right to attack the part that humans can't talk about. But this by Xiaoxing just now, although he didn't become a god, he is still one of the most powerful monsters. Wisdom is the strongest power. He sighed. The reason why the monsters can barely be controlled now is that they have a behavior logic, but their wisdom is generally not high, and they don't have the ability to adapt. But this by Xiaoxing. All living beings have given him extremely strong wisdom. Suji walked on the ground, looking at the information of the monsters in this era. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Shira, is it starting to wake up? Swoosh. Shira appeared in front of him. Bang, as if a heavy weight had descended, the ground shook violently, and gray smoke rose slightly. Mr. Messiah, Shira's eyes lit up, and she was extremely happy. What era is it now? You've finally woken up? Suji raised his head in a daze, looking at Shira's explosive muscles. She was a terrifying and ferocious muscular giant, like a mountain of flesh. She was 7 meters tall, but on her neck was a pure and lovely beautiful face. She had beautiful hair, and when she blinked her eyes, she was very cute. On her neck, there were two different styles. Suji's eyelids twitched, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Pan Yushin. You're really a genius. Ah. Shira was stunned, and she also realized her body. She looked down at Suji, and her two arms that were as thick as her waist waved nervously. You misunderstood. Her body slightly shrunk, and she returned to her previous slender and beautiful posture. I'm already at the Celestial Emperor realm, and that state is my combat state. It's just that I'm used to the sense of security brought by that kind of muscle. I'm usually like that, but now that I've changed back, I feel very uncomfortable. Only then did Suji feel a little better. Pan Yushan was really a qualified fitness coach, and her aesthetic sense had gone awry. These years, I've become like this, and many things have happened. Can I tell you about them? Shira said quickly. Actually, things were relatively simple. Shira didn't have the talent to cultivate a long time ago. After all, she was only the daughter of an ordinary caravan owner. Back then, she accompanied him to do odd jobs in the bar, and it was very difficult for her to live to this day, 600 years later. The reason why she could live to this day, and even reach the Celestial Emperor realm, was because she used the system to train her body and purely stimulated her body's potential. This path was like the mortal path of Mount Shu. It didn't need any cultivation talent or bloodline. It only needed the system to help monitor the training. Thus, she began to train her muscles and became the female noble she was now. After all, in order to survive, it was only natural that she had no choice. Pure body cultivation, Celestial Emperor? Not the kind of ancestral which true body with meridians and dantian that's half magical power, Suji praised. This path was very, very arduous. It could even be said to be the most difficult system to cultivate. Moreover, there had to be a system to monitor the body and be a fitness coach. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to train every corner of the body. He originally thought that Shira wouldn't be able to last until today, 600 years later. He didn't expect it to be somewhat unexpected. We're called martial emperors, Shira said. This path has already been spread out. It belongs to the martial artists of the mortal world and the demon race's physical cultivation. Now, the martial artists of the martial world, the sword immortals of Mount Shu, and the imperial court's incense are on par. But without the help of the system, their cultivation is very slow. Our forces, with the members of the system, have already formed the extremely mysterious Wushan Palace. There are no fancy Taoist techniques, no powerful meridians, and only pure physical strength to break through all techniques. As they walked and chatted, they realized that many things had happened in the past 600 years. Rumors said that Lu Wenjian was dead, and it was impossible for a miracle to happen. But in fact, she was still alive. This was because she had also embarked on the path of physical cultivation. After all, she didn't have the talent for cultivation, but pure physical training didn't require talent. She was currently living in seclusion in the heavenly realm, and almost no one knew that she was still alive. This was because she was the founder of Mount Shu. Now that she was cultivating pure martial arts, she might cause some trouble if she continued to live. As for people like the Thunder Monarch and Long Wuming, they were at death's door after fusing with faith. These years, they didn't dare to absorb the faith of others, afraid that they would be assimilated alive. But because they didn't have a source of energy, they couldn't improve at all. Moreover, they couldn't be injured. If they were injured, they could only absorb the power of faith to replenish themselves, which would accelerate the assimilation and cause them to lose consciousness. Life is really miserable. Suji thought about it. During this period of time, the world had indeed been turned upside down. These years, not only has the heavenly Tao become a god, but there are also people who have become gods in the demon realm, such as the fresh blood monarch. Shira explained seriously and talked about the gradually forming customs in this land. Do you know why the false neighbor spread so widely from a mere Yuzhou? Shira suddenly laughed. Why? Because the government deliberately spread it among the people, causing fear of it to spread throughout the world. Shira lowered her head and explained patiently. Suji asked with a smile, why? This is to control the people's fear and public opinion, Shira explained seriously. Shira explained solemnly, the power of fear in a place is limited, just like the power of incense is limited. One is positive, and the other is negative. Since it's inevitable that humans will be afraid of them, it's better to make the people afraid so that there won't be any casualties. Suji came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim at the ingenuity of this method. After all, people's fear was limited. If you only wanted to be afraid of one monster, it would be difficult to be afraid of another at the same time. Controlling public opinion and directing it on a large scale was a brilliant method. The government popularized a few monsters that are easy to control, don't cause disasters, and are easy to kill. Making the people fear them and spreading them all over the world will indeed reduce a lot of pressure. Shira sighed. After saying this, Shira couldn't help but say, I'm also a heavenly emperor now. Even many of the demon sisters who cultivated the body back then are heavenly emperors. The martial god palace is fighting for the opportunity to become a god in this era. Uncle Messiah, you're also waiting for the opportunity to become a god, right? Let's work hard together. Her eyes lit up as if she had been waiting for this moment. Suji couldn't deny it. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived at an ancient town. A group of soldiers dressed in tight-fitting black martial arts attire and holding spring embroidery sabers were patrolling everywhere. There were burly men and muscular women on the streets. Most of them were about 2 meters tall, with strong muscles and bronze-colored skin. Walking on the streets, the ground trembled with every step they took. Are they all like this now? Suji was a little shocked. This scene was obviously wrong. In the past, the heroes were all dressed in fluttering white clothes and rode on horses. They were extremely dashing, unlike now, where the streets were filled with muscular martial artists. Now, the size of mortals and martial artists can be distinguished at a glance. Moreover, only mortals can ride horses. Martial artists can easily weigh 150 kilograms, and horses will be crushed to death in an instant. Xianxia explained the changes over the years in detail. They walked on the streets together and observed this era. Now, the Shu mountain lineage is ethereal and handsome. Sword kinesis flight has replaced the handsome status of martial artists in the past. Even now, those burly martial artists can only find martial artists to marry. Ordinary slim women can't withstand their strong physical strength and terrifying weight. Now, martial artists' women are extremely popular. Suji, he looked at the muscular woman in front of him. She was more than 2 meters tall and had explosive bronze-colored muscles. She was even more popular than ordinary beautiful girls with a slim figure. He couldn't help but sigh at how powerful a certain person was. Perhaps he had really changed society. Women should be self-reliant, women's muscles were beautiful, what af** king genius. Suji's head hurt. After all, only by reaching the heavenly emperor realm could one recover and compress such a terrifying muscular body and return to normal. Suddenly, a muscular woman next to him, who looked to be 150 kilograms, was tall and mighty. She looked like a female barbarian from a barbarian tribe. She noticed Suji's gaze and grinned, her facial muscles twisting into a ball. This smile, Suji's heart instantly stopped. A smile that weighed 150 kilograms, this kind of smile was terrifying. Only those who had seen it would know. Suji suddenly frowned. Xianxia, how many kilograms do you weigh now? Xianxia's body trembled and she replied in embarrassment, I weigh 3,700 kilograms now. Suji was silent for a moment. The unit of measurement was proportional, which was converted from the mother ivy back then. In other words, the slender and beautiful girl Xianxia in front of him weighed 1.5 tons. She looked very slender, but in fact, her mass and density were astonishing. Her fair skin was as delicate as marble, and the weight of her palm could crush a horse to death. Now she was in a compressed form. Thinking of the explosive muscles and the tall battle form just now, this kind of weight was completely understandable. The Middle Continent was the core of the Great Zhou dynasty. Outside of the Great Zhou dynasty was the southern barbarian kingdom, the ancient tribes, and the great wilderness. In every continent, there were undulating mountain ranges and boundless green mountains. The wilderness was full of strange things. The human settlements were usually small areas, and a few towns formed a long line. The small town in front of him was no exception. People and races didn't live in peace. There were dangers and unpredictable dangers everywhere. Even some celestial emperors went deep into the mountains and encountered great terror. They didn't know the strange rules and could die. Then, with Xianxia's explanation, Suji walked on the bustling streets of the Great Zhou dynasty. He completely understood the situation of this era. The mortal world had become the mortal world, the 3 major systems of the mortal world, Shu mountain swordsman, imperial court career, and pugilistic world, didn't need bloodlines and could be cultivated by mortals. In the Great Zhou dynasty, it was naturally better for those with cultivation aptitude. Even if they did not, they could still be recruited as an exception if they were talented. With a righteous aura, a great Confucian scholar absorbed the faith of the masses. The moment his brush and ink landed, his poetry would shock even the gods and ghosts. This is the real mortal world. The 3 major systems belong to mortals without cultivation talent. Suji praised, may everyone in the world be like dragons. He was filled with emotions. Back then, Su Yonyan guarded the sun god temple alone and stopped the innate ancient sun god from burning the earth. This was because he believed in the future of the post-celestial beings. Back then, Dao Chongxing guarded the great overarching heaven alone. With the help of Meng Mei, they built the dragon vein. Generations of hard work finally reached this day. Everyone could live forever. This was the great world of the 3 realms. He hoped that the celestial emperors who became gods would no longer slaughter people and absorb energy. Instead, they would protect them. Even the demon world, the mortal world, and the heavenly world started to merge with the dragon vein. After the people of the mortal world died, the underworld emperor would send death gods and soul reapers to the underworld to prevent the souls of the strong from wreaking havoc in the mortal world and violating the rules of the three realms. Even the government of the Great Zhou dynasty worked with the ghost messengers. After 600 years of integration, the three realms had completely merged with the East and the West, and the three realms had completely become one. They had completely assimilated into each other's order and principles, maintaining peace in the world and fighting against the monsters together. This transcendent civilization was far more mature than the ancient magma lands. This was the advantage of slow development. Running in and completeness made it like a piece of unpolished jade, shining brilliantly. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled cutely. Although martial artists don't have any aptitude requirements, they need the divine senses of seniors and experts to help them observe their bodies and cultivate. Otherwise, not only will their cultivation fail, they'll also suffer internal injuries. But this is still very slow. The best way to cultivate is to have a system that can monitor every corner of the body at all times and train. Now, everyone in the martial god palace had a system. They could even sense each other's presence and find the organization. Now, they were using this system to locate each other. The reason why we don't collapse the streets is because our bodies are evolving. Our bones, muscles, blood, brains, and mental strength are also evolving. Otherwise, if our bodies are strong, other experts would die from a single hit of mental strength. Although our mental strength is not as strong as that of professional Taoist cultivators, it is natural for us to be able to fly and control our bodies. Xianxia explained seriously. This was the realm of lifting something light as if it were heavy. Using mental strength to lift one's body could also train one's body. This was normal. Of course, if one saw some martial artists trampling on the streets, casually crushing chairs, and destroying public property, there was a high chance that they had just broken through and had not had time to adapt to their new strength. Can I test your body? Suji was completely curious. This system was very special. Perhaps it was the most important part of perfecting his techniques. Xianxia nodded and smiled. You are the last sovereign of the sorcerer era and the first sovereign of the potion era. Uncle, please do as you please. Suji did not stand on ceremony. He stretched out his hand and put on a common black sorcerer's robe. He strode to the side of the road, and an alchemy table appeared in front of him. There were many bottles and jars. Suji handed over a transparent test tube. Xianxia knowingly bit the tip of her finger and let blood drip down. Drip, the blood was bright red and even had strands of gorgeous golden threads flowing. It was extremely heavy and instantly broke the glass test tube, falling to the ground, whoosh. Suji's mental power surged, and only then was he able to wrap the drop of blood in midair and store it away. The healing speed is not as fast as the sorcerer bloodline? Suji glanced at the wound on the girl's fingertip and thought about it. It was only natural. The sorcerer true body's vitality and regenerative ability were terrifying. The passers-by just glanced at them and ignored them. In the mortal world, everyone cultivated. Suji pinched her forearm again. It looked as delicate and soft as white jade, but in reality, it was very sturdy. Her entire body was as hard as a moving white jade statue of a beautiful maiden. The density of their bodies was extremely high, especially the density of their bones. The density of their blood was so high that even a strand of their hair could cut through anything. This kind of martial emperor could probably be refined into a natural treasure after they died. This might attract the attention of some vicious people. This was a cute and slender fist. It would not be a problem to smash a 100-meter-tall building with one punch. Suji held the girl's armpits and tried to lift her up. Relax, Xianxia obediently untied her weight. Bang! Suji's whole body sank, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ground. Rumble! The earth seemed to shake violently. It was like a tractor weighing a ton was concentrated on 2 feet. The narrow surface area instantly collapsed the street within a few meters. The ground cracked, and the passers-by were shocked. This weight. It's a rank 7 martial sovereign. Immortal body, able to suppress mountains and rivers with one palm. That girl is a powerhouse from the martial goddess palace. The surroundings were noisy, and everyone's eyes were burning. The martial goddess palace was a new force born in the past few hundred years after the Shu sect. It created the cultivation system of the martial god path and was the supreme holy land for martial cultivators. Although it was called the martial goddess palace to the public, it was called the martial goddess palace in the eyes of the people. This was because all of them were women. The martial goddess palace was extremely mysterious in the three realms. It transcended the three realms and did not belong to the five elements. After they died, they did not enter the netherworld, nor were they taken care of by the underworld Earth Great Emperor. They also did not ascend to the heavenly court and were not ranked among the immortals. Furthermore, the person in front of them who could lift a martial sovereign was probably a heavenly emperor powerhouse. She was not a Dao cultivator but a cultivator of the sorcerer race at the very least. So beautiful, female martial sovereign. The gazes of some tall and burly martial artists in the surroundings instantly burned with admiration. They could not help but want to come over and strike up a conversation. Indeed, to these tall and burly martial artists, a beautiful female martial sovereign who has recovered her elegant and slender figure is really popular. Suji looked at the surroundings dumbfoundedly and stretched out his hand. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the ground was quickly flattened, and the cracked ground was remolded, forming a flat surface. Then, the two disappeared, leaving behind only the amazed crowd. Body cultivation martial sovereign. Is this the first body cultivation system that does not require any bloodline? Suji walked on the other side of the street with Shira behind him. Everything was just like the scene in the bar back then, but now it was different. He walked on the street and felt that it was very interesting. He had developed so many systems, but they all relied on bloodlines as the foundation. He had actually neglected the most primitive cultivation method, training the body, the most primitive way to stimulate the body's evolution. However, the side effects seemed very obvious. Before reaching the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor realm, it was very difficult to return to the original state. He could only maintain this explosive muscle mountain form. Martial artists can only marry martial artists? Suji suddenly asked. Just now, all of their eyes seemed to have taken aphrodisiac, and their eyes lit up when they saw a girl. That's right. However, they can also marry someone from the witch tribe. The witch tribe cultivates the Dantian and Meridian system, so their bodies aren't very strong. During the marriage, they have to reveal their ancestral witch true form and show their 3 heads and 6 arms. Shira was still straightforward. Suji imagined the scene. It was like 2 ancient monsters fighting. One rolled, the mountain range collapsed, and the ground was a mess. That scene was too beautiful to look at. Rolling in bed was so exaggerated. Perhaps, this was the transcendent world, but in reality, although the witch clan can marry, they don't like the body cultivators. They think that we are mortals without bloodlines and are very lowly. Even if they accept it for a reason, they refuse to marry martial artists below the Heavenly Emperor realm, because this kind of muscular body is not appreciated. It is even more fit and beautiful than their ancestral witch true body. After all, they don't use their ancestral witch true body and can marry ordinary cultivators in their normal state. Thinking about it, why would they marry a muscular brother if they could marry a handsome young man or a beautiful girl with an ordinary body? Suji began to feel helpless. This was a chain of contempt. Dao cultivators looked down on the witch clan, and the witch clan looked down on the body cultivators. Simply put, they were rejected because of their ugliness. As a result, the estrangement between the major cultivation sects actually appeared. Disputes and friction were endless, and they even started to fight. So this is the source of the disputes between the sects? Suji covered his head, feeling that this was very degrading. We're here to look for Sister Xiaofeng and Sister Xiaowei, she introduced. Sister Xiaofeng was the battle chicken from back then, and Sister Xiaowei was Luo Kaiwei from back then. She was the host of the core system, and she carried Pan Yuxian with her. Due to the guidance of a certain fitness instructor, Wushan Palace only accepted women. Women should be self-reliant, and they taught a bunch of female muscular brothers. As for the male muscular brothers, they could practice on their own, and they wouldn't teach them. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked into the suburbs of Qingshui town, and they turned here and there. Daughters aspire to the 4 seas, and I'm still a neighbor for 10,000 miles. There was a gray wooden plaque hanging at the entrance of the courtyard. The words were bold and powerful, and it gave people a sense of grandeur. We girls don't rely on men. We cultivate ourselves, become stronger, and don't depend on others. This is our own choice. Shira's eyes were full of longing. In the current three realms, there are mostly male powerhouses. Most female cultivators rely on men in exchange for resources. It's very easy, and we don't need to take risks. There's someone to protect us, but we don't like that kind of life. Most powerhouses were polygamous. It was the norm in the three realms. Whether it was the medieval era of the demon realm or the great scholars of the Great Zhou dynasty, they all had concubines. They had official wives and concubines. Self-reliant and self-reliant, that's good. Suji smiled. The concept of monogamy had to be popularized. They walked into the courtyard, and at the entrance was a cute girl in white, gently sweeping the floor with a broom. Little rabbit. Shira called softly. The girl suddenly turned her head, and joy flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly surrounded them. Ah, Uncle Messiah is alive. Suji was stunned. He asked curiously, you know me? Of course I know you. Miss Rabbit said happily, back then, we were just a group of fairies. Even with Sister Xiaofeng, we still had a hard time in the strange tide. Thanks to Uncle Messiah's body, we were able to get through that period of rise, and our Wushan palace was born. I see. Suji nodded. The celestial emperor body he left behind helped complete the primordial accumulation. Little Rabbit shouted into the house, Sister Shira is back. The whole house was bustling with activity, and a group of lovely young girls came out alive and kicking. The leader was a hot girl in bright red clothes with a red feather in her hair. It was Xiaofeng. She had an excellent temperament and could be described as a peerless beauty. But Suji knew very well that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. These girls' true forms were all muscular rabbits, fighting cocks, larks. Their small fists hammered their chests. It was not a joke. Looking at the hot girl in front of him, he was still traumatized by the muscular mountain giant with a hen's head. Hello, Uncle Messiah. Xiaofeng looked him up and down. Seriously. Then, she led the others into the room in a cute and adorable manner. The house was very elegant. It was like the living room of a group of ordinary girls. There were chess, cards, fruits, and other entertainment facilities. It looked like it was purely for playing. There were no dumbbells or other exercise equipment. A group of girls chatting and playing in a simple house. It was hard to imagine that this was the extremely mysterious and legendary Martial God Palace of the Three Realms. Martial God Palace is a group of goblin girls. They constantly strive to become stronger and travel around. Every once in a while, they will change places and continue traveling, Luo Kaiwei explained seriously. But in reality, although we play, everyone is training their bodies at the same time. Little Feng continued, the martial cultivation lineage was originally created for us demons. Our true bodies are in the inner world, and we use the dense spirit qi to continuously temper ourselves. That's right, Shira said. Although we are playing chess, our bodies are all sweating in our inner worlds. We do tens of thousands of push-ups and tens of thousands of sit-ups every day. We don't stop for even a moment. Suji sat down and listened to their chatter. There was no barrier between them. Because of Shira, in addition to the fact that his body had protected them from the beginning and accompanied them for hundreds of years, he did not feel like an outsider at all. Can you give each of us a drop of blood? Our bodies. Suji asked for a drop of blood from each of them, and they agreed without hesitation. Suji felt that this place was pretty good as well. A group of muscle-bound girls trained their bodies. Next up, they began their research. Over the next few days, Suji chatted with them and learned many things about the Three Realms. As for the system player, he continued to hide in the shadows, not saying a word at all. Now, we are all celestial emperors. We are all fighting for the chance to become gods. There are too many celestial emperors in this era. I wonder who will succeed. One day, they introduced themselves, saying that this was an opportunity that every force was trying to seize. Oh, right. In a few days, the Heavenly Court will hold the Heavenly Peach Feast. I heard that the Mother Earth's green vine is going to become a god and has invited the Martial God Palace to attend the ceremony. At that time, all the hidden giants of the Three Realms will come. It will be an unprecedented grand event. Xiaofeng said, let's go together and broaden our horizons. In the blink of an eye, they dragged Suji along to attend the Heavenly Court's Heavenly Peach Feast. Suji was slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered that Bai Shaoxing had also asked about the Heavenly Court's Heavenly Peach Feast and the Three Realms banquet for the Mother Earth's green vine to become a god. Speaking of which, the mysterious Bai Shaoxing was a bit strange and creepy. He wandered around the world and hid his identity. He must have some special ideas about the Saturn Peach Feast in the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked about it. That fellow is me in the eyes of all living beings. He was born with Bai Shaoxing, omniscient, a symbol of great wisdom. Is he bold enough to cause a ruckus at the Saturn Peach Feast? Suji's lips curled up in curiosity. That Bai Shaoxing is very interesting. That was the gathering of the most powerful ancient beings in the world. Even the three monstrous gods, Medusa, Ermin, and Dao Changxing, would go there. As for the phoenix, she was too carefree. She had been living in seclusion and didn't want to be disturbed by the mundane things in the world. She had been training her body recently and was walking on the third path, martial emperor. After all, the stronger the body, the more difficult it was to train. Dao Changxing aside, even ordinary wizards who practiced the ancestral witch-real body would find it hard to practice another martial arts system. It wasn't that they were incompatible, it was just that it was more than 10 times more difficult. If she really succeeded, she would be a monster. She would become stronger and stronger, and no one would be able to kill her. Suji's mouth twitched. Our little phoenix really had no desires. It seems that the world started to change when the first weird god appeared. Suji found it interesting. After all, he wasn't omniscient and omnipotent. He could monitor the actions of some special characters in the sand table, but he couldn't monitor their thoughts. He didn't know what they were thinking or what they were planning. He wasn't like the three pillar gods who could read people's minds, logic, and memories to predict the future. At this moment, a group of young girls were happily playing chess on the table. The leader of the group was called Lin Hongfeng, who was originally a little hen. In fact, she was very black-bellied and loved to fight. She was good at smashing joints. The cute rabbit girl was called White Mouse, and she was good at fist techniques. The lark girl was called Wood Spirit, and she was good at leg techniques. As for Luo Kaiwei, as Little Wei, she was the strongest among the group of demons. She was good at everything. The reason was very simple. Her kind and hard-working personality was tortured by Pan Shuaxian inhumanely and trained to the point of death. It could be said that she was the first special weirdo in history. What's wrong? Shira suddenly asked. Suji thought about it and didn't hide anything. He told her everything he saw when he woke up. Bai Shaoxing? Shira was surprised. At that time, when Bai Shaoxing was handed over, she was also at the scene. Naturally, she knew one of the most shocking secrets in the world. Hermes was actually evolved from Bai Shaoxing. She also knew that Bai Shaoxing was definitely a freak. That's interesting. Could it be that the Feast of Peaches will be dangerous? The group of young Fey girls chattered noisily. Don't worry, sisters. Muscles make us strong. Lin Hongfeng raised her fair and tender arms high in the air. They looked soft and supple, without any sense of violence. Yes. Watch me smash them to death with my fist. The wood language spirit excitedly waved her cute little fist, smash their skulls. Even their brains were smashed out. A group of delicate girls cheered each other on. They looked so weak that they couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if they were joking, and it looked very cute, but in truth, what they said was all true. Suji was speechless. He sat at the side and found it very interesting. Oh right, can I see your Fae's true form? Suji sat at the side and asked. True form of the Fae? Lin Hongfeng thought for a moment and laughed heartily. Why are you so serious? Of course you can. In fact, the entire Three Realms basically doesn't know that the Martial God Palace's female martial emperors are all Fae. This is a secret. No one knows that we are two celestial emperors, a humanoid celestial emperor and a true celestial emperor. Those who have seen our true forms are all dead. Whoosh, next, Suji saw their true forms. They were all small and exquisite little pets. Cute little white bunnies and adorable little larks. Even the little hen giant from back then shrunk and became extremely cute when she reached the celestial emperor realm. Shira's current slender young girl form was really hard to tell if she didn't explode. Suji squatted down and picked up a little white bunny. Bam, the ground under his feet instantly cracked. Am I heavy? The little white bunny blinked. Hey, aren't we cute? I want a hug too. Who knows how many stinky men out there want to hug us? I'll give you a full hug all at once. Lin Hongfeng giggled. A cute little furry phoenix instantly pounced forward and plunged into Suji's arms, one in each hand. With a bang, the ground under his feet instantly cracked again. The surrounding little animals were about to jump in this direction. In the next second, Lin Hongfeng shouted, "Stop fooling around first. If you all come up, you'll crush me to death. I have something to say." This cute little furry phoenix brewed up her emotions and rubbed herself cutely in his arms like Pikachu. Am I cute? Do you want to play something more exciting with me? I'll take off my clothes and we'll be honest. Bam. In the next second, the cute little hen in his arms swelled up like a balloon. Her strong and exaggerated muscles quickly bulged up, turning into a muscular mountain giant with a chicken head. Her goosebumps bulged up and down, densely packed, as if she was wearing a muscular armor. Due to the rapid expansion of her body, her originally dense and beautiful red feathers quickly became sparse. The flesh-colored muscular mountain giant was bald with sparse feathers. It looked extremely terrifying. Come. Uncle, come and play. Let's get intimate. She laughed crazily. Her claws turned into extremely thick barbs, and her extremely thick chicken wings kicked over fiercely. Bam, Suji raised his hand slightly. Dong dong dong. The terrifying collision sounded like a war drum. The fists of both sides were like a storm of pear flowers. She actually caught it? The cute little animals standing at the side were dumbfounded. The little animals silently returned to their human forms. At this time, they no longer concealed themselves and directly released their combat forms. Their bodies swelled and turned into powerful and muscular girls. They were more than 3 meters tall, and their arms were as thick as waists. They were tall and mighty, and their clenched fists were as big as basketballs. A muscular girl, holding a huge black iron barbell in one hand, said in a sweet and crisp voice, "I knew it. Big sister is so warlike. She'll definitely take the opportunity to have a fight." Another girl said in a low, muffled voice, "But for a great demon of Big Sister's level, even if an ordinary celestial emperor of the witch tribe released his ancestral witch true body with 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't dare to fight her head-on. Not to mention that she's a witch. She's too shameless to launch a sneak attack at close range." The surrounding people held their breaths and watched the battle nervously. In fact, although they were making a fuss, everyone was curious about Messiah's combat power. After all, she had relied on this celestial emperor's body to protect them from the initial period of weakness. Now that she had awakened, she would definitely find a reason to fight. After all, there was too much glory and too much mystery. It was the most ancient garden and wine, the great Emperor Messiah, the last person of the witch era, the first person of the potion era, the most legendary ancient monarch at the intersection of 2 eras. In known history, he had lived for nearly 2,000 years, and he might even be the reincarnation of Hermes, haha. Big sister is still fast. Wait a minute, big sister is done. It's my turn. After all, it's rare that we don't have to be afraid of exposing our identities. We're all tired of fighting, so we can only play chess, play cards, exercise, do tens of millions of push-ups and lift 1 or 2 hills every day, and barely get by. Big sister is too wretched, sneak attacking like this. She's a great Emperor Magus. Although it seems that she also cultivates her body, and it's considered a dual cultivation, she can only take it head-on at such a close range. It's my turn next. The surrounding people whispered to each other, and they were extremely excited, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Suji was also a little speechless. These people had revealed their true nature. They were all a bunch of muscle-fighting maniacs, just like those muscular brothers in the gym. When they had nothing to do, they would have all kinds of philosophies, comparing muscles, arm wrestling, lifting barbells, putting their arms around each other's shoulders, and shed blood and sweat together. Previously, Messiah had been arrogant and flamboyant everywhere, wanting to be beaten up by society, but she didn't succeed. Unexpectedly, she was beaten up by society here, and came later than expected. Suji muttered to himself, I've been cultivating for 2.5 months, from the first stage to the 7th stage of the Heavenly Emperor stage, and now it's starting. Is this my first battle? He actually started to look forward to it, and started to brew in his body. He muttered to himself and said seriously, before this, I've always been at the village entrance in the countryside, using the war aura hammer to blast a small stream. After I became stronger, I no longer had a place to practice, nor did I have an opponent that I could fight against. Now is the right time to give it a try. The opponent's combat strength is very exaggerated, and I have to go all out. He was actually looking forward to taking the opportunity to compete in actual combat. After all, there were no experts who could climb to the peak without experiencing battles. If he wanted to achieve even higher achievements in the future, he had to, whoosh, Messiah's body took a deep breath and slightly tensed up. A mirror avatar occupied the dantian, providing energy and acting as a primordial spirit. Witchcraft amplification. 9 revolutions mysterious art. Gene lock, determination. Bang, the gene in his arm suddenly opened, and the enormous regenerative power brought about by the 9 revolutions mysterious art began to burn his cells. His punch suddenly accelerated. Ha ha ha. Who dares to say that I'm shameless? This girl is a tactic. With a bang, the muscular giant with the head of a chicken was instantly sent flying, as if he had collided with a train. He let out a terrifying groan and fell to the ground, twitching, his eyelids turning. This was a wizard with a staff? Everyone was still chattering when their minds suddenly went blank, dumbstruck. How could he be so fierce? That was the big sister. Soon, a group of girls quickly ran over, grabbed Lin Hongfeng's 2 chicken wings, and quickly dragged her away as if she was a huge, dead chicken. They neatly stuffed her into the dantian of her human body. What were we talking about? Shira seemed to remember something. Playing cards. Yes, we agreed to play cards. If you lose a game, you'll lift an iron mountain 1,000 times. Yes, continue to train your body and cultivate your character. Fighting is not the style of a martial arts holy land. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Heavenly Court. Don't be anxious because of such a major event in the 3 realms. Calm down. The group of people quickly returned to the house, compressed their forms, and turned back into pretty and cute girls. They played cards in a coquettish manner, leaving Lin Hongfeng, who was rolling her eyes, to the side, and said nonchalantly, deal the cards, don't use your divine senses to peek. 3 against 3. 5 against 5. The cards fell on the table one by one. Suji stood on the spot speechlessly. The surroundings were empty, and in an instant, there was no one around. Suji's smile froze on his face. He had planned to go all out. After all, his opponent was very terrifying, but unexpectedly, it's all bark and no bite. He heaved a long sigh of relief and turned his head. The ancient courtyard was surrounded by dark green trees. It was quiet, and a group of people were playing around in the house. They casually threw Lin Hongfeng on the ground and pretended that nothing had happened. Clearly, they didn't want to give her a chance to continue the test. These muscular fairies were tall and strong just a moment ago. They were hot, passionate, bold, and had a strong sense of brotherhood. In the blink of an eye, they turned into cute and delicate girls, chatting and playing cards. What a group of scratching little goblins. Shira was speechless at this scene. However, after living for hundreds of years, it was already very good that they could maintain this mentality. She could not do it, or else she would not have chosen to sleep to kill time. You lost. Mu Lingling jumped up from the table and laughed with her hands on her hips. Resist the Iron Mountain 1,000 times. 1,000 times? I'll make a mark on you and owe you. She slapped little White Mouse's white and slender thigh hard. Paw, the skin on the girl's thigh rippled softly. Instantly, a red palm print appeared. Her skin was as delicate as water. It was unknown how she took care of it, but it was extremely soft and delicate. You just want to take the opportunity to hit me. Little White Mouse rolled her eyes and rubbed her thigh that had a palm print on it. This scene was enough to make the males stare blankly. They even felt that she was a peerless beauty. Her figure was curvaceous and her body was as soft as cotton. A light touch would cause ripples like water. They wanted nothing more than to hold her in their arms and ravage her. However, Suji had a strange expression as if he had seen a group of living monsters. They looked very delicate, soft like tofu with a light pat, but in reality, it was only on the surface. Their white jade-like skin was as hard as a boulder, and their palms, which looked like they could collapse a building with a light pat, were able to cause ripples like cotton on their delicate skin. Physical strength is relative, not absolute. But for our own kind, we can play and play like normal people. Strength and flesh correspond, and the skin that is so hard that it makes one's hair stand on end is also very soft. It's amazing. In reality, although the body cultivator lineage seemed brutal, it was not as scary as it seemed. This was also the difference in physical qualities. It could even be said that they had evolved into two completely different species. However, the demonic beasts did have a huge advantage in terms of body cultivation. Although they seemed to be very leisurely, they were actually crazily training their bodies in order to strengthen their bodies. The rich energy of the world in their bodies was also the best choice. What an interesting system. It's very suitable for the demon race. Suji relaxed and heaved a long sigh of relief. Xianxia silently tried to recall how he had exerted his strength earlier. In an instant, he had sent the other party flying and spurted a mouthful of blood. He was far from being able to control his strength perfectly like these young ladies before him. Looks like I've improved too quickly. I still need to slowly get used to it. He leaned against the house while the group of people behind him fought and made a ruckus. He couldn't help but reflect on himself. This kind of day was very leisurely and relaxing. It was quite interesting and could be considered a kind of vacation. On the other hand, Ding, mission, defeat the Messiah Monarch Great Emperor at all costs. 5,000 points. Mission failed. This was the reason why Lin Hongfeng had suddenly launched a sneak attack. It wasn't only because she was excited and wanted to test the waters, but also because the system had issued a mission. Pan Shuexian's action was naturally to secretly test the strength of the mysterious Messiah Monarch. Who knew that she would be sent flying in an instant, and a rooster mountain giant fell to the ground and twitched. Pan Shuexian, who was hiding in the dark, was also dumbfounded. This was 2F** King exaggerated, she had no idea what had happened at all. Wasn't the Messiah Monarch the last Magus Emperor? It was said that he had only used the War Aura hammer back then and instantly erupted countless times, ruling the entire era. His characteristics were that his dermic powers were deep and unfathomable. That was why she had allowed him to launch a sneak attack at close range. After all, Magi were afraid of close combat, and the result? That was a celestial emperor-level body-tempering great demon. With his full strength, he could kill the Magi and human celestial emperors of other systems with a head-on punch. No one dared to take it head-on. And such a terrifying existence had actually been sent flying with a punch. The gap in between was completely unacceptable to Pan Shuexian. Moreover, this punch seemed to have seen countless schools of systems. There were faint traces of the gene lock awakening. Wait a minute. Pan Shuexian rarely looked at the forum, but she more or less knew what had happened yesterday. Everyone was talking about the 9th grade super ancient god and a grudge between the 9th grade Hermes. She suddenly remembered some rumors. Hermes had fallen, and his corpse gave birth to Messiah and Bai Shaoxing, representing rationality and comet respectively. Bai Shaoxing was taken away and turned back into Hermes. Messiah was a part of Hermes' corpse, a creature born from it. It was just a guess before, but the Messiah Monarch had the unique ability of the magic core system, Gene Awakening. It was basically confirmed that he had come into contact with the ancient lava land. The previous speculation on the internet was true. The two 9th grade great demons had once fought. Thinking of this, Pan Shuexian's hair stood on end. She felt that there was great terror in this. A super ancient god had appeared, Messiah and Bai Shaoxing were also rising. Could it be that both sides were going to start the main storyline, two factions from the two worlds? Over tens of thousands of years and countless eras, countless civilizations rose and fell and were destroyed. The grudges between two ancient and eternal existences. It was too vast, too magnificent. The current Messiah is no longer the him of the past. He doesn't even have the memory of the past. He is a new life, cultivating from the beginning, but his qualifications and talent are too mysterious and terrifying. He and Medusa are the only two in the entire world who have the eternal bloodline of the god of creation. His future growth is limitless. He is very likely to be the main character of the game, the protagonist of the era. The existence of the ninth grade existence in the future? Gods were rare, but not non-existent. The existence of the ninth grade world was the key to the fate of the world. It was not that she had never played online games before. Generally, the main storyline would have a protagonist who had not yet grown up. The players would help him grow up, and then they would pick up the benefits and all kinds of great opportunities. She had even seen the rise of some emperors in the history of the earth. They all had endless good fortune and great luck, not to mention she had just experienced the fate baptism of the furnace. Although I am not as smart as my sister, I am not stupid. The main storyline has started. I have to take the opportunity to follow the main character. Pan Xianxia's eyes twinkled. Maybe our Wushan Palace will be the main character. When I participate in the Saturn Peach Feast, it will be very similar. The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. She looked at the Messiah Monarch Emperor, who was wearing a wizard robe, leaning against the side of the house, and instantly began to make plans, pulling people into the chariot. I am the one who issued the system after all. This era is no longer the ancient Xuanhuan text of the old man on the ring. Now, which main character doesn't have a system? If he is also one of the main characters, then my advantage will be revealed. She began to ponder about what kind of system to issue to the Messiah. Monarch Emperor, the native. What was a system? A system was to play with the main character of the era. However, the pure increase in combat power, assistance in cultivation, and the acquisition of knowledge and skills were very heaven-defying to the fairies, but the knowledge of the former by Xiaoxing was not very attractive. Since I can't help combat power, I will start from other areas. Her eyes lit up. Ding! Suji was leaning against the house, and he did not react at all to the sudden sound. System is loading. Please choose the system you want. 1. The strongest cultivation system. Assistance in cultivation of combat equipment to reach the peak of life. 2. The strongest harem system. Teaches you how to win the hearts of girls and see their favorability. The unruly girl Lin Hongfeng, his childhood sweetheart, the gentle girl Sheila, even the mortal heavenly emperor Lu Wenjian, the evil demon god Medusa, the benevolent mother Ivy, all of them could be conquered. All the great beauties in the world, be they pure, cute, kind, gentle, hot, or perverted, could be taken into his arms. Suji? Why is this person so outstanding? In an instant, he was dazzled by this display of skill. Why did these players have so many tricks up their sleeves? Pan Xiuxian was secretly pleased. It was just power and beauties. The recently popular grand deity system did not have a sense of existence in this world. As for choosing a cultivation system, it was not very likely. She felt that she most hoped to choose the strongest harem system. After all, didn't all men like this? She had already seen how attractive the fairies were to building the Wushan Palace all these years. Whether it succeeded or not, whether it could be conquered or not, she would brag about it first. She had even betrayed the mother green vine in the blink of an eye. However, after waiting for a few seconds, there was still no reaction. She could not help but frown. Why is he not choosing a harem system? Bastard, does he not like beauties? Does he have a special hobby? Does he want to be a woman? Or something else? She chuckled. She was already prepared for this. Ding, congratulations, host, for being silent for 1 minute. You have triggered the second hidden option reward. 3. Life exchange system. You can exchange lives with the girls bound to the system. Specifically, you can exchange primordial spirits and experience the lives of the girls. Currently, it is the entire Wushan Palace. As it continues to develop, you can even exchange mortal heavenly Emperor Lu Wenjian and Mother Ivy to experience their lives. Exchanging bodies is also very refreshing. It is also good to try being a woman. 4. The strongest Grandmaster system. You can teach genius disciples and see through their talents. In the future, your disciples will become world-shaking existences. Suji's scalp went numb. However, seeing that the monarch Messiah still did not respond and was quietly leaning against the side of the house, Xianxia was silent for a while. Then, she went all out. Ding, congratulations, host, for being silent for 1 minute. You have triggered the third hidden option reward. 5. System. Please fill in the requirements. Still not falling for it? Hurry up and come up. She was completely frustrated. Suji was silent for a while. He suddenly reached out and a strong wind appeared. A cute girl curled up in the corner appeared and was pulled to him. Her face was full of disbelief. She did not expect that she would be discovered. I was just joking. The girl smiled innocently and acted coquettishly. Whoosh, Suji reached out and pressed down. Boom, the pure and cute girl's muscles instantly swelled and turned into a 4-meter-tall female giant with muscles like the roots of an old tree. She blocked the punch. You are serious? You hit a girl who is acting cute. Xianxia was infuriated. Her expression was like an emoticon that had gone berserk. Her facial muscles twisted exaggeratedly as she burst into laughter. I'm not afraid of you. She was not afraid. Because she was the most capable and the strongest among the casual players. She was not a research clerk like the cute girl or the alchemy emperor. Her sister helped her cheat and she took the opportunity to get in. See? This body. This strong and beautiful body is the most beautiful. Her facial muscles twisted and she laughed. Her smile was at least 300 kilograms. It was very scary and she completely revealed her true face. This is beauty. Strength is beauty. Beauty is not coquettish. One punch. Bang, her whole body flew out. Her face was full of disbelief. Absolute strength and speed, it is really an awakening. In the next second, her whole body changed and revealed the demon body in her dantian. You forced me to show my demon body. A cute square black chip appeared in front of her. No. I submit. The AI chip rapidly expanded, and layers of muscles wrapped around the AI chip, growing taller and bigger. The AI chip grew a hard bone, and it turned into a square-shaped monster with wriggling muscles and tentacles. It had 2 thick horns, and it looked like a great demon. It was incomparably sinister and strange. It growled, "This is a demon. Strength is a demon. Sex is not a demon." Suji's eyelids twitched. This system had become a demon and was causing trouble everywhere. It was more irritating than he imagined, as expected of the leader of a bunch of muscular fairies. She was also hot-blooded and full of passion. She was completely different from those wretched salted fishes who had never fought before. It is useless no matter how strong the technique is. The difference between speed and strength is too big, Suji said slowly. Awakening. Bang, a terrifying gust of wind flashed past, and she was plunged into the ground. The ground shook violently and cracked rapidly. Everyone's eyelids twitched and their faces were full of disbelief. This was the strongest combat power of their martial god palace. It had never been exposed to outsiders. Sister System, the self-proclaimed humanoid computer Angel Heart, machine number 001, was also defeated in an instant. It is probably her old habit again. She is giving out the system and pulling female fairies everywhere to train her body. Unexpectedly, even Emperor Messiah has taken a fancy to her. A group of girls quickly ran out and stuffed her demon body back into her body. They pulled back the muscle girl who was foaming at the mouth and threw her beside Lin Hongfeng who was foaming at the mouth. They continued to chat and play cards as if nothing had happened. The next morning, the sky had just lit up. Lin Hongfeng and Xiao Chen, who were lying on the ground, were still dizzy. They were pulled and slowly woke up. They rubbed their eyes and rubbed their eyes. They are going to participate in the Saturn Peach Feast. It had to be said that their vitality was very strong. After tidying up, the group flew into the sky and tore open a spatial rift. Who is coveting the heavenly realm? A majestic voice rang out. 2 golden-armored soldiers stood in the hazy light and asked in a low voice. I am Lin Hongfeng. She had a dignified expression. She wore tight clothes and a red feather on her head, looking very valiant. She bowed and said, "The martial god palace of the mortal realm has come upon invitation." They were all female martial emperors, beautiful and dignified. They had supreme combat power that could suppress the world. They were like otherworldly fairies. This was a typical case of people saying one thing in front of others and another in back of others. Yesterday, they were still playing cards in the house, chattering, crossing their legs, and even picking at their feet. So, it is the powerhouses of the martial god palace. The divine generals were slightly startled and quickly let them pass. They looked at these female martial emperors with a fervent gaze. They were solemn and serious, and they could be said to be very hardworking. In fact, they were also cultivators of the martial Tao, and they worshipped these sages who had opened up their paths. After walking through the majestic southern heavenly gate, they entered the heavenly court. There were 9 layers in the sky, known as the 9 heavens. The boundless white clouds and mist formed an endless snow-white ocean that filled the entire immortal dimension. The mist was vast and boundless, and numerous magnificent immortal palaces stood in great numbers. There were pavilions, rivers, and numerous white-clothed immortal fairies came and went. This is the immortal realm. Suji smiled as he looked at the beautiful and mysterious immortal realm. He had not expected that he would develop into a legendary heavenly court of China in the future. It was perfect and mature. The group walked in the misty paradise. Golden dragon pillars stood majestically. Celestial soldiers and celestial goddesses floated in the vast sea of white clouds. They held flower baskets and prepared wine and banquets. The celestial ancient heavenly court of Xianxia had 9 clouds in the sky. It was truly magnificent. When the true legend of the heavenly court appeared before him, even Suji felt it was surreal. It was hard for him to imagine that this was a sandbox world he had created. This glorious and magnificent world belonged to him. What was lacking was that during the Peaches of Immortality banquet, the mother of the world and the mother of all living beings, the mother green vine, was actually a certain salted fish player who had once split the heavens and the earth apart and discussed the Tao with Tao lords. I have a feeling that there is something strange mixed into this magnificent and long epic of the 3 realms. Simple and honest natives. He rested his chin on his hand. There was still some time before the heavenly peach feast began, but the fairies were already holding fruits and wine to entertain the guests. Amidst the lingering clouds, the sects of the mortal world, the holy lands, the celestial world, and the demon world's old monsters and celestial emperors led their disciples to socialize. The entire celestial world was bustling. It was an unprecedented golden age for the 3 realms. The people of the Wushan Palace were also strolling casually. There were immortal daughters who chattered noisily, discussing in the distance, their eyes full of admiration. It seemed like the Wushan Palace had many fans in the heavenly realm. One of them, a blushing fairy in a cradle, could not help but step forward and bring a bottle of carefully brewed celestial wine. "Empresses, would you like something to eat?" "No need." Lin Hongfeng had a heroic look on her face. She had the temperament of a woman who was not inferior to men. The Wushan Palace has strict rules. We don't drink. We follow the rules and cultivate our bodies. I will lead the way for everyone. So handsome. The fairy's face was full of admiration. Then, is the Wushan Palace always so strict? No relaxation, no entertainment? As long as life is alive, there will be no movement. We never stop for a moment. There are no entertainment activities for mortals. Lin Hongfeng wore a red feather on her head. She was dressed in exquisite clothes and red armor. She looked like an invincible god of war. She said calmly, "The path of martial arts is to fight against the heavens. If you don't have talent, you will cultivate it. If you don't have cultivation, then cultivate cultivation. If one punch isn't enough, we'll do it 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Do you know how many punches we can throw? 3 years ago, you once said that your pair of fists had been swung 3,800,000 times in the past 600 years. On average, it's more than 50 million times a year." The girl couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes completely burning. This was a frightening number. The mysterious martial god palace, a group of mortal girls with no talent, cultivated to become heavenly emperors. In the entire 3 realms, they were synonymous with hard work, miracles, and inconceivable, cowardice keeps you fit. The weak work hard. Diligence leads to godhood. This was the impression that the martial arts lineage, a new system that had emerged in recent years, had in the minds of the masses. Many people had weak and cowardly personalities. They trained their bodies, worked out, shed their blood and sweat, and repeated the process. A strong and healthy body would not only increase their battle prowess, but it would also improve their temperament, allowing them to break away from cowardice and become confident and decisive. 30 billion punches. This is the average number of our martial god palace's female emperors. Among them, Heavenly Empress Xiao Wei has already reached 70 billion. She is a freak, and a legend. We are mortals, especially delicate girls. Naturally, we cannot slack off. She caressed the fairy and said in a domineering and gentle tone, however, do not learn casually. Without a senior to watch over your body, the more diligent you are, the more likely it will backfire. You will end up with hidden injuries and end up training to death. After saying that, she led the group away. Martial God Palace, so cool, the group of girls behind them surrounded them, their gazes filled with worship and infatuation. They were the daughters of the experts of many small factions in the three realms. They had paid a huge price to send their daughters here as temporary maidservants for the sake of getting to know and befriending some giants of the three realms during this immortal peach feast, expanding their factions. Not only were there many female fans in the heavenly realm, but there were also many male experts who came to greet each other. Their gazes were filled with respect and even worship. They were the focus of the large factions of the three realms. Strength and dignity were earned through one's own hard work, not by others' pity. Not everyone could endure the torture of a demonic fitness trainer system, who gave out missions and trained every day. Without great perseverance and experience the terror of life and death, it was impossible to persist until today. As for the female martial emperor's bloodline, although ordinary people did not have a transcendent bloodline, making their progress extremely slow, once they succeeded, their foundation would be terrifyingly solid. Their strength did not depend on their inherited bloodline, but on themselves. Few people in the same realm could rival them. Fellow Taoist Lin, I haven't seen you for 100 years, but you are still as beautiful as before. If you have time, you can come to the martial combat church in the demon realm and catch up. The great Zhou dynasty is still full of rotten scholars who do not want to improve. Our demon realm is currently cold and frozen, and it is precisely because of the dangerous environment that we have entered the era of potions and steam. We have skyscrapers, cars, and airships, strange. These years, it has become more and more unbelievable. Do you still remember Heavenly Emperor Li Mi? He was an exceptional genius of the sorcerer tribe. His battle prowess was 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. He was a powerful existence like you, Heavenly Emperor Lin, and his battle prowess was heaven-defying. However, he went deep into the Cloud Mountains and Great Swamp to investigate a strange matter, and he has been missing ever since. Clearly, in the entire 9 heavens, the martial god palace is beautiful, elegant, and dignified legendary. Female heavenly emperors were already extremely eye-catching in the entire heavenly court's banquet. Is the martial god palace that popular? There is another reason. There are too few women. Suji took a rough look. The ratio of men to women was 7 to 3. Female experts are relatively rare. Lin Hongfeng said indifferently. She had the domineering demeanor of a giant of the three realms. After all, it is because of the environment. Women are used to relying on the strong to obtain resources. It is not that they are not talented. It is that they are not willing to risk their lives. Women are soft and innately lack a kind of fighting spirit. Of course, the male experts dare to risk their lives, but the death rate is extremely high. Most of the people who die in the three realms are men. Therefore, the martial god palace of the three realms is mysterious and unfathomable. Every woman has absolute battle prowess. Women should be strong. Naturally, they are the most popular giant faction. Now, the martial Tao has been spread for hundreds of years. Only a few peak battle prowess have appeared. In the three realms, there are 2 human martial emperors, and there are only 5 demon martial emperors. She said, because of our special nature, we have a big sister system. Moreover, we are not humans. She lowered her voice. This is the most suitable cultivation method for the demon race. It is tailor-made for us. The so-called relying on pure hard work is also a beautiful lie. Suji nodded. It was very true. Relying on hard work alone, without a certain system, one would not be able to reach this level. At this moment, Mu Yinling, who was at the side, said, according to ancient legends, the so-called witch race is also the bloodline left behind by the witch ancestor, the war god of the undying heavenly diagram. We do not have it, however. Why do we need to inherit the ancestor's bloodline? We can create our own bloodline. Our current bloodline will give birth to all kinds of martial Tao and divine abilities. Our blood will be half golden. Who knows how many people want to marry us? Her face was full of pride. According to the big sister system, we have already integrated punching, training our body, and kicking our legs into our genetic biological instincts. Our descendants will also inherit it and have a strong physique. Right now, they are not comparable to the true witch ancestors' bloodline. However, after we become gods, we will not be inferior to them, or even surpass them. At this moment, Pan Shuaxian, who was at the side, added with a smile, it is impossible for others to be completely free of internal injuries. They cannot achieve the leakless martial Tao true body. There are tens of thousands of training points in the body. There will definitely be one or two muscles, bones, and meridians that cannot be trained, which are not as strong as other places. These are the weak points in battle. If the enemy observes carefully, they will be able to detect them and defeat them. They cannot achieve the perfect martial Tao golden body, so the bloodline passed down will only last for 1 or 2 generations. However, we are different. We have completely formed a kind of evolution that surpasses humans. This is the advantage of the system. Those who have the system are the protagonists of an era. Everyone in the martial god palace will be able to create an existence of their own in the future. Suji's face was full of black lines. This guy is starting to promote again. As they walked, they enjoyed a lot of good wine and food. As for the top executives, Medusa, Ermin, and the others, they would not be here before the competition started. Suji had already sensed that Hermes was with the gods on the other side. Shira did not say much along the way. She was the gentle and quiet type. Pan Shuaxian, on the other hand, was beaten up. Suddenly, the kind Messiah the Great became gentle and pleasant, like those saleswomen, constantly promoting with a sweet voice. What about behind the scenes? She was infuriated. She secretly posted a status on the internet. There were only a dozen words. Shocking. As expected of my half-brother, Monarch Messiah the Great, a straight man like Bai Shaoxing. A garden tour and good wine, but no women. Screenshots. Screenshots. She posted 2 pictures of a beautiful girl being beaten up. The netizens on the internet were instantly envious and scolded, saying that they did not know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. They kept saying that they could do it. Ever since Pan Shuaxian broke through to the Celestial Emperor realm, she told the netizens that she had returned to her natural state and returned to being cute. However, she did not mention her battle state. She only posted pictures of cute and gentle girls and cute little animals. Bastard. He even beat such a cute and soft girl. That's such a cute little hen and little phoenix. How could he bear to beat it? Not to mention the guys, even the girls were overflowing with love. Suji also took a look and just chuckled. That was a scam. It was even more terrifying than Photoshop, okay? Not to mention the fact that it would be extremely painful to the eyes to see the explosive muscles, even if it was really such a cute and ordinary girl. Would you guys try touching it? It was like a walking hard jade statue, okay? Could this be a soft girl? You would die instantly with a small fist. This person is scolding me behind my back. Does he really think that I don't surf the internet? Suji was speechless. Suddenly, he saw a faction that was very popular aside from the martial god palace. Furthermore, there was only one person, Bai Shaoxing. He was wooden and expressionless. The surrounding heavenly emperors were very curious about him and held him in high esteem. Unexpectedly, the legendary Bai Shaoxing, who disappeared for more than 600 years, actually appeared at the heavenly peach feast. Indeed, the most ancient existences in the world all came to offer their congratulations. She truly lives up to her name as the Mother Earth Green Vine. Bai Shaoxing is very knowledgeable. This exchange will be very beneficial. This is inevitable. She once accepted 2 disciples. Hu Renong established the Great Zhou dynasty and Lu Wenjian established the Mount Shu Sword Immortal. 2 great mortal systems, it can be said to be world-shaking great merit. A white-haired old heavenly emperor sighed in admiration. The expressions of the surrounding martial god palace people instantly changed. This was one of the most mysterious secrets in the world. Others might not know, but they already knew that the current Hermes was the Bai Shaoxing from back then. In that case, who was this Bai Shaoxing? He is actually so bold. To think that he dares to openly appear at the heavenly peach feast. Shira covered her mouth, her face filled with horror. Suddenly, Bai Shaoxing noticed the martial god palace people. He slowly walked over expressionlessly. The surrounding celestial emperors were stunned. Bai Shaoxing, are you very interested in the martial god palace? There was a powerful sorcerer race being surrounded by divine light. His figure was extremely strange. He was tall and mighty, at least 5 meters tall, like a giant god. Someone else explained, but thinking about it, you should be interested in the new system. After all, it's the 3rd cultivation system for mortals besides the Burning Incense dynasty and the Mount Shu Sword sect, Blood Qi Martial Dao. Cultivating qi and blood, tempering and tempering, achieving transcendence. It's indeed extraordinary, but it's too hard. Only 1 in 1,000 can endure it, not to mention the outstanding ones. Punching hundreds of billions of times is already close to the Tao. They felt that this was very reasonable, so they didn't take any precautions. Freaks usually had auras, and a small number of those with special forms couldn't sense auras, like real people. They didn't know that Bai Shaoxing no longer existed, and that the one in front of them was a mysterious demon. At this time, outside the southern heavenly gate, there was a commotion among the celestial soldiers, as if something had happened. Then, a celestial emperor walked through the southern heavenly gate. It was Celestial Emperor Li Mi, who had been missing for 100 years. The genius of the sorcerer race, Celestial Emperor Li Mi, is still alive? The surrounding celestial emperors couldn't help but be shocked. They all moved closer and asked in surprise. And Celestial Emperor Li Mi only smiled, expressing that he had only been trapped by a special freak in these 100 years that he had been missing, and had only recently escaped. He chatted with the surrounding celestial emperors about some things. He tried his best to conceal it, but it still seemed somewhat unnatural. He actually forgot many of the relationships between them in the past. Gradually, everyone began to suspect this strange Celestial Emperor Li Mi. Celestial emperors, I'll take my leave. At this time, Bai Shaoxing saw that everyone had shifted their attention and walked over. He's really coming? The people of the Martial God Palace clearly had a strange expression. They didn't expect this freak to be so bold, daring to barge into the heavenly peach banquet. Wasn't he afraid of the gods attacking him? Whoosh, a light wrapped around them, isolating them from outsiders. A mere freak, this is the golden age of the 3 realms, how dare you come? Lin Hongfeng shouted. Why can't we come to the banquet of the 3 realms? Bai Shaoxing smiled, Mother Earth's ivy is the mother of the 3 realms. She gives birth to all things in the world. Not only did she give birth to the gods of all things, but she also gave birth to us freaks. That's why we came to this world. Our mother became a god. How can we not be present at the Feast of Peaches? Us? Could it be more than one person? Lin Hongfeng's expression changed drastically. Turning his head to look, he saw Heavenly Emperor Li Mi with a smile on his face. His heart was filled with terror and madness. Just how many terrifying freaks had sneaked into the Immortality Peach banquet that no one had discovered and knew the rules? Demons and monsters, so, what are their rules? She took a deep breath, revealing an anxious and nervous expression. The abnormal existences were extremely unique. They were creatures of laws formed from the will and fear of all living beings. They have limitations. Just like the fake neighbors, if they knocked on the door from the outside and the mortals did not open the door, even if they were at the Celestial Emperor realm, they would not be able to barge in. They could not even kill mortals. To them, the opponent was not a matter of strength, but rules. Once one entered his rules, there was only a slim chance of survival, unless one's combat strength was ridiculously heaven-defying and could kill the other party more than a dozen times in a row, It would be very difficult to resist. I obtained a Heavenly Emperor's absolute art 3 years ago. Can we exchange it? Lin Hongfeng took out a secret manual and smiled. Bai Xiaoxing was startled. He flipped through it and nodded instinctively. What do you want to exchange? Tell me about that, Li Mi. What do you think? Lin Hongfeng said with a smile. Bai Xiaoxing's expression stiffened. He can't resist. The surrounding female heavenly emperors were instantly overjoyed. Bai Xiaoxing himself could not go against the impression that all living beings had of him. Equivalent exchange, answering all questions was his rule, and also his weakness. As expected of the female martial emperor who leads the martial god palace, her wisdom is astonishing. Bai Xiaoxing could only reveal a smile and explain, my advice to you guys is not to disturb Li Mi. His name is Vanity. He is very timid and has no talent. However, he likes to pretend to be a hero that everyone admires in the eyes of others, enjoying love and glory. If he is discovered by others, he will silence them. Something big will happen. Vanity, everyone turned their heads to look. For a moment, they did not dare to act rashly. They clearly knew that the other party was fake, but they could not expose him, allowing him to chat cheerfully with everyone. There was even a flash of fear and timidity in his eyes. That was the nervous expression of fear of being exposed. Those present were all old monsters. He kept covering up with a flustered expression. He was already about to be discovered by the people with strange expressions. Vanity? I think he's a braggart, right? Likes to brag, but his acting skills are bad? Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath. There are always some people who don't work hard and like to pretend to be mighty in front of everyone. It's probably the convergence of these people's emotions. In the vast common people, there are thousands of kinds of people. There are thousands of kinds of demons and monsters. Little spirit, go and help Heavenly Emperor Li Mi to ease the embarrassment, lest his identity is seen through and he flies into a rage out of humiliation. Clearly, he could not be exposed by these demons and monsters. Any action that exposed his actions and knew his true identity would be enraged by him and he would silence them. Big sister, wants us to be actors and cooperate with him to perform? Mu Lingling said nervously, even if he breaks the rules, we can beat him to death if we swarm him together. There are even many ancient sages and underworld emperors here. The heavenly Tao. Go quickly. We don't know how many demons and monsters are hiding here. Let's observe first. Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath. These guys dare to be so bold. I'm afraid that one of them has already broken through and become a god. Otherwise, they would never dare to come here. We can stall for some time and trick Bai Xiaoxing. Everyone looked horrified. A demon and monster sage? The biggest characteristic of these monsters was that they could not die. If a demon and monster god appeared, it might be able to restrain the sages. Something big was going to happen at the Heavenly Peach Feast. In the Valkyrie Palace, Lin Hongfeng had always been in charge of the decisions, not Pan Shuexian. This player knew that he was not smart enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been told by his sister that his brain was full of muscles. Everyone, you are all very interesting. Bai Xiaoxing looked at the valiant female martial emperors, and his gaze drifted over to the Messiah sovereign emperor. What are your intentions? Shira panicked. In everyone's opinion, Bai Xiaoxing was the most intelligent person in the world. With such a perfect plan, Dark Bai Xiaoxing was already the leader of the demons. Intentions? Bai Xiaoxing's expression was calm as he indifferently said, that's something that only humans have, but we don't. Our actions are exaggerated, we are illogical, we can't control ourselves. We are life given by the fear of all living beings. How you are afraid of us, we are how we are. The ones who created us, are you, everyone's faces tightened. We don't have freedom. We also desire those real lives. Bai Xiaoxing smiled faintly with a strange expression. No one could see through him. Martial emperors, don't be nervous. We are only here to celebrate our mother's birthday. After another moment of silence, everyone got into a fighting stance. No one knew what Bai Xiaoxing was thinking. You are here to assassinate the Mother Green Vine and stop her from becoming a sage? Shira couldn't help but ask loudly. This time, Bai Xiaoxing didn't answer. Lin Hongfeng, who was at the side, smiled and said, that exchange just now, Celestial Thearcha's ultimate technique could grant unparalleled battle prowess. Countless forces in the entire three realms are envious of it. An equivalent exchange isn't just a little bit of weird information, right? I want to exchange your goal for this trip. Bai Xiaoxing's face froze again. That ultimate skill could be used to exchange for a few small problems and information. Of course not to assassinate the Mother Green Vine. He shook his head and said indifferently, we admire our mother very much. Her kindness are indeed worthy of being called the Mother of Earth. Furthermore, if she dies, the dragon veins will definitely be destroyed, and the three realms will welcome the greatest calamity in history. Not only will the gods of incense be wiped out, we demons and monsters will also die without fear. Without Mother, there won't be us. We are the most loyal guardians of Mother Earth. Guardian, the surrounding martial emperors were shocked. This was unbelievable. What were these demons trying to do? Perhaps, I am the most special leader of a villain force since ancient times. I will answer all of the enemy's questions. Bai Xiaoxing mocked himself and suddenly smiled. If that's the case, I will tell you something else. You are all people who came later. Do you know the principle of the dragon vein? Why did the god of fire and the demons come? Principle, everyone knew it was the gathering of fear. But no one understood the deeper reason. Bai Xiaoxing pointed at a square-shaped brick under his feet. It had a beige mirror-like surface and looked ordinary. Look at this brick. This is the desolate ancient world before the dragon vein appeared. Everyone didn't understand and looked at him cautiously. They didn't know what he was thinking. Bai Xiaoxing smiled and placed his hand on top of the brick. A ray of light shone down and left a black shadow of his palm on the brick. This is the world of the dragon vein. Mother Earth's green vine shone down with a ray of light and seemed to illuminate the entire world. These rays of light are the gods that protect all living beings. They gather the good thoughts of all living beings and transform them into her in the eyes of all living beings, preventing the common people and mortals from suffering. But the world is balanced. Everything has yin and yang sides. How much light is given will give birth to darkness. The brighter the place, the more obvious the darkness. His face was bathed in the sunlight. Mother Earth's green vine brightened the world. Compared to the previously uniform world, it is now clearly divided. Mother Earth took away the light that was given off by all living beings and transformed it into pure energy of belief. So where did the remaining darkness go? The turbid evil thoughts, violence, malice, fear, madness. Suji was stunned. He didn't say anything and continued to listen to Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing said indifferently, do you understand now? The Joss flames of humans are split into two. The number of new gods is equivalent to the number of ghost gods that are born. We are the reflection world inside and outside the mirror. Sheila was about to speak. In that case, why do you want to say that the number of weird gods is far less than the orthodox gods? Bai Xiaoxing's face was full of smiles as though he was a great sage of the three realms who had seen through the past and present. He said indifferently, although the energy of both sides is equal, Mother Earth has great wisdom. In the mortal world, she continuously breaks up and kills the weird. She doesn't allow them to live for too long and gather more belief to become stronger. Furthermore, she let the gods split up and suppress the main energy of darkness, a total of 60%. In the demon sealing tower of Shushan and the river Styx of the devil realm, there are 3,000 true celestial emperor great demons. I once used all kinds of methods to investigate and obtain this terrifying number. This number is enough to create 5 gods. This was the truth of the three realms, 3,000 great demons. When he said that, everyone in the martial goddess palace was dead silent. At this moment, they finally knew the truth of the entire world. The reason why the suppressed fear and the weird became more and more frequent over the years. No matter what methods were used to suppress, divide, and suppress the darkness of all living beings, it still wouldn't disappear. It would only increase, as though a tsunami that was still brewing would finally erupt one day. Bai Xiaoxing said, the fear of all living beings towards the 3,000 weird gods is constantly gathered on the demon sealing tower and the river Styx, and they are constantly guarding it. Only 4 levels are left outside. Even so, one of the weird gods has become a god, and a large number of us celestial emperors, are you thinking of a way to save the 3,000 weird gods? Release the power of darkness? Everyone was shocked. I also want to live for real and experience the joy of life. He smiled slightly, his eyes burning. He was like a fanatical martyr, describing his great and unwavering dream. So, here we are. Even though we are very weak and are no match for the powerful beings of the three realms, the world is full of miracles. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with the pure longing and burning desire of a young man. This is a world that will exist if you believe in it. Without thinking, I exist. I believe in miracles, and I believe that they will appear. All of a sudden, the Feast of Peaches was about to begin. Beams of five-colored light sprinkled down from the sky, sacred and vast. Beautiful cradle fairies scattered flower petals, and a vast temple flew into the sky. Ancient existences sat on it, including the origin demon god, the longevity heavenly Tao, the underworld emperor, and the blood emperor, who had become gods. Who were known, the thunder monarch, and other top existences of the world. Welcome, primordial Earth Mother Earth. Whoosh, a beautiful woman with a golden crown on her head sat on the throne. Soon, congratulatory words came from all around. Shushan, the great Zhou dynasty, the martial god palace. They all expressed their congratulations. Finally, Bai Shaoxing suddenly stepped forward. Ghost Knight Palace is here to congratulate. He extended his hand, and many weird gods appeared behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked, and the entire Saturn Peach Feast was silent. An ethereal and vast voice sounded. It was the Underworld Emperor. Taoist Mother Earth, who is here to observe the ceremony. Taoist dares to be so presumptuous. Let's kill him. Ermin had a good impression of Mother Earth, who was as kind as her and didn't like to kill for the sake of the world. Bang! A white jade arm tore through the void, but it was blocked by an existence. A terrifying aura burst forth. It was a weird god. How dare you? You're just an ordinary god. The other gods were slightly shocked, and they immediately attacked, beating up the weird god. You can't hit me. I'm in your dreams. The surrounding attacks missed. The terrifying shadow laughed, and the whole temple was pulled into his world. Come, have a good dream. Whoosh, the whole celestial heavens was in an uproar. Such a change was too horrifying. He's just an ordinary god. Even if he has strange methods and special rules, the other gods all have heaven-defying battle prowess. If we figure out his background, I'm afraid we'll be able to kill him in less than a minute. Don't panic. The Shu Mountain sect leader said. His adaptability was very strong. Even in such a situation, he quickly calmed down. For gods and even for people of their realm, 1 minute was enough to do many things. He's just stalling for time with his life. The people of the great Zhou dynasty spoke. This generation's great Zhou emperor was even more straightforward. We can only delay it for a minute. After it dies, although it is strange, it will need a long time to revive due to the huge amount of energy. It will definitely die. Everyone seemed to have calmed down. However, uneasiness and fear gradually surrounded their hearts. He had paid such a huge price to appear at the Saturn Peach Feast and stall for a minute. What was he planning to do? At this moment, Bai Shaoxing stretched out his hand and sneered. Li Mi, you're fake. Boom. Who dares to say I'm fake? I'm real. I'm real. I'm a hero. Li Mi was instantly enraged. He turned into a terrifying monster and started attacking the surrounding celestial emperors indiscriminately. That terrifying combat power almost caused the surrounding celestial emperors to be severely injured. Bai Shaoxing smiled faintly. That guy, when he's angry, will lose his mind and turn into a human weapon. He can be called brainless. His body is so strong that it can absorb all attacks. He's a monster that even we can't get close to. Defeating the strong with the weak is our performance. Four terrifying existences appeared next to Bai Shaoxing. They were surrounded by dark energy and started to attack the surrounding celestial emperors. A counterattack of the weak. Because of a miraculous performance, the fate of a legend has begun. I have the most powerful intelligence in the world. The world has been rewritten. His body slowly rose into the air. His eyes gradually turned red. Come. Slaughter. Let's begin the performance of the haunted night palace. He laughed maniacally, and a terrifying dark aura engulfed the entire heaven court. Endless thick black fog spread out, swirling about and carrying a sticky fishy smell. Rumble, Bai Xiaoxing's body was surrounded by a terrifying aura. He roared and a dark red giant hand reached out to the sky, stirring the dark clouds. It was so dark that it was hard to breathe. The world will remember the terror of the haunted night palace. We, the 7 of them, will be eternal. Boom, the earth suddenly split open. Countless celestial palaces collapsed. The entire sky shook. Countless dark red arms pierced the sky, stirring the black fog. The entire sky of the heaven realm began to turn into a transparent mirror with a black frame. Mirror? What is he doing? Looking at the terrifying Bai Xiaoxing, countless people's expressions changed. He's not making a move. Let the 5 ghosts behind him kill us all. How dare you? Do you really think we're made of mud? Even if the monsters are powerful, we have 10 times the number of them. Each of us has extraordinary combat power. They won't last more than 10 minutes under our hands. Countless existences roared in anger and shock. Boom, in the blink of an eye, they all went up to fight. However, the 5 freaks had already triggered all sorts of rules in secret, and displayed astonishing heaven-defying battle prowess. Bai Xiaoxing didn't seem to see the fighting around him. He raised his arm high, and the mirror in the sky flashed. He raised his arm high. The world will remember the terror of this moment. The disaster of the Peaches of Immortality feast in the 3 realms was projected to all parts of the mortal world and the devil world through a mirror. The entire land shook, wailing, and chaos. He raised his arm and shouted. World, remember the haunted night palace. Boom, the sky was surrounded by blood. It's the ultimate terror. The death of all things. It brings endless disasters. He raised his head as though he wanted to vent all his anger. His voice reverberated and spread throughout the 3 realms. The devil world, the mortal world, Nanzhao nation, the great Zhou dynasty, the great emperor of the underworld, and almost every mortal and citizen in the world saw a mirror appear in the sky. Countless people raised their heads to look at the sky with terror and fear. They saw what was happening in the celestial heavens. The celestial heavens are under attack? Mother Earth's Peaches of Immortality feast? Boom. Everyone, remember us, the haunted night palace. Bai Xiaoxing had a faint and satisfied smile on his face. An enormous and terrifying force turned into wind pressure. The Dao technique that could crush the 3 realms swept over. A circle of mirrors spread out in the sky. This is their goal. They want everyone to see them attack the Peaches of Immortality feast to create fear. Countless beings turned their heads and were shocked. They finally knew their real goal. Bai Xiaoxing had come to fight without invitation. He had used his great power to project the disaster and suppress the fear of all beings in the 3 realms. Their power could be endless and even defeat the strong, becoming an undying existence that could defeat all the celestial emperors. The terror that attacked the gods, the underworld emperor, the heavenly Tao, and the demon god is called the sweet dream god. He gives dreams to all beings, the ultimate existence of the world. He's everywhere and omnipotent. As long as you say his name, you'll see him in your dreams, Bai Xiaoxing roared. His eyes were blood red. The celestial emperor's expressions changed drastically. Not good. Stop him from spreading fear. Someone roared. If the weird god inside received the fear of the billions of beings in the 3 realms, he would become extremely terrifying with endless power. Not only would he be hard to kill, but he could also break through to become a middle god. The 3 realms were facing a disaster. Suddenly, Lin Hongfeng, who was leading the female empresses in battle, raised her head and said, "You guys hold on, I will go and stop Bai Xiaoxing." Big sister. Everyone was anxious. As the leader, Bai Xiaoxing was naturally the strongest. He had the strongest wisdom and was born with 100 knowledge. He was the most knowledgeable in the Daoan system. His combat power was the most terrifying celestial emperor. If she went alone to stop him, she would probably die. It's okay. She took a big step forward with the determination to stop the disaster alone. She said to Bai Shaoxing, that top celestial emperor ultimate art has terrifying combat power. It should be able to exchange for a small problem. Bai Shaoxing's expression froze. He stood high up and projected a mirror image towards the three realms. His mind was blank. Can I do it next time? She raised a complicated math problem and said coquettishly, Bai Shaoxing, can you solve it for me? Damn it. The rage in his heart was endless, and he was already mad with rage. He looked at the Valkyrie with a dark expression, wishing he could kill her 10,000 times in an instant, but in the next second, he suddenly dispersed the terrifying black flames and descended from midair. Ignoring the fierce battle around him, he taught step by step like a family tutor. He picked up a piece of paper and a pen and said softly, this question should actually be solved like this. Crack, without control, the mirror in the sky suddenly closed. All living beings in the mortal world couldn't see the entire projection of the Saturn Peach Feast. They couldn't help but be in an uproar. This was the irreversible flaw of the freaks. After all, they weren't living beings. They were rules formed by the thoughts of all living beings. Even if they had thoughts and actions, they were all given to them by all living beings. You're smart, very smart. As he taught Lin Hongfeng, he suddenly looked at the battle in the distance. The 5 freak celestial emperors were fighting against each other. He felt a little bitter. I've tried my best, but we're still at a disadvantage against you guys. Miracles. Defeating the strong with the weak aren't so easy to create. The 3 realms had thousands of years of history. All the giants existed in the world forever and monopolized the world. It was already very difficult for them to rise and attack. Bai Shaoxing, with a god and 5 celestial emperors, a total of 7 existences, stirred up the Saturn Peach Feast in the 3 realms. It was almost impossible for them to resist 10 or even 100 times their own strength. These peak heavyweights of the 3 realms were all top figures with outstanding intelligence. Although they were caught unprepared by their attacks, they made countermeasures in an instant. He, Bai Shaoxing, had also been figured out of the rules and was instantly targeted and forcefully restrained. Presumably, very soon, the other few Sky Emperors would also be figured out of the rules and subdued and suppressed. At this moment, even Bai Shaoxing couldn't help but praise the swift response of the gods in the heaven realm. The channel through which you spread fear has been closed. You've lost. Lin Hongfeng said faintly, it's already incredible that you could make such a big fuss with the chess pieces in your hands. Bai Shaoxing suddenly asked, the living beings can't see the Saturn Peach Feast now. But won't they be afraid if they can't see it? While solving the problem, he kept writing on a piece of paper. It was a series of densely packed numerical equations and terrifying geometrical calculations. He murmured to himself. The fear of humans comes from the fear of the unknown. Now that they can't see the Saturn Peach Feast, they might be even more afraid. Just like in the dark night, the most terrifying thing is the darkness that they can't see. They can't help but have bad thoughts. The heaven realm is being attacked. Can they win? Are we going to die? Has the Mother Green Vine been assassinated? Heavenly Tao, Underworld Great Emperor, these ancient gods, are they dead? We can't see it. We're so scared. Lin Hongfeng's face darkened with every sentence she spoke. Bai Shaoxing was always calm. You have to understand that people's fear is far easier to obtain than people's worship. Who knows? Lin Hongfeng's face was full of smiles, but her eyes quickly flashed with a trace of worry that was difficult to see clearly. She then said with a smile, you've been restrained in the end. Why don't we have a chat? What do you want to talk about? What is your goal? Beautiful Martial Emperor, you don't have anything else to exchange with me. I won't be forced to answer anymore. After a pause, Bai Shaoxing also laughed. But I'll still answer your question personally. Our goal is to rule the world, build a new evil race heavenly court, and start the evil god era. I'm the first celestial monarch original evil. Ruling over the world, as long as all living beings recite my name, fear me, they will never age. I'll also grant amnesty to the world. I won't kill any of the giants of the 3 realms, Shu Mountain, the Great Zhou Emperor, and the various religions of the demon world. Instead, I'll imprison them, just like how you imprison the 3,000 demons. I'll build a god-suppressing pagoda to suppress the ancient gods. You're clearly about to lose, but you can still talk so calmly about your future after you succeed. Lin Hongfeng smiled and did not deny it. You don't kill the incense heavenly emperor because the good righteous gods can't be killed. No matter how desperate a person is, there will be hope in their heart that a hero will descend from the sky to save them. Just like your evil thoughts, they can only be suppressed, and you don't kill us, the living celestial emperors, because powerhouses like us can provide more incense for you. A celestial emperor's hatred, fear, and despair towards you, locked in prison, is far more than millions of mortals. Smart. Really smart. Bai Xiaoxing clapped and laughed. He praised loudly, it's interesting to communicate with smart people. You're indeed the founder of the newly established power, Wushan Palace. Your foresight, talent, and wisdom are all worthy of praise. The celestial race and the evil race are two sides. No one can kill the other, but they're also old enemies. Our zodiac signs make it impossible for us to get along peacefully, so we can only suppress each other. We replaced the righteous gods of incense and ruled the three realms. As the evil gods of incense, we still won't kill any mortals. This is the greatness and foresight of Mother Earth. No matter who rules in the future, good or evil, it will not affect the mortals or the Mother Earth herself. You are also one of the mortals. Even if you lose, you won't be killed because you can provide us with incense. Mortals? Lin Hongfeng let out a sigh. He could hear Bai Xiaoxing's admiration from the bottom of his heart. He admired this Mother Earth who gave birth to them. The battle in the distance was still ongoing. She asked again, then what kind of world do you want to build? You want to build a blissful world and collect worship and kindness. We will naturally do the opposite and collect fear. Bai Xiaoxing thought seriously and replied, even though we won't kill mortals, it will be a bloody world filled with despair, helplessness, and horror. He stretched out his hand, and Lin Hongfeng saw a future world. The rules had all changed. There was no sun or moon. The sky seemed to be covered with a heavy colored oil painting. Colorful huge black distorted patterns were like Van Gogh's painting of the starry sky. The turbulent colorful distorted sky, moon, and sun were all distorted as though they were painted on the sky. The land was dilapidated, dark red, and decaying. There were decaying villages. Deep in the mountains, there were terrifying demons and ghosts. There were ghosts and monsters everywhere. It was a terrifying world of ghosts and monsters. A hint of fear flashed across Lin Hongfeng's face. Are you afraid? His vast voice crashed into her mind. I started to feel the fear that you emit towards me. It's endless, like a huge sweet spring flowing into my body. It's very comfortable and makes me stronger. My dear, your fear, respect, and fear towards me will be the source of strength for my soul. He whispered in her ear as if he was talking to a lover. I don't. Her voice was dull. She immediately struggled out of that helpless state of mind. When she came back to her senses, Bai Xiaoxing was still silently holding a pen and paper, calculating that complicated question. Bai Xiaoxing lowered his head, and his smile became deeper. It's useless. The more you want to resist, the more you want to tell yourself not to be afraid, the more you are afraid. This is human. You can't be afraid just because you want to be afraid. The seed of fear has already been planted in your heart. It has already begun to grow into a towering tree, becoming the nutrients for me to become a god in the future. You thought that you controlled me. In fact, I controlled you and made you afraid of me. It seems that you stopped me from closing the mirror image, but did you really stop the fear of the Saturn Peach Feast? Bai Xiaoxing raised a thick smile and picked up the pen and paper. Who knows, all these are not in my calculations. How can I not know my weakness? He whispered softly, like a devil whispering in her ear. This question should be solved like this. I have solved it. What about you? Bai Xiaoxing. Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath and looked at this terrifying man. What was the essence of the level 9 realm, cell refinement, law phenomenon, controlling the release of every particle of energy, hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of particles in a specific arrangement? Terrifying calculation power, forming a small fireball to perform a specific Taoist technique that was close to the law. This was the fire element. What about the space element? The wind element? The water element? All these years, Medusa had been quietly collecting and accumulating energy. It was a boring and long journey, but she never stopped, constantly comprehending the next realm and looking forward to a more long-term future. Although the three realms seemed to be stable, a great calamity was actually coming. The repercussions were too terrifying. No one knew what would happen. Some of the gods present might die. Her vision was comparable to that of mid-level gods like Ermin and Tao Lord. Even Dao Chongqing was slightly inferior to her. The Blood Emperor and the others could not compare to her at all. After all, in terms of actual age, Ermin wasn't even the apprentice of the younger alchemist emperor. Strictly speaking, she was even older than the phoenix. Back in the day, she had even gone to the desert to study the phoenix that had just descended, but the two before her were already intermediate gods. As for Dao Chongqing, he was on the same level as her when the Devil Realm invaded. At that time, the realm of the evil god organization was not strong. Although it was much stronger now, Dao Chongqing was even stronger. He had long surpassed her and was already a god. Even the Blood Emperor, the strongest sovereign emperor of the Potion era, whom she had once beaten up, had become a god now. She had the oldest lifespan, but her realm was forever stagnant, constantly surpassed by the newcomers and the protagonists of the era. I seemed to be very different from the level 9. She thought about it carefully and felt that the structure of the evil god Cthulhu was very similar to that of the level 9 realm, but also different. The essence of the level 9 was the realm where one could completely control their own body and countless cells in the body. Bone marrow cells, skin cells, hair cells, red blood cells. They could store energy in them and completely control a world. Ordinary humans had 10 billion cells. Larger creatures might have hundreds of billions of cells. Small animals and ants were smaller, so it was easier for them to break through, and they only had hundreds of millions of cells. The difficulty of breaking through was different according to the size of the body. After all, the more cells one had, the stronger one would be. What about her? It looked the same, but it was actually different. There were 129,600 creatures on his body, and they were not cells. They were all living creatures, and these living creatures were also made up of cells. In other words, if she broke through to rank 9, each of the 129,600 creatures in her body would be a single rank 9 life form, composed of countless cells. Even the weakest rank 9 life form would be very small, with only a few 100 million cells. She had achieved the 9th level, and she would definitely be the strongest 9th level. Just her indescribable strength alone would be enough to crush people of the same level alive. Just a passive aura? Crushing a tier 9 existence to death? She chuckled. Her dream was beautiful, but it also seemed cruel. 129,609th level, that was unimaginably far. I still have to continue cultivating. Right now, my body has 110,000 6th stage heavenly emperors, 10,000 7th stage heavenly emperors, and 2 gods. Each of them has cultivated a different system. They have outer skin and hair, and 17,800 creatures have cultivated the true body of the shaman tribe. Their regenerative abilities are extremely strong. His flesh and blood, his sea of consciousness, and his inner world were more than 10,000. As for the sorcerers, their mental strength was powerful. As the blood cells of the sorcerers, their mental strength circulated everywhere, providing a huge amount of kinetic energy. Now, the martial Dao lineage is outstanding, and I can also cultivate it. Let the bones, nails, elbows, and these fighting parts cultivate just right. Her 120,000 bodies, skin, bones, and blood, every inch of them cultivated a different system. 129,600 as an era, using her body as an era, cultivating endless systems, and combining the bodies of living creatures. This was the true evil god Cthulhu. An indescribable fear, the ruler of the old days. All for one, suddenly, there was a tremor in the distance. Someone came to have an audience. Ermin's trusted aide was extremely nervous. The netherworld is in chaos. The suppressed endless demon god is about to break the seal. Please, Lord Demon God, the gods of the 3 realms are pinned down. Save the entire world. Save the world? The corner of Medusa's mouth was full of mockery. His gaze swept across. Do you really think I'm a hero? How many times has someone asked me to save the world? This is the 2nd time. In her mind, she suddenly recalled a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, so long that she had almost forgotten it. A group of sorcerers had once said the same thing to her. That was when the Babylonian sorcerer kingdom existed. The evil god Cthulhu had descended, and everyone begged her to save the world and fight against the evil god Cthulhu. She was an evil sorcerer, but in that battle, she had gone ahead without listening to their advice, disregarding the consequences, and in the end, she had been defeated. Saving the world had never had anything to do with her. That time, she had gone there to challenge the evil god Cthulhu and save the world. That was incidental. Plop, countless demon world celestial emperors quickly knelt before her. Lord Demon God, please save the 3 realms. All the gods of the 3 realms were pinned down. Only the origin demon god, Medusa, could personally suppress the 3,000 celestial emperors' great demons. There were too many of them, and they could not defeat them at all. And the origin demon god was cold and emotionless, treating all life as ants. They were not even confident that this ancient existence would be willing to help. Please help. They begged with tears streaming down their faces. This was the last hope of the 3 realms. Saving the world last time was incidental, because I wanted to challenge the evil god Cthulhu. But those things now are not challenging for me. They are very boring. She smiled, feeling very bored. If she had the time, she might as well study some other things. Suddenly, she looked down at the celestial emperors kneeling on the ground. They were hot-blooded, young, and brave. In a daze, she seemed to recall Grantham, who had roared at her in the past. He was also hot-blooded alchemy emperor, and also stupid, disregarding his own interests to protect others. Hero? How boring. She turned to leave, but suddenly paused, and her eyes still looked down. Forget it. She stopped in her tracks. The eyes of the surrounding celestial emperors flashed with longing. Thank you, demon god. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saving the world for some ridiculous reason. That would be too stupid. I'm just afraid that Ermin will go crazy when she comes back. I can't stand her mouth of benevolence and morality, and she can preach to me for a few months. She flashed and disappeared on the spot. Walking on the ground, Medusa's expression suddenly changed. He sensed his clone going to the Saturn Peach banquet, so he gently opened the door and entered the underworld. Interesting, really interesting. The 3 realms are going to change, and the catastrophe of the world has arrived. The underworld was the place where the souls of the dead of the 3 realms returned. The Styx River, Cocytus, was a surging murky gray river that led to the distant shore. On both sides were bright red soil that bloomed all over the land. In the native language of Cocytus, it meant, the cry from afar, the river of pain. All the souls trembled and wailed as they saw the great fear in the sky. She looked into the depths of the Styx River. Because of the fear of all living beings, it not only focused on the monsters in the heavenly realm, but also reminded them of the great demons. More than 1,000 celestial emperors and great demons were suppressed by the Styx River. Because they were recalled, they were already boiling with fear. They kept attacking the seals. Not only the Styx River in the demonic realm, but also the demon-subduing tower in Shu Mountain. Is this the intention of your attackers? The Saturn Peach banquet has gathered all the gods and most of the giants. There is no one outside who can resist you, so you used the fear of all living beings to break through? Medusa grinned. Yes, 3,000 celestial emperors. At this time it is difficult for anyone to resist, but, rumble, Medusa fiercely pressed down. Bang, the entire Styx River was turned upside down. The roars of the great demons and endless resentment instantly stopped as they fainted. Splash, she reached out and grabbed the air. The entire river was lifted up and turned into a ball of water in her hand. Some of the skin on her arm peeled off and turned into a water bag. She held the river in it and hung it on her body. She brought more than 1,000 demons with her, and with a flash, her mountainous body actually moved with unimaginable agility. She directly disappeared from where she was, shuttling through the mortal realm. Pung, Shu Mountain, demon-subduing tower. Countless Shu Mountain disciples were in chaos. Not good. Shu Mountain demon-subduing tower is about to be breached. How is this possible? Under our deliberate guidance, the great fiendish demons suppressed by Mount Shu have long been forgotten by the people of the world. Without a source of strength, they are extremely weak. How can they still have strength now? A Shushan elder's forehead was covered in sweat. This was more than 1,000 celestial emperors. The existence of Shu Mountain was to suppress them. For a full 600 years, generation after generation of hard work, they had constantly collected and watched over them. Only then did they have today's results. Once they were released, one could imagine what a terrible catastrophe it would cause. Once they were revealed to the eyes of the world, they would cause widespread fear. Their power would also completely recover and begin to grow again. It was even possible that a large number of gods would appear. The disaster would erupt like a tsunami. How is this possible? Outside the demon-subduing tower, a Shu Mountain elder almost collapsed to the ground. The impact of such an outcome could not be stopped at all. The outside world can't possibly know their names, abilities, and names. Who was it that spread them to make the people think of them in this time of fear? Someone must be guiding them in the mortal world. Suddenly, someone thought of something. Back then, the eldest disciple of Shu Mountain had once caused chaos in the demon-subduing tower. Perhaps that chaos was used by Xiaoxing to steal the information in the demon-subduing tower, the identities and abilities of those great demons, and then secretly spread fear of them among the people. The surroundings were completely silent. This was a terrorist plot that had been planned for a long time. The calculations were terrifying. Boom. Boom, boom. The entire huge demon-subduing tower shook continuously. The demon-subduing tower was the #1 treasure that the 8th grade heavenly Tao and the gods, and even the celestial emperors of the entire world, had gathered the best materials. At this time it almost could not withstand it. If you don't want to die, scram. A clear and melodious sound rang out. The expressions of the Shu Mountain people changed slightly. The origin demon god, let's go. The surrounding people suddenly noticed something. That terrifying and tyrannical existence has arrived. Close your eyes, hear, smell, and seal your 5 senses. Otherwise, if she kills us, there's no way to reason with us. The Shu Mountain disciples shouted. Even the people in the mortal world knew that this one was arrogant and domineering. At this moment, the demon god was almost a complete celestial emperor. There were more than 120,000 celestial emperors. Even a celestial emperor would die instantly if he just listened to her voice and looked directly at her face. The evil god could not be looked directly at. Rise. In the next second, a terrifying and vast existence descended on the entire land. She held the demon-subduing tower with one hand and uprooted it as if she was holding a small bronze javelin, and disappeared on the spot. The 3 realms are blessed. The most ancient eternal origin demon god of the netherworld, Medusa. Even if the grotesque celestial emperor swarmed her, they would be killed instantly. The people of Shu Mountain were horrified and full of joy after surviving a disaster. Medusa uprooted the demon-subduing tower of Shu Mountain town, inserted it into his hair, and used it as a bronze hairpin. With a step, he killed his way into the heaven realm. The entire heaven realm shook slightly, and the expressions of countless people changed slightly as they watched the most ancient and vast existence descend. The heaven realm was still in an uproar. The 3 realms' first golden age, Mother Earth's feast of peaches, a grand ceremony to become a god, had ushered in a huge calamity and disaster. At this moment, fear spread throughout the world. Although Wandering God was restrained, the 5 monstrous celestial emperors were getting more and more troublesome. Endless fear gathered, almost endless, giving these 5 existences endless stamina. In addition to their undying characteristics, they could basically be killed dozens of times on the spot. Only then would they be able to completely destroy this wave of energy that gathered a large amount of fear. Dream world. Many existences were ambushed, caught off guard, and led into a sweet dream. If they want to break out, they will probably only need a short 30 seconds. In the remaining 30 seconds, they should be able to find an opening and then join forces to kill me. Sweet Dream Goddess was very calm. She had come here with a determination to die, so it was very natural. If the fear outside didn't spread within a minute, it would definitely die. Whoosh, it suddenly felt a huge amount of energy surging towards it from afar. It instantly smiled. Now, this energy can replenish my stamina. I can last for 7 minutes before I get killed. Being trapped for 7 minutes was already a terrifying number. This was also because of its unique characteristic. It could hide and create dreams to trap people, rather than fight them head-on. Wandering God was the first to let it become a god, not only because it was the most secretive, but also because it was the key to planning this terrifying operation. But Wandering God isn't Wandering God after all. These years, he has been communicating with others, exchanging things of equal value. He is very knowledgeable, and as the leader of us freaks. But these gods hide too deeply, too terrifying. It looked ahead. Now, even if it's just for a moment, with my attribute, I can see the deepest dreams of the strongest saints of the three realms. It looked at Ermin's dream. It was a huge and luxurious palace. The sky was filled with fireworks, and countless wizards were walking around. A grand wedding was being held. A slime emperor was getting married with 7 beautiful girls in white wedding dresses. Ermin was standing at the side, giving her blessings. Is this the happiest moment in your heart? The underworld emperor was indeed as the legends said. He was kind, righteous, and longed for a beautiful past. He shouldered the heavy burden of his teacher. The sweet dream god's eyes flashed as he looked at the fresh blood emperor. This was once the most ancient and powerful monarch Potion emperor. At that moment, he was in a garden with Medusa. The flowers were blooming, and he had said that the flowers were not of this color. As a result, he had been beaten up. However, as the beating continued, the Blood Emperor's dream began to turn defeat into victory. He defeated Medusa and subdued him. He married the origin demon god, walked to the palace, and became the most powerful demon god in the world. The sweet dream god was shocked. The fresh blood emperor looks cold and murderous on the outside, but he actually likes such a perverted demonic god. If news of this got out, it might cause a huge storm in the entire world. This was quite unbelievable. After all, liking the gentle and kind emperor of the underworld Ermin was a normal choice for all men. The deepest secret in his memories. Perhaps we've caught hold of this new god's weakness. If we publicize it, he'll instantly be too ashamed to be a human. He'll feel despair, anger, excitement, and hate us. He'll provide us with an enormous amount of energy. A god turned into a source of incense, providing them with negative incense. He hated them all the time and wanted to take revenge on them. He was definitely a huge and endless source of incense. This time, I've earned some. Intelligence is power. The reason why Bai Shaoxing can lead us weaklings to create miracles and cause chaos in the three realms is because he's smart and knows too much intelligence. It immediately looked at the next person, Dao Chongqing. It saw a part of its deepest memories, a battle with Dicky. This was an extremely terrifying existence that could learn any enemy's knowledge and cultivation techniques. Even the sweet dream god was horrified in his dreams. This kind of existence was too terrifying. It was a saint that was born with knowledge. Is this the legend of the Western era? The legendary battle formed by the heavenly axiom? It couldn't help but breathe rapidly, as if it was witnessing ancient history. In the end, the battle was very tragic. To prevent the sky from collapsing and for the world to return to chaos, Dao Chongqing stood upright. In a blur, Saint Woodcutter, who had split heaven and earth apart, slowly walked over with a terrifying aura. What's that? This time, the sweet dream god was slightly shocked and stared at the dream carefully. It was a scene that had never been recorded in history. There seemed to be a terrifying secret, but it was a pity that Dao Chongqing's memory was cut off after only a few words with that Saint Woodcutter, and he fell into a deep coma. Is it a 9th rank? That mysterious Saint Woodcutter used a strange Dao skill to mend the sky with builder wood. Could he be a 9th rank existence? It frowned and suddenly felt that the world was very deep. That was a great existence above the 8th rank gods, an existence that had lived for several eras and hundreds of thousands of years. It was an overlord that had descended upon the three realms before. The history of the three realms was only 4,000 years. It was just a nap of that great existence. Intelligence is really a huge gain. Every step of Bai Shaoxing's plan was very thorough. It had only seen the dreams of a few existences, and the benefits were greater than expected. It looked forward to the next few even more. It looked at the next clone of Medusa and saw a different scene. Within this dream, a gigantic serpent-bodied woman was standing on the ground. Another mysterious and mighty existence had suddenly descended into this world. Primal chaos energy swirled around him like clouds and mist. Just his arrival caused strange phenomena to appear in the world. Crash. Time was passively adjusted. Everything in the sorcerer world changed rapidly. Flowers, trees, the sky, the clouds, the sun, the wind and clouds surged. There was a strange sense of beauty that shocked people. That sense of oppression affected the great Tao of heaven and earth and the law of time. The sweet dream god's expression instantly froze, and she continued to hurry. What kind of forbidden existence was this? 9th rank, no. It should be above the 9th rank, right? Then what was it, the 10th rank? However, one could guess the power of the 9th rank, but what kind of terrifying realm was the 10th rank, the ultimate realm? After all, the 9th rank was the overlord of an era with a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. The existence and lifespan of the 10th rank was impossible to guess. Perhaps it was a life with abstract laws? Was it everywhere, living in every time and space? No one knew. It was just like how ants could not understand the world of humans. However, just by the arrival of the 10th rank, its aura could passively affect the flow of time in an entire world. The sky, the clouds, the trees, the existence of the 10th rank, could it passively distort time and space? It felt impossible. Or is it above the 10th rank? Its expression became solemn. This was a very terrifying information. Finally, in the scene, the mysterious giant deduced all things in time for Medusa. The entire world's time flowed rapidly, and a flower appeared out of nowhere, putting a flower on Medusa's head. God of creation, the moment she left, Medusa murmured as she looked at her back. It was as if this was a scene hidden deep in her heart. After thousands of years, it had become incomparably deep-rooted, forming an extreme obsession. Creation. World. God. As soon as these three words fell, the sweet dream god's expression became completely sluggish, cold sweat dripping down her back. Then, Medusa had a sweet dream. The two of them studied together at the desk, discussing together, a very beautiful and peaceful scene. Click. The scene disappeared. This origin demon god yearned for the highest, constantly seeking the Tao. Perhaps the scene that happened back then was the root cause. I learned another existence's secret. Sweet dreams always reveal the deepest part of one's heart, but this god of creation, the sweet dream god's body trembled, her mind was shaken, and she took a deep breath. The origin demon god was passionate about seeking the Tao. This was something everyone knew, but this was a very unimaginable scene. God of creation? The word God of creation was too terrifying. A god that created the world? It must be known that the composition of a world was life, time, space, latitude, matter, soul, everything. And this was the most ancient existence that created the world? If it really is the ultimate god that created the world, then the shock it will bring is too great. The origin demon god, the most ancient existence in the three realms, has actually seen such an inconceivable horror. She forced herself to calmly analyze. In an instant, she thought of a certain legend. In the ancient era, the Tao Lord was also ordered by an unknown ancient existence to descend into this world and split the heavens and earth. That was thousands of years ago, before the Eastern era, the Western era's mythological era. In the ancient Western era, where humans and gods lived together, there was a connate ancient god who was born at the same time as the heavens and earth. And before the Western era, there were even more records. In the dark primordial era, the heavens and earth were as chaotic as a chicken's egg. The sun god was born in the egg, and after experiencing the 7 tribulations of chaos, he was ordered to descend into this world to split the heavens and earth. With a roar of anger, he split the heavens and earth, scorching the heavens and burning the earth. The heavens and earth were 10 feet high, and the earth and sun were 10 feet thick. Thus, the world was created. A faint fear and the unknown began to linger in her heart. The higher she stood, the greater the fear in her heart. She calmed her heart, and next, she saw the memory of the next existence, the mother green vine. In an instant, she saw a dream that terrified her even more, a courtyard, the origin of all things. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew past. This was a courtyard in the countryside. The breeze and white clouds, the trees, the flowers, the courtyard, and the old wooden chair in front of the door seemed to be the simplest and most ordinary courtyard in the countryside. This was Mother Earth's beautiful dream. An ordinary courtyard. Soon, she discovered a terrifying scene hidden under this ordinariness. This is. The sweet dream god saw the origin of life in horror. Endless creatures were constantly changing here, rapidly evolving and dying out. She had never seen tiny single cells in the sea before. They seemed to be the most primitive form of life with infinite possibilities. They grew in number in front of the courtyard. From the initial unicellular cells, they turned into multicellular algae, beetles. From marine organisms, they crawled onto the ground, struggling and enduring the hardships of evolution. They began to grow fur, transform into beasts, grow scales, birds, insects, fishes, and beasts. The epic of life in the courtyard was like a slideshow. It was constantly evolving, condensing hundreds of millions of years of endless time and time. It formed the most beautiful and magnificent mythical scene in life. She felt it silently and looked at everything in disbelief. This is the beginning of the world, the origin of all things, the home of eternal life. Here, even a rank 9 ancient being, a great being that had lived for tens of thousands of years, would find it difficult to endure such a terrifying time. They would soon die of old age and reach the end of their lifespans. Time could erase everything in the world. Perhaps this was the true eternity. But this is. At this moment, she couldn't describe what she was feeling. This dream actually pointed to the truth of the origin of the world. Panic, anxiety, uneasiness, fear, and countless complicated thoughts overlapped in her heart. What is the origin of life? She asked in her heart. The sweet dream god's emotions were complicated. She became emotional and panicked. Suddenly, she thought of the unreachable years hundreds of years ago. She had peeped into the beautiful dreams of those dreamers because she always stood in the deepest part of one's heart and peeped into everyone's heart and dreams. The great scholars of the Great Zhou dynasty discussed Tao on Tin Mountain day and night for 3 years. In the end, they vomited blood and rested. In the Demon Realm's Alchemy Academy of Sciences, the great alchemists had also discussed, argued, and even fought, but in the end, there was no result. But now, perhaps it knew the terrifying truth. It knew the truth of the entire 3 realms, a rank 8 god, a rank 9 world, and even the unknown rank 10 existence might not know the truth of the world, the dream of countless people, the ultimate mystery of life. The truth had already appeared in front of his eyes. The curtains had clearly been pulled open in this mysterious courtyard. The sweet dream god itself was formed from sweet dreams, so it was naturally a special creature formed from many people's dreams. As the truth of this dream was revealed, it was almost unable to control itself. He had even abandoned the overall situation. The Green Vine Earth Mother is indeed one of the most ancient beings. Although she has yet to become a god, her mind contains secrets that even Ermin and Medusa might not know about. How terrifying. She knows the origin of the world. The beautiful dream god had a steady personality. After all, she had seen too many unbelievable beautiful dreams. However, at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded. If these ancient saints of the 3 realms knew about these memories of Mother Earth, I'm afraid they would collapse from fright. It continued to watch the dream of life unfold. Among these evolved beings, it saw even more terrifying things. The Thunder Emperor, the god-slaying blade, and even the origin of the sorcerer civilization, the evil eye, as well as the primordial humans, were all born here and kept evolving. There were even some familiar figures. Among them, it even saw the main body of the Mother Earth Vine evolving here. Its body trembled. This dream is the origin dream of the Mother Earth Vine. As it continued to attack, it gradually learned the truth, and its face turned pale with fright. It took a few steps back and only stopped when it hit the edge of the dream. Before Mother Earth descended into this world, due to some accident and some scattered memories of her birth, she remembered that she was born in a mysterious latitude courtyard and saw the god of creation. That was a latitude courtyard in the crevice of time and space. It was the embodiment of the law of life in the heavens and 10,000 worlds. It looked like a simple farmhouse, but in reality, every brick and tile was forged by the supreme law. The rise of the sorcerer civilization and the various extraordinary beings all came from there. The sweet dream god quickly saw the dream of the Mother Earth Vine, and what happened next was even more terrifying. In this courtyard, she saw a vast and mysterious existence shrouded in light. It walked out of the room and sat on a chair in the courtyard, as calm as a farmer in the countryside. It held a cup of special flame-red tea and quietly watched the evolution of these legendary beings like the Thunder Emperor and the Evil Eye. Every move of its body seemed to affect the fate of the heavens and 10,000 worlds. The creation of thousands of lives, and even the endless heavens and 10,000 worlds, were just a sandbox game in its hands. The Supreme, Great, and One, the embodiment of the concept of chaos in the multiverse, this was the god of creation herself. The sweet dream god's breathing quickened, and her eyes shone brightly. She lives in this home of eternal life. What I saw in the origin demon god was just a tiny mirror image among the countless clones that descended into the heavens and 10,000 worlds. This was the ultimate of the world, it was too beautiful, this world was too unbelievable, the sweet dream god roared, her eyes filled with passion. She wanted to see through the hazy chaotic airflow and take a closer look. After all, it was a composite of dreams that carried the dreams of all living beings. I want to see her. Dreams? Dreams are right in front of me. She roared, disregarding her own safety. All living beings gathered into a dream, gathered into her. I want to see the supreme truth of the world. Pfft. Her mind was suddenly filled with pain, a vast, terrifying, and cold gaze slowly descended, as if staring at her mercilessly. Boom. It was just a gaze, but it was like a tide of a great bell that struck her divine sense, causing it to instantly crack. Like a mirror, fine-veined fragments appeared, and it began to crumble. Not good. The dream is about to collapse. She roared fiercely, full of sorrow and despair. As expected, God cannot be looked at directly. The sweet dream god's soul body, which had no physical form, was neither male nor female, but it was like a wrinkled piece of white paper, twisted and compressed, like garbage that could be seen everywhere, as if it was compressed by technology, and was quickly crushed. So that's how it is. A clone that has descended into the myriad worlds can naturally be looked at directly. After all, it's just a clone, so naturally, it's exposed to the eyes of all living beings. But the true original body, even if it's peeking at other people's dreams, or using all kinds of indirect methods to try to trace back and offend that unknown existence of creation, it will be sensed and forcibly erased. The meticulous plan to attack the three realms, the dream that it had painstakingly created to trap the gods, began to collapse, and it was also heading towards destruction. Not good. I'm going to be freed. Death was not scary. It had already been prepared to die, and it had no intention of leaving the Saturn Peach banquet alive. As taboo existences, demons and gods had the terrifying status of eternity. Even if they were erased, killed, or destroyed into pieces, as long as traces of their existence were still remembered by the world. The world feared them, and by chanting their true names, they could be revived from the space-time graveyard of the old days, for existences like them, being forgotten by the world was death. They already had the same name in the Western world, similar to the evil god Cthulhu. The rulers of the old days, they were made up of unknown substances that far surpassed the minds of the mortal world, immortal and indestructible. I'm going to die now, but if I hear the way in the morning, I can die in the evening without regrets. It clearly knew that it could be dangerous, but it still tried to see it, disregarding the overall situation of this plan. Because it was like by Xianxia, it could not control itself, and it carried the dreams and ideals of too many people. It was a freak, and it was given its rules by all living beings. Moreover, it was not really dying. Even if it was really ushering in the death of its life, those who once enthusiastically discussed about the way, like Medusa, would also be willing to be like moths to a flame if they saw this scene, right? In the instant that it came into contact with the supreme truth, it did not matter even if it died. My original intention was to trap these top existences for 7 minutes, and see the deepest sweet dreams of the remaining existences. Now, not only have I trapped them for 3 minutes, I've only peeped half of it. After that, Lu Wenjian, Hu Renong, Hermes, and these existences did not even peep. Furthermore, this dream has just begun, and as a dream, Mother Earth herself has yet to appear. It took a deep breath, and its heart was at ease. Suddenly, it felt great terror, and a horrifying coldness seeped into its soul. Its body was still in the midst of shattering, and everything about it was being erased. It began to feel that this was not death in the traditional sense. Why is even my memory also? A terrifying thought surged out from its heart. I will die. It felt that this time, it would die completely. No one can kill me, not even that rank 9 that I have never seen before. Unless the living beings behind me are erased, that is our route. But in front of me, any life form that peeped into the God of creation, regardless of the form of life, will be forcefully erased to death? Its mind was already blank. Poof, watching its body completely shatter, this was a price that was even more horrifying than it imagined. At this moment, it suddenly saw the courtyard in front of it, and the sweet dream began to enter the main topic. In the ordinary farmhouse, a beautiful woman suddenly walked out. It was Mother Earth, Goddess Green Vine. She was dressed like a wife, simple and pure. In the midst of its shattering, it heard the last words of its life. That was the voice of Mother Earth. It saw that Mother Earth had also completely started her own sweet dream. She walked out of the door and looked at the existence sitting on the chair. She handed over a red fruit and said with a gentle and bashful expression, "My dear, your apple is washed." On the other side. Rumble, the sky turned blood red as ancient existences fought fiercely. Terrifying shockwaves spread out. The Saturn peach feast was already soaked in blood. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed color. An indomitable giant origin demon god descended, and the entire heaven realm felt a great terror. This was an unprecedented feeling of terror as it descended from the sky. This was an enormous, charming beauty. Her snake-like hair fluttered in the air like soft black tentacles. A gigantic scaled serpent tail swished about, and a brocade pouch hung from her waist. Countless demons and monsters wailed inside, and a bronze hairpin from the Yao ceiling pagoda was stuck in her hair. Bang, a vast white arm came crashing down. Die. Medusa personally made a move. She slapped the 5 people who were fighting with the crowd. She was very ruthless and direct. She did not say a word. Lin Hongfeng looked at the sky and shouted at Bai Shaoxing, who was being restrained, origin demonic god. Although a part of his body is being restrained along with the other deities, his main body is still outside. He is not restrained by you guys. You guys will definitely lose. Really? Bai Shaoxing was silent for a while. He looked up in shock at this terrifying evil god. Indeed, the current Medusa was already a Sky Emperor full circle. The current her could be considered to have reached the end of the rank 7 Sky Emperor realm. The organization of more than 129,000 rank 7 Sky Emperors had no possibility of improving at this realm. This Sky Emperor, together with the 2 gods' organizations, could very likely produce a qualitative change. He could already begin to match an ordinary god. He could already, in a sense, fight beyond his realm. Of course, this kind of fighting beyond his realm was very special and difficult. Only then could he reach this level and still be at a disadvantage. And now, Medusa restrained the indescribable pressure all over his body. Otherwise, all the big shots of the heaven realm, the great Zhou Emperor, the Shushan sect leader, the god of war, the god of mechanical steam, would go crazy and completely die. The world's greatest and most ancient eternal life, Bai Shaoxing looked up and silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 129,000 celestial kings. This is the beginning of a qualitative change. It's the official road to becoming a god. I'm afraid that every week, there will be a body tissue that will form a small god. He took a deep breath and lowered his head. His face was hidden in the shadows, and no one could see it clearly. Miracles aren't that easy to create, because the other party is an ancient saint. The heavenly Tao, the underworld Earth Great Emperor, and the demon god are all miracles that belong to their own era, but... I told you, this is the counterattack of the week. He suddenly raised his head and shouted fiercely. Time worm. Rumble, all of a sudden, a monstrous existence that was fighting with a human stopped its movements. It was an old man with a withered figure. His face was distorted and filled with pain. It suddenly expanded and turned into a black wormhole monster. What was the meaning of this? This sudden change caused everyone to be greatly shocked. The terrifying origin demon god, Modus, was invincible in the celestial emperor realm. Even the most terrifying monstrous celestial emperor would be beaten to death by him regardless of the rules. However, Bai Shaoxing seemed to have already prepared a countermeasure. Scheming against the unsuspecting, the ancient saints from before were also plotted against and trapped. I don't know what rules this monster has. Quickly stop this demon. Someone shouted anxiously. If the last demon god, Modus, was really targeted and something happened to him, the Saturn Peach banquet would really be over, too late. Bai Xiaoxing raised his head and laughed, "Time worm. Do it." Whoosh, the black hole monster had completely transformed into a terrifying black worm. As if it wanted to devour the heavens and earth, it fiercely charged towards Medusa's huge body. Unexpectedly, a strange scene occurred. The worm did not attack Medusa in midair. Instead, it began to age on its own. Like a lush green tree, it rapidly withered and died in an instant. Dead? What happened? What? Modus frowned slightly. Suddenly, she felt her whole body enter a state of drowsiness. She couldn't help but close her eyes. That thing accelerated the division of my life cells and took away 2 years of my life, oh no. The orthodox eternal bloodline awakened 50% of the time. As for the stolen bloodline, it didn't fit the body, so the sleeping time was 10 times longer. In other words, she only awakened 5% of the time. Even now, Modus had already continuously improved the eternal bloodline. Her awakening time had reached 20%. In other words, out of 100 years, she only had 20 years of awakening. However, he had already calculated the duration of my slumber. Knowing that I still had 2 years left, she completely fell into a deep slumber. The movements of an enormous devil god gradually slowed down and he fell into a deep slumber, as if he had turned into a statue. Everyone's expression was completely shocked. Bai Xiaoxing, you even calculated this. Not only did he use that unknown god to trap all the saints in the temple, he even prepared a way to deal with the return of the origin demon god. Indeed, the deep sleep of the demon god was her biggest weakness. If she was forced into a deep sleep, she wouldn't be able to interfere in this war. Bai Xiaoxing's gaze swept past each of the Heaven Realm great leaders. The time worm can use all of its own life as the price to increase the lifespan of the other party. Although it can only increase the lifespan by a few years, using the life of a Sky Emperor to exchange for it is very useless. It is the best way to deal with the demon god. This is the best chance for the weak to win against the strong. With only 7 experts, 1 god, and 7 heaven emperors, we can create an incredible miracle and defeat the entire 3 realms. He pointed at the 3,000 demons that the demonic god had brought with him and said to Lin Hongfeng, just as we guessed, the demonic god must have brought the 3,000 demons from the demon pagoda in the underworld river and Shushan with him to suppress them at any time. After all, this is the only way. Then, he came here to attack. This is equivalent to bringing all the demons that we saved here. Lin Hongfeng's expression froze. This man, what a terrifying plan. They had made all kinds of the best emergency response measures, including inviting the origin demon god to take action. So it was all part of the other party's plan. One of the demon world's powerhouses spoke up. His body was shrouded in black aura as he sneered, the origin demon god is indeed in a deep slumber, but you guys have 1 less freak on your side. There are only 5 of you, including you. We still have the upper hand and can save 3,000 demons? That god can't keep all the ancient saints for long, right? 5 minutes? 7 minutes? If we delay any longer, only death awaits you. No. No. You've misunderstood again. Bai Xiaoxing spread his palms and smiled helplessly, I'm not trying to save these 3,000 demons. I'm just bringing them here, and then, killing them directly. Everyone was shocked and fell silent. Kill them, and they would be free. They would be reborn outside. This was also the reason why the 3 realms only suppressed and sealed them. After these undying existences were killed, they would be reborn at a random place on a random day. Is this your ultimate goal? Someone roared out in anger, anger attacking their hearts. Heavenly Peach Banquet, fellow heavenly emperors, I'm starting to feel your fear and endless power. Bai Xiaoxing smiled and looked at everyone with his hands behind his back. He continued, do you know how we will kill them? It's very difficult to kill those 3,000 demons one by one. The method I chose is to attack the sleeping origin demon god. You. The surrounding heavenly emperors revealed uncontrollable fear on their faces at this moment. At this moment, they were completely panicking. Only then did he know that everything was part of his plan. Bai Xiaoxing's real goal was to lure the origin demonic god over, make her sleep, and then attack her, attacking the sleeping origin demon god would trigger her self-protection mechanism. It would instantly release the indescribable fear that she had been suppressing and let out a sound. They could not look at her directly or hear her sound. All living beings present would not be able to escape at all. They would all die. Not only would the 3,000 demons be killed instantly, the Heaven Realm giants and Bai Xiaoxing's group of 5 would also be killed instantly. There would be no living beings in the entire Heaven Realm. You're going to perish together. Because all of you will be reborn, so none of you plan to return alive. Lin Hongfeng instantly revealed true fear. She muttered softly and pursed her pale lips, one after another, using the origin demon god to kill all the giants of the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Everyone was dead silent. This was killing all the heavenly emperors below the level of God in the entire 3 realms in an instant. Only the 100 outstanding ancient sages, top existences like Hu Rennong, and a few generals without an army were left. And the fear that this would bring would completely spread throughout the world. It would even help them become gods. The next moment, when they woke up, it would be their era. It was a ruthless and frightening plan. Bai Xiaoxing, is this your plan to defeat the strong as the weak? Lin Hongfeng's body trembled. She did not expect this extremely frightening man to have such intelligence. He had schemed against the entire 3 realms one after another. He had indeed created a miracle. With the number of experts that was tens or even hundreds of times weaker than the 3 realms, he had reversed the entire situation. He had even used their strength to lure out Medusa and kill everyone. Even she could not help but exclaim in amazement. Bai Xiaoxing looked around indifferently and pointed at the sleeping origin demon god. It's useless. You can't kill us in an instant. We just need to trigger it lightly and no one will survive in the entire Heavenly Peach Banquet. This is the grasp of the human heart. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward step by step. He smiled faintly as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He looked at the great demons of Shu Mountain and the demon world, and the heavenly emperors and sovereigns who had rushed over. In terms of combat power, we are not as good as you. But in terms of wisdom, I have the greatest wisdom given by all living beings. The origin demon god, Medusa, with her cold personality, may not come to save the world. She never cared about such things. She only focused on seclusion and hiding to study the truth. But she must have come because you, the hot-blooded heavenly emperors and heroes, begged her, right? If she didn't come, all of you would have suffered great losses, but we would not have been able to kill you. But now. His voice was like a huge bell, shattering everyone's hearts. It's you. It's you. It's all because of your kindness. Only by inviting the demon god will the heavenly court be destroyed and the evil race heavenly court will be established. Repent and feel guilty. Those heavenly emperors who begged the demon god to help had expressions of despair. They were completely anxious and angry. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, filled with endless regret. Very sweet hatred. Bai Xiaoxing smiled faintly and stretched out his palm. He was filled with the domineering temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. I can already feel your hatred. You have provided a huge amount of energy and contribution before your death. Not bad. Come, the great origin demon. God. Come to destroy, crush, and exterminate us. He raised his arm high and raised his head. His eyes were crimson. Just like the evil god Cthulhu in the past, he had almost destroyed the entire world. Let the world show your great horror. Poof, a faint light shot towards the origin demon god. No. Countless heavenly emperors rushed over from the sky. But that light landed on the demon god's torso. At this time everyone gritted their teeth. Some heavenly emperors had a flash of despair. The martial emperors of Martial God Palace also hugged each other. Everyone was mournful, waiting for the arrival of the end. Crack. In that instant, the beam of light landed on the slumbering origin demon god's body, leaving behind a red, narrow wound. Drip, drip, blood slowly dripped from the demon god's body. But nothing happened. Everything stopped abruptly. Whoosh, the world seemed to hold its breath at this moment. The entire 3 realms had never been so close to destruction, but when everyone opened their eyes, nothing happened. The indescribable fear did not activate. Bai Xiaoxing's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to look at the sleeping origin demonic god. The attack landed on his body, leaving a wound, but did not kill him or anyone else. A terrifying thought began to grow in his mind. For the first time, he showed disbelief and his expression changed dramatically. Medusa. You're crazy. Whoosh, a cold wind blew. The sleeping origin demonic god was still in a deep sleep, without any reaction. At this moment, the surrounding sky rulers were extremely smart and reacted just like Bai Xiaosheng. How terrifying was the wisdom of the origin demonic god. At the last moment before she fell asleep, she instantly understood Bai Xiaosheng's entire plan. She directly turned off the defense mechanism of her entire body and locked on to her own characteristics. An indescribable fear. In this way, Bai Xiaosheng would not be able to use her to slaughter all the deities of the Saturn Peach Feast and kill the 3,000 demons in an instant to realize his plan. Lunatic. What a lunatic. Bai Xiaosheng growled. His body trembled slightly and his eyes flickered in panic. With Medusa's character, it was hard to imagine that she would make such a choice at that moment. This was equivalent to letting her sleep at the mercy of others. Now that she had no protection, any sky ruler could easily find her core and kill the sleeping, defenseless origin demonic god. That was the origin demonic god. She was the most ancient demonic god who had lived for more than 4,000 years. She had an eternal life. Now, she would expose her own safety so easily and give others a chance to kill her easily. Even the surrounding sky rulers found it hard to believe that with origin demonic god's character, she would make such a decisive choice at the last moment and turn off all her defenses. He. Bai Xiaosheng was crying and laughing at the same time. He seemed to have miscalculated. Miracles are not that easy to create after all. Lord Devil God is indeed worthy of his name. After experiencing countless years and eras, there are times of rise and fall. He has already become decisive. He actually reacted in the last few seconds and directly made a decision. Your plan has failed. Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath with lingering fear in her heart. At this very moment, Bai Xiaosheng's group's plan was stunning to the extreme, but it failed at the last moment. Indeed, they had completely lost their chance. After all, to be able to defeat the strong with a surprise attack like this, it was enough to defy the heavens. For hundreds of years to come, the entire three realms would feel a lingering fear whenever they recalled this day. This was something to be proud of, but now, Wandering Xiaosheng's plan had completely failed. He had no other choice but to borrow the Fian Celestial's hand to instantly kill the 3,000 great fiendish demons, as well as all the celestial emperors present, and create great terror in the three realms. But, did he really lose? Bai Xiaosheng's eyes flickered. There was anger in his eyes, but there was also the will to fight to the death. He grinned, killing all of you and releasing 3,000 great demons, is indeed the best way. However, since an unguarded origin demonic god is right in front of us, do we have any other choice? Kill her, of course. Bai Xiaosheng took a step forward and said in a powerful voice, previously, we had no way to kill the Fiend Celestial. If we kill her now, in the demon realm of the potion professionals, she is like the Mother Earth Ivy, the pillar of the dragon vein. Once she dies, the entire potion industry of hundreds of millions of professionals, all systems, will fall into panic and collapse, right? Lose strength? Fear? Despair? Perhaps, the effect we want will not be too bad. You. The celestial emperors' faces that had just lit up with joy gradually froze. Attack. Since you don't want to kill, the one who dies will be you. No matter how many of the rank 7 celestial emperors of this era die, how can they compare to the life of an ancient fiend celestial that has existed for eternity? As Bai Xiaosheng spoke, he and the other eccentrics directly attacked, pouncing towards the vast and enormous fiend celestial. They planned to find the fiend celestial's core within its body and kill it directly. Quickly stop them. The celestial emperors immediately panicked and attacked again. The situation was reversed once again, and the situation once again fell into a terrifying and tense slaughter. Bam, several eccentrics shuttled back and forth. Like a few bacteria the size of a hair, they gushed through the skin and pushed aside the unresponsive sleeping cells. Like dense bubbles, they shuttled back and forth in the maze, searching for a hidden core somewhere. Whoosh, everything in the surroundings was as fast as lightning. Due to the speed being too fast, the surrounding cells constantly turned into bright red afterimages. We lost it. Many celestial emperors began to roar angrily. These eccentrics possessed the power of will gathered by all living beings. Their speed and strength were a level higher than theirs. Moreover, with their undying nature, they shuttled back and forth in the 110,000 celestial emperors' cells. The celestial emperors' auras were chaotic, and they could not sense each other's auras at all. In the past, the fiend celestial had never resolved its indescribable fear. Previously, with Ermin's protection, no one could approach. Moreover, once people approached the sleeping origin fiend celestial, they would be aroused with indescribable fear, instantly killing all living beings. Every cell was burning with indescribable fear. Who dared to approach? No one could approach, but at this time, the defense mechanism had already been shut down. In front of everyone, every cell had completely fallen into a deep sleep, without any resistance. They shuttled back and forth among the bright red cells, engaged in a great battle within the fiend celestial's body, dictating the future fate of the entire three realms. Whoosh! Inside the arm, at the arteries and veins, the mega celestial emperor's cells wriggled, forming a bright red world. The ground converged into a bright red river, surging violently, with no end in sight. It was extremely spectacular. Many existences gathered at the edge of this blood vessel river. We can only split up and search. Once the origin fiend celestial dies, the demonic world will be finished. The world will also panic and completely fall to their side. Once fear spreads, no one can inject a cardiac stimulant to stabilize the hearts of the people. Sooner or later, they will rule over the world. They didn't kill the ordinary cells, because they are ultimately the cells of celestial emperors. Even if they are in deep sleep, their defense is not low, and they still have to use some means. Moreover, there are too many of them. Time is short, so they must have headed straight for the main body. Since we lost them, we should first search for the core, bring it out, and protect it. Boom! Groups of hairy fleas traversed the entire body of the gigantic fiend celestial. In the gaps between the cells, they constantly searched for enemies. This battle concerned the fate of the entire three realms. Even existences like Lin Hongfeng, Shira, and the Valkyrie Palace directly barged into the vast body of the origin fiend celestial. It was like a gigantic mysterious flesh continent, and they constantly explored and searched. The situation is constantly changing, and the battle of wits and courage is indeed very exciting. Suji was slightly startled. He also felt that it was interesting, and he directly entered Mordusa's body. Whoosh! He wandered around in the cells very leisurely. The other celestial emperors did not have time to observe the structure at all. They hurriedly wandered around, because this concerned the fate and future of the entire three realms. As for Suji, it was like he was on a tour. He carefully studied the structure of her body, saw squirming skeletal cell organisms, hematopoietic cell organisms, and saw many gushing scarlet rivers of blood. He even walked to the heart. Thump, thump, standing in front of the heart, Suji saw a gigantic bright red and powerful heart. He pushed open the heart cells and entered the atrium. It was a constantly surging and full of red viscous bright liquid, like a bright red hot spring. Is it a spirit spring? Soaking in a bath is quite suitable. He continued to walk. What a giant. Compared to the Pangu true body, this kind of body is more like the real Pangu. It's unbelievably huge, and it can even live in her body. Suji was speechless, and he continued to observe. This was a very rare opportunity to actually observe. 110,000 is too huge. It will be very difficult to find her even if I fight to the death. Did Mordusa not think of it? She hid very deeply, and it was almost impossible to find her in a short time. He continued to wander and discovered that most of the unnecessary human organs had been erased from Mordusa's body, including the organs that women should have. This was very normal. After all, at this level, it was almost inevitable. As the Cthulhu evil god, she could casually rearrange the cells in her body and reassemble the organs. As long as she wanted to, she could even grow a penis. After all, after becoming the Cthulhu evil god, her body was originally ever-changing. Rumble, in the distance, there seemed to be a battle. It seemed that some celestial emperors had discovered the other party and decided to risk their lives to restrain the other party and delay for time. After all, the other party included Bai Shaosheng. After the death of a time worm, there were only 5 of them. Restraining one of them could reduce the probability of the enemy discovering them by 20%. Suddenly, ding, a mechanical notification came from the intelligent subbrain frowny face in the 3 realms sand table. There is a living being trying to spy on the worm nest queen mother. Suji was standing quietly at the side and was stunned for a moment. Then, he checked the situation and chose to kill it, erasing its memory. According to the request, forcibly interrupted, erased memory. He did not expect that after Diqi back then, there was now someone else peeping, god of sweet dreams? Suji thought about it and did not pay too much attention to it. This was caused by its nature. It was like a moth flying into a flame. With the power of a god, it was impossible not to consider the god of creation. As an unknown existence, it was very likely that it had a faint feeling, but it still did it, disregarding the overall situation. This is the strength and weakness of the grotesque. The reason why Suji was so casual was because the god of sweet dreams would still resurrect. The wish power of all living beings would still be resurrected. After all, after the chaos this time, it was very difficult to eliminate the fear of all living beings and mortals towards it. But it was no longer the god of sweet dreams from before, but a brand new piece of paper. It did not have the memories of the previous god of sweet dreams, who had walked step by step. What was resurrected was an identical new god of sweet dreams. It would not remember anyone, including the plan with Bai Shaosheng. But something has happened over there. You don't have time anymore. Suji looked over. Undeniably, this attack was the limit of Bai Shaosheng's calculations. The Haunted Night Palace originally only had 7 members. Attacking the biggest event of the 3 realms, the Saturn Peach Banquet, in an almost impossible situation, they found a chance to create a miracle. That moment just now, they were so close to success, it was too shocking. If Medusa didn't react in time, in less than a second of slumber, he would have completely overthrown the 3 realms' 4,000 years of development, the rule of the ancient saints. At that time, the world would be completely dominated by the evil race, the heavenly court would be established, and the Dark Age would have entered. The civilization of the evil gods would have been completely opened. Sometimes, the fate of an era is not in thousands of generations, but in an instant. But at this time, the opportunity is fleeting. Bai Shaosheng and the others one is the weak, the enemy is too strong, they are getting further and further away from victory, it's too difficult to find them among 110,000 organizations. Suji calmly walked in the squirming red flesh, the surrounding environment was illuminated in red, as if he was inside the body of a huge ancient life form. Why do I feel like the 3 realms are the villains? Bai Shaosheng and the others are playing the role of the weak rising to fight back, creating miracles, and fighting for their own race. Needless to say, Suji didn't expect that the impression he left on all beings back then would condense into another him, a dark Bai Shaosheng, born with Bai Shaosheng, outstanding in Tao, with shocking wisdom and talent. Calculating everything, scheming against Bai Shaosheng, this was the impression everyone had of him. As he praised, he kept whispering, the 3 realms should also be at war, after all, it is too peaceful, it needs to develop. Evil gods and righteous gods will never completely disappear, there will be endless battles and disputes in every era. This is the perfect high-level extraordinary world, a 3 realms without enemies, peace without danger, it's not good. He calmly walked and came to Medusa's snake tail. Whoosh, inside the snake's tail were very strong strands of bright red muscle tissue. It was like a steel bar, with a continuous spiral spring structure. 100 muscles in a group, spiraling to form even larger spiral spring muscles. Therefore, it had a strong cushioning ability and an instant explosive force. Standing below, Suji looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, it's as if I'm looking at an eternal pillar of flesh and blood. This snake tail was her most powerful weapon. It had the ability to change shape. The tail could turn into a pair of human legs, a sickle, or even a spider with 8 legs. What a weapon of war and slaughter! Suji took a deep breath, his eyes erupting with a resplendent light. The upper half is a Taoist system. They are all warlocks and the cells of the Sea of Consciousness system. They can use powerful Taoist arts to attack. The lower half of the snake body belongs to the body cultivator system. They are all the cells of the wizard tribe and the martial arts system. The pure strength of the tail is extremely shocking. The evil god Cthulhu is very powerful, and his system is becoming more and more complete. Although one person is a system, it doesn't stop me from secretly learning. After all, I have a second evil god Cthulhu in the world. Suji raised his head and stared at the world of flesh and blood in front of him. It was vast and boundless. He actually gained some experience in upgrading the mechanical armors. It was a great benefit. The harvest was very bountiful. It was as if he had painstakingly plowed the fields for a long time and suddenly reaped a huge harvest. He left the center of the tail and walked to the end of the tail. Finally, he came to the spine of the tail. It was a dense pile of hard white bones. They were piled up one by one, like a white stone pillar that reached the sky. They were carefully and neatly piled up. Suji took out the alchemy table, test tubes, and began to take blood samples on the spot. He focused his attention on the bone marrow cells and began to experiment. The pure bone marrow cells seem to be a special structure that combines various major systems. They are the source of regeneration. Taking samples of Medusa's body for research was also a very rare opportunity. The chaos this time was also an opportunity. After all, how did he usually get Medusa's body cells, like the Rubik's Cube, let the intelligent subbrain reproduce a Medusa's body tissue and directly take samples? That was almost impossible. What was produced would only be a rank 1, not a rank 7 heavenly emperor. The powerhouses in the sand table, after they cultivated, their bodies were already unique high-level life forms. Throwing spores could only produce low-level primitive life forms. Although they were called creation gods, they were actually fake. There were many limitations, and they had just entered rank 7, a newcomer who had just stepped into the threshold of a powerhouse, secretly sampling. He constantly fiddled with the alchemy table, constantly slacking, collecting data from various eras. The more knowledge he had, the more accumulation he had, the more terrifying and potential he could create a transcendent world civilization. After all, Dickie's side had already flown too far away. Who knew what things in the universe he would encounter? He still had to have more trump cards to be at ease. Whoosh, suddenly, an existence covered in hazy white light slowly walked over. Suji turned his head to look. Bai Xiaosheng? Bai Xiaosheng revealed his face in the shadows and smiled gently. Monarch Messiah, are you also here to stop me? Suji was startled and stopped the test tube in his hand. Didn't you see what I was doing? You actually found me. Bai Xiaosheng walked over step by step, each step extremely stable. He had an amazing sense of oppression, as if the whole fresh blood cell world was shaking. Although Bai Xiaosheng kept searching in his body, the range was too large and the probability was too low. It was almost impossible to find him in the remaining time. He didn't have the slightest hint of madness in a desperate situation and said indifferently, I know who you are. You are my predecessor, another part of the real Bai Xiaosheng, a part of the former god of wisdom Hermes. The same status as my original body. Bai Xiaosheng's face was extremely calm. He was called Bai Xiaosheng, so naturally he had endless wisdom. He wandered around the world, constantly exploring and seeking knowledge. Other than the most high-level secrets, he could know these high-level secrets. After all, this was related to his origin. The reason why he was born was because Bai Xiaosheng disappeared, and he filled the gap. Naturally, he had to investigate the real Bai Xiaosheng and why he disappeared. Therefore, he investigated the current Hermes and the former monarch Messiah. This was one of the most ancient existences, the monarch Messiah. He had been very concerned just now. In the process of communicating with Lin Hongfeng, he secretly stared at him, waiting for him to make a move. However, he actually didn't make a move from the beginning to the end. The monarch Messiah stood calmly at the side with an inexplicable smile. This was a little scary. He couldn't help but be extremely vigilant. This most ancient and mysterious existence from the demon world actually doesn't play by the rules? What is he planning? He didn't believe that he didn't do anything secretive. After all, the beautiful dream god had suddenly launched a sneak attack on the ancient heavenly emperors on the godly palace. Powerful ancient existences like the Thunder Monarch, the god-slaying heavenly emperor, Lu Wenjian, and Hu Renong were the only ones left. It was undeniable that Lin Hongfeng of the Valkyrie Palace was indeed a rising star of this era. However, she was still too young, her intelligence was terrifying, but her experience was insufficient. She was still crushed by him, therefore, in the entire Saturn Peach Feast, there was only one mysterious ancient existence left, the Monarch Messiah. He was even more mysterious than the Thunder Monarch and the God of War Heavenly Emperor. Battle strength unknown. Trump card unknown. After I failed, I entered the demon god's body and kept thinking. After thinking for a long time, I finally understood why you didn't make a move just now. Bai Shaoxing clasped his hands behind his back, and he had the aura of a tyrant overlooking the world. He said confidently, because, you are very smart. You know that I have taken every possibility into account. Since I have targeted all the Sky Emperors here, I have not missed a single powerful force. How could I miss you? Without waiting for the Monarch Messiah to speak, Bai Shaoxing continued to walk over step by step. His expression was full of confidence and pride. His body was enveloped in snow-white divine light, like an ancient sage with great wisdom. At that time, you must have deduced that I dared to attack here because I had a way to deal with the origin demon god. And the only way to deal with her was naturally not to defeat her. It was very likely to make her fall into a deep sleep. Since it worked on her, it naturally worked on you, who also has the eternal blood. Bai Shaoxing clapped his hands and laughed. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, yes, you guessed it right. Time worm. I had been guarding against you, but you didn't make a move in the end. It made me very uncomfortable. Time worm, I actually hid the information from you. I specifically left you and Medusa some time to speed up the attack. But you just stood there, so you must have been guarding against me. When Suji heard this, he actually felt a little admiration. Bai Shaoxing was indeed the leader of the Three Realms villain revolutionaries. He had indeed planned everything. This plan had practically taken into account all the experts of the Three Realms. I have only been awake for a few days. Logically speaking, he wouldn't have counted Messiah. But he also calculated that Messiah might also appear at the Saturn Peach banquet. He had made a targeted defense. In other words, it was the same whether he made a move or not, even though he had never planned to make a move. Suji put down the reagents on the alchemy table. Suji praised sincerely, Bai Shaoxing, you are very good. You are also commendable. As a wise man, you have won my approval. Bai Shaoxing took another step forward, pressing forward with an incomparably terrifying pressure. Everyone thought that the one who presided over this situation and brought me great pressure was Lin Hongfeng. They didn't know that the one who brought me pressure was you who had been hiding in the dark. I couldn't calculate against you. You just stood there and acted as a deterrent. I was constantly on guard against you. The unknown is the most terrifying. He said sternly, you are the truly terrifying person. As one of the oldest existences in the demonic realm's potion era, you are much more experienced than those young and hot-blooded celestial emperors who only know how to roar at the Saturn Peach banquet. This is what it means to be a wise man. You knew that even if you made a move, you would be targeted by the time worm targeting Messiah. At this time, there was no way to reverse the situation. Since you guessed that the method I used to deal with the demonic god was to sleep, you also guessed that I might attack her while she was sleeping and slaughter the entire Saturn Peach banquet. So, you took an unconventional move and gambled that Messiah would definitely close her own defense. This was the only chance for you to survive. You also won the gamble, and the time worm was completely consumed. At this time, I had no way to deal with you. As expected, you directly attacked and protected the sleeping demonic god to stop me. All of a sudden, Wandering Noatal's tone carried a tinge of bitterness. The two of you are indeed worthy of being called the two most ancient magi. Without any interaction, you believed in each other's wisdom, and were able to come up with a response that you wanted. You forcefully reversed the entire situation, and carried out this great comeback. My defeat was not undeserved. I see. Suji calmed himself down, and his expression slightly froze. He did not do anything, but the blame fell from the sky and hit him hard. Suddenly, he began to lose the mood to continue his research. Since trouble had come to him, he silently put away the alchemy table. That's right, it's me. I hid my plan and counterattack so well, and turned the desperate situation around, but in the end, you still found out. So, you want to find me, the one who ruined your entire plan, to take revenge? Suji asked. Bai Xiaoxing said lightly, I originally had no intention of looking for you, after all, time is tight. But now that you have taken the initiative to stop me, it means that you really want to make a move, right? Since you stopped me from finding the core of the origin demonic god, I can't escape, can't hide, can only fight. Woo. In the shadows, a celestial emperor, Pan Shuexian, covered the mouth of the shocked Luo Kaiwei. This girl was too naive, she was almost found out. Luo Kaiwei also revealed a shocked expression when she saw the confrontation between the two. It turned out that these two were the real masterminds behind the scenes, and they had secretly fought fiercely during the Saturn Peach banquet. So powerful. As expected of the monarch messiah who controls the garden and wine, one of the most mysterious existences. Pan Shuexian's eyes were fiery, and her breathing quickened. Not only did his sleeping body protect the rise of our martial god palace, but it also saved us now. No wonder Shira admires him so much. Even she admired him a little. Screenshots. Screenshots. This is too scary. Is this the world of the strong? No wonder my sister said that I'm not smart enough. But the monarch messiah's IQ is even lower than my high IQ genius sister's, right? If the celestial emperors of the entire Saturn Peach banquet knew the truth, it would cause a huge storm. It seemed that turning the whole situation around was just a fluke. But in fact, the monarch messiah was secretly controlling the situation of the entire three realms, suppressing Bai Xiaoxing. The celestial emperors outside were too young, they probably didn't realize it, right? After all, the monarch messiah had always been hiding in the dark, even now, he was still acting in the dark. Maybe as they said, the current celestial emperors were too young, not shrewd enough, and not scheming enough. This battle of wits was indeed earth-shattering. The two people in front of them fought in the dark, using all kinds of amazing methods to resolve the desperate situation, and kept turning the tables. Pan Shuexian hurriedly pulled Luo Kaiwei, continuing to hide. Two extremely intelligent giants are actually scheming against each other. So there's such a terrifying meaning behind it. It decides the fate and future of the three realms. We have to think of a way to help secretly. Later, we'll sneak attack Bai Xiaoxing. Right. We can't let the monarch messiah take on the mission of saving the three realms without fame and fortune. Luo Kaiwei waved her little fist, full of admiration. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the distance, blood cells flowed. Bai Xiaoxing was an elegant white-clothed scholar, while Suji was a wizard in a black robe. The two stood opposite each other, giving people a feeling of black and white. The clothes of two different civilizations were very special. I was pinned down just now, but it doesn't mean that it's really my weakness. Bai Xiaoxing strode forward, his aura surging. He instantly sealed off his hearing and vision, so he couldn't hear the other people's exchange of questions. In a sense, I'm the type of monster with the least weakness. Ostrich, Suji was slightly stunned. But this might be the simplest and crudest method. By sealing off his hearing and vision, others couldn't pass on knowledge to him. He just had to work hard. No wonder he could be so far away just now. He was afraid that he would suddenly attack him like Lin Hongfeng when he took the secret manual, but that time, Lin Hongfeng should have accepted it on purpose. Suji didn't expect that at this time, there were so many celestial emperors chasing after his group of monsters in the huge body of the demon god. And he was just casually researching and acting like a salted fish that stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had to bear such a big black pot for no reason. This was an undeserved calamity. Previously, Messiah the Great wanted to be beaten by society, but in the end, there was nothing. Now, he didn't do anything, but the beatings he received the moment he entered society kept coming. Last time, it was Lin Hongfeng. This time, it was the leader of the monsters who rebelled against the three realms, Bai Xiaoxing. Suji's expression was completely calm. But what is this in front of me? Me beating myself up? Beating me in the eyes of all living beings? The second battle? Suji clearly understood that it was difficult for an expert to climb higher without experiencing battles. It was impossible to build a cart behind closed doors. This was a necessary process. He used a smurf to test the waters and experience the battle of the strongest of the same level in the sand table world. It was good to see the talent and heaven-defying battle power of these peak experts of this era. and to see how big the gap was between him and them, it could be used as a measure. Great Emperor Messiah, do you know what power is? Bai Shaoxing walked forward step by step. Although he couldn't hear the enemy's words, he was still talking to himself. In this world, as long as you are a strong person, you will understand that knowledge is power. There isn't a celestial king who isn't erudite and knowledgeable. They all have earth-shattering wisdom and knowledge reserves, understanding everything in the world. Of course, there is an exception now. The bloodline of a martial emperor only needs to train their muscles. Training. Training. You don't have to use your brain. In the dark, Pan Shuaxian broke out in a cold sweat. He seems to be talking about me? No, I'm not the only one being scolded. He scolded us sisters. Pan Shuaxian pulled Luo Kaiwei, who was a lady from a wealthy family, and said, "Boom. Knowledge is power. I represent wisdom, and I am one of the strongest combat forces among the freaks." The air around Bai Shaoxing seemed to be twisting, emitting endless brilliance, enveloped in a natural Dao technique. With every step he took, a terrifying aura vibrated, and the dancing flames dyed the entire area. Pan Shuaxian and Luo Kaiwei's bodies began to tremble slightly. A wave of fear surged from the depths of their hearts and crazily took over their bodies. Too strong. Bai Shaoxing's true combat power is much stronger than the freaks that everyone just attacked. This kind of enemy has already surpassed the realm of a normal celestial king. How can he win? They shrunk even deeper, completely forgetting their intention to sneak attack and help. Boom, Bai Shaoxing fiercely rushed over. Bai Shaoxing. It seems that I have created a good opponent for myself. Suji calmed his heart and grabbed in the air. A black staff with exquisite carvings appeared in his hand. This was the masterpiece of his alchemy practice. War Qi Hammer. He waved the staff, and with a skillful starting gesture, he instantly bombarded. A huge condensed air hammer quickly gushed out like an innate divine hammer. With a terrifying bright red flame, it scraped the entire air. Suji didn't stop. He began to continuously wave the staff to strengthen himself. His aura continued to expand: spring rain protection, advanced strength overlay, life activation, defense increase, wind escape. Bai Shaoxing held a wordless heavenly book in his hand and flipped it elegantly. Dao arts gushed out naturally, blocking the War Qi hammer in front of him. He stretched out his hand again, and the Dao arts crumbled and strengthened his body continuously. Growth of all things, embrace of Mother Earth, longevity art, boom, both of their movements were extremely smooth, as though they were the most elegant sorcerers. It was pleasing to the eye. They were actually multitasking, executing Dao arts at the same time, attacking each other continuously, and completing their own Dao arts in the shortest time possible. Bang, the Dao arts started bombarding. The world almost turned into 5 colors. Radiance flowed around, and the clashing rays of light looked beautiful, but in fact, it could wipe out everything in the world. An ordinary celestial king would be killed instantly if he entered. This was almost at the limit of a 7th grade Dao art. It was comparable to the attainments of Heaven-breaking Emperor, who was the number 1 in Dao arts back then. After all, it wasn't that Heaven-breaking Emperor wasn't talented, but that he had fallen behind the times 3,000 years later. Boom. The two of them executed Dao techniques from a distance. Rays of light exploded one after another. That terrifying wave of air and the godlike technique stunned the entire heaven and earth. Multicolored light rushed towards the entire heaven and earth. 2 monsters. Luo Kaiwei and Pan Shuaxian, who were hiding in the dark, both of them were the new celestial emperors of this era. They felt a chill rush up their spines. Rumble, both of them continuously bombarded each other from afar, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer, as though they were martial artists. Crack. Suji raised his staff fiercely, and his muscles hardened like steel. His arm instantly bulged, and there was an instant of terrifying acceleration. It was as though he was swinging an iron hammer, and he smashed it fiercely in the air. Bang! Caught off guard, the staff actually smashed onto Bai Shaoxing's chest, and a huge dent appeared. Death ripple. The tip of the staff followed up with another attack, and it turned into a black ball of light on Bai Shaoxing's chest. A terrifying aura was released, and Bai Shaoxing's entire body instantly exploded. "You're not bad. A quiet whisper came from behind him. But, that's fake. Bai Shaoxing didn't know when, but he had already appeared behind Messiah the Great. He closed the wordless heavenly book, and it turned into a thick book that looked like a dictionary. His arms also revealed terrifying blue veins, and he smashed it towards Messiah the Great's head. The moment the book fell on the head, there was a burst of light. Bang, bang, bang. There was a complete burst of light, and after a flash of light, two muscular monsters could no longer be seen. One was an 8-armed witch-tribe true body sorcerer, who was holding a staff. He was muscular, tall, and indescribably strong. At this moment, the staff looked like he was holding a toothpick. The other was a muscular scholar who was holding a book, and he was also very terrifying. This is too abnormal. Pan Shuashan and Luo Kaiwei looked at this scene in shock. Two ancient giant beasts collided, and they felt their scalps go numb. This was the horror of the old era's celestial emperors. The current celestial emperors had just become celestial emperors, and they didn't have any accumulations, so they usually only cultivated one system. And these old era celestial emperors had long cultivated several systems at the same time. They were old celestial emperors, and they at least cultivated the ancestral witch true body and the Sea of Consciousness Tao system, dual cultivation of Tao and body. This was not as simple as 1 + 1. The combined combat power would complement each other, forming an exaggerated explosion. Moreover, Bai Shaoxing not only integrated most of the systems of the three realms, but he also cultivated Tao, body, and martial arts. He cultivated the newly appeared martial arts. This was terrifying. Every additional system meant that the difficulty would increase exponentially. This showed how amazing Bai Shaoxing was. Not good, Messiah the Great just woke up, and has not come into contact with our martial arts. This is a disadvantage. Luo Kaiwei exclaimed. Cultivating only 2 systems might not be a match, but he was definitely at a disadvantage. After all, Tao techniques and witchcraft were essentially the same system. Strictly speaking, there were only 3 major systems: Tao, physique, and martial arts. The incense system was not considered a combat system. After all, the gods who worshipped incense also cultivated these 3 major systems. No, we have to help. Luo Kaiwei was very excited. No, you're too young. Pan Shuashan stared at Messiah the Great Emperor and said hurriedly, Messiah the Great Emperor also cultivated the 3 systems. We don't have the demon core system in the 3 realms. He definitely has a demon core in his head. Boom, Suji's aura suddenly expanded, and all the cells in his body started to break, entering the awakening state. He exploded with an aura that was even more terrifying than his martial arts true body. The 2 of them collided fiercely, like 2 chaotic ancient beasts from before the creation of the world. All the celestial emperor's cells exploded, and hundreds of them died, creating a huge empty space. This battle seemed to be long, but in reality, the outbreak was too sudden and smooth. In just 10 seconds, the battle was extremely tragic. Bai Shaoxing instantly exploded with all his strength, wanting to quickly defeat and even kill Messiah the Great Emperor. He knew that he did not have much time, but in the next second. Crack, a jade-white arm descended from the void and pressed down lightly. Boom, Bai Shaoxing quickly shattered. He looked at the sky in disbelief. Underworld Emperor. Ermin. How is this possible? Logically, it should be able to delay for about 7 minutes, but only 5 minutes have passed. Did something happen to beautiful Dream God? Boom, Bai Shaoxing instantly exploded. A faint voice came, that guy's attribute is indeed difficult to deal with. I don't know why he suddenly died, but he still used our divine power to weave a dreamland and trapped us for a period of time. If he was still controlling that masterless dreamland, he might not even be able to come out so quickly. Messiah the Great Emperor, he stalled for time very well. I'll go to other places and kill the remaining 4. As the voice fell, he disappeared without a trace. The god has successfully come out, and the victory has been decided. Pan Shuashan and Luo Kaiwei slowly walked out, extremely excited. Was this the battle power of a god? Su Ji took a deep breath and looked at Bai Shaoxing, who had died in an instant. Only now did he truly feel how terrifying it was. Hua, the huge wizard shrank, and his body returned to its original state. He looked at Bai Xiaoxing's shattered corpse, secretly weighing, the current me, using the three major systems, can already fight with these peak existences of a lower level. I can already fight. Great Emperor Messiah, are you alright? Luo Caiwei's eyes were bright and filled with worship. Suji was speechless. This blame was really unfathomable, and he had yet to react to it. He only replied calmly, although Bai Xiaoxing is scary, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Luo Caiwei and Pan Shuexian heaved a sigh of relief as they looked at the ruined ground. Once the god appears, the great emperor of the underworld will suppress everything and kill them with a slap. Let's go back and talk after the Saturn Peach banquet. Pan Shuexian said. Although he told the two that his injuries were not serious, only Suji knew. There were different degrees of fatal injuries all over his body. In that crazy exchange just now, Bai Xiaoxing wasn't afraid of death at all. He was practically fighting with his life on the line. That was because Bai Xiaoxing knew that this ambush plan had most likely failed. Then, taking the opportunity to kill the fatal threat that destroyed his plan, Messiah the Great, was also the best choice. And the reason why he said he did not care was because this body was not important. It was only seriously injured and on the verge of death. It would be fine after sleeping there for a decade or so. Anyway, he had benefited greatly from this life and death battle. I was found out for no reason, and I can't refute it. I can only bite the bullet and admit it. Suji felt helpless. He felt that it was too difficult for him. He looked at the broken flesh and blood around him with some regret. However, according to my normal combat strength, with my awakened outburst, my combat strength should be able to crush Bai Xiaoxing with a suicidal attack. In the end, we are evenly matched. This is caused by my lack of combat experience. After all, the other three learning clones are not hardworking enough. I have to give them some extra lessons. He silently weighed the pros and cons. Moreover, if they continued fighting, there was a high chance that both sides would perish together. Bai Xiaoxing relied on his strange undying nature, but he also relied on his determination to become a zombie. If the two undying people continued to fight, they would only have their heads and half of their bodies left, and they were still fighting with their lives on the line. Basically, they wouldn't have it easy. Suji stretched out his hand slightly. Hoo, a gentle breeze swept across. Some of the shattered Heavenly Emperor cells on the ground were quickly sucked into the spatial ring. Now that I've been found by the leader of the freaks, it's actually my original target, the body of the demon god of Cthulhu. I haven't finished studying it yet, but it's not a loss. It just so happens that I can go back and study it. In a sense, Suji had made a profit. Through the exchange of blows, he had killed more than 100 of Medusa's celestial emperor cells. A small part of Medusa's tail had exploded, and the feedback was extremely large. Previously, Suji had been sitting in a courtyard in the countryside, looking at the curled-up and sleeping snake-haired demoness in the distant pond. He was very envious. This big fat sheep, a heartless super-energy generator, could finally be fleeced. After the two from the martial god palace came out of the origin demonic god's flesh body, they saw many heavenly emperors standing on the ground, continuously repairing the palaces and the ground. The atmosphere of the entire three realms was very heavy. Practically no one spoke. From their interactions, they learned that the other heavenly emperors had split up to explore. Some of them had met in the body by chance, and they had directly blocked the freaks. Because it was no longer a siege like before, they had used their own strength to stall for time and sacrificed their lives. Now that the head count was done, 7 heavenly emperors had died, and more than 10 were injured. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. Heroes always become martyrs. The Shushan sect master sighed and looked at the people around him. He muttered to himself, it looks like this thought and emotion will gather into the blood realm great realms freaks to become martyrs. The heavenly emperors have too much incense. Next time, we have to clear them as soon as possible. The great Zhou Emperor said, we will naturally report to Mother Earth and let them accept the incense of all living beings to revive. Their souls are still here. Mother Earth is merciful, and she will definitely gather their souls and forge a golden body with incense. The people around all agreed, however, although there were many benefits to reviving and becoming a god of incense, there were too many flaws. Incense was poisonous. They were no longer living beings. Every time they were injured or killed, they would use incense to repair their bodies. In the end, they would gradually corrode and become themselves in the eyes of all living beings. Now, the Thunder Emperor, the god-slaying Celestial Emperor, and the War God had almost completely lost themselves. They all chose to go into seclusion to prevent themselves from getting injured. They also refused incense to delay the incense from completely corroding them. But because of this, they refused to absorb energy. Their realm also stopped advancing. At this moment, the people of the Martial God Palace gathered together. I see. Lin Hongfeng was slightly shocked. After hearing the truth, her expression changed drastically. She slowly walked over and bowed. Mr. is a genius. As expected of the monarch Messiah Emperor, one of the most ancient existences. At first, I thought that you might have been standing at the side to guard against something. You actually schemed so deeply. The female martial emperors of the Martial God Palace also chattered. That's right, too impressive. So that's how it is. You guessed it so deeply. Wow. As expected of an ancient existence. Too awesome. They were bathed in blood, and their injuries were not light. But they all surrounded them and flattered them happily. You guys just don't like to use your brains. You flatter whoever helps you. You even flatter Sister Feng in the same way you usually flatter her. There's nothing new. In the future, you have to learn to think for yourself and learn some wisdom. Shira couldn't stand it anymore and exposed them. Their acting was too exaggerated and shameless. But admiration flashed in her eyes. But Uncle Messiah is indeed powerful. He actually reacted so quickly. In fact, that was the only way to think. After all, this was a war that would destroy the three realms. Everyone had to take action. If the other party won, as long as they were living beings in the three realms, no one would be able to escape this calamity. Therefore, everyone thought that the monarch Messiah Emperor standing at the side could not be doing nothing. It was very likely that he was nurturing something. Even Bai Shaoxing looked surprised and wary. He was deducing and looking for the most suitable explanation. He also successfully deduced an explanation. In fact, he was just watching the show, but no one believed him. Lin Hongfeng's eyes were still flickering. It's a good response. Bai Shaoxing targeted all the ancient heavenly emperors at the Saturn Peach Feast, so he must have targeted you as well. Therefore, he chose not to move and jumped into the other party's trap. Instead, he let the other party keep an eye on you. That's why he felt uncomfortable. It seemed simple, but it was not normal for him to make a decision as a bystander. As she sorted out her thoughts, she was even more amazed. This muscular hen from back then had now grown into a smart hen. After all, it had not been easy to take care of a group of brainless muscular girls all these years. After all, if they had only grown muscles and not brains, they would not have been able to live to this day. Lin Hongfeng was full of admiration. Suddenly, she bowed slowly and said, "Can you be the instructor of our Martial God Palace?" Yes, yes. The surrounding people were all very excited. After all, it was Sister Shira who took the sleeping body of the monarch Messiah around the world and met them. In the end, the group of fairies used the body of the monarch Messiah to protect the rise of the Martial God Palace. The Martial God Palace was very exclusive, but after hundreds of years, it had already formed a deep bond with the body. Therefore, when it woke up, it was happy and did not treat it as an outsider. Maybe not. Suji thought for a while, looked around, and replied, "The three realms' calamity may not be over yet, so I should stay. But I will soon fall into a deep sleep." The surrounding martial emperors looked regretful. Pan Shuaxian, who was next to him, pouted. She had thrown countless systems at this guy, but he did not listen. He would definitely be like this. It was to be expected that Empress Messiah would continue to sleep. After all, it had been 600 years since the last time he had woken up, and he had only just woken up. Empress Messiah had the eternal bloodline like demon god Medusa. This was a great opportunity for the god of creation, but it was understandable. After all, Empress Messiah came from a dead ninth-stage being, Hermes. Hermes was very ancient, and it was very likely that he had been blessed by the god of creation. However, according to rough calculations, Empress Messiah had not been awake for a long time, so she probably hadn't been able to improve it yet. Lin Hongfeng kept thinking with a solemn expression. You can ask the origin demon god about this. The demon god hasn't been asleep for a long time. After all, you're protecting her now. Lin Hongfeng suddenly spoke, but then she was at a loss for words. However, you must have thought of this, and even helped demon god Medusa to obtain information about the eternal blood. As expected of you. That's right. Suji was startled, but he only smiled faintly and continued chatting with them. Whoosh, in the distance. By Xiaoxing, this person is too terrifying. He almost overturned the entire 3 realms with just a few people. A group of celestial emperors stood where they were, whispering to each other. At this moment, the ancient sages returned to their divine palaces high up in the sky. Whoosh, mirrors appeared in the sky one after another. Everyone in the 3 realms saw the current situation of the Saturn Peach banquet. This was to announce the current situation to stabilize the emotions of the 3 realms, so that the freaks wouldn't panic and have their way. We encountered some minor mishaps. In just over 10 minutes of ambushing, these mere freaks dared to offend the gods. They have all been killed, the Mother Green Vine said calmly from a high vantage point. However, the Saturn Peach banquet will begin as usual. Countless people in the mortal world and the demon world looked at the projection in the sky, and their morale instantly skyrocketed. We won. Just as I thought, those freaks are just demons and monsters pretending to be strong. The ancient sages control the order of the world and live as long as the heavens. How can they be overthrown? On the ground, countless people were encouraged. Now, in order to quickly calm the situation and stabilize the morale of the army, they continued to hold the Saturn Peach banquet. In the eyes of the masses, this was nothing more than a small matter. Those brazen freaks had come to cause minor disturbances, but only the celestial emperors present knew how dangerous this moment was. In a sense, they had turned the tables in a desperate situation. Life and death were almost decided by a single thought. To them, the other side was only a few people, yet they were almost overthrown. This was a great humiliation. However, no matter how agitated and uneasy the Heaven Realm's great leaders of the Heaven Realm were, with doubts, responsibilities, and reflections, the banquet was still going on. The Heavenly Peach banquet was not an instantaneous event, but a month-long exchange. For these celestial emperors, who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, it was normal for a gathering and exchange to take months. The Saturn Peach feast was still going on, which meant that the Mother Green Vine was about to become a god. This was the first god among the players. Suji looked at the network outside. The battle had already ended here. Due to the huge difference in the flow of time, the outside world was still in a heated discussion. After the battle subsided, someone finally reacted and began to send screenshots one after another. In fact, he had already made a post. Sexy and cute girl, becoming a god online. That's right, I have become a cute girl from a cute girl. Although there was a huge change now, Bai Xiaoxing's attack had already set off a storm, it was still the focus of the entire game forum. Looking at the screenshots, countless people were a little shocked. Instantly, all the netizens exploded when they saw this move. The whole plan was too fierce, luring the demon god to sleep, making use of the demon god's indescribable fear to kill all the Heaven Realm's great leaders. This move could be called a textbook miracle. If it was in an ancient war, it would be a shocking counterattack. Wasn't it even better than the empty fort stratagem, defeating the strong with the weak and changing the whole situation? Damn, this Bai Xiaoxing is too scary. He is calculated to such an extent. The strongest and most handsome villain in history, the great sage. I'm a fan. I've already fallen into the trap and become a fan of Bai Xiaoxing. Those above, stop fooling around. I'm a fan, but this villain is handsome. The cute girl and the others are going to die. It's so frustrating to be trapped. Is this a return to the Western era? The cute girl definitely won't die. She will be imprisoned and treated as a weird mother. As for the Thunder Monarch and Wombing Dragon, they won't die either. They will be treated as incense gods and suppressed in the god-suppressing pagoda. Everyone continued to analyze. The players probably wouldn't die. This was a system created by the peaceful girl. Even if they were defeated, no one would die. But this was wreaking havoc in heaven, and it was my turn this year. Previously, you guys created a demon-suppressing pagoda to suppress the demons and monsters. Now, they created a god-suppressing pagoda to suppress you guys. Tit for tat. Suji glanced at the Saturn Peach banquet and lowered his head. Instead of watching these celestial emperors discuss anxiously, he might as well look at the internet outside and flip through their comments. It was more interesting. Mount Akina, the cute girl, says that it's really too hard for me to survive until today. Back then, I was imprisoned when the world tree was spread all over the world. Now, I'm going to be imprisoned again when the dragon vein is spread all over the world. There's no difference at all. Laughing emoji, learning medicine to save the alternate world. The Thunder Monarch and Wombing Dragon say that it's also very hard for me. I'm going to be imprisoned again, laughing emoji. Following that, the events continued to develop. At the moment when everyone was in despair, the three realms were destroyed, and Medusa's reversal shattered by Xiaoxing's desperate situation. In an instant, a wave of fans rose. Screenshots. The attacks landed on the demon god's body. Blood flowed, but there was no reaction as expected. Screenshots. It was a picture of Bai Xiaoxing looking at the sleeping demon god's expression in shock. This expression simply gathered everyone's pleasure points in an instant. From despair to surprise, it was as exciting as a roller coaster. At the same time, they couldn't help but shout, "Medusa was awesome." It could be said that Medusa's reaction and response were simply impeccable. She didn't let down her identity and battle talent at all. She was indeed a famous battle maniac. The difficulty was very high. She had to guess all of Bai Xiaoxing's plans in an instant in order to respond. Some members of the think tank couldn't help but comment. Meng Mei and the Thunder Monarch have lived for countless years, but their intelligence is probably only above average. Maybe their decision in an instant can't compare to Medusa. She is indeed a top existence. A battle of wits and courage, a textbook battle of wits. A desperate counterattack, it's too wonderful. And Medusa, she actually exposed her life and fell into a deep sleep without any defense. This is something that she would never do in the past. Many people were filled with emotion. Medusa had changed. She never trusted others before and was extremely wary. Now, she was willing to trust others to protect her while she was sleeping and put her life in the hands of others. However, the situation gradually reversed again. The joy turned into worry again. Although she saved the giants of the three realms, on the contrary, Medusa herself was in danger and was likely to be killed. Ah! Medusa, don't die. Production team, come out and kill this character. I'm abandoning the game. Those above, you can't enter in the first place. Picking nose, yes, I strongly suggest that the production team give me a slot to enter, and then I will abandon the game to show my strong determination. Subaru's determination meteor fist. JPG, also, although the other Sky Emperors are very weak, wasn't the previous Messiah the Great Emperor also an ancient emperor? Why didn't she make a move? Yes, she even knocked someone over with one punch. This sovereign emperor is extremely strong, and someone even said that he is a man of steel. So angry. I really want to hit him. Not only the guys, but even some girls were gritting their teeth as they looked at the screen. This game was undoubtedly the most balanced between the male and female players. Beer, melon seeds, peanuts. In front of the computer, everyone stared at the screen nervously. At this time, many screenshots were sent out. This was a terrifying battle that affected the fate of the three realms. At this time, the Saturn Peach Feast quickly moved from the Saturn Peach Feast to the body of the sleeping demon god. Countless celestial emperors began to fight. It was as exciting as watching an epic movie. This kind of special effect was incomparable to any movie on Earth. Although the entire three realms didn't die because of the counterattack, if the demon god died, it would still cause panic. It would give Bai Xiaoxing and the others the faith of fear, causing a breach of faith. Moreover, if the origin demon god dies, the demon world is almost finished. The consequences are unimaginable. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, they sat in the room and drank their drinks crazily. Even their hands that were eating the peanuts were shaking. Brothers, it's time for the final battle. Review my ass. Let's finish this wave of the plot first. It's a critical moment. In the dormitory, a group of students were eating fast food boxes and watching the live broadcast nervously. This was not a movie, nor was it a scripted exercise. It was a live broadcast, and any future depended on the players inside. Gradually, the scene changed as the system distributor's camera moved. She brought Luo Kaiwei in a team of 2, constantly searching through the bubble-like densely packed bright red flesh. She saw Bai Xiaoxing and Messiah the Great hiding in the dark, watching the secret conversation. In an instant, the second big reversal began. As the two of them conversed, everyone suddenly came to a sudden understanding in their hearts. They were suddenly enlightened. This was the truth. Bai Xiaoxing seemed to be fighting with Lin Hongfeng, but that was all on the surface. The one fighting with Bai Xiaoxing was the great Emperor Messiah, who was standing quietly at the side. As the plot progressed and the pictures and text were continuously sent out, they finally understood everything. Yes, think about it. Bai Xiaoxing is so smart, how could he not be prepared to deal with Messiah the Great? No wonder Messiah the Great didn't choose to make a move. Someone quickly said. Indeed, not making a move is because he saw through the opponent's plan. This requires great wisdom. Countless people commented. They felt that this was a psychological game, but more people couldn't help but say in their hearts, what the f***ck. After thinking about it for a while, he exclaimed in surprise. Then, he hurriedly said that he had already seen through everything. This is the charm of Bunge's inference. In fact, there were already various clues that pointed in the same direction. 1. Messiah didn't make a move. 2. Messiah has the same immortal bloodline as Medusa. 3. She definitely has a way to deal with Medusa. It's just that we didn't manage to guess it before. Now, we have a sudden realization. A member of the think tank spoke up. It was obvious that he read mystery novels often. He often saw suspects sacrificing themselves. The charm of this kind of reasoning was that the clues were already hidden in it. This was the challenge that the author issued to the reader. As long as the reader was smart enough, they could deduce the whole truth. Production Team 666, arranging such an exciting battle of wits and all kinds of psychological games. They're too strong. There were even people who spoke after the fact. Brothers, look at the screenshot. It's obvious. Bai Xiaoxing looks like he's talking to Lin Hongfeng, but he's actually looking in Messiah's direction from time to time. Messiah, on the other hand, remains calm. She's obviously very confident. Blowout. JPG 666. So cool. She's standing there and controlling the whole situation. So cool. In Western legends, Messiah has the meaning of a savior. After a moment of confusion, everyone became excited. This was the second desperate turn of the tables, breaking the conspiracy to rule the 3 realms. This battle of wits and courage was too exciting. Some people even couldn't help but think, is this the wisdom of these ancient existences in the 3 realms? This was very scary. It was a thrilling and bizarre psychological game. Medusa, Bai Xiaoxing, Messiah. If this was made into a movie, it might become the best mystery movie of the year and earn countless box office earnings. As for the monarch Messiah, many people instantly became his fan. Screenshot. Screenshot. The following scene was no surprise. After a battle of wits and courage, the two completely met and instantly broke out in a direct confrontation. They'd both unleashed their muscles and turned into monsters. Is this what it means to love and hate each other? Picking nose, the best couple of the year. Bai Xiaoxing, Messiah, 2 great wise men plotting and killing each other. I'm in love. Sweetheart, this Fujoshi is drooling. Who can draw a book for me? Happy, celestial wine, divine fruits, delicacies. In front of the table, Suji sat at the side table of the Saturn Peach banquet. He was a little dazed. Are you guys going to laugh me to death and then inherit the god of creation throne that I placed at the door? Not only were they watching the show from the other side of the computer screen, but they were also watching the show from the other side of the computer screen, watching them make a fuss. They're all talents. Suji sat on the chair, speechless. Shira, who was at the side, seemed to have sensed something. She looked at the program on the stage. Countless beautiful fairies were dancing, and it seemed like they were dancing to the pure land of bliss. It was very trendy. This is the dance of the moon fairies and the daughters of the 7 fairies in the 3 realms. It's the most beautiful one, and it's even arranged by Mother Earth. Isn't it good? Suji just glanced at it. It's SOSO. He lowered his head again. After all, how could a beautiful woman dancing be more interesting than watching a fool? Shira looked at the beauties on the stage, then at Messiah the Great, who continued to meditate with his head lowered. Her eyes were filled with admiration. She was cultivating all the time, never relaxing. Mu Lingling's eyes lit up. Yes, these women are so wishy-washy and not beautiful at all. When we go back, we sisters will dance for you. We'll let you see the true charm of a peerless beauty. On the internet. This wonderful battle of wits made everyone exclaim in satisfaction. The next screenshot was of a god's arm falling from the sky after the fierce battle. While he was stalling for time, Bai Xiaoxing's conspiracy was completely destroyed. Everyone relaxed. However, many people were also very worried. Bai Xiaoxing was immortal after all. This failure meant that he would make a comeback in the future. With his intelligence, the 3 realms would be very uneasy in the future. Next, they saw Messiah the Great return to the venue as if nothing had happened. He hid among the ordinary celestial emperors and chatted happily with the people from the martial god palace. After all, this era 600 years later was still too far away. None of the new celestial emperors knew Messiah the Great, from beginning to end. Everyone suddenly had a new discovery. No one knew that he had just saved the 3 realms from the dark. Only the people from the martial god palace knew that this character was very charming. They were completely in love. F***ck. This is not right. A hero should not be unknown. Someone suddenly felt that it was not worth it. But he is low-key. This is his indifferent personality. Otherwise, how could he be called the monarch of wine and pleasure gardens? Just from the name, you can tell that he is a salted fish who does not fight for fame. Look at some of his past deeds. After he ruled the world, he disappeared and wandered the land. He is a salted fish among salted fish. No. I can't stand it anymore. I feel sorry for his misfortune and hate him for not fighting for it. Brothers, let's help him show off. Yes, yes, yes. How about a standard pretense and face-slapping plot? How? Wasn't the monarch of Messiah just standing at the side and not doing anything? According to traditional online novels, at this time, some celestial emperors should be mocking him for being cowardly and incompetent. Then, let the Thunder Monarch, Long Wuming, and the others, who are sitting high up, come to visit, communicate, and respectfully call him Senior Messiah. We haven't seen each other for 600 years. That person continued to be extremely excited. This time everyone will definitely be shocked. They will all be stunned. Senior? Even the most ancient celestial emperors can be called senior? Messiah? Could this be the legendary ancient and mysterious great Magus Emperor? As everyone thought about it, they were secretly shocked. Exposing the identity of Messiah and slapping the face of the celestial emperors who mocked him just now. This is the first stage of showing off. Everyone was shocked. Was there a second stage? There must be. Shock after shock is the real meaning. Next, that celestial emperor who mocked him just now will definitely not be convinced. Saying that even the ancient monarch Messiah was a coward who feared death. When the crowd thought about it, they realized that the Thunder Monarch and the others must have looked down on him as well. Thus, it was time for the Thunder Monarch and the others to retaliate. Because this is not enough. The impact wasn't big enough. We needed a higher level existence to appear. The host of the Immortality Peach Meet, Mother Earth, personally came down and said respectfully, "Thank you, Dao friend, for making a move in the dark. You fought with your wits and courage, repelling Bai Xiaoxing and saving the lives of the 3 realms. This is the second stage." Everyone sucked in a deep breath. After that, the entire Saturn Peach Feast would be so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard, right? This is ruthless. Too ruthless. Slapping faces twice in a row, each wave stronger than the previous one. Just imagining that scene was too beautiful. It was hard for them to imagine the shocked expressions of all the Heaven Realm powerhouses in the Saturn Peach Feast when they found out the truth. F***ck, I want to see it. Then, let Emperor Messiah officially make his debut. His strength no longer allows him to keep a low profile. From the voice of a fangirl, I want to see it too. Brothers, contact a few players inside and help Emperor Messiah, who has been hiding his identity and quietly sacrificing himself, to show off. Gain the fame that he deserves. Yes, in my opinion, since he didn't make a move just now, there's a high chance that someone will come to question him. This plan will work. Innocent eyes. JPG, Suji? He sucked in a breath of cold air. Poison, you guys are really my sweet little cotton-padded jackets. I can't use the word excellent to describe this group of crazy troublemakers anymore. They're just messing around in whatever way they want. It's so cool that my scalp is numb. However, he was suddenly stunned because a young and hot-blooded ancient celestial emperor walked over slowly with a calm expression. Fellow Daoist, why didn't you make a move just now? Suji was instantly silent. The person who would question him actually came. Below the divine palace, the misty clouds turned into a sea of white clouds. There were fairies dancing, beautiful and mesmerizing. High above, ancient existences sat with a terrifying aura that could tear the sky apart. They were shrouded in divine light and their eyes were cold, as if they were the most emotionless ancient existences. Even Meng Mei, Baal, Long Wuming, and the others had become the most ancient existences sitting high above. Although they were not gods yet, their seniority was too high. At this time, from the time when the inexperienced connate ancient gods created the world, many eras had passed. Nearly 3,000 years had passed before the three realms became the mature three realms of today. Medusa has finally fallen into a deep slumber again. Beside her, Ermin whispered. She looked at her clone that had also fallen into a deep slumber. As for her sleeping main body, it had just been sent back to the other side of the ocean in the demon realm. At this time, the three realms continued to expand. The celestial realm and the demon realm were already countless times larger than the mortal realm, which was the foundation world. They could be called great realms, although they were still far from the size of the ancient lava world. Daoist Ivy, I've thought about it for a while. That sweet dream god seemed to have mysteriously died in your dream. That's why we were able to escape so quickly and prevent this disaster from happening and turn the situation around. Ermin sat high above and spoke in a calm and dignified voice, voicing her doubts. The Mother Ivy answered calmly, it saw something it shouldn't have seen, some kind of unobservable existence. Ermin was shocked. May I ask? To be honest, it was my fiancé. The Mother Ivy said seriously, that was a shadow imprint that he left in my body to protect me at all times. What kind of existence was that? Ermin sat on the throne. This great emperor of the underworld could not help but be shocked. Even a god would collapse and perish in an instant just by trying to observe such an existence. Level 9, level 10, her breathing quickened slightly. Perhaps the Mother Ivy's origin was not simple, she kept pondering and sorting out her thoughts. On the demon world side, she, Medusa, and the newly promoted Blood Emperor were paying more attention to the immortal world. Adorable, who had put on a tiger's skin and managed to subdue Ermin, was very satisfied. She sat in the middle of the room and kept calculating. Right now, the forces can be roughly divided into 4 categories: the realm of devils, the realm of immortals, the realm of mortals, and the rising monsters. Although we've defeated them, they're becoming more and more terrifying. In the realm of immortals, we and Dao Changxing are the true forces of us players. He's not strong at all. In the world of immortals, Dao Changxing was the only god who had ascended to godhood. Below the gods, there were also the likes of Heavenly Emperor Void Myrtle in the past, whose combat power was very exaggerated. The players did not dominate the celestial world's combat power. The reason why the players had the right to speak today was because she had opened up the dragon bloodline technique. That was why all the worlds respected her as Mother Ivy, because she couldn't be killed. She had to provide incense for all living beings. As for her incense system, her control over others was limited. It was equivalent to renting out intellectual property. He could not interfere with the Joss Flame lineage. He was just handing over the farming tools to them, and they would have enough food and clothing for themselves. In fact, once they broke through to the 8th level, the possibility of them being assimilated by the incense would be greatly reduced. Unless they died completely and were resurrected a few times with the help of faith, they would become themselves in the eyes of all living beings and begin to lose themselves. But how could an 8th level god die so easily? Under normal circumstances, the gods of incense were immortal and indestructible. However, incense was poisonous. Death and resurrection had extremely strong side effects. No god was willing to bear it. They would irreversibly lose themselves. Usually, faith was just a channel for them to collect energy. We players are too weak. After I become a god, it will be Baal and the others who will become gods. The cute girl kept sorting out her thoughts. After all, they won't be able to hold on much longer. Only by becoming a god can they resist the wishes of all living beings. This group of people had worked hard for so many years and were still 7th level celestial emperors. It was impossible for them to accept leaving the game. We can't keep up with the times. Previously, the first player, the ancient alchemy emperor, was already 7th level. After so long, we are still 7th level celestial emperors. It's time to break through to the 8th level. She kept thinking. Suddenly, she received a message from the players outside. What the hell is helping Emperor Messiah to act cool and correct his reputation? She was stunned. Wu Minglong and the others beside her seemed to have received the message as well. They felt that it was funny. Were these fools trying to be funny? Do we still want to be shameless? However, they secretly communicated. Messiah does need to be roped in. According to the system, he might be the protagonist of the era. In the future, he might break through to the 9th level and be the protagonist of the main storyline. Take revenge and fight with the ancient gods. No matter what, we should show our goodwill and rope him in. It's very beneficial to us players. They thought for a moment. Now that this mysterious celestial emperor was hiding his identity and was being made difficult, this was a good opportunity to show their goodwill. Thunder Celestial Emperor suddenly walked down. The surrounding celestial emperors were slightly stunned. Why did Thunder Celestial Emperor suddenly come down? He slowly came to Messiah's table and was about to speak. However, the scene on the table was completely different. I see. The ancient race Celestial Emperor came to a sudden realization and said humbly, I did break through to the Celestial Emperor realm through the witch's cultivation technique. I've just started cultivating the second system, the martial cultivation lineage. I do feel that I'm not used to it. My waist, back, and fingertips haven't been tempered. The ancient race Celestial Emperor was respectful and forgot all about finding fault with him. Then, how do you think I should make up for this cultivation flaw? Thunder Celestial Emperor? There was something wrong with this scene. What happened to coming out to help him act cool? Why did it become a large-scale teaching scene? You should do this. Suji slowly explained to him. This ancient race Celestial Emperor seemed to be enlightened and came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance. The ancient race Celestial Emperor was respectful. After Suji entered the martial god palace, although Suji had not started cultivating, he had already gotten Hermes to start researching the system of the martial cultivation lineage. Now that Suji had a demon core gene, his calculation ability had increased significantly. Naturally, his learning ability had become even more terrifying. In just a short period of time, Suji had more or less grasped everything. Thunder Celestial Emperor, what are you doing? Suji looked at the Thunder Celestial Emperor, who was standing at the side, and said with a faint smile, I like a quieter environment. The Thunder Celestial Emperor was instantly embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he laughed dryly and said, I just came down to take a walk. The scene was a little awkward. He turned around silently and returned to the high ground to sit down. Suji's expression was very calm. Want to mess with me? Do you really think I don't read the internet and want me to act cool and slap them in the face? He took a deep breath and felt that it was fortunate that he was constantly paying attention to the movements of these idiots and secretly spying on the movements of the enemy camp. Otherwise, he would have fallen into a huge pit again. Screenshots. I actually got the door shut in my face? Fortunately, I wasn't the one who went down. Otherwise, Mother Earth would be embarrassed. The cute girl smiled, took a screenshot, added some words, and posted it outside. The forum immediately went crazy with laughter. A bunch of question marks were sent out, expressing that they were also extremely shocked. This person didn't play by the rules. They had clearly prepared a shocking scene of the act tough king, wave after wave, shocking the entire Saturn Peach Feast. They were still waiting to see the shocked expressions of the celestial emperors. You really underestimated the wisdom of Messiah the Great. He can resolve the crisis by himself. Humph, the face-slapping plots of those online novels are just unrealistic. Do you think there are so many faces for you to slap? Look, he resolved the crisis by himself, and he even looked very friendly. This is the normal way of doing things. Making enemies everywhere and slapping faces, he is either mentally twisted or mentally ill. Laughing emoji. However, more and more people were even more shocked. However, could it be that he had already expected that the Thunder Celestial Emperor and the others would help him out? That's why he made this move. It's very likely. A well-known psychology-certified professor also expressed his opinion. Messiah the Great's expression has always been very indifferent, as if he had already expected that the Thunder Celestial Emperor would help him out. He even planned to announce his action of saving the three realms for the world to see. Now, he obviously doesn't want to expose himself. He said that he likes peace and quiet, which should mean something. When everyone heard that, they felt that it made sense. It was very likely that he had already guessed that the Thunder Celestial Emperor and the others would come to help him out. Countless people became more and more restless. He even calculated this? This Messiah was too powerful. No wonder he could compete with Bai Shaoxing in wits and courage, especially that faint smile, which gave people a deep sense of unfathomable wisdom. So awesome. He's so indifferent to fame and fortune. I'm a fan. He's so meticulous. 666. So cool. All of a sudden, the whole forum became extremely lively, and many people commented. This monarch Messiah the Great's personality, charm and wisdom are not inferior to that overbearing super-ancient deity who changed the timeline. Yes, after all, in his previous life, he was also the archenemy of the super-ancient deity. It's a ninth-grade existence, Hermes. Can he rise again? The main plot is very likely that Messiah the Great will take revenge, return to the ninth-grade realm in the future, and fight with the super-ancient deity. Everyone was guessing and discussing. But it'll probably take a long time. In that kind of lifespan of tens of thousands of years, Messiah will probably need thousands or even tens of thousands of years to return to his peak. After all, he's not even a deity now. Everyone was very enthusiastic, and there was a lot of discussion. After all, the previous super-ancient deity closed the world line and let them find their own destiny, which was too domineering, and the current monarch Messiah the Great also had amazing wisdom and a calm personality. Domineering CEO vs calm sage, both characters seemed to be very popular, and many people were looking forward to it. They couldn't help but exclaim that the game production team was too amazing. The main plot had already begun, and this kind of ninth-grade opponent was too cool. After a while, Suji sat on the chair and took a big bite of the celestial fruit. The sweet juice exploded, and he said helplessly, "Are you guys trying to make me laugh to death?" He continued to eat the fruit, not even raising his head. What was so interesting about the Saturn Peach Feast? It was more interesting to watch these idiots. He could also collect materials and settings to provide himself with inspiration. After all, he could secretly copy the comments on these forums to better improve his worldview. High up. The cute girl was speechless. The entire shocking scene was killed in the cradle before it even started. She knew that these players weren't reliable. However, Messiah is really not simple. She thought about it and felt that it was very scary. She stared at the monarch Messiah the Great, who was calmly eating the fruit. Whoosh, the fairy dance performance had ended, and the main program of the Saturn Peach Feast officially began, which was the ceremony for her to become a deity. The complicated formalities began. Even though she didn't want it to be luxurious and magnificent, she still had to worry about her identity as the Earth Mother. A few hours later, under the gaze of the three realms, the cute girl absorbed the stored energy and started to break through to the God realm. Rumble, terrifying light rays shot out in all directions. Irman, the fresh blood emperor, and the heavenly Tao all acted to protect her. At this moment, in the endless Heavenly Emperor's ceremony, the entire Earth Mother was covered in white divine light. In the cute girl's body, an ancient dragon with green vines was slowly circling in her sea of consciousness, emitting a huge pressure. In reality, the cute girl's soul, who was sitting in front of the computer, seemed to be sucked away in an instant. Thud. She fainted in front of the computer. Suji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he put down the fruit. Has it already begun? Although he had experienced the sudden attack of the Saturn Peach Feast, Suji didn't forget the goal of this Saturn Peach Feast, which was to witness the cute girl become a deity. Before coming, he had thought about some things and even considered many things in the future. He didn't plan to stop her from becoming a deity. In this era where a large number of deities appeared, the world rose from an ordinary low-level world to a high-level extraordinary world. The Heavenly Emperor realm of these players could no longer keep up. If he secretly restricted them from becoming deities, the players would become less and less useful, and they might even be eliminated by the times. So, why should he restrict them? It was their ability to become deities, and he had no reason to stop them. As for the cute girl, the Thunder Emperor, and the others, having lived for thousands of years, they indeed had the qualifications and talents to become deities. After all, although they couldn't compare to the top existences like Medusa and Ironman, they were considered outstanding, and they had also contributed a lot to the development of the entire three realms. In the end, I won't kill the donkey when it's no longer useful. Everything is up to you. Suji smiled lightly, looking up at the mother green vine who was shrouded in white light. The continuous improvement of the sand table world is also my improvement. Naturally, I will let you grow along with the sand table world. As long as you have enough ability, you will have the same status as the insect tribe, and you will have the qualifications to aspire to the peak and look forward to the future. Now, you can become a level 8 deity, with a lifespan of 8,000 years. You can even reach the level 9 realm, which is still in speculation. Realize that this is an opportunity that has never existed on Earth, a true high-level civilization, a long road to aspire to the top of the world. He had never restricted the players. It's just that, you should understand one thing. Suji closed his eyes slightly. When you step into level 8, you will completely turn into the insect tribe and will no longer be human. I still have to ask for your opinion. After all, if you really turn into the insect tribe in the sand table, you will have a lifespan of 8,000 years, but in reality on Earth, you can only live for about 3 months. Yes, 8,000 years in the sand table was equivalent to only 3 months in reality. What happened? At this moment, the cute girl suddenly felt an unprecedented and horrifying change in her sea of consciousness. She suddenly couldn't go offline while playing this online game. Prompt: unknown power has interfered with the system, temporarily unable to go offline. Her surroundings were all white. Isn't there someone guarding outside? Did something happen? She couldn't even feel herself on the other Earth. She sat in front of the computer in her room, as if the green vine dragon that was madly gathering energy to become a deity was her true self. Have you really made up your mind? A blurry light flashed over and asked softly. Who? The cute girl was shocked and turned her head to look. It was an extremely familiar figure walking over slowly, shrouded in a hazy divine light. It was distant, sacred, and vast. She couldn't help but feel a sense of worship from the bottom of her heart. The clone, of the god of creation, the main body had always been in the latitude courtyard, so the one in front of her was naturally the clone. Oh my god! Don't tell me I'm still having that sweet dream. Her eyes lit up in disbelief, but she quickly suppressed her excitement. Cute girl, hurry up and hold on. You are the kindest and most gentle Mother Earth in the 3 realms. You mustn't show that perverted, infatuated look. You are destined to marry the god of creation, become a god, and walk to the pinnacle of life. Quickly bring out your gentle, kind, noble, and elegant image of the Mother Earth, she screamed in her heart and cheered herself on. She naturally knew a certain routine. She had to appear dignified, virtuous, and calm in order to leave a good impression. First, why did I appear? She became anxious, and her brain worked rapidly. She had to admit that she had the qualifications to be a strong person. The more nervous she was, the clearer her thoughts became. She was calm in the face of danger, and her brain worked faster than usual. She became extremely quick-witted. There were three possibilities for the clone of the god of creation to appear in front of her now. First, because the god of sweet dreams tried to probe and know of this existence, any attempt to probe would be sensed across time, space, and latitude. Thus, a clone descended into this world. Second, because the world was changing drastically. In the past, whenever the world changed drastically, or a person who changed the trajectory of the world appeared, the clone of the god of creation would directly descend to guide and maintain the order of the worlds. It was the same every time. The first one was Gilgamesh, the king of heroes who lived in ancient legends. Then there was Ermin from the era of sorcerers. Back then, he crowdfunded the method to become a god and upgraded the entire world. It was also the fall of the era of sorcerers, so the god of creation descended and Medusa took the opportunity to talk. Now, it's also my great opportunity. She took a deep breath and frantically sorted out her thoughts. Looking back, it was always a change in the era. Now, it's the same. Once I, Mother Green Vine, become a god, I will be the foundation of the three realms. The real Mother Earth. Therefore, it is very normal for a clone to descend and maintain the orbit of a world. Thirdly, it was because this mysterious and unknown game was also the entrance of the backward Earth civilization to the various worlds. He was the first player to become a god, which completely triggered some sort of mechanism. It's more likely that it's the combination of the three. So it's almost inevitable that he'll descend to see me. She screamed in her heart. This is so infuriating. I didn't think of it before. If I had known, I would have made preparations. Suji looked at Mengmei quietly. Her eyes flickered crazily, and her eyeballs rolled around like a hamster. Although no one knew what she was thinking, it was obvious that she had as many wicked ideas as ever. She was possessed by a drama queen. Great Creator, what can I do for you? Mother Earth had the dignity and benevolence of a motherly model of the world. Her voice was gentle, and she lifted her skirt slightly, giving off an indescribable aura of elegance. Suji smiled and said, "Have you really made up your mind? To become a god?" The cute girl was slightly stunned. Suji continued to speak, and his voice was loud and clear. This will mean many things. You will no longer be the you of the past. You will completely change your past and blend into this brand new life. You will have special opportunities and the possibility of walking towards the highest level. You will also completely abandon the past. Mengmei thought about it seriously and fell silent. Did he mean that she would become a god, and becoming a god meant that she would completely merge with herself in this world? She would have to abandon her body on Earth. Mengmei was ultimately very smart. She couldn't help but ask softly, will I completely become Mother Earth? Will I completely possess this great power of a saint? A power that can easily destroy a country on Earth? Does this also mean that I am the original body now, and if I die, I will really die? Suji only smiled faintly. Yes. Although the power of gods like Di Qi who descended into the starry sky was far from enough and naturally couldn't compare to Celestial Emperor who had secretly learned, it was still very terrifying. In the current three realms, gods rarely fought, and they didn't even dare to fight in the mortal realm. Instead, they fought in the transcendent huge worlds like the Celestial Realm and the Netherworld. The mortal realm couldn't bear it. I can't be a human anymore, I can only be a saint. The cute girl's mind shook. Although she had already guessed that this was not a game, but the real world, and it was very likely that she would become a powerhouse of another world in the future, the impact that it brought to her at this moment was simply too great, so great that her mind was blank. This also meant that after she became a god, she wouldn't have a second chance to die and be revived. Unlike other players, they could at most quit the game, reset their levels, and start anew as spores, thinking of ways to enter again. If she died, she would really die. After becoming a god, she would only have one life. This was a choice. The choice of her future fate. She clenched her fists tightly, as though she was tightly gripping the rope of fate. Suddenly, she let out a sigh of relief, her face full of relief. The short life of an ordinary person, and the 8,000 years of a saint. This is a choice that everyone will make, she said. There are countless ordinary people who are mediocre and do nothing. As for the ancient existence that was born from the creation of heaven and earth, there is only one Mother Earth in the three realms. Suji smiled. Although he had long expected this, he had indeed made this choice. Although it was 3 months on Earth, they didn't know that it was a long 8,000 years of lifespan. An ordinary life or a high and mighty god, which one would you choose? There were countless possibilities living in the extraordinary world of legends. After working hard for so many years, chasing after the peak, who knew how many thousands of years of suffering they had endured? Maybe it wasn't just Meng Mei, other players wouldn't give up either. The day of becoming a god was right in front of them. The previous 20 to 30 years of life was too short for them, like a past life. And 8,000 years seemed to be only 3 months of lifespan in reality, but what about in reality? It had only been 2.5 months since the development of Suji. Another 3 months? How would the future change? No one knew. Because that was a real 8,000 years of lifespan. Suji was looking forward to it, and he smiled. Not bad. Suji smiled and left with small steps, his body gradually becoming hazy in the holy white light. God of creation, suddenly, Meng Mei couldn't help but call out. Suji stopped in his tracks. Meng Mei hesitated and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she bowed seriously and expressed her belief. I believe in my own future achievements. Sage saints are all experienced people, and I will also be a sage in the future. Suji almost couldn't react. What was this person doing? Great ambition, but in the end, he disappeared into the shadows. Meng Mei was instantly exasperated. Looking at the back view, she felt like she was going crazy again. She wanted to give herself 2 tight slaps. What did I say? Why did I become so timid? However, this impression is pretty good. A gentle and kind Mother Earth with dreams. She was full of pride, and she was a little happy. When she came back to her senses, she had already become a god. The whole Saturn Peach feast was full of cheers. She casually agreed with Ermin and the other guardian gods, as well as the Thunder Monarch, and hurriedly used the excuse of stabilizing her realm to enter a private room at the back and tried to go offline. Sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes, she could vaguely see a black tunnel in the darkness. There was a light in the distance, and she quickly ran along the light. She seemed to see a version of herself that had lost her soul. The body that had lived for more than 20 years was lying on the computer table. I can still crawl back through the network cable. She gritted her teeth and charged forward with her soul. Boom, the mental strength of a god was about to destroy this body. She quickly retracted her mental strength, and only 1,000th of it entered her body before she slowly woke up. But I'm not myself anymore. She stood up and shook her arms. She took a deep breath and had a special feeling. Previously, when I controlled the character Mother Earth in the game, there was a barrier, as if I was controlling her through a screen. But now, it's like I'm controlling my real body through a screen. This feeling was very strange, extremely strange. It was as if in a novel, a god from a mythical world had used some kind of channel to remotely control an ordinary person on Earth. Moreover, as a saint, he could only pour in 1,000th of his spiritual power. Otherwise, it was very likely that this fragile girl's body would explode instantly. But even if I, a level 8 god, only inject a little bit of my strength into this mortal body, I still have. She stood up. She kept sorting out her thoughts in her mind and tried to sense her spiritual power. After countless failed attempts, a small whirlwind slowly formed in her palm and gradually turned into a translucent spiral in the center of her palm, whistling wildly. It's really a level 2 mental strength. I'm rich. Her eyes were bright. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, her mother knocked on the door. Stupid girl, why is it so loud? Is the air conditioner in your room broken? The cute girl was shocked and quickly put out the whirlwind in her palm. She shouted at her mother outside the door, nothing, I'm watching a disaster movie. Meng Mei opened the door. Girl, don't lie to me. It doesn't sound like a movie. Why does it sound like the air conditioner is broken? Her talkative mother poked her head in, but she didn't see anything. She couldn't help but say. Our family is rich and we don't have to work. But you don't have to stay in your room all day doing nothing. You only know how to play games and watch movies. You're already in your 20s and you're thinking about getting married. Look at who you like. Money is not important. Our family doesn't care about who is of equal status, but someone who is capable. He has to inherit your father's business and enter the company as a senior to gain experience. While your father is still young, he can take care of an heir. Otherwise. Mom. Meng Mei could not help but call out. Ever since I gave birth to you, your father's career has been on the rise. Your father dotes on you, and we won't force you to look for a successor on your own. If it were someone else's family, they would have appointed a successor long ago. Your father still wants to find a successor to enjoy life. There are a few talented ones in your father's company. Although they're in their 30s, they're calm and steady. If it really doesn't work out, you have to think about your parents. We're not forcing you, you just have to meet and have some tea. Meng Mei's face darkened. She hurriedly pushed her mother out. Mom, I understand. I understand. I just had a video call with him. He is handsome and capable. He has a bunch of mines at home. He is unimaginably rich. Ah? Could it be that he is a coal miner from the mining province? Are you lying to me? If you really found a boyfriend, bring him over for a meal and let your father take a look. The voice outside the door was still nagging. Meng Mei took a deep breath. She could not be bothered. After all, her family had been urging her to get married for a long time. She stretched out her hand. Whoosh, a bright red fireball emitted from her palm. It was shockingly hot. Her eyes gradually brightened. It was as if there was a five-colored radiance in them. A second-rank Taoist technique. Although it is not as simple and violent as a handgun, it is more lethal. But, this is reality. The real Earth. Oh my God, she was completely stunned. I have successfully broken through a certain realm and become the first sage on Earth? A small step for the cute girl, a big step for the Earth. Although this was a mortal body from Earth, and it was only at the second level, its combat ability naturally couldn't compare to the modern firearms society, but it already meant too many terrifying things. The myriad worlds inside were all real. In the beginning, they were just guessing, and they were even mentally prepared. But when it happened in reality, anyone would be completely shocked. One had to know that a true sage could live for a long period of 8,000 years, which was more than 5,000 years of human civilization. Yet, one of them had actually descended on Earth alive, bizarre and dazzling. This kind of shock was unimaginable and indescribable. It was even a stark contrast to his mother's rambling about the daily lives of ordinary people. In her mind, she even had the illusion that she was the true giant of the three realms in her previous life, Mother Earth. Now that she had transmigrated to Earth, she was an ordinary rich girl who had experienced a short 20 years of life. Immortal Emperor Ba Dao was reborn in the city? The cute girl murmured. At this time, Suji was also secretly observing Meng Mei. Looking at her in the room, she was collecting the data of the first player, just in case. At this time, looking at her shocked expression, he was a little speechless and a little emotional. You are the second human to bring extraordinary abilities into the real world. He suddenly opened his mouth, as if he was talking to the panicking cute girl. Although it's only the second rank, there's no need to be shocked or shocked. This is because this extraordinary cultivation path was also deduced from nothing in the sand table world with your participation. Together, you guys deduced the cultivation system. The path was built by people step by step. These players had helped to deduce the system, so naturally, this result could not go unnoticed. Whoosh. Calm down, I need to calm down first, it really is the myriad worlds. The cute girl hurriedly returned to the computer. She was no longer in a hurry to test the extraordinary abilities she brought out of the game. Her consciousness returned to her body again. It's very likely that I'm the first modern human on Earth to have extraordinary abilities, and even reach the sage realm. I can't stay outside any longer. It'll save me a lot of time to think inside. I'm already a sage. Even though I've reached the peak inside, I'm still the weakest sage. I still have many plans that I need to implement during the Immortality Peach Feast. Whoosh, she opened her eyes. Her surroundings were still bustling. She was in an elegant and luxurious resting room in the heavenly court. With a wave of her sleeves, the door opened without any wind, and she walked out with large strides. She had just gone out to check on her body in the real world. By now, 4. 5 days had passed since the Saturn Peach Feast. There was a strange feeling of no one knows the year in the mountains. Whoosh! With a light wave of her sleeves, she reappeared on the throne of the Queen Mother. She looked down at the entire Saturn Peach Feast. Fine wine and delicacies were still being served, and the giants of the Heaven Realm were exchanging their experiences. This was a rare gathering that was hard to come by in hundreds of years. It was also very rare for these existences. 4 to 5 days was very short to these giants of the Heaven Realm, who had long lifespans. It wasn't even the time taken for one session of seclusion. After becoming a god, it was normal for her to adjust and adapt to her power for 4 to 5 days, so no one cared. The queen has adapted to her power? Everyone was slightly shocked as they looked up. Instantly, the entire hall quietened down. This was the power of Mother Earth. She was an existence that subdued everyone in the 3 realms. Since the creation of the world, she had turned into the builder tree and the dragon's vein to protect all living beings. She had never killed a single living being, and her image to the outside world had always been that of the compassionate, kind, and gentle Mother Earth. Back then, she assisted ancestor Su Yonyan to fight against the great calamity of the ancient gods. Then, she taught Tao immortality to fight against the great calamity of the ancestral shaman. Then, she personally built the dragon's vein to fight against the great calamity of the devil realm. She completely cut off the great calamities of heaven and earth, no longer allowing gods to become gods and slaughtering all the mortals. Such an existence never had any selfish motives. She constantly worked for the good of all living beings. She was indeed the most prestigious and compassionate sage in the world. High above, Mother Earth slowly opened her mouth, and holy light shone down on the world. Since the creation of the world, there have been countless people with heaven-defying battle prowess and countless people with amazing talents. My battle prowess and talent are extremely low, far inferior to Thunder Celestial Emperor, Dao Chongqing, Dicky, and the others. However, I still follow my heart and believe that treating people with kindness will eventually be rewarded. I once thought that those who win the hearts of the people will win the world, so I established the lineage of faith. The meaning of the dragon's vein is that the gods protect all living beings, and all living beings return with incense. It's all in one sentence: gods treat humans with kindness, and humans repay the gods with kindness. The people below became even more silent, and they were filled with admiration. Indeed, it was to establish a moral code for heaven and earth, guiding the gods to do good and accumulate virtue. The heavenly gods no longer became tyrants and slaughtered all living beings. They continuously sent down the great calamities of heaven and earth, establishing a perfect set of order. Today is the day of godly ascension at the Feast of Peaches of Immortality. Becoming a saint is but the first thing. A clear voice rang out from high above, and the mirrors that surrounded the 3 realms were already projecting the Feast of Peaches of Immortality. Back then, the great emperor of the underworld, Ermin, once made a great wish. When he became a god, he would establish a realm called the underworld, where the souls of all living beings would return to. He hoped that death wouldn't be the final destination for all living beings, and that everyone could live a second life. Mother Earth spoke with fervor and assurance. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Mother Earth was also going to establish another realm for the 3 realms? Sister Meng Meng looked down quietly, and her expression became incomparably calm. The figure of the god of creation flashed through her mind, and her mother's nagging just now. Her gaze became completely resolute. She smiled, full of confidence, and had the peerless posture of a motherly model of the world. Today, when I become a god, I will also establish a realm. This realm will complete the rules of the 3 realms and perfect the moral code of heaven and earth. This realm will be known as the Void Realm, also known as the Ruins of End. Boom! As soon as the 2 words Ruins of End came out, a bolt of lightning struck heaven and earth. It was as if it was already predetermined, and the world shook. There was a commotion below. The Valkyrie Palace members were also whispering and communicating secretly. They were very shocked. So Mother Earth organized the Immortality Peach Banquet and became a god with great fanfare, not to become a god, but to use it to establish another world? Of course, I should have thought of it. The Immortality Peach Banquet this time invited all the big shots of the 3 realms, so there would definitely be a world-shaking change. Lin Hongfeng muttered at the side. In the land of the three realms, there are countless vines of Mother Earth extending their roots and covering the entire land, turning into dragon veins to collect the incense of all living beings. Once Mother Earth transforms into an 8th grade god, her vines and dragon veins will definitely undergo a qualitative change. This was their plan, as expected of the crazy players, doing whatever they wanted. Suji only smiled and sat below, looking at the graceful and elegant Mother Earth, who was the motherly model of the world. Extremely daring and terrifyingly ambitious. When they became gods, they actually wanted to establish a world for heaven and earth and rebuild the order. This wasn't something any god could do. Not only did they need to have the ability to catch up with the tide of the era like Ermin back then, they also needed to be able to convince all living beings and have a strong prestige. These cute girls indeed had that. These players are indeed very smart. It must have been the cute girl who suggested the idea, and then the others helped to study the dragon veins and carry them out. Suji lowered his head and pondered. This was a brand new version of the dragon veins. The cute girl continued to study formations and the earth totems, and finally, it was updated to version 5.0. At this moment, the entire celestial heavens was in awe, and incredulous voices could be heard everywhere. It was as if they were witnessing the beginning of a brand new era of the three realms. A faint divine voice came from the sky. This world is not in the sky, not under your feet, not in the material world, not in reality. It is in the thoughts of all living beings, in their beliefs, and gathered in the void. This is the void realm. Thousands of years ago, I once established the dragon veins, spreading them across the land like roots and rivers. They gathered the living beings standing above the dragon veins, and their good thoughts and wishes formed the line of incense. However, there were also terrifying negative effects. The remaining evil thoughts were not collected, and they were scattered across the land. Over time, they gathered into a strange thing that had no place to stay. She was incomparably calm. Since we gathered the rivers back then to guide the good faith to converge, then today, we should also gather the evil faith to one place and pour it into the void realm. Suji immediately understood what he meant. The void realm, to put it simply, it was a garbage dump. The dragon vein was a conduit. Now, not only did it collect good intentions, but it also began to collect the evil intentions emitted by all living beings through the conduit, converging it into the void realm and throwing it into this dump, high above. The Mother Earth Vine was still speaking calmly. The void realm has no physical form. It is a special space formed from the thoughts of all living beings. Those who are successful in their cultivation can sense the void and enter the void realm with their souls. They can slay demons and refine their combat skills to prevent the birth and strengthening of freaks. You can even search for all kinds of strange opportunities in the void realm. But you must be careful. If you die in the void realm, even if it's only your soul, your divine sense will be severely damaged, and if it's serious, you'll be killed by the strange laws of space. What? The surrounding people began to discuss. On the Spore Evolution forum, screenshots and images were constantly being sent out. Everyone was shouting. Sister Meng's Saturn Peach Banquet had given them a huge surprise, even though they had been ambushed. The sexy Meng Nyang has updated the Dragon Vein version again? She's starting to think of ways to solve the hidden danger of the freaks. This is a good idea. Previously, the negative emotions were not absorbed by the conduit of the Dragon Vein. It was equivalent to useless garbage that was casually thrown on the ground, causing them to gather and kill people everywhere. Now, it's all absorbed. Throw it into the dump and let those powerhouses automatically enter and become garbage disposal workers. Yeah, there won't be so many freaks in the mortal world in the future. It'll be much safer. For example, the Bai Shaoxing incident this time almost overturned the entire three realms. We have to think of a way. This is the disadvantage of casually throwing garbage. Those thoughts of garbage wander everywhere and cause worldwide disasters. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. Laughing emoji, as expected of a game that loves to learn. Now, it's even teaching us how to protect the environment. Pay attention to the garbage classification. Laughing emoji, the people outside were discussing. The three realms were already in an uproar. The Saturn Peach Banquet officially opened a new world. Boom, mirrors hung in the sky. The living beings of this era, the dead from the demon realm, the mortal world, and the netherworld, all looked up and saw the Saturn Peach banquet of the three realms. A new era had begun. He could vaguely feel that the dragon veins of the earth were stirring, as if some ancient giant beast was slowly awakening and opening its eyes that had been dormant for a long time. The moment it opened its eyes, a vast and majestic world rapidly unfolded. Nothingness, darkness, emptiness. The unimaginably condensed black soil land and the sky was covered in 5 colors, like a distorted ink painting. It seemed to be one of the 2 major dragon veins of the entire dragon vein. The void realm poured the evil thoughts of the entire 3 realms. In the future, most of the freaks would be born in the void realm. This was the home of the eternal dark fantasy. All the indescribable, fearful, and the rulers of the old days were born here. It symbolized the world's blackest abyss, the ultimate void, the ultimate abyss, the land where all things return to. A clear voice sounded. In the land of the 3 realms, there is the ultimate ruin. Living beings have no roots, where evil waters converge. It is bottomless and where all things return to. Whoosh, a dark world fell with the voice, producing a muffled sound that shook the foundation of the 3 realms. Another voice sounded. 15 days have passed since the Saturn Peach banquet. There are still 2.5 months left. Everyone, you can sense the void. Your thoughts can enter the ultimate ruin and communicate with each other. The void realm is the obsession of all things. It can temper one's consciousness. The celestial emperors nodded. They sat cross-legged and sensed the countless void entrances that were not there before entering them. Let's go in too. The people of the martial goddess palace were very excited. They felt that this gathering was worth it. They had witnessed an unprecedented era. Although the void realm only allows one's mind to enter, it can train one's mind and make up for the shortcomings of our martial arts. They were very excited. They sat cross-legged quietly and sensed the void. The void realm? The ultimate ruin? It can even be called the heavenly demon realm. Suji could not help but be surprised. This is a complete integration with the 3 realms. The extraterrestrial demons are invisible and intangible. They are born from the evil thoughts of all beings. Aren't they freaks? From now on, freaks do not live on the earth but in the void. Perhaps it's time to change their names. The extraterrestrial demons, and the West, the void demons? Suji only thought about it. It was up to them to decide what to call them. Whoosh, Suji sensed it with his divine consciousness. It was as if he saw a dragon vein net that covered the sky and earth. Energy lines and channels were densely packed and extended in all directions. Following the void tree of thoughts, he gradually came to the source, an endless world of emptiness. This is where evil thoughts gather. Pure evil thoughts gather all kinds of freaks. Suji thought about it and walked in this newly established idealistic world. It can indeed be used as a void battlefield to train the combat power of generations of experts and hone their skills. At the same time, they can constantly kill and wipe out their opponents to prevent them from gathering to form more terrifying demons. A new world? Whoosh! Suji stepped into the dark void and looked at the new world curiously. Black fog surrounded the surroundings. He exclaimed softly, "Sister Mang Mang, you've really given me a big surprise." The 3 realms sand table had evolved over a long period of time. The demon world was the sorcerer world, the immortal world was the 9 revolutions mystic art of Tao and longevity, and the mortal world was the primordial world. They had spent a lot of effort on each. But now, a new world had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the rules of the world were completely different. The living beings here were formless and could be said to be the soul world or the 9 serenities world. Moreover, there were all kinds of horrifying demon spirits, evil and dark, and infinite possibilities. After all, the thoughts of the living beings were endless. This world was a kind of void creation. Since the fear and dark thoughts of the living beings will be thrown into this void cemetery, the fear of the living beings toward Bai Shaoxing and the others will also be transmitted here. In the future, they will probably be resurrected here. Suji kept sorting out his thoughts. After all, even if Bai Shaoxing and the others failed, they have made a name for themselves in the eyes of the living beings at the Saturn Peach Feast. Many people are afraid of them, so they will probably be resurrected soon. In a sense, Bai Shaoxing and the others had increased their power of faith, and their fanatical believers were expanding. Even in the future, there would be evil believers who would secretly worship them and summon the evil gods and extraterrestrial gods from the void cemetery. They would return to the world and bring disaster. In fact, this place could trap most of the freaks and greatly reduce the crisis of the three realms. However, some special ones could still leave on their own accord. For example, Bai Shaoxing and the others had extremely high intelligence. They could transform into extraterrestrial demons and bring disaster to the three realms. However, it had greatly limited the freaks and greatly reduced the flaws. Suji laughed. The three realms is still the same three realms as before. There are only three worlds. The void realm covers every corner of the three realms and doesn't exist in the material world. Naturally, it can't be counted. It belongs to the living being's two-layered thoughts, abstract and distorted spacetime. Air, abbreviated as two-dimensional space? Boom. Suji lightly stretched out his hand and killed a freak. In the distance, there were also those female martial emperors who were in high spirits. They were extremely excited, dragging their sisters to fight. Suji was not worried about their safety. The sinkhole had just been established, and it was just a bunch of little fiendish demons. They were not much of a threat. They were just killing monsters to level up. On the other hand, Lin Hongfeng was very excited. Returning ruin. This is simply a cultivation ground tailored for our martial god palace. Our divine senses are relatively weak. Previously, these girls didn't have any worthy opponents, so we could only play cards and chat. But here, they've probably turned into cultivation maniacs, enjoying themselves so much that they forget to return home. Our main bodies are constantly training in the inner world, and on the other side, we're controlling our divine senses to descend and fight non-stop. Indeed. Since the establishment of the Void Realm, martial arts have followed the trend of the times and will inevitably flourish. Suji gently stretched out his hand. These monsters all have special attributes. If we can find a way to turn them into magic equipment, it seems like the Void Realm will be even more valuable in the future. Lin Hongfeng's eyes lit up, and she instantly understood. You mean, we can still obtain resources? In the future, after killing these monsters and harvesting their materials, we can materialize them in reality and turn them into sealing weapons? Suji only smiled and said, even some monsters like Xiaowei, who are kind, controllable, and even have the attributes of family, can be captured and coexist with humans as void pets? Help us fight? Lin Hongfeng was completely shocked. She took a deep breath. There are indeed many varieties. As expected of you. Suji did not answer. It was just a fuss. As a native, Lin Hongfeng had not experienced the knowledge explosion on Earth, so it was only natural that her imagination was limited. The Void Realm has just been established. You and I are witnesses of this era. It's still worth looking forward to how it will evolve in the future. Suji understood very well. Although the Void Realm was a garbage dump and the problem was solved in a short time, it did not solve the problem from the root. That was because every time a Joss Flame deity was produced, a corresponding huge amount of evil energy would still be produced. Even if they were collected in this garbage dump, even if people kept destroying their condensation, the accumulated energy would still increase. That was because destroying them did not mean that the energy would disappear. It would instead condense again, and as time passed, the accumulated evil would completely thicken in the entire Void Realm, eventually forming a high-level dark world of energy. That was a solution that did not solve the root cause. At present, the only fundamental solution was to reduce the continuous accumulation of the garbage dump. There were only two of them. First, turn these void creatures into magic equipment or demonic treasures, seal them, and use them. Second, wash and purify the dark and evil energy into a pure non-elemental energy. After all, evil was also a kind of energy, but it was easier said than done. It was a deep-rooted dark energy, and it was too difficult to remove it. Who knows what the future will be like? Suji turned his head and saw a ghostly figure slowly condensing. Its body was hunched, like a calamity beast from the ancient classic of mountains and seas. It stood up and wandered in a daze. Gathered by Joss flames, different natures, and strange attributes. It's already somewhat close to a law being. This is a high-level transcendent civilization. In a private room of the Saturn Peach banquet. The cute girl took a deep breath and looked at the Thunder Emperor One Sword Tortoise Breath, the god of war Long Wooming, the Grand Wizard Battle God Bell, and even the system distributor who had just entered. All the players in the three realms are here. As for the other two red names from a long time ago, they had already quit the game. One of them died during the invasion of the Devil Realm in the Three Realms and was completely assimilated. The other one could not take it anymore over the years and was also assimilated and quit the game. Next, the three of you will become gods. The three of you won't be able to take it anymore. The cute girl said in a low voice, but do you know what happened when I broke through to the 8th stage? I met the god of creation. What? Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Even Xianxia, who was a newbie, was stunned. From the beginning to the end, the god of creation was the background setting of the Latitude courtyard. He had not spoken to the players at all. Did this mean that this was the first time he had spoken to the players? How could this not be shocking? The cute girl did not hide anything and told everyone about her experience. Everyone fell silent. You can already use the strength of a level 2 in the real world? Long Wooming's eyes widened. A level 2 mind power means that even if you don't have a bloodline, you can still see your own body in the real world. You can completely walk the path of martial arts and become a muscular man. You can continuously improve your realm and even reach the Martial Emperor level. This was a very terrifying piece of information. This also meant that there would be a destructive individual combat ability on Earth. Other than large missiles and nuclear bombs, there was almost no way to break a peak level 7 Martial Emperor's defense. That's not important. What's important is, you can only live for 3 months in the real world and 8,000 years in the three realms. Belle said slowly, it's only 3 months. What level can you cultivate to in the real world? The cultivation speed of a Martial Emperor is slower than that of other systems. A Celestial Emperor would have to cultivate for at least 200 years, right? Everyone fell silent. The Thunder Monarch suddenly smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, the sage's long lifespan of 8,000 years is naturally true. However, the time flow between the two realms is too fast. When I compare it to the 3 months in the real world, I feel like I'm a short-lived ghost. The cute girl pouted. To put it simply, the level 8 is a watershed. Once you break through and become a god, you will be completely bound to the character. You can't be like other players who can load the file and start over, turning into spores and evolving again. Do you want to become a god? I can save energy to nurture my subordinates. The other three's faces darkened. Are you getting rid of the donkey after it's no use? We've helped you so hard until now. Aren't you waiting to help us become gods? Now we have to bite the bullet and do it. Are we going to turn into spores and start over again? Even if we turn into spores and start over again, we will have to face the barrier of the level 8 sooner or later. We can't avoid it. Moreover, if we start over again, we might not be able to reach this height and have the opportunity to become a god. Bale coughed. Ahem, becoming a god is not a problem. You have to know that the oldest god, Ermin, is only over 4,000 years old. He has only passed half of his lifespan. We have just broken through to become a new sage. What's there to be afraid of with a lifespan of 8,000 years? 8,000 years is too long. It's enough for many things to happen. The Thunder Monarch said, it's not impossible to try to break through to the level 9 in our lifetime. After all, for experts, every realm is a battle against the heavens, a race against time, and continuous breakthroughs. Wooming Long said, the future of the three realms is unpredictable. Firstly, the newly opened sinkhole has endless opportunities. Moreover, our three realms can also start to connect to other worlds and try to make contact with other worlds. We can even start wars. We have endless potential and a future. As a sage, making contact with other worlds was naturally the way to go. The cute girl smiled and suddenly laughed. It's worth mentioning that I already dare to casually expose my real body. It doesn't matter, because it's just a mortal body. It's just a trace of a sage's mental strength. I can even feel that I can change into another body at any time. I can go to the hospital and find a few people in a vegetative state, or change into a corpse that has just died. Checking the water meter can no longer restrict me. Although the cute girl said that she had already transcended the real world, she had no intention of revealing her real body. The three of them were silent for a while. The cute girl's thoughts were very clear. The three of them had been secretly working for the country because their real bodies were in the hands of the other party. But now, they were completely free and could abandon it. She was a true sage of the three realms, an ancient giant. How could she be restricted by a small country? Ahem, that's good. We are free, but we still have to serve our country. Bale hurriedly laughed. After all, although we have obtained opportunities and become ancient sages, and can even walk towards eternity in the heavens and the myriad worlds, we can't forget the source. The cute girl glanced at him. Are you thinking that sooner or later we will find that civilization on Earth in the myriad worlds, and then bring the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals back to show off? The few of them laughed dryly. The cute girl could not deny it. Once we enter the 8th level, we will be true sages. Just like the other ancient giants in the entire sand table world, we have to completely immerse ourselves in the role and break through to the 9th level. The few of them nodded. They did not feel a sense of crisis before because they would not really die. They could start over, turn back into spores, and start the game again. But now, they had to be as anxious as the other sages. The path of cultivation was a race against time. Like the other giants, they rushed to break through and explore the next level before the end of their lifespans. On the contrary, Xianxia was more careless. She said speechlessly, "You are the youngest sages. You have a long lifespan of 8,000 years, which is a full 5,000 years for two Huaxia civilizations. Yet, you're already talking about the scene of you dying of old age? That's because the further you go, the harder it is to break through. It's like crossing a single log bridge. Who knows how many people have fallen to their deaths?" The cute girl glanced at her. The 9th level not only has to gather more terrifying energy, but it also has to continuously strengthen one's divine sense until it can perfectly control the 100 trillion cells in one's body and completely control the mysteries of one's own body. This is also a path of computing power. Among all of us here, the one with the highest chance of breaking through is the system creator. The system chip has become sentient, and as it continuously increases its level, its computing power will continuously increase. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Yes, your brain is full of muscles, young lady. I don't know who is standing behind you to actually help you cheat to enter, but your combat aptitude is indeed very terrifying. Among all of us here, you have the best combat aptitude. The cute girl was speechless. Although Long Wuming and the Thunder Monarch were special agents, they paid particular attention to overall average strength. They could fight, research, and play dirty. Naturally, they were not as good as some deformed battle maniacs in certain aspects. The cute girl continued, "You have the highest chance of breaking through to the 9th level, and the second is me. Perhaps I can borrow the power of the dragon veins and walk the path of computing power of all living beings, just like the 3 pillar gods." The cute girl glanced at the three of them. "What about you guys? There are no shortcuts. Just like other traditional saints, you can only take it step by step and rely on your own efforts." The three of them, they felt that they had been dealt a blow. The cute girl continued, "And next for us, another opportunity is the god of creation. The blood of eternal life can become another Medusa, and we won't have to worry about the problem of lifespan. The blood of eternal life is definitely the most powerful treasure in the universe, but it's not impossible to obtain. After all, Hermes had the blood of eternal life back then, which was why he passed it on to Messiah. We have 8,000 years of lifespan, and it's very likely that we'll have the opportunity to obtain it. Although I've fallen into a deep sleep and only have 10% or so of time to wake up, I'm not afraid of being killed at all. No one will kill me, and everyone will protect me. Even the freaks won't kill me. I'm the mother of good and evil. I've already been bound to the 3 realms, so I'll just lie down. As for you guys, if you fall into a deep sleep, there's a high chance that you'll instantly die." A sleeping saint, hee hee. The 3 of them? They instantly felt a toothache. Was this person here to deal a blow to them? Indeed, the current Medusa, after researching for so long, could only be awake for 20 years out of 100 years. He spent 4/5 of his time in a deep sleep. It was because he was the origin demon god, and he wasn't afraid of anyone attacking him. For the sake of the demon world, he had to protect her. Just like the cute girl, he was bound to a person in a world. What about us? Their expressions instantly changed. Sleeping for 80% of the time, even if they took turns, they wouldn't be able to protect everyone. In the future, if there were too many gods, they would definitely die. After all, they had the energy of 3 gods on their side, and only one awakened god had the combat power. Everyone would be jealous. They looked at the system distributor next to them with fiery eyes like that of a hungry wolf. Why are you looking at me? Pan Shuaxian was confused, and she muttered in her heart. The cute girl patted her on the shoulder. Because you can fight. Look at those muscles all over your body, they've grown into your brain. Among us researchers, you're simply an anomaly. In the future, you might be the #1 combat power among us players. When you're asleep, I want you to protect them. Of course, this was just their imagination. Whether or not the blood of eternal life would be able to obtain such an ultimate treasure was still unknown. For the few of them, the discussion at this time was too meaningful. In reality, Meng Mei was already at the 2nd level, which meant that she could use all kinds of Taoist techniques. If she was in any of the major countries, it would cause a huge storm. There's a living extraordinaire living on Earth. Aren't you afraid? Should we tell the others in the group? Pan Shuaxian could not help but ask. She was still a newbie, not as good as these old foxes. Meng Mei thought about it and shook her head. There's no rush, let's explore further. For now, only the people of the 3 realms know. After all, they have no chance of becoming gods. The highest level is the Krypton Gold Emperor of the ancient tree world, Qi Ming Shan, and the other balloon fish, who have reached the Celestial Emperor realm. The Celestial Emperor realm seemed to be only 1 level away, but in reality, it was 2. Far away from gods. There were countless celestial emperors, but only a few gods. After some discussion, they decided not to announce it, lest it cause some kind of panic. Then, how is the ultimate world? Long Wuming could not help but ask. After all, this was the power that belonged to Meng Mei. Although the 3 realms seemed to be in harmony, the mortal world and the demon world each had their own rulers. Lu Wenjian and Hu Renong ruled the mortal world, while Ermin and Medusa ruled the demon world. Although Dao Chongqing was their disciple, as the heavenly axiom, although it would protect them, it was mainly to protect the common people, not their own power. It's okay. Meng Mei took a deep breath. The ultimate world, the monsters inside, seem not to be under my control, but they are still my biggest trump card. In the future, I will rely on them to beat Medusa, Dicky, Ermin, and the others. Pan Shuaxian was shocked. Was this world so fierce? She quickly asked why. Meng Mei suddenly laughed, holding her white and slender hand that weighed a few 100 kilograms. She said with a slight smugness, "Girl, do you think that this void world, which condenses the dragon vein of the entire 3 realms and floats above the heads of all living beings, is really a world? It is a weapon that floats above the heads of all living beings, absorbing the evil thoughts of all living beings. It hangs above the heads of all living beings, a sword that belongs to me, the Damocles. The monsters are originally the accumulation of the endless evil thoughts of all living beings. So when a bunch of them are together, it is naturally the biggest monster. The ultimate itself is the world's greatest aggregation of monsters." Pan Shuaxian's mind went blank. She was completely shocked by this terrifying truth. The ultimate world itself was a gigantic oddity. The world within its body accommodated countless parasitic freaks. Are they like little bugs? Walala. Look. The cute girl stretched out her hand and a sinkhole structure appeared in front of her. This is my greatest secret. At this moment, the ultimate world finally revealed its true appearance. It was like a vast and mysterious black serpent condensed from a pitch-black fog. The serpent with its tail formed a mysterious ring that slowly floated in the minds of all living beings, covering every corner. Snake? Pan Shuaxian's eyes widened. This is a causality weapon. It contains the endless evil thoughts of all living beings. This world is like a god-striking whip, a sacred sword of the law of karma. All things have no end, and it is the #1 killing treasure of the 3 realms. It is difficult for anyone to withstand it. If you are struck by it, it is very likely that you will suffer the decay of the heavens and be assimilated alive. Who can withstand the thick malice of a world that has accumulated over countless years? Pan Shuaxian was astounded. The cute girl continued, I spent a very long time gathering my thoughts and constantly visualizing this oddity, to create this life-bound weapon, the Void Serpent. She took out a notebook and said oddity number, 000 name, Void Primordial Serpent other names, Snake of the Ultimate, Snake of the Law of Karma. Origin, the oddity is born from the fear and hatred of all living beings toward the oddity, as well as the intense hatred of wanting to destroy the oddity. It is the source of all evil, the ultimate abyss that far surpasses the three realms. Its essence is indescribable. It is an absolutely unknown, indescribable, and inconceivable object. Characteristics, its form is a huge spatial cage, infinitely tall, infinitely wide, and infinitely long. It constantly instinctively wants to devour and suppress all evil thoughts in the world. It is known by the world as the Void Realm. Its consciousness is vast and chaotic, and it is impossible for it to give birth to a self. It only listens to its mother of creation, the green vine goddess. How shameless, Xianxia was so pure, but her hands could not help but tremble as she held the information. She was stunned by the cute girl, she looked at the smiling Mother Earth. In reality, this person had already used her position to steal a large amount of evil thoughts energy and secretly researched and created an 8th-level oddity god? No wonder Bai Shaoxing said that the deity energy on the side of the oddity had decreased so much. It was not only because of the suppression of the 3,000 demons, but also because she had stolen it here. This person actually stole what was supposed to be hers. This was the true face of the Void Realm, the oddity named the Snake of the Ultimate. Its effect was actually very simple. It was equivalent to a huge demon subduing pagoda that could trap the oddity, but it looked simple. If there were too many oddity in the body, it would cause a qualitative change. Who could withstand the demon subduing pagoda? This is such a show-off. Xianxia was so excited that she could not speak coherently. So this was the truth. It was too simple and crude. King thought that you could really create things out of nothing and use some unknown supreme method to create such a high and mighty void thought world out of nothing. If this gets out, those netizens will definitely be shocked to death. But now is not the time. I'll lay low and develop first. The cute girl laughed. This oddity is just a container space world. It can't restrict the powerful oddity in the body to go out. It can't even trap some low-level oddity. It's really equivalent to a garbage dump for the three realms' evil thoughts. Of course, this is not the most important function of the Void Realm. It can open up new businesses and become the god of contracts. It's enough to let mortals and even saints sign contracts. She spoke with fervor and assurance, full of confidence. People can't be untrustworthy, but for the three realms, promises have no binding power at all. Betrayal is common. This contract now, as long as both sides swear to the void, they have to abide by it. If they don't abide by it, their Taoist heart will be destroyed and pulled into the deepest part of the Void Realm. They will be surrounded by the top extraterrestrial demons and dismembered to death. Constantly cleaning the garbage dump at the last moment of their lives is also considered recycling. Going against the Taoist heart oath and being surrounded and killed by the extraterrestrial demons? That's too cruel. Xianxia looked at the cute girl as if she was looking at a profiteer and could not help but shiver. Then, what about the deities? No matter how strong the demons of the Void Realm are, there's no way to kill them. Those deities, who went against their oaths, were tainted with the karmic power of karma. The Void Realm directly suppressed them. They were shrouded in black flames and burned to death by the karmic fire, causing the decay of the heavens. Then, the energy of this deity will belong to me. Indeed, other than the top deities like Ermin, the new deities born after the cute girl would definitely not be able to withstand the righteous punishment of the sacred sword of karma. In fact, as the three realms continued to accumulate, the energy of this garbage dump would become greater and greater. In the future, it was very exaggerated. If this demon subduing pagoda came crashing down, probably no one would be able to withstand it. Now, not only do I have the dragon vein business of the three realms, but I also have incense rebates. I've also started the second oath business. All living beings in the world swear to each other, and I also have rebates and benefits from it. Xianxia was completely speechless. She looked at the elegant Mother Earth sitting high above. This person was poisonous. All day long, she was a sanctimonious person. thinking about rebates, lying down and collecting interest, and being a landlady. Was this person addicted to farming, enjoying it? Mother Earth, lying down and collecting rebates online. Pan Xianxia exhaled. So this was the real deal? She muttered in her heart, could this cute girl's family be the kind of rich girl who deals in real estate? Occupational hazard? This landlady has come all the way to the Three Realms. Young man, you will soon know her personality. Bale was also speechless, but he was long used to it. He patted her shoulder. This person is just a salted fish, but in order to lie down better, in certain aspects, she will explode with passion and talent that even we are shocked by. But no matter what, once the ruins of End was established, the rules of the Three Realms were completely perfected. Everything was in order. Mortals worshipped gods, and gods protected all living beings. Both sides were full of trust. The only thing that was not full of trust before was the betrayal of promises between people. They were constantly on guard against each other, and there was no solution. After all, the laws of the high-level transcendent realm could not reach here. It won't do without mutual trust between people. Cute girl had a serious expression as she suddenly looked into the distance. It was as though she was looking at another distant ancient lava world. She used it as a standard to compare it with them. Back then, Carolyn used the death of shame mechanism to build a firewall, removing the high walls of the human heart and forming laws. Back then, I kept thinking that our Three Realms didn't have any rules either. After all, killing each other, being on guard against each other makes it difficult for us to reach a golden age. That was the mythical era of wild beasts who ate raw meat and drank blood. Back then, the people of Isidal were able to reach glory precisely because of their unconditional trust and exchange of knowledge. After all, they researched individually, turning into isolated islands. If they didn't work together as a whole, the progress of the era would be very slow. Now, the Three Realms can do it too. The strong can sign some confidentiality contracts to exchange ultimate arts and techniques without having to worry about the other party revealing their techniques and ultimate arts. With sinister intentions, the strong can communicate, and the world can progress. Pan Xianxia looked at cute girl speechlessly and instantly understood her character. She's kind and not bad in nature. After all, she hasn't even killed a chicken. She lives up to Mother Earth's name of compassion. But when she's always thinking of helping others, she can't treat herself unfairly. Regardless, once the ultimate world was established, the Three Realms was completely perfected. The Saturn Peach banquet changed too much, and it even entered a completely new mythical era. Even in the future, it left a deep mark in history. The history of the virtual era recorded in the year 1471 of the Eastern Era, the Saturn Peach banquet was held. The Green Vine Earth Mother became a god and established the ultimate world, perfecting the laws of heaven and earth. Her merits are boundless, and the world entered the virtual era. The first year of the virtual era. During the Saturn Peach banquet, Bai Shaoxing attacked, and the Green Vine Earth Mother became a sage and established the ultimate world. The 10th year of the virtual era. Once the void world was opened, martial arts began to flourish. Because of the establishment of the Tao Heart Oath, the strong could communicate without fear of each other leaking secrets. In an instant, all kinds of amazing ultimate arts began to be perfected and appeared. The Witch Tribe, the Ancient Clan, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Shushan Sword Immortals were completely revitalized. The appearance of contracts, the decrease in the number of monsters, and the continuous killing and training of the strong in the void battlefield. All these factors caused the Three Realms to enter a terrifying era. Countless strong figures appeared, and the most prosperous era in the history of the Three Realms had arrived, the 30th year of the virtual era. The Gryffindor Magic Academy in the Demon Realm was the first to establish new subjects, void magical beasts and magical beast alchemy. Second-year students were no longer limited to the various magical beast forests when they went out for training. All kinds of terrifying magical beasts and magical plants would also enter the void battlefield to hunt for void magical beasts. The next year. The Demon Realm, the Medessa Orc Emperor, the Orc War God from the Iron Blood Church, saw Bai Shaoxing and the others revived and walked on the land of the Demon Realm. In the dense forest, it was gloomy, and the air became even colder. Monster! What a monster! The Medessa Sovereign Emperor ran like a madman, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. and his eyes were filled with despair. How can there be such? This is human. Or rather, as long as it is a living creature, it will have fear, hatred, and resentment. In the hazy white light, an elegant and handsome scholar dressed in white walked over slowly. The stronger the strong, the weaker their hearts are compared to mortals to a certain extent, because their hearts are countless times more tenacious than mortals. But once they are completely defeated, they will be more likely to collapse than mortals, leaving a deep shadow in their hearts. Too strong is easy to break. In a sense, living creatures are really pitiful. Bai Shaoxing walked in front of him and reached out to grab his hair. While the Orc Grand Emperor was struggling in pain, Wandering Know-It-All lifted the Orc Grand Emperor vertically into the air like he was grabbing a little chick. He said calmly, "But we actually yearn to become such a real living creature, to break through and become a god, to have a sense of self. To feel fear, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. We are not like living creatures that can produce incense. We will not despair, we will not feel fear." So, in the face of the entire three realms, the ancient saints, the terrifying enemies that are almost impossible to defeat at the Saturn Peach Banquet, and the enemies that are 500 times stronger than us, we will still move forward calmly. His voice was heavy and powerful, and he lifted the Medessa Sovereign Emperor's hair with one hand. His eyes showed even more disappointment. Such a creature is too weak. Too weak. Too weak. At this moment, the man was like a drowned rat. His arms drooped and his head was buried deep in the shadows. He was limply lifted into the air, and his eyes were lifeless. "I see your complete despair, and you don't even try to struggle anymore? But only despair. That's too boring. I hope you have different emotions towards me: despair, fear, hatred, revenge. Your eyes are all dead, and you don't dare to take revenge. Is it because you don't hate enough? If you don't hate enough, I will give it to you. Remember, this is a deeper hatred than death." He raised his other hand and stabbed it into the Orc Emperor's heart. Puff, blood splattered. Thump 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 thump. The blood-red heart that was beating crazily was grabbed by Wandering Know-It-All's big hand. The Medessa Orc Emperor began to struggle instinctively. "Listen, I can feel its intense fear. This is the sound of the weak. Thump. Remember the sound of this moment." By Shaoxing threw the Medessa Orc Emperor to the ground, causing a huge cloud of grey dust to rise. The Medessa Orc Emperor's heart was exposed and beating wildly. He turned around and strode away, disappearing into the dense forest. The best way to get rid of fear is to face it head-on and remember today. It will pressure your nerves every day in the future, making you walk towards fear, accumulate, brew, and explode. This is a process to make you remember me, to make you come find me. End of chapter 476. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.